No free will, no luck. No such thing as chance, or everything is happening after your counsel. You do all these things for your own pleasure. You beat the people you love. So I'm going to create this more discovery here. And will the state police in Oregon ever be held accountable for the SWAT raid of May 29th of 2024 on this ministry? And will they ever be brought to justice for the assault on my daughter and my son, and the assault on myself and my animals, and the destruction of property and of the ministry here, and all the fencing and all the, or will they have to face you, Father, before, nobody's going to get away with anything in this lifetime, because after they die, that's when judgments come. So if they do get away with it, it won't, nothing, and I know that. So that's what keeps me anchored in faith. I'm not supposed to lash out. It's not eye for an eye. I can't go after these people that hurt my son and daughter and hurt me and my animals and go try to hurt them. That's called vengeance. I can't do that under this covenant. So thank you, Father. If you don't want these people brought to justice, then they won't. But will the officer that shot Elijah, will he be brought to justice? This is the United States of America. It's supposed to be truth, justice, liberty, all these things, the right of due process, right? So obviously I need to file a civil lawsuit. I've avoided it for so long because that taxes the taxpayer, has to pay for the civil and criminal liability of the, normally they have that right of, qualified immunity that allows them to not be sued for frivolous lawsuits, but they can't break the law. And when they break the law, they can be sued. So, hit somebody in the face with a grenade. I have all the evidence. Try to be as patient as I possibly can, letting the system do what it's supposed to do, but it's failed. The system is a failure to begin with, because there's no innocent till proven guilty. They brought 20 plus men, heavily armed men with a special weapon and tactics, all the bells and whistles, warrants signed by Ted Martin, who I want brought to justice. The attorney, the district attorney that's not even in office anymore on this case, want him brought to justice. Put out the discovery. It's going to have to get there someday. Look at it, and if they don't, then Father knows what's going on, and he'll take care of it for me. So I'll let him fight all my own battles, all of them. So that's why I didn't fight the police. Neither did my son, and neither did my daughter, and all of us were assaulted. So this rogue thug gang of police officers is still out there in operation when they should all be brought to justice. But still, 16 months later, I wonder how many other houses, farms, ministries, sanctuaries they have raided without even looking into the discovery and the evidence in the case. So they'll be held liable for the evidence. What if they don't? Whatever. It's Father doing it, and I can't worry about it. And I just, as a dad, I want to know where my son's at now. I can't even report my son dead or murdered, my daughter dead or murdered, missing persons report by the people who came in and had jurisdiction to shoot my son, grenade my son and daughter, grenade me, my animals, but they don't have jurisdiction to take a report for their dead or missing bodies. Now, that is not justice. That is a disgusting, filthy country that I live in. And as a veteran, I'm appalled at the constitutional rights in this case that have been failed. The civil and criminal liability of these people is they created their own discovery if they just open the case, but nobody wants to open the case. So will they get away with it? They've got away with it this long, 16 months. And they're still out in operation. Who grenaded my son and daughter? I want to know what officer. I want the body cam footage. Where is all this? I've paid tens of thousands of dollars now for an attorney, and I can't even get anything from an attorney. So maybe Father will have this attorney speak to Paul Charis, and he'll drop the case. Otherwise, I'm going to put him on my list of lawsuit as well. I'm tired of this telling myself I'm okay, and I can't even report my son and daughter's body murdered or raped. And this is supposed to be some kind of country that has justice or liberty, my ass. So will the man that shot my son be held accountable? The man who grenaded me to the face? That's excessive force. At the very minimum, that officer should be put on leave and investigated. I want to see all their disciplinary files. You know, why would I fill out a FOIL request? I'm an attorney. Why has none of this ever been done since the beginning? The case is already, you know, how old? 16 months. I think my right of discovery, you know, was failed when I didn't even get Miranda raised, you know, and my well, discovery is in the evidence. I can't even get any evidence, you know, to create any evidence. They won't even let me file a police report on my son or daughter's murdered or missing bodies right now. So not concerned about what the world thinks of this. You know, it's between God and I at this point. Obviously, this is something much larger than and then we got dumbasses talking about Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk didn't Charlie Kirk himself, just like Epstein didn't Epstein himself. Get the fuck out of here. This is the problem with this country, bro. It's just I got a dead son, and people are talking about Charlie Kirk. A little too far leaning to the right, and then bam, next thing you know, he's a little too far to the left. I mean, shut up. Get out of here. Why would you talk about Charlie Kirk? Peace, those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction to come upon those who call out for peace and safety. Charlie Kirk supported a PDF file. So please leave the channel now. Don't hang out with vipers, people who are worried about actors. All rich and famous people go to hell. Apparently you don't read the word. So I don't have a family. My only family is possibly dead, and I can't even report them in a country that's supposedly free. I'm only using my last amendment right that I have in this country before they come kill me. If they kill me, then the case is closed. They get away with it. So, and they won't. Father, seek out, you know, no vengeance. He says he will pour out that vengeance when he's the judge. He will condemn. I just giving righteous judgment to the world as I'm supposed to do as a disciple. So a follower of Christ, somebody to follow has to be, you know, suffer because you stand up to the law. And anybody who perverts his word, he said, guard my commandments. So that's what I do. To the day I die. If I die here on this here dirt, I'd be thrown back in the dirt. I hope you bless me and reincarnate me as a soldier so I can live to fight without arms again. They're the one who brought arms against me. So murder charges is what that man should be facing for what he did to me. Grenade me to the face. That could have easily put me out for the rest of my life. You know, assault at the minimum, you know, attempted murder, a violation of the use of force. I've done this for a living. You want to go outside, buddy? You want to go out? Good boys. Assaulted my dogs too, assaulted my animals. And they were watching. They were watching inside this cabin. They knew exactly what I was doing. In their discovery, it says that, so they're going to be held liable. So, bye-bye. Anyways, I'm making more discovery against the state of Oregon. You know, whether it goes to the federal court, if there's a trial, which there should be no trial. They don't have, under the right of discovery, suppression of evidence, they don't have the evidence under the right of the burden of proof, preponderance of evidence. They don't have enough evidence to prove what they have against hindering prosecution. Should have never been out here with their illegal warrant. And I have the right under the right of affirmative defense under my Fourth Amendment right, which is my right to be secure in my houses, papers, persons, and effects. And they violated my son's right and daughter's right by right out the gate by grenading them. You don't grenade somebody who's sleeping. They came for a firefight and they didn't get it because God had another plan. So I know he's doing this right now, but I'm making more discovery. I'm just not going to stop. I can't, you know, whether I find my son's dead body or not, or my, you know, or if he's being extorted or kidnapped, it doesn't, I can't even report it. It don't matter. You know, what kind of shit is that? So a dad can't rest. I'm just a dad, no record. Now I got a bunch of charges, but you know, I'm going to beat these charges and I'm going to place lawsuits. Why not They're going to keep me here and make me stay here, won't let me go. I've already tried to tell them to drop this case. My son would have been located that day if Dave Vandenberg would have dropped the no contact order. They would have been able to go look for my son, and I would have know something. They would have him in jail then, right by then. Yeah, so what the fuck? Have a 7-year warrant, possibly more, on these other charges, and they're not going to pick him up on a warrant? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. How about you denied me a call for service for my silver and gold that Marshall had taken? The guy said that I believe who's involved with the death or the kidnapping of my son, and all the discovery to them, evidence. Here's where he's at. And then, oh yeah, well, here's here in this county. Oh, I need to go get him then. Oh, you're not going to go get him now? Bullshit. I'm going to bring lawsuits in against the federal government. I would call the federal government about this county out here. My son should have been involved in this, the corrupt Lily Frank, who allowed this rapist to hang around my son, moving him out in this county without, and never got charged. All the other kids, one was a kid, little minor child, 17. The other one, they were adults, 19, they were teenagers, kids. They'll get in trouble, but the rapist never gets charged. Why has the federal government looked into that? Why are they running from this case? Because they get rid of me now, and guess what? There is no case. So probably got shot that day, and now it's all just some kind of dream that stinks. Because every time I try to help my son, either get thrown in jail or threatened or with arrest for being thrown in jail, for trying to find out, even calling for a welfare check, because I think my son is being possibly extorted, possibly murdered. My daughter is possibly raped. Instead, they turn around and tell me that we're going to arrest you because there's a no contact order, and you're using us, quit calling us to do your dirty work. And now they won't give the law, they won't give the the attorney the call. What the hell's going on with that? The same county that won't pick them up, they're dirty as hell. I know that. Why would they have sent a judge all that time later from 5 hours away? Guarantee you put Judge Pat Wolke on the lie detector test, which is not admissible in court. He'll fail it with flying colors. He knew something about Elijah. I'm reporting a murder, and he tells me it's gibberish. I'm trying to say my daughter can be murdered. I'd already reported in that county it's rape. Unbeknown to me, this is a seated county in the same judge that I have to report it to. And he tells me, I don't know what you talk about. That's nutty. I'm going to throw you in jail if you don't stop talking about it. I'm going to throw you in jail for trying to talk about reporting my son. I've already been thrown in jail for trying to report my son murdered. Them not looking into my daughter, my son, Marshall Radonich, if that's even his name. This is a nightmare. Welcome to my nightmare called life. It's 16 months. I haven't seen my son. Last time I saw him, he had his hands in the air when he's being shot by the state police. Kidnapped my daughter without a warrant. It's all there. The evidence is all on this channel. All the calls. That's called, cellular data, that your cellular evidence, the Trump shooter sat in the bushes for 12 hours and then moved 45 miles. That's cellular evidence. I want all that evidence in this case. I want all the 5 people that went to do Elijah's work with him to begin with. And then you made him do it again. That's double time. That's a lot of money they'd have to be paying out to my son, kidnapping my daughter and grenading him both that day. I don't care if they had a warrant. They still have to execute the warrant properly. Failure of execution of proper warrant. They need to go to prison. These men should be put in prison. It's ridiculous. Can't keep telling myself I'm okay when I can't even call the cops to report my son dead, murdered, missing. When I already have, they threaten to throw me in jail. How much more can one man take? I don't know. It's God as much as he gives me. I ain't have nothing against those police departments. I'm just trying to get the discovery. I'm just trying to create the evidence there, to put it out so that someday somebody might look for my son if they come kill me, that somebody will hear it. Because if I don't push on this case, then nobody will. Nobody's looking for them. And I know where they're at. See, that's the hardest thing about being in this nightmare. I know where their bodies are at. They confirmed to me. The police said, yeah, he's where I told him. And now I got to just walk away from it, remember? I went back anyways, remember? I didn't care. I didn't give a shit. Now everything's gone. Ghost town. Oh, somebody got wind. Oh, is it that strip mining, gold mining operation that goes from the highway to highway? Come on, guys. Oh, is it that I uncovered that Tony Carson's a rapist? He got paid to be here. This is a poorest county in the state of Oregon, and there's more rapists, murders, and pedophiles released into these parole and probation departments. They get a contract on these people, go out and they fish out people for deals, and then See, if my son had taken a deal, this all been gone years ago. He'd be his life back, and now he's probably dead because he asked to see the evidence. And look at me, 16 months later, they ain't even opened up the case file. I paid tens of thousands. I got hundreds of thousands. I got 5 years in this case for my son. Just a dad trying to help his son out. That's it. Constitutionalist that uses his rights, not sovereign. I'm not above the law. There's been no laws broken. That's the sick part. They tried to present the discovery, and here I'm missing freaking land payments, because I got thousands. I missed a land payment and only got one in 10 years because I got tens of thousands of dollars out to an attorney. He won't even call me. What the hell, man? 3 attorneys and I can't get nothing. Can't get any that can appointed counsel. Why would I pay? I'll let pay the ministry off, remember, instead of hiring an attorney. So it is what it is. I'm not going to change it. I'm just making the discovery. Will the state trooper that grenaded me to the face be held accountable for hitting me in the face? My vision's not going to be the same. My hearing's never going to be the same. My lungs are going to be the same. My head will never. I need to get to Ecuador. I need to get my head looked at. I'm going to die if I don't get this stuff taken care of, or Father won't. My day of death's already written. Remember, I should have been dead that day. They came here to kill me. I think anybody who did any kind of investigation in this case, when they came to have a firefight, because that's what they told the local, if they did their interviews like they should have even come out here long before, they would have now known too. Well, it happened that, they were bragging up at the lodge that there was going to be a firefight. You know what I'm saying? So get out of here, stupid idiot. You complain about Hollywood, though. Here's my 2 witnesses. Get out of here. Yeah, I don't do Hollywood. Yeah, Captain Kirk didn't Kirk himself. Get out of here. I don't care about Hollywood. I care about the right of the people. When I take an oath to the Constitution, it doesn't have anything about PDF files in Hollywood. Although I have to as commander-in-chief, right? I know the Uniform Code of Military Justice. I was a military police. I know this law. I was Special Weapons and Tactics. It says it in their discovery. They know who I am. That's crazy, is they know it, and they still did it. Yeah, they came here to take me out. They don't want the guy that protested the police department during the sheriff's office, or the sheriff's office and the police department during the COVID. That's my First Amendment right. Tina Kotek, well, no, she wasn't in office. Kate around, flush her down, Kate Brown. But anyways, I have that right. So, and Donald Trump, that it was a scam and I wasn't wrong. So whatever, I don't care. I take an oath to the Constitution, not a flag, not a country, the right of the people. And I'm going to continue to execute that right without arms, without using violence. They brought violence and kidnapped my daughter and grenaded the both of them. That's an assault on the state trooper right there, all of them. Whatever state trooper, that was not the same trooper. Remember, I've shown you, I already had the grenade pins. They didn't police up all their brass. They weren't very good. They got a lot of it, but they didn't get all of it. Remember, this house is still leaching tear gas after 5 tear gas cans. Well, we're not trying to ruin your house. Bam, bam, bam. Get that guy to come out. All we can do is get him to come out. We'll shoot him. He'll come out. He'll be allowed, and we get, fuck it. Yeah, that's what they came to do. Execute me. Why would they throw a grenade at my face? Why would they throw a grenade at my son and daughter? Try to get me riled up because I'm a veteran. They know how my instincts. But I wasn't claiming violence. I told them I have more. I'm using my First Amendment right of speech, not Second Amendment arms. Don't bring arms out here or you're violating my rights. I have a Fourth Amendment right to protect myself. And I didn't. And neither all of us went with our hands in the air, and every one of us were assaulted and battered. How about that? Still getting away with it. Think about this SWAT raid gang thug out there, and I've done this crap, so I know this boot has been on my foot. Like I said, I've been Special Weapons and Tactics trained. A concussion grenade, a smoke gas is meant to be thrown into a room to fill the gas concuss or, smoke air room with that concuss, not somebody directly projectile to the face. Nobody was even claiming, there was no violence, that you can't do that. Even if I was, then they can have done that. And then there's something called the use of force regulation, and cops violate that all the time. They have to start with their mouth. Can't just shoot you dead, unless you're actually, being violent. Nobody was being violent. I said I would fight to the death to protect myself or my son from going to prison, using my constitutional rights, not using the Second Amendment. 58 hours of discovery, and then 5 years of this case. They're scared. They open this case up. They got lawsuits coming out their ass. And it's just because I am a man of God that I don't want to make the taxpayer who already gets taxed enough, and and more people are caring about Hollywood, right? No, and for the public servants, the community servants are supposed to be serving the community. That's their job, right? Public service, community service, not tyrant, tyrannical, criminal behavior. And when they do that, they need to be held accountable. But then guess who pays? The taxpayer. That's crap. I've avoided. I already could have filed lawsuit a long time ago. And this case should already went federal, but because I have not made it a big deal trying to get these people to stand down and, locate my son, I believe they murdered him. And I know who's involved. And I've given this all to who I'm supposed to report it to. Just last week, I reported him again, murdered, my daughter murdered, missing. And they said, we don't have jurisdiction. These are the same people who grenaded him, my daughter, shot him. They have enough jurisdiction to come out here and cause all this destruction, extra destruction. And they're going to get away with it if they take me out, because they already took my weapons and threw me in jail for telling the local cop here, hey, you're a dad, I'm a dad. What the hell? Why don't you go investigate? It's been a year. You're out harassing people. I've got people coming to me telling me you're going on their property, in their houses. And you could be looking for my son. He turns around, files retaliation charges against me for harassing him, menacing them, and menacing the police. And now come in and file a warrant and take my 2 things. The only thing I had to protect my animals as a farmer. I never shot him in my life. I didn't even have them that long. They were old, they were dusty, and when they came back, boy, I guess they were really disappointed that they've been here before, because on the SWAT where there was nothing else here. I knew I never even reached for a gun, and they grenaded me to the face. So it's crazy. You know how many people have probably been SWAT raided by this team again that didn't get it on a live stream? They're in a lot of shit if somebody ever opens this case up. And if I ever file a civil lawsuit, they're done. And that's why I don't think that my son and my daughter are alive. And I want to keep clinging that today I had a horrible breakdown of, well, maybe they are. Maybe they just took your shit and maybe they don't want to see you ever again. You got them in more trouble. Adriana was kidnapped. They dropped her charges in September because they know that's a kidnapping. Already speaking to every attorney I've ever talked to said, yeah, they can't do that. They have to have a signed indictment by a judge and a warrant and call out who and where. I know this, and that's called a kidnapping. And they can't just come in here and they knew she was here. So they had to call out where and who, and they had not one. And that's why they dropped her charges back in September when both my son and daughter supposedly went missing, or at least my daughter's charges. And that state trooper said that my son went missing, but he was on the phone in October. That explains his demeanor, how he was, I'd live streamed about it because I've been creating this discovery ever since. That he said, now it sounds like he's being held at gunpoint, at that. So I don't know if he was still alive. That's why when I called to have him go, how hard it was to call when I knew I had my son with a 7-year warrant for his arrest, but I was more concerned about my daughter being raped, or because Marshall does not to be, he just doesn't tell any truths. So I don't know what he's doing to her. And then when I found her car there, when her charges were dropped back in September, and that's when the state troopers tell me that he went missing in September, but he was on the phone in court in October. They don't add up. None of this adds up. That's why the attorneys are able to get the calls when they threaten. When I called Josephine County, said, okay, here's where my son is at, but I'm more concerned about my daughter. And, hey, when you go there, this guy took 40 pounds of silver from me. Here's the motive. I think he took it because he's trying to have some debt with my son and he's making him pay it back, or I don't know, my son did, what's going on, but something's not right. And there's my passport. That's a federal offense. Stop calling us to do your dirty work. You have a no contact order. And if we go there, that's violating your no contact order. We're going to come and arrest you. So now I'm trying to report, do what I'm supposed to do. And I get threatened to be thrown in jail. Now I've already been thrown in jail because when I took Josh, he threw me in jail to file the retaliatory charges against me. Yes. Menacing the police, harassing the police, because then tell them I'm telling you you're harassing people when I've got evidence against you, Josh. Go do your damn job, man. I'm a dad, you're a dad. What the hell is your problem? Go to work, you damn pig. Do your fucking job. I have a son they did his probation 2 times, not once but twice. They owe my son a lot of money for what they're working him like a slave. They're not going to bring any of this discovery in, right? No, they have to. They have the burden of proof. I know my rights, 6th Amendment. Remember, we have the right to all, discovery in the case. Co-counsel, everyone gets a different defendant. Remember, my son's attorney represented me, and I believe my daughter. If they disappear, they made too many failures in this case, made too many mistakes. Civil rights violations, criminal rights, assault beyond that is probably attempted murder for throwing a projectile at my face and marring my vision for life. And my hearing is not ever going to be the same. And my chest is not in my head. I guarantee I go to a doctor, they're going to say, oh, well, you hemorrhaged for 6 months and you didn't go to the doctor. Well, he broke his back more than once too, and he go to the doctor either. He just don't like going to the doctor. He don't care if he's still standing. He just keep going. I'm a soldier. I don't know. I busted my back in the military. And, not until I broke it again did they find out, or got in that first car accident. And then the second car accident, I ended up breaking another vertebrae. But it's not stopping me. I got to keep going. I go down, then nobody's going to be looking for my son. I go get thrown in jail. Nobody's going to be looking for my son. I can't even report his dead body. So I have to create this discovery, and there's nothing else I can do. Nobody's going to look for him. And until this case gets finished, I can't even just pay tens of thousands of dollars paid an attorney, and I got a call from him. And this whole thing, was he's supposed to get back to me, and he's the one who told me to call the state police. And then I called there to report him because that's what I already reported to Josephine County, got threatened and thrown in jail. That's why I want lawsuit against Dave Vandenberg. Because if Dave Vandenberg would have dropped these no contact, if whatever, he had charges, but the no contact order was stupid. They split us all up. He was supposed to be moving here. Now he supposedly hates me and never wants to talk to me again. Bullshit. My daughter would be filing a lawsuit and have millions of dollars because they kidnapped her and then let her go, released her charges, and then, she could get the money to get my son the money he needs to get the attorney too. Because I took the money and bought this ministry instead of buying him or her or me an attorney. It's something I'll have to live with. But either way, Dave Vandenberg, he should be held accountable because I told him to drop these no contact orders. That's bogus, conspiracy, criminal. Because what are we conspiring to do? That's a bunch of nut. They do this. They do these procedures. They put on the charges heavy and they want you to take a plea deal, again, for the bar. They all work for the bar, plea bargain. They all work for the district attorney. It is what it is. I know my rights, and they're all pissed off about that too. And it don't matter. I didn't break any laws. There's a difference between legal and lawful too. And I ain't even going on that in this case. This is a bunch of crap to come in here and assault my son and daughter. Case fucking close. They didn't Mirandize me. Case close. That my son's attorney, Dan Spencer, I believe is responsible, and I put him on front in the courtroom. You know something of where my son is at. Why does he show up to my cases, which he can, because co-counsel, he knows that's part of the case, but he ain't out there looking for my son's body, and his investigator sitting there the whole time look like Goonies, Chunk from Goonies, or whatever that guy. He does. I ain't trying to go there. He came on this property. I could have shot him dead, and I have it all live streamed. I didn't even know who he was when he showed up until he identified himself. I told him to be quiet, and he kept talking. And then, well, they forced us to go to trial. That's a Sixth Amendment violation right there. Fair trial. Fifth Amendment, adequate counsel. You know what I'm saying? The people don't even realize here. Everybody's worried about, people they see on television and talking about stupid shit. Charlie Kirk didn't Charlie Kirk himself. Say that to everybody from when you hear that from now on. Or, you know what I'm saying? This is nonsense. They won't even investigate anything. They don't look at anything. They just get what they're fed. And in this case, they haven't even opened it up. That most people, 98.5% of cases in America do not take it to trial. It's 97%, but 3% take it to trial, but 1.5% at, pre-trial, they'll take a deal, and 1.5% actually render it what is called a verdict by jury. My bad. Sorry, guys. I'm spent today thinking that my son he may be alive and he never wants to talk to me again. And all these months, I don't buy it, man. I just don't fucking buy it. He was supposed to be moving here. They were moving out of their home, and they were moving towards moving here. We building materials and brought things from the house, putting in notice that they don't just stop talking to me because they're mad. I know they might not be happy, but see, they were grenaded. They should have been taken to the emergency room. There's lawsuits in this case. I really feel that the state troopers and then Josephine County and Lake County are covering this case because they know that there's too many, there's too many errors. And if they open this case up, remember at my life, open this case up. I keep telling them that they don't want to. 16 months, there's not been one investigation. Nobody's ever come talk to me one single time from any attorney, even my own now, paid tens of thousands of dollars, you know. Should have just held on to that gold and silver. I can't imagine what it would be worth right now. And I don't care about the money because remember, they're going to throw me in jail in 6 days. I want Pat Wilkie. He said I had to defend myself in trial, brothers and sisters. That's a violation of my Fifth Amendment. That's a Miranda right violation. I have the right to adequate counsel, and they have to provide it. And they didn't. And that's why 2 times, and then I'm going to get harassed for they're not doing anything in the case by this, tyrant criminal judge that I'm harassing my attorneys by trying to tell them to file something, get something started, do something. And he says, because I'm micromanaging my attorneys, then I'm going to have to just represent myself. Now, that is a violation. I don't know if a judge has ever done that in a fucking open court. That is disgusting. Let's do this now. Let's just create some more discovery against Pat Wilkie. Pat Wilkie is a criminal, and I want Pat Wilkie arrested immediately, for fucking Christ's sake. What the hell? How could somebody do? You're about to witness a criminal judge in action. Now I'm reporting my son dead and my daughter dead. Unbeknown to me, this judge drove 5 hours to appear at my pre-trial, where my last attorney quit months ago. In the pre-trial, this is the new one that I'm showing up to. Okay, because in the last one, the attorney forgot to call Paul Palmer months ago and forgot to even show up, and then forgot to show up and say, hey, I forgot to say that I quit months ago. So he's been providing me inadequate counsel. And then Pat Wilkie says, nope, that's going to be your counsel. And in 6 days, no jury selection, no witness called. You're going to trial. You want a speedy trial. That is a violation. That judge should be sitting in a fucking prison right now. Pat Wilkie is a criminal because when I say to him, my son is dead, he tells me that's speaking gibberish and threatens to throw me in jail. This is in the criminal behavior of Pat Wilkie, Dave Vandenberg. Both of these judges should be federally indicted and be facing a tremendous, because I'm sure if you open the cases on these judges, that is a strong arm. You're going to see a judge try to strong arm me and tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about. Tell me I just need to listen to my attorney. I need to just, and they haven't done anything in the case. They just trying to push me through to be the 98.5. You hear Paul Palmer, the attorney that forgot to show up, violation of my Fifth Amendment, inadequate counsel to my pretrial, and then quit months in advance. Forgot to call and say that he quit. Violation of my Fifth Amendment, adequate counsel, right? But no, you're going to have to use a violation of my Fifth Amendment, adequate counsel. Any civil lawsuit attorney would just drool. There's hundreds of millions of dollars in this civil lawsuit. And I haven't done it. Because remember, I don't want to make the Oregon taxpayer pay for the criminal behavior of Pat Wilkie or Josephine County, where I have a whole separate lawsuit. Josephine County, the state troopers, Lake County, and the federal government, who I try to get involved with this criminal cops out here, along with the criminal behavior. If somebody would just come out and investigate this county, they'd all go. I already have the discovery. Last time I went to jail, it freaked me out because of my phone. I have this discovery on my phone. And if I went to jail, I put a thing out because I know this should be a change of venue. Have you been, targeted by the police in this county? I had people contacting me left and right. That's why I had people coming to me telling me about Josh going on there. I had more complaints about Josh Bezel, the guy who filed these retaliation charges against me, than all the other cops out here combined. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, you're going to have to listen up. I'm not even looking at the chat. So anyways, this Pat Wilkie comes and drives 5 hours away to rule on my case, where the prior attorney for me forgot to even call, and then forgot when he finally got a hold of him after half an hour. He said, "Oh, I forgot to call and say I quit a while ago," And so the judge is sitting there telling me, well, that I'm not getting along with my attorneys. Well, they're not doing anything. They have not filed one piece of paperwork in the case. It's never even been opened up, been investigated. I've never been contacted. Paul Palmer isn't even an attorney. He has a bar number, brothers and sisters, but if you call Paul Palmer of Klamath Lake or Klamath Falls, I've had people look at him. His name is not Paul Palmer. It's Baharafil Ahmed. He has a whole number. He has no secretary. It goes to voicemail. And I have an attorney telling me, hey, I got to get off the phone here. I'm showing up to my daughter's, whatever practice. I never heard no criminal attorney these people deal with some pretty hard criminals, right? You don't tell your client where you're at. They come there and go stalk his kids. And this dude is garbage. But then when he comes into the case and says, well, I don't want to represent him because of a attorney-client privilege breakdown. Brothers, sisters, that's no different than when I pull you over for DUI. I say, I smelled an alcoholic beverage emanating from your persons. I do it on every flipping report. That's just their go-to, okay? You know, that he didn't, there was no attorney-client privilege breakdown. He didn't do anything. I asked him to file the change of venue, you know, because of the unbiased jury, a biased judge, biased political. Like I said, I had people contacting me here in the local town that I'm being harassed, I'm being targeted, and this is political in here. So there's a political change of venue bias. I even had to tell my attorney, which sucks because I know he's a damn good attorney. He's been practicing since '82. When I told him about the change of venue, he said that's for jury. So I said, listen, it's for judge bias. It is for political bias. This case is politically charged. There's no way I could get a proper jury selection. So now I'm going to have this judge, Pat Wolke, who obviously drove from 5 hours away to rule on my case, where now he's having Paul Palmer tell the judge, I don't want to be his attorney because he wants to take it to trial. Violation of my Fifth Amendment rights of adequate counsel. I mean, I could go on and on and on and on and on in this case. They won't even open it up. I've been trying to get hold of Ted Martin. I had hundreds of calls made to Ted Martin for me to sit down, for Michael Taylor, the elected sheriff, to come to this property and meet with me personally about the corruption in this county and the issues going on here in North Lake County, because I give a shit about this county, whether people give a shit about me or not. I give a fuck about this country, whether people in this country give a fuck about me or not. Some people are not motivated by what people think about us. There's a voice, the Ruach HaKodesh, a spirit inside us that drives us. It's not what the world thinks. We don't serve the world. We serve the word. We honor the right to the constitutional right of the people, not a flag, not a country, not freedom, but the right, the constitutional protected organic law of the land or natural law, Black's law, color law. These are laws that have been here since the beginning of time, and these are protected under the Constitution, whether you believe in a God or not. You don't even have to have citizenship to have rights under the Constitution, but you don't know them and you don't execute them. It doesn't matter. It's not even a Constitution anymore. It's a corporation, and I'm not even trying to do that on my case. But between me and you, until they turn this country back to gold and silver, not a corporation, a constitutional republic, fuck America. I don't give a shit. I still have a First Amendment right to speak up. That's called my right to redress grievances. Fucking grow up, America. So, but anyways, I have to continue to try to protect myself and now my son to try to get, now I don't even, can't even protect. I can't even, if his body's dead, if my daughter's body's raped, I can't even get this cooperation from the police department, where everybody who probably files a case that has a missing child or daughter, and yes, they are grown or person, that they can file this. And I did, and I was threatened to be thrown in jail. So that's why I want Dave Vandenberg immediately a case put against him separately, because I told him to drop the case. At least if you want to come after me for these charges, but drop the no contact order. That's why I got threatened to thrown in jail, and that's why they wouldn't go look for my son. See, there's a lot of violations in this case. I can start back from the beginning where Dan Spencer, my son's attorney, was representing me. Case dismissed, co-counsel. Can't have each defendant has to have a different attorney. Was pleading to Dave Vandenberg, let him out. He doesn't have any charges. He's a veteran. He lives in the county. He's paid taxes. You're going to violate. I know there's this, 18 or whatever, something in the courts that they will say, but you're violating his rights. Every other county in this county is letting people out at 1 week. Even Klamath, the neighboring county, if you keep him here any long, you're going to risk the whole case. That judge kept me in there for a whole, it's Ted Martin. I want this motherfucker arrested and put in prison. Hundreds of calls to him. Stop, stand down. Here's all the evidence. He's the one who signed this against me. So he truly should be the one who should face more prison time than anybody else, because he's the one who signed the special weapons and tactics. He's the one who gave that person authorization. He truly would be the commander at that point that authorized that all special weapons and tactics, all bells and whistles. It doesn't matter. You didn't come in here. You lose your right of immunity. Qualified immunity is out the door when you violate my daughter and son's Fourth Amendment rights. Already before they were violated back here, remember? But let's go ahead and play all the way forward. They think they have charges against me. See, guys, this has to be done in a procedure. Maybe you don't understand, Cops get away with this all the time. They get away with this all the time because 98.5% of the cases take it deep. They take a gain for the bar and agree to take a plea, please, extort my merchant number, my bond number, please take that money from me and I'll just shut up and I'll get on probation. I'll be quiet because you scare me that I'm going to get 50 years in prison, or you give me 3 years probation right now and I can stay out of jail. Fuck you weak ass 98.5%. At least, hey, if my son's on the run and he still has not on the run, he has the right of affirmative defense to protect himself from illegal prosecution under the 4th Amendment called, right? Excused defense, excuses his civil and criminal liabilities in this current case if he needs to try to save his asshole from being raped. He has, I was saying that before, that to these people, I'm a little bit more outspoken, but that's not a violation of the First Amendment to give you and know what your rights are, okay? And that's not the problem that I have with, the people. It's the law itself. I don't have any problems with anybody. I don't care if they killed my son, and that sounds cruel, but what is it going to do me to care about them? He's already gone. He's not suffering. I need to know if he's dead or alive. I need to report his body. I need somebody to look for him because they kill me. Nobody's looking. Case closed. And I'm going to get away with all of this. Seriously, it is what it is. We have a little small circle. We're not very. It's like I'm dead, really. Because every time I try to help, I just keep getting more trouble, more charges, more. And it's like, you want to see the live stream? It's on here. We're going to go through the Pat Wilkie. Watch this judge violate. This judge should be put too in jail because listen, he told me I had to represent myself. He didn't know nothing about this case. Why would this case judge drive from Josephine County 5 hours? And then when I tell him that my son is reported in the county murdered and that he's in, he didn't stop the case and say, hey, we're going to take a sidebar, a recess here. And what are you saying? That I'm a judge in this county? Even if he should have said, but no, he tried to push me to the side and you'll see. So we're going to make some more discovery against Pat Wilkie and that this man should be thrown in federal prison, immediately be arrested, investigated by the feds. I've called the Department of Justice. Remember, it ain't the DOD anymore. It's the Department of War. So careful, brothers, sisters. This war is out for you. You better focus. The government ain't your friend. Those cops ain't your friend. This sucks. I'm just a dad trying to help his son that was caught in the system. And I ended up getting caught in the system because I'm trying to help him out. And now they won't let me out either. And now I believe they murdered my son and daughter, and I know who's involved with it. If they didn't, then they know who did. If not, he's being extorted. If not, then he doesn't want to talk to me ever again. Bullshit. There was property here that he was, that 20-acre parcel, not this one. He was moving. They brought stuff here. They were moving out of their apartment. There's record. I talked about this bullshit. I got record of everything. 5 years I've made discovery on this case. Their ass is in a sling. This man that got him in trouble, this this rapist guy, why didn't they put him in jail? Why did all the kids go to jail? Not 17, 19, 19, or not go to jail, get charges? And why was my son the only one to go to jail? They were all involved in the same exact crime, And don't ask me what the charges were. Go fucking look. Everybody always, what did they do? No victims, just like in this case. It's not they assaulted me. I used my voice. My son, they said he didn't do his probation, and he did it 2 times. I mean, this is fucking stupid, over swatting somebody's fucking house over him not doing his probation. And they know it. They know it. There's more than that. This case is a lot bigger than that. This case is 5 years old. Come on, hey, slow down, Turbos. I love you, boys. You're the best kids. And they hammered my dogs too. And they assaulted my dogs. You know what I'm saying? Seriously, 5 tear gas canisters and what was it? I don't even know where those pins. I don't need to show it to you. You guys don't see. Go look. I've shown them enough times. It's sitting there. I'm tired of looking at it. So I'm creating more discovery against the state troopers over and over again because they're going to be liable. You can't show up to somebody's house, even if you have a warrant for my son and me, and they did my daughter. You shouldn't have never grenaded her. Big fucking mistake right there. Huge. That's an assault. And then don't have a warrant for her arrest, violating her 4th and 5th Amendment, Miranda, and violation of her, that they can't cost your body without a signed indictment with probable cause by a judge, has to show probable cause on who and where they're going to, they didn't have that. That was an illegal arrest, illegal detainment. That's why they released her the very next day and dropped her charges in September. This happened May, brothers, sisters, 16 fucking months ago. I haven't seen my son. Last time I see my son, he was getting shot with his hands in the air. And go see the live stream. I have all the evidence. Just the live stream would make any one of you in here, if you started a video channel, a couple $1,000s a month, I'm sure, off YouTube. But I can't do it because I'm on I'm my IP address is shadow banned and I have issues. But anyways, it is what it is. I can't believe I'm getting this much time without getting the stream taken down. So anyways, we're listening to Pat Wilkie because I want to make more discovery against Pat Wilkie. So I'm being told by this judge that I don't know what I'm talking about, and he's getting ready to throw me in front of a trial in 6 days by myself, he said. But then he turned around and said, okay, well, the district attorney said, well, my idea is to try this once, and if I try it now, I'm going to have to try it multiple times. Mistrial. And I even tell him, if you file this, you haven't even called a jury, you haven't even summoned witness, you haven't summoned anybody, you haven't even, it's going to be a mistrial. Whatever, you guys just do it. Whatever, they get to do whatever the hell they want. See, that's what, until somebody can hold these people accountable, like, they're not good at, nothing's going to happen. So I'm going to have to file this civil lawsuit. I do have bought and purchased, tens of thousands of dollars of criminal attorney, but I don't know what's going on. He hasn't called me, and I have a court date coming up in a week. So it's a little bit, fuck it. I got to do what I got to do. I'm going to keep making discovery, and whatever happens, happens. So anyways, I'm going to show you here. This is a violation. He can't tell me that I have to represent myself. And if somebody looked at this and just looked at this, they go, God damn, this motherfucker handled your ass. You came in there and tried to strangle and strong arm his ass, tell him you're going to trial. You backpedaled so fucking fast. And guess what? Everything that dude said, he needs to put on trial. I guarantee if you put Pat Wilkie of Josephine County judge on a well, it's not admissible in court. It's crazy because some things like a portable breathalyzer test, you can't use that. You have to use the intoxilizer, or you have to use. But if you're going to use a lie detector test, he would fail it. He would fail it. I guarantee. He says he don't know nothing about my son. Bull fucking shit. You're going to see a call from Judge Vandenberg if they ever investigate this federally. That Judge Vandenberg called Pat Wilkie said, this dude won't fucking lay down, man. He keeps coming in saying, drop the charges, drop the no contact order. You're violating my rights. You didn't Mirandize me, all this. And he won't lay down. He's not the 98.5. You need to go over there and get this motherfucker to show. I think this guy's the big guy in the state of Oregon because he came over and watched. Look at what this fucking guy tries to do. He tries to handle me. I mean, this dude is a fucking handler. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the lie detector, polygraph test. He would fail it, guys. And so watch, because I tell him my son has been murdered. Now I don't know that he's from that county. Why didn't he stop and take a sidebar, a recess, and say, now, wait a minute, you just reported your son and daughter murdered in my county. You just said that the cops didn't do anything about it. And then instead he's going to threaten to throw me in jail. So it's a 12-minute video. We're going to listen to this, and you're going to hear so many violations that this man should be in prison right now. And he's still practicing as a fucking judge. His judgment is obviously to save his own ass and cloud it in this case. You don't drive and it's kind of bothering me a little bit because my attorney is well, Tracy, he can be over there. Yeah, I know. I understand, John, but why was he fucking there? I know he can, but why? Why? Because Dave Vandenberg called him and said, hey, this motherfucker won't lay down. He won't even let him arrest him under a capital letter name. He's saying he's apocalypse, revelation. Remember, every time, I'm not capital letters. My name is capital T, small r, small a, small c, small y, capital W, small e, small r, small n, small e, small r. I don't operate in commerce. I only operate in a private capacity. I'm not a sovereign citizen either, brothers and sisters. I don't claim state nationalism. I have rights under the Constitution. My son has rights. My daughter has rights. And none of us have violated and broken any laws. These are the people who have actually lost their right of immunity. The qualified immunity is out the door. They cannot break the law, brothers and sisters, and it doesn't fucking matter. I don't care what happens to me, but somebody, for Christ's sake, would you please help me find my son and daughter, because I know where they're at. I can't report them. Every time I do, I get thrown in jail. I've already been assaulted. I know where they're at. I fucking know where they're at, and I can't do anything about it. It's driving me crazy, guys. I'm trying to keep my shit together, but I'm not going to hurt anybody. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave, and that's going to hurt my dogs, because then they're going to issue a warrant for my arrest. And if I get caught, I get separated from my dogs. I don't care about anything else. at this point. Just like on the SWAT raid, all I cared about, once I knew my son had already been shot, I didn't know what was happening with my daughter, and already been clobbered in the face, grenaded, and tear gas. All I cared about was my animals, and that's why I ate 5 tear gas canisters, was just because I have animals and I love my dogs. If I didn't have it, I could have walked right out. I already told them on the phone I was coming out. That's what it'll show in a federal discovery case when they go after these people. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying everything I can do, knowing that God is in control. God's doing this. It's not them. I'm not mad at Marshall. I'm not mad. I'm not even mad at my son if he's mad at me. I'm more mad at myself for not taking the money like he told me and leaving. I had the passport. I told him when he turned 18, I wasn't going to give him anything, and I was going on the road. Father was going to let me blow like be the wind in my sail and be a bird and not worry what it was going to eat in the field, and I would be fine. I could put a backpack, take the dogs, and I was on the road, and that's all I wanted to do. I was just his dad and not his father, and I wouldn't. And if I left him something, I just wanted to know. I didn't want that for him. I wanted him to have the Hokadesh, the spirit, the Alatia, the truth, and he knew that. And he told me, and I was an idiot for not listening to him. So he probably is mad at me if he's alive. It made sense this morning. Like, damn it, maybe he is. There's a fraction, only gas, a puny percent of a chance that he's alive. And he does hate me. He don't want to talk to me because he got more trouble. And now he could do more time. And maybe he took the gold and silver. But it doesn't make sense because he could just file a lawsuit with his wife and have their life back. They should not be on the run. And because he has an open warrant for his arrest, leads me to believe he's still missing. Just this morning, I have to play devil's advocate. I have to consider all things. I'm not, you got to think like a criminal to catch a criminal, right? So if something's going on and they've done something to him, I need to think about what they may have done, or if he's not, in this case, if he's mad at me and he's not a criminal, he did his time towards too. He got in trouble and he should have been on probation at 17 months. If I'd had $47,000 as his dad, so I feel kind of a failure of his dad, and it's not that. I don't need to give him. He's out of the house, but I was too busy building the UFO. I had that much money in building that fucking UFO that ended up blowing down anyways, Seriously, whatever, the stupid shit I live out here by myself. A man's got to do something. So it's my fault for mocking people with the whole nano, alien, whatever. If you're part of this ministry, So it is what it is. Father didn't create aliens. Alien's a word. So stop thinking God's in the sky. He's inside of you. Not getting away with anything, like nobody's getting away with anything in this case. If they get away with it in this life, they're going to have to face judgment. So Father, he'll condemn them. I'm just here to judge with righteous judgment. That's the word tells me. And it tells me don't seek vengeance. And, I can't go to their house. It's not like I can go to their house and grenade their kids, find their kids and, put them in a separate motor home and then grenade them and assault them and shoot their son with their hands in the air. So I don't have that right under this testament. That's what he's doing. He's testing us. That's what the word orge is. So I teach this. This is why I was trying to teach this ministry as they were, I knew they were going to come assault me, my son. I said, look, you guys have the right to protect yourself. You do under the Title 18. This is a God-given, that organic, natural right of the law. Were adjudicated through the House, Congress, and Senate. These are not repugnant laws. The Title 18, they're going to charge you under the Sixth Amendment, brothers and sisters. I don't care if it's RICO, federal, state, whatever charges. It has to be the original Title 18 statutes, and they've changed this to revised. They were not adjudicated through the House, Congress, and Senate. Therefore, they're repugnant. That's what they're charging me with, but I ain't even fighting that. I don't care about that. This ain't about that, okay? But seriously, the Title 18 gives you the right under the Fourth Amendment to be the right to be secure your house, papers, persons, effect. If you think somebody's going to cause harm to your body, to your property, to your house, your animals, your dogs, you do have the right to defend yourself. That is not, Father won't violate. You will still not under this covenant. You will not violate that covenant. And I try to kind of ask people, do you really want to fight over for a side-by-side or dirt, shoot somebody and take, that's not worth it to me. Your kids, your dog, your wife, now that's a different, and you're not breaking this covenant of vengeance, because vengeance is when you go after somebody. Somebody gets you fired at work and you plan and you do something to him. That's vengeance, right? Or he or she, or anything in that nature. So we're supposed to turn our cheek, meek, not weak. We all showed my son, hands in the air. Remember, son, like a thief on a cross? Okay, Dad, I love you. Coming out with the hands in it, bam, and they shoot him, anyways, with his hands in the air. He was meek, not weak. He's a strong man in faith. He listened to me, son. Remember what I said? Dad, I want to go to prison. He said, the fear of God in him. He knows where he's going, and you hear him. He comes out just trying to and he has the right to ask, why are you here? Why are you taking me? They have to say why that's why I was telling these state troopers, why are you on my property? You have to call out with a warrant. They should have knocked on the door and showed me the warrant, but whatever, no knock warrant, whatever they wanted, they still had to execute it properly. So I know my son has faith. I know nobody's doing anything here that Father didn't want to have done to me, to him, but you still have the right under the Fourth Amendment, under Title 18, to protect your house under the Fourth Amendment to be secure. And then under that Title 18 statute, you have the right to deem the force necessary to eliminate that potential threat. If it's by whatever, they can't come against that. That is a God-given right. If somebody will come rape your wife, Father's not going to let somebody come rape your wife, brothers and sisters. He didn't say be weak. He said be meek. You understand me? And I did. None of us did. None of us did. That's their evidence against me. If backed into a corner, he would strike. Yeah, I was teaching you the Fourth Amendment. I was teaching you the God-given orge, not to lash out, to let Father beat you, but not be meek or weak, but you could protect yourself even under Title 18, under the revised statutes. These were the original statutes under Title 18, adjudicated through the House, Congress. Know your rights, brothers and sisters. And if they violate them, and then you stand up for your rights, then Father will cover you. It won't be most of the time until after you die. You have to be saved. You have to die to be saved. Salvation is the word sozo. It's to be carried, picked up, lifted from beginning point to an ending point and healed. So anybody hurt you, cause pain, he's going to heal it here. I'm never going to get my eye fixed. I'll probably never go to the doctor. I bet you I never go to the doctor. I bet you even I get out of here, I probably won't. I might get my head checked. I probably should, because I always remember my dad always used to be really, he used to tell me, son, you have so many casts and so many stitches. And so I bang myself a lot, get my head beat in all the time, fighting and stuff. He's like, son, you got to protect that head of yours, man. And then he knew why too. I wouldn't punch either of my brothers in the face, because they both punched me in the face all the time. But I would never punch ever. Have I never punched any of my brothers? We grew up fighting. It's the way it was. We were kids. But anyways, you got to protect your head, man. You lose your head, you can be without your head. You know that they can put they really have been able to do that now. I mean, not without your head. You could be without the body, but you lose your head, you're screwed. They sew a new head on your body. You need this head. So, I probably should go get some kind of, and I hate thinking of getting MRI and radiated again, but I know I hemorrhaged for 6 months. I bled for 6 months out of my head before it finally let free and let go, and all that pressure or whatever. Kept telling it was wet, and then it got dry or whatever. I can't remember what it was backwards. It's still to this day. My head hurts so freaking bad. I've never had headaches until this point. So I don't even want to call it headaches, because it's not. It's a headache or whatever. Halo, quake, ache. I don't even know what to tell you. My whole head hurts. But anyways, I'll get it looked at. I get used to things because the pain is constant. I can continue and don't even think about it after a while. Seriously, it's like that. It's called pain management. Remember, I busted my back multiple times and stuff. I'm pretty banged up, dude. But he witnessed me take a grenade to the face. I don't know how I did that, and it's because Father protects me. That's not even something that you should be able to do. I don't even know how I hear or how I see or how I talk. It should have made me mentally retarded. It should have caused trauma, brain injury, and ruptured my whole ear canal. And I'm only blessed that it, and you could see it. It just bam. I mean, it's just right. I mean, it blew my head off the, screen door there. And only by the grace of Father am I still here today to be tortured by him and tormented by him. But this is what he wants for me. So I got to continue the discovery, because people need held accountable, not vengeance. So I've, for so long, have 16 months that I'm not filing a lawsuit. I want the charges dropped. I want to go. I want to move to Ecuador for a little while and come back here in 6 months and take a vacation. I'm not bailing on my countrymen. I never will. That's why 100%, I will never sell this property. Never, 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 never. I'll sell everything else I own right now. It's all for sale. I have a land payment. I've never missed a land payment in 10 years, brothers and sisters. Anybody want to buy a Harley Davidson? Oh, wait, it's faster than Harley. Yeah, it's not a Harley. They're woke. You want to buy a Honda? It's a Valkyrie. It's got a V6 on it. I'll sell it to you super cheap. I got land for sale. I can't believe I'm missing a land payment. And it's kind of bothering me, because remember, it's like I just shelled out tens of thousands of dollars for an attorney that's supposed to be helping me look for my son, and now it's not a thing. He hasn't done anything, fucking nothing, So I'm hoping they'll drop this case, come here this next week, or it's not this coming up, but the next. Otherwise, I don't know what I'm going to do, brothers and sisters. I can't. I got to really get centered here. I'm really trying to hyper focus on these dogs again. I don't care. Nobody. These dogs have never hurt me, cheated or stole or broken my heart. They've always been really good to me, and they've suffered so much because of this. And I hate being stressed out. And I'm trying not to. I do this for the animals because I love them. I don't want. I really try to keep my mental strength up, so dogs feel that stuff, and I don't want them. And you see a lot of the times they're fine. They love me, and I'm doing okay. But inside, I'm dying, guys. I am breaking apart inside, and my heart is in pieces, and I'm trying to just keep piecing it back together, and just keeps falling apart. And I can't seem to, and it's not my heart, it's my whole, just everything. And I know too, it's this cabin. It's this cabin. I keep breathing this tear gas in. I showed you guys it keeps coming out of the walls. It doesn't matter how many times I clean it. So, I don't care about the land anymore. I'll probably, if I miss this payment, I'm probably just going to tell Jesse, hey man, have the 10 grand. I was another 10 grand. And I just lost, how many tens of grands did I just lose now? I could have taken all this money and went to Ecuador and been retired and had a kingdom and helped 50 people down there live beautiful lives. I had a lady to rub my feet every down. Oh, maybe a guy, maybe he's good. I don't care. Just my feet. I don't want the happy ending. Now stop it. But employed people, you know, um, and put people to work. I miss so much the fact that I could have done this differently, and I'm really upset at myself. I should have listened to Elijah, and I think he may be alive. I don't know. I can't get you. I can't capture him. I can't get him in my heart like that, like in my head, in my mind, in my soul. He feels a disconnection, but there's no way he wouldn't contact me by now. There's no way. There's no way. I love that young man. He's a good young man. He loves the word. We love the word. He's my brother, mother's son. He was a moderator on here. And my poor daughter, man, all involved in this too. I'm so glad I don't have a wife. Imagine what she would have been put through. Wow. Grenaded to, shot to, who would have known? She might have been a little boisterous like me, huh? So, redressing grievances, First Amendment rights, not breaking any laws. Oh, hey, did you know Charlie Kirk? Or did you? Okay, I got to be here. So, um, I think what I need to do is I think I'm gonna get stuck here, brothers and sisters. I don't think I'm gonna get out of this country, and I have to face that now. Like a lot of things I have to face, and I just kind of been fooling myself because I've been driving towards. I got to get this done. I got to get my son back, and we're gonna talk. We're gonna be together again. We're gonna build this house. If not, we'll go somewhere else. I'll go move with him or whatever. We'll get this taken care of. That was the whole thing. We're gonna get this taken care of. We're gonna build this little family again. Get the family going because we don't have anybody else. He don't have anybody else, brothers and sisters. I don't have anybody else. Look, there's nobody's come to his rescue. There ain't nobody. I don't have nobody like me. And that's what's so weird about Adriana. That's why I think something's very nefarious. How has Adriana's parents not said anything? How have they not filed anything? How has Elijah's mom not filed anything? I mean, they came looking for Elijah and she knew he was gone. So why? It's just like, why would they go look for him at Elijah's mom's house, but they won't go look for him at Marshall's house? Why did they come here and come to here and get him here, but they won't go get him there? This whole case is just, it's really hard to swallow. You know what I'm saying? Um, I've thrown everything I have at it, and I just don't want to get separated from my dogs. It's just kind of weighing on my heart that if I take off, guys, and I get in trouble, I can't travel, so I can't go see anybody. I can't see anybody. With a warrant for my arrest over this stupid crap, I wouldn't be able to move around even outside the country. I'd have to move to one place, just stick there and look over my head, maybe be like Elijah is. That's not what I want for my life. I don't want to look over my head. I haven't done anything wrong. If they just open up the case, if I just file the damn civil lawsuits, I'd be a millionaire already. And you know me, I don't care. I don't want to own anything. I'm over it. I just want to travel now at this point. I think I'm going to hang up the whole uh, buying another farm for now until I can buy it and employ the people and build it that way. I'll have enough finances to do it. You know what I'm saying? In Ecuador, I know I could do it down there with the money, American money. I could buy. I don't need that property. There are a lot of other properties. A beautiful country, beautiful, beautiful country. And the more I read too through all this stuff, because I'm constantly trying to study that there's a lot of times things break down in these countries. Like right now, in Paraguay, there's a lot of stuff because this whole, you know, where else is at, because of this cartel stuff, because of Donald Trump. And I'm not being political, but if you go out to the countryside, it's nice. That's in the cities and up towards the coastlines and stuff that there's a lot of these problems with cartel and the shipping and the trading, the supply chain, coming off these coastlines. Of course, that's. But if you get out into the countryside, remember, I'm moving way away from the city, kind of like I'm now. I'm just going to another country and moving out to the country, in the jungle in this case. You know what I'm saying? And away from chaos. Just doing the thing. Is narrow roads, narrow is the way, right? So I'm sure maybe Elsa can testify that it's like that, and there's a lot of political upheaval in Paraguay right now. I mean, it's bad there right now. There is but there are people who they're fine, guys. They live out in the countryside, or they're not. You know what I'm saying? Am I wrong, Elsa? Do you have that type of kind of thing going on out there in Paraguay, where there's a lot of people? I've been studying more Paraguay too, since, not that I have, but since you've been part of the ministry, about the upheaval and the history of down there and the cartel and I don't think it's your country, right? I'm not sure. You don't have to disclose anything else. Never mind. Um, but that's where you're at now, and I've studied. Yeah, there's a lot going on. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but you can in Ecuador, zombie. You can in Ecuador. That's the neat thing about Ecuador. They use American money. Okay. Yeah. See, you see it down there too. You see what I'm saying? But yes, if you go into the countryside, right? You guys got countryside, right? In Paraguay. I mean, I'm looking through here. You have not just all cities. Not Paraguay is not just a big city, right? I mean, there is countryside. There's places where there isn't violence. People are farming and they live off that money down there. It's you know poquito, a little bit, but it's still, there's people living without this violence because they're not in the cities and they're not around that. It's not saying that it's not happening. It happens here in America. Remember, this is the most violent place in the world, if you ask me. They're just kidnapping people off the streets for being too poor. And we got 1,000 military bases in all 180 countries. No wonder that people are poor. The government's spending all the money. So, um, guys, again, you know, this is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get to where I can just get away from violence and farm, but I can't go if I have to be looking over my shoulder. And then I couldn't, if I got to Ecuador, then I couldn't go see Elsa and her husband and her kids in Paraguay. And I want to do that. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to get stuck in one place. If I'm gonna get stuck, I might as well just be stuck here for now. And I don't want to be here. I don't care. I don't care where I'm at. You ain't escaping judgments for whatever's coming. I mean, it's just going to happen everywhere. It already is. You know what I'm saying? It is, Elsa. I mean, truly, it's Roman never died. Rome never died. The Vatican, it's the same thing. World War II equals World War III. Here we go. I mean, it is. I know it's the most unsafe place to be, but here's what I figure. I gotta think of my dogs, man. My dogs don't need to suffer. I don't want to leave my dogs with Kevin. If something happened to me, he said they don't do good. Not that I don't like Kevin. I don't have any issue. Kevin, you know, his dogs are amazing. I love his dogs. I wish he'd visit a little bit more, but I think he's just decompressing right now. It is what it is. I just want to leave him alone. I don't like to bother people, especially when they need time apart. It's like, don't push on me right now. I'm not, not in the mood. Leave me alone. So I got it, and it's not like that because he isn't, but everything tells me to go. But if I go and take my dogs and something happens, I get arrested, then I probably may never see my dogs again. And see, that's why kind of Elijah was pretty pissed off at me before. Like, Dad, come on, man, those damn dogs. I know you love them. I love them too, Dad, but those dogs hold you down. You won't do anything because of those dogs. But if I can't leave with my dogs and not get separate them for me, it doesn't make any sense. They've already suffered enough, and they won't hurt me. and they're good boys. They're laying here right here with me now, and that's kind of crazy to think about your animals, but why make them suffer? And I could, I don't know. There's just nothing. I don't know. So it's just kind of overcoming me here that if I got to stay here, then maybe go ahead and just file these lawsuits and let's get her done. You know, maybe next week I'm gonna go into town and show these videos to a civil lawsuit attorney. Say, all right, let's do this. Let's get these people in jail now. We'll do it through the civil side. We'll file a civil lawsuit. We'll put a criminal liability against them, and this way we can do it this way. That's actually the way you'd have to be done. Because most time you try to file a criminal lawsuit against them, you won't win. They won't file it. They don't look at it. You file civil, it makes them criminal liable, and then you go after and sue their bond. Most people don't know that, but it just keeps them out of it makes them, they don't like to get in trouble. They stay in the force a lot of times. Sometimes they're not removed, sometimes they are. But I have a lot of lawsuits to file. I know just the SWAT rate alone is going to make every one of those people here that day liable. And every one of them were bonded by probably $1 million or $2 million bonds. There's at least 20 of those guys out here, plus probably 25. They're $50 million just in bonds. That's not even the lawsuit against the state. That's just the bonds. Remember, every one of these people are bonded. The judge is bonded. Yeah, the district attorney's bonded. Not anymore. See, I couldn't after him. That'd have to be a separate lawsuit against him. Probably a personal and criminal lawsuit against Ted Martin. Same thing. Personal and civil lawsuit against Michael Taylor, the elected sheriff, for not stepping in and taking care of this. He had plenty of calls to step in, irregardless if Ted Martin was the district attorney. Those people too should have got together and had a powwow and said, this guy ain't going away, man. He just keeps coming out here for 10 years and he will not stop. So what are we going to do? We need to do something. He won't shut up. And this is what they did. They said, we're going to hire the SWAT team to come out here and kill me. Welcome to my life. Nightmare called my world, my life, every day. That's what I guarantee. Any federal type, any maybe if you just did a civilian board, keep the fucking government out of it, like a private investigator, some kind of, I forget what they, and they'd see that this was an attempted murder. They came out here to silence me. That explains why they hit me with gas and grenaded me to the face so I wouldn't be able to say anything at the minimum. And it didn't work out that way. I shouldn't be able to talk. If you look at the physical evidence, I should have speech problems. I should have memory issues. I should have been, speaking gibberish, like Pat Wolke said, speaking gibberish. I shouldn't be able to really complete sentences. And it's hard to believe that I can still, do this computer brain that I do with you guys, or whatever it is, who I am, this padded room that I live in. It's my crazy world. One flew over the cuckoo's nest. It's all right. So I got to think of my dogs, guys. I keep thinking if I take off, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't know how I'm standing, Christopher. I don't know how I stand here today. I don't. I really don't. And it blew me off that door really pretty, but then I just went right back. Like, am I a robot or something? I went right back to talking about the evidence, Just didn't, and I know it's because I'm a veteran. I mean, I've been blasted. I've been grenaded before. I've been, but never in the face, never taken a grenade to the face before. That's what I'm saying. That's an attempted murder charge. That state trooper is still out there operating today. I feel like a robot, though, Elsa, sometimes how I can get up every day. I do. I feel like, how am I doing this? I don't have the strength to do this. I want to lay down in that bed and not, but I don't, remember, because I want to die a grueling death so that I know that I'm dead. I don't want to die in my sleep. Oh, that would suck. Go to bed and not know that you died. I want to know that I've died. Oh God. Oh, all right. Okay, go ahead. Let go. Oh. Let go. So, but what am I going to do, man? I got to think of these animals. And I would have eaten 5 tear gas canisters if I didn't have the dogs. So I can't give up on these dogs. Guys, think about what I'm saying, Elsa. If I came down there, right? Oh, I'm going to get out of here because I need to leave America because it's going to lock down America no matter what, sooner or later, anyways. And I get out of here, maybe that wouldn't matter. But now I'm really not going to be able to travel. And I don't want that. If things don't break down as fast, I want the ability to come see you. I want to go down, and I got viewers all over, subscribers that have given me. I think that would be the most wonderful life ever. Seriously, I think I'd be so abundantly blessed with a bounty beyond treasure that I could never measure, just to spend time with. There's 50,000 between TikTok and the 6 channels here and the backup channels between this ministry whole, the channels, the viewers that come here and watch these, watch the content. So I've been given so many invites. And remember, I'm really trying not to stay and move in anybody's house. I want to stay for like 2 or 3 days. Maybe you can convince me to stay a 4th or 5th day, but probably not. I probably just want to stay for a few days and cook a meal and see a couple sightseeing places and go visit the next person and go just travel. It would be just a lot, and share the gospel, sit down and share the gospel, fellowship with each other in person instead of over this, and this is okay. And if I never get it, I'm cool too, but I'm just saying, you know, got to figure out a way to not fall apart here. I am breaking. My mind is being shattered now. My heart has already been shattered, but my mind is really starting to get split in pieces here, and I can't keep telling myself I go this way. My instincts are get the hell out of here. This is crazy. They're locking the whole country down for people. They're locking crazy people down. They call people like me crazy, so I'm sure I'm first on their list. So it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But just the instincts. So God has He has me in His hands, and there's nothing I can do. And I really need to think about my animals and stop trying to split myself in so many directions. I'm going to fracture my mind where I'm going to lose it. And I'm fine. I'm not saying I'm going to lose it like that. I'm just going to check out for a while and just say, okay, I did that when I've been stolen from before. I've been people take everything from me. I had everything taken from me, my vehicle, in the middle of the winter, and I couldn't even leave. I couldn't even leave this place. And we were snowed in. I didn't talk to anybody for 6 months. 6 months. I was so a little scarred at Father. I was upset at Father. I'm like, I'm not talking to anybody. I'm not doing this. I'm not going to talk to nobody. This world doesn't like me. There's nobody here like me, and nobody wants to be a part of my life. I was actually having some, not like that. It was with Elijah. It was over some stupid title on a car, like a title that was reconstructed and one wasn't. And we were just we both moved cars and we got a little, so I didn't even talk to him, you know, and that's the longest I've ever gone without talking to my son. And so why he would go 16 months now without talking to me, I don't know. Don't make no sense. So I really probably shouldn't do anything stupid because that would get my dogs hurt again. And I'm sure they would figure it out, but I don't know. If I went to some other country and I have my dogs in another country and they eventually issue a warrant for my arrest over me, my son's probation, remember? I'm getting arrested over my son's probation. But I don't know. These dogs are going to end up paying the price, man. And why should they be suffer? Because look at there, they lay right next to me and they love me no matter what. And they're happy to see me. And like I said, they don't hurt me or cheat on me or steal anything and break my heart and disappoint me. They never disappoint. They're always the best. Just like that best guy. So, I don't know. Like I said, I better get focused. Yep, that's what I said. Father always crushes them. So this is an exact experience of me trying to help my son, and it just makes it worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. So I think it's time to go on strike, not just disappear from the world, but just stop trying to do anything. Just take care of myself for a while and take care of my animals. And if I get locked in this country, oh well. I'm prepared as I could be. I mean, I know I can need a lot more things. I don't know firewood, but I'll figure it out. I'll bundle up. I'll figure it out. But I think maybe leaving, and I'm going to fight the instinct because I know this is not a safe place to be. This is the worst place in the whole world right now to be is America. And I don't care what anybody thinks. I got a lot of survival skills. I got a lot of instincts. And I'm telling you, no other country's kidnapping people for being poor or having a mental disability, involuntary detention, voluntary detainment. So by executive order too. So that's scary as hell. Thinking they're kidnapping homeless people here. See, I don't want to have this land here when homeless people are getting kicked off the streets and put. When I have all this land, it hurts my heart every day. It does. I wear the weight of the world on my shoulder. I don't care. I just who I am. Father made me this. People say, "Well, you're an emotional motherfucker, aren't you?" Oh yeah, a little bit. I care about people a lot. The world. I don't care if they care about me or not. I care about people's rights. You know, I feel like this: if nobody's hurting anybody, you should never touch or talk or leave that person alone. That's what my dad told me. If you don't hurt anybody else, you can do whatever you want, son. Don't hurt yourself either. But I don't care. Don't let the world ever tell you. You can do whatever the hell you want. You can become whoever you want. You can be the president. I don't care what everybody says. There's nothing you can't do. You can do whatever the hell you want in this life, but don't hurt anybody and don't hurt anybody else. But don't ever let anybody tell you that. He was teaching me organic law. He knew the law of the land. My dad died at 37. He was extremely wise. He was very wise man. Knew things beyond his years. Very wise. Um, Taught me a lot of things. Very things I still hold deep core in my who I am. So, um, but he was teaching me that. I'm saying that you have the right. If there's no victim, there's no crime. If somebody's not hurting anybody, leave them the fuck alone. Don't touch them. Don't talk. Don't force them to do anything. So, but we've come a long way from that, and so that's just the way my brain works. If I'm not hurting anybody and I'm not, so and even in like this kid, there's no victim. That all these people, how many people are sitting in a jail cell with no victim right now, imprisoned in this country? So it's not safe. There's more people locked up in America than all the other countries combined. You actually have a better chance of being thrown in jail or prison in America than you do than any other country. Actually, all the other countries combined. How the fuck is that a safe nation? How's that a free nation? It's not. It's not. So my hand's in God's hands. If God wants this charges dropped, then I'll go. If not, I'm gonna have to stay here, brothers and sisters. I can't leave here with my dogs. I can't get them fucking taken away from me. Oh, Tracy, see, here you go. Worry about other people and other things before you worry about yourself. Or my dogs. I have this problem. My son said I have this problem with the dog. So it is what it is. You know, I guess am I not showing faith? Is that should I show more faith and just go? Fuck it. Send it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, isn't that insane? More people locked up in America than all the other countries combined. How's this a safe or free nation? Americans are idiots. They don't even know the statistics of their own country. The things that happen to their own countrymen, they don't care. That's what I'm saying. People in America are savages, and I don't care what people think about me in America. I'm tired of this. I really wish they could just put the American tabs. You see, because they have a First Amendment right to speak up, that they say these things. I'm not saying that people outside America aren't savages and don't say shit, but I guarantee if you did a poll, it's going to be about 96, 7% of the swine bullshit that comes out of people's mouth on this comment section comes from Americans. So I'm not wrong, Bruce. I know I'm not. I just feel the one Americans in the room almost, you know what I'm saying? So, and it's not that. It's not, it's the fact that they don't want to talk about the things. There are people who do care in this country about the rights, but and some of them are like, well, hey, I'm gonna get away from the system. I have respect for people like that, but I really don't have respect anymore for anybody who participates in a system that's literally kidnapping people for being too poor when they're the ones robbing all the money. 40% of this populace works for the government in one way, shape, or form. So if you aren't locked up in jail, you're pretty much working for the government or you're a government bootlicker. It's hard to believe that there's that. I mean, The statistics are, it's unbelievable what's going on in this country. And remember, most people are already enslaved by debt. You know what I'm saying? They're enslaved by debt slaves imprisoning them, and keep putting more and more walls around them with all these regulations, codes, mandates, ordinances, HOAs. What the hell? That's not free. See what I'm saying? What happened to, no victim, no crime, the right of the people. So where's this correct in America? So I still gonna fight this instinct, brothers, sisters. So it's hard, man. This sucks, you know. I'm not saying I wish I didn't have these dogs, but man, because I think that these Deagle maps are going to come to pass, and I really do. And if they don't, oh, thank you, Father. Oh, blessing. Please don't let the Deagle maps come to pass. I don't want the Deagle maps to come to pass. I just think they are. I really do. I really think in the next 2 or 3 months, there is so much of massive events that are currently even happening. Like people aren't paying attention to that. Russia just moved drones into fucking Poland. That's what I'm saying. We're over there messing with Iran. And they're going to go back into Iran. Watch. Venezuela, the cartel. This is a world fucking war right now. This is world war as it gets, man. You can't be any more world. I mean, what? Bombs falling again? See, that's America. They don't think there's a war until there's a mushroom cloud that they can film with their camera. They're going to watch the end of the world on their 50 million inch plasma TV that used to cost $6,000. That's now $199, and watch it eating popcorn, Pop Tarts, ho-hos, whatever you want, and watch the whole end of the world take place from the comfort of their own living room. Look at me. Strange clouds, feeling a little cloudy, a little fuzzy-headed. Me, I don't know how I feel. What I'm feeling, I feel a little comfortably numb right about now. That's what I tell you I'm feeling. I have become comfortably numb. Okay. Is this a little pinprick? There'll be no more. Ah! You may feel a little sick. Can you stand up? I do believe it's working. Good. That'll keep you going for the show. Come on, it's time to go. There is no pain you are receiving. A distant ship smoke on the horizon, and you are only coming through in waves. Your lips move, but I can't hear what you're saying. When I was a child, I had a feeling. My hands felt just like 2 balloons. All right, we'll just stop right there. You got them swollen hand blues? Hand blues, hand swollen hand blues. You guys, that's Pink Floyd, man. That's Roger Waters. We're right there. Didn't you hear what I was saying? That'll keep you going for the show. Come on, it's time to go. You little shit, you little. I hope they throw away the key. You should have talked to me more often than you did. You had to go your own way. Have you broken up any homes lately? Oh, Your Honor, let me take him home. All right. Tear down the walls. We're here, brothers and sisters. I hope you understand. You need to go watch that movie. Not stoned, not drunk, not high, not on drugs. Watch it. It's happening right now. Oh, that's coming. You guys don't think nobody else has decoded it, but I'm the only one that's decoded this that I know. Should probably get a hold of Casey again. Say, hey, Casey, do a decode for me on Trump and the wall. We don't need no education. Father knew exactly when he wrote through Roger Waters what was going to happen. How World War II equals World War III. Now I got them swollen hand blues. again, I really wish you guys had a little bit more, could see what I see in that movie. I just see it completely. That's Pinky as Trump. So, go watch it again. You'll go, oh my God, holy crap. And then you'll see you kind of got a blueprint of where we're headed. Camps, the hammer's coming down on you. So, oh, what am I going to make for dinner here, guys? I better get some food in my belly here pretty soon, because my energy keeps getting drained because my stress level's pretty high. So I've actually been eating a little more. Oh, I said I was going to make barbecue beef sandwiches, didn't I? Pardon me. Barbecue beef it is. I make a pretty good barbecue beef sandwich. Plus, I'm going to make it out of steak. So I'm not going to cut it all up, but like I said, I'll make that steak 3 meals. So it was an $8 steak. I'm making it work for 3 meals. I'm not a frivolous guy. Like I said, I don't have a touch of money and get what I can get this month for, I'm trying to be, they didn't get my AdSense, I got my credit card broken into. Father piles this stuff in on me like crazy when he does. But hey, all right, I was glad to keep the phone going yesterday. I took that money out of that Bitcoin and put it onto the Cash App, so I got it paid. Wasn't that nice of Paul too earlier? Man, I wish he would have put that on my Cash App card, but that's okay. I don't think he knew, and that's okay. I'm not gonna complain. I felt so bad for saying something to him, too. I mean, I don't mean to, and then I didn't. I just, man, I want to turn that off, because he probably would have put that in PayPal or Cash App, and I could have probably gotten tires for my vehicle to go to court next week. So, no, that's all God's timing. Remember again. So, actually, probably won't see that for another more than a month, because it goes on every 21st to 26th or something like that. So, yes, barbecue beef. I wish I had some more cheddar, but I used up all my cheddar. Okay, barbecue beef sandwiches are good without cheddar. But they're even better when you put cheddar on barbecue beef sandwiches. So, yeah. That's how I do my Tennessee tacos, with cheddar and barbecue beef, or pulled pork or brisket. And the best, obviously, is with pulled pork, but I don't eat pork. But onion straws, barbecue sauce, coleslaw, cheddar on a soft, street taco shell. They are fire. That crunch with those French onions, that snap of that coleslaw, barbecue sauce, the cheddar off of that barbecue sauce, and those onions and that coleslaw. Man, it's fire. They're Tennessee tacos, Tennessee fusion tacos. That's what I call them. I make a lot of fusion style tacos, so those are really good. Just try them sometime. What do you think I should do here, brothers, sisters? You guys, help me out, man. I don't know what the hell to do. Like I said, I still want to go, but man, I don't want to get my dogs in trouble. If I went out of the country, I'm going to get separated from my dogs. There's no way my dogs are going to get back to Kevin. You know what I'm saying? There's no way my dogs get back to Kevin. It's just too far. I just don't think it'd be possible. If I was around here or something, if I stayed in the U.S. or in the state or something happened, of course you can pick them up. I don't think I'm in another country. Kevin's going to come get my dogs. I'm going to get separated from them. So, all right, hold on, I'm going to grab this one. Feelings. You little shit, you little. I hope they throw away the key. You should have told me often you did. You had to go your own way. Broken up and home. Let me take them home. Crazy. Towards the attic. I am crazy. Oh, I'm using my skillet as my cutting board. You guys use cast iron? I love my cast iron. Yeah, there's an art to cooking on cast iron. Most people don't have the patience to cook on cast iron. I'll slice these up real thin. Oh, my steak there. That's a tri-tip, piece of tri-tip. Like tri-tip barbecue beef. Slice it real thin. Thin to win. Almost paper thin. Nice. The puppy just smelled that. I smelled. He's like, oh, we're getting into the good section there. Look at all that. Yeah, we're getting that. A little over. Probably just right about medium rare. Not quite rare. I grew up eating my meat rare. Rare but not cold. My dad liked his meat super rare. But not cold. That's how I order it. Just barely dead. Barely dead. Oh man. That's a freaking. Look at that steak there. Pretty fabulous. Got red pepper, garlic, and a beef stock. Yeah, Chinese food, huh? You walk out of the Chinese buffet, you're like, oh my God, I don't think you can make it to the freaking get to the car. Get to the car door, you're like, I think I'm hungry again. What's up with that, dude? Go to the Chinese buffet, man. Get stuff. You're just walking out there, waddling out there. You get to the car door, you're like, looking back, man, maybe you should go back in there, man. No, you don't stay. You've been here for 3 hours. You used the bathroom 3 times. This is all you can eat, not eat all you can. You need to leave now. Remember I told you I got kicked out of the Vietnamese buffet? Or excuse me, the Korean buffet. Never been kicked out of a buffet before. We were eating a lot of food, man. We had a lot of their damn food, man. When they're put down that steak, man, I'll tell you what, oh, what is it called now? I can never remember on the spot. Not bulgogi. That's Korean. Yeah, that's Korean. Whatever that steak is, I can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, we finished off 3 Schaefers of those. So they threw us all out of there. Look at that beautiful tri-tip, though. It's a beautiful steak. Yummy. I'd probably just eat it that way, but I would make a sandwich out of it. They got a pretty good buffet in Bulgogi. There we go. Thank you, Bulgogi. Not Dogogi, that's Kegogi. That's dog. Kegogi's dog. Bulgogi's beef. Yeah, they had the, the grills right there. You cook all the meat right there off of the, kind of like a, what are those other ones they do where they do the grill? What are those? Mongolian, where they cook all the meat in front of you, or not? Yeah, they cook the meat for you. Mongolian grill. You grill. No dogogi for you? Kegogi. No dogogi? Have you tried the dogogi? What? You just had some of that kegogi. That's some pretty good dog, huh? What? Oh, man. That's probably enough, man. I'm going to just sit here and eat the rest of this. Slice this bad boy up and Now that meat is beautiful. Look at this. Look at that. I think I made some. I'm gonna make some crap. Look at that. That's gonna make some awesome barbecue beef. What do you think? Look at that meat. Yeah, let's try it. So, well, I'm gonna cut the rest of this up and just eat the rest of this pieces. But perfect. Perfect. Throw some of that corn syrup, sweet baby rays at that, and that'll be on fire. My life sucks, but the food's good. Look at that. Look at the quality of that meat. You can tell how good quality that meat is. Look at that. Ain't none of that bristly nonsense. Look at that. Got the crust on the outside. It's not even smoked, but it looks like it's been smoked. Oh. I'm a barbecue master. Oh, using my plastic fork. So, yeah, I told you this is from this local store that has good quality meat. Yeah. No more spoon or no more fork. Uh-oh. She broke up, Captain Kirk. Charlie Kirk didn't Kirk himself. Charlie Kirk didn't Charlie 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 Kirk himself. Take some more of that algorithm. Take that algorithm. Charlie Kirk didn't Charlie Kirk himself. Charlie Kirk's hanging out with Epstein and Kobe. No, that's not. This is not. These are actually this. This meat's raised right here in Central Oregon. No. Charlie Kirk supported a Charlie Kirk is a pedophile supporter. Anybody who supports Charlie Kirk's my enemy. They support pedophiles too, just like the pedophile pretended. So, Father's going to put his judgments on your ass for supporting people who support PDF files. Don't worry, I won't say good luck. There's no such thing as luck. Not by luck. You support somebody who supports a PDF file, huh? We're going to give these to the puppies. We're going to give these to the puppies. They don't know it yet, but we're going to give these to the puppies. What do you think? These are puppy pieces. Look at these awesome puppy pieces. Because I love my puppies. Yep, eye for an eye makes everyone blind. There we go. That's why you support pedophiles and you're blind as a bat, huh? Can't tell your ass from a hole in the ground. It's a problem with society today. They couldn't tell good from evil. Remember? Evil come dressed with a pair of fishnet stockings and high heels and lipstick. You're going to let him give him an invite? Let him in? Remember, he could put lipstick and high heels on a pig. It ain't pretty. I ain't kissing it. I don't eat pork anyway. So he said, don't sup with swine. Don't cash your pearls in snow. Don't sup with vipers. Don't cash your pearls before swine. Where you put your treasure? Well, that matters. Father created more vipers than he did, well, goats. Goats, greatest of all time. I'm the greatest of all time. Greatest. How do you know when somebody's antichrist? When they say peace. How do you know when somebody's say antichrist? When they say the greatest. MAGA, MAGA. Remember the high priest of the Satan church? Do as thou will. Do as thou will. Do as thou will. Oh, dang. Let's get some queso. Some barbecue. Barbecue. Oh, yeah. We'll use that like that. Be what you be, what you be, what you be. Well, let's not do barbecue beef. Let's do steak. Put a little bit in there, but not a lot. All right, did you guys hashtag that out across the world? Did it get hashtagged out? Need to hashtag that out across this whole rock, north, east, west, and south. Hashtag. Charlie Kirk didn't Charlie Kirk himself. Remember, he's hanging out with Epstein. Remember, Epstein didn't Epstein himself. Bottom, bottom, bottom to the top, to the top, to the bottom. Oh, I got him. Yeah. There we go. Excuse me. Big. Thank you. Thank you, Biggie. It's pretty good, huh? Why not? I can't believe they're falling for this. They ain't even looking into anything else, so they're not even trying. You know, this feeding what they're spoon fed, whatever the narrative's telling them, and they're running with it. You know, this is the perfect divide. They're using this guy and basically martyring him to make the left look like they're, you know, as I said, Trump came out before they'd even supposedly found the shooter and said it was an extreme leftist, you know. So they already painted the narrative before they even captured the shooter. So, you know, and they do that a lot, you know. So I think it's hilarious to watch. Oh, you're such a savage. Somebody died. My ass. Shut up. You just take whatever you're given and just run with it. Why do you think they call it the mockingbird media? So, all the same actors, crisis actors, you know. Because there's just too many discrepancies in this one already. You don't even have to look that far in it. You can debunk that, you know. Doesn't take long. Like I said, I told you I spent 6 hours and I found so much information. And there's so much information that's come out since then. That was like the second day. So, all right, I did these with, actually did just a little bit of barbecue. Oh man, I forgot to put the cheddar on there. Hold on. Let me go put this cheddar on there. I had a little bit of cheddar. Dude, I got something in my damn sock. Yes. I ain't been outside. Did I get it? I don't think so. I don't think so. It's right there. Oh, come on now. It'll be one of those ones where I can't get this out until I take my damn sock off. It's sticking out of my sock. Why can't I pull that damn thing out of there? All right, I'm gonna have to take my. Yeah, there's even discrepancies in already in the pictures. You know what I'm saying? Of the who it is. The ears don't match. The eyes, the nose don't match. You know what I'm saying? The eyes don't even match, or the ears, the nose. It's crazy. That just people just buy whatever they're given, man. You know? No discernment, no investigation skills whatsoever. You know, I don't know why people just take whatever the the narrative's given and they just no. That's what I'm saying. There's more than suspicious in this case. You know what I'm saying, Elsa? It's like the whole Trump the second shooting where his ear got shot. You know how much evidence there is to show that there were three separate shooters there? You know, it's hogwash. You know, like the first shooter, he sat in the bushes for 12 hours. It was supposedly the greatest security team ever. He sat in the bushes for 12 hours, right? And then went what, 45 miles? Then they let this guy get 45 miles away. What? Come on. And then nobody ever talks about the fact that there was a surface-to-air missile that Trump was shot at as well. Nobody talks about that. He asked Joe Biden for all military support, and Biden gave it to him. Said, "Okay, well, I'll give you everything with the Air Force." I think, you know, This is stupid, man. It's ridiculous how this whole, nobody will research anything. And if you actually go research, like I said, there's nothing to show that he's even, like I said, his wife is even out saying that he's still here. He's still here. He's still here. All these, she put out some video about him. You can tell those hands are fake hands. And she's in there doing some weird talking, or I don't even, I couldn't even watch it. It was stupid. I'm like, who in the hell goes out and makes these videos right after their husband is, what I'm saying? No, we're not talking about still there in spirit, Jeff. That's not what she was fucking talking about. If you were one of those that's buying it, get the fuck out of here. There's nothing. The guy is not fucking dead. Stop it. You fucking get the fuck out of here. That's what I'm saying. How much you want to bet there's millions of robots living amongst the population right now? Fucking idiots just believe whatever they're told. There is so much evidence now against the fact that he's fucking shot dead. I mean, there's nothing out to even support it. Look at all these books and shit that came out before. And his wife going out and doing all this shit just supports it, all of it too. They like to just put it in people's faces. People just buy whatever. Remember, they just buy whatever. They don't even look. What about the fucking finger? Oh, he's Ring's finger. He was changed. You don't change it while you're holding onto a goddamn microphone. His shirt, all of it, none of it. Like I said, you need to break this shit down like a forensic scientist and do it frame by frame. But nobody will do that. All this bullshit sidetracking with these fucking shooters and all that. It's hogwash. Fucking hogwash. It's a distraction. It's going to lead to the taking of American guns probably before the end of the year. All of them. Not one of you motherfuckers in America will own a gun. Don't care what you say. I don't give a rat's ass what you think. I really don't. The Charlie Kirk shooting leads to gun control. 100%. You say anything else, get the fuck out of here. I don't know why people are that fucking stupid. And people are buying it too. They're eating this shit up, man. They're not even seeing that's where this is headed. They're so fucking stupid in America. They really are. People are just quite... Ignorance is one thing, right? Because they don't know. But stupidity means they just don't fucking care. Like, what's the difference between having one black eye and two black eyes? Stupid. You didn't fucking listen the first time, did you? So it's all a hoax. It's what, that's why I'm totally refusing it. Every day there's going to be more evidence. And this is exactly what they want, though. They're doing this. They got to be just drooling in their pants right now. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God, this is working perfect. Look, we got them. It's quite hilarious. Whatever, man. Half the images they have no blood. Some of them have blood. It's all a hogwash. I ain't even looking into it anymore because they just keep coming out with more and more and more stuff. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's already decoded it by now. But then you're going to have the staunch people who said, no, no, no. See, fucking leave those people alone. They're done. Put a fork in them. They're done. They have no brain. They have no skill set whatsoever to even use any kind of investigative skills at all. So if we're going to put theory, make this all theory, my theory, it was a fucking robot. Because you can buy a sex doll that looks just like something, and you can't tell that that's just a sex doll. Imagine what DARPA's got. Imagine what continuity of government's got. They were using him as a political fucking pawn. That's all Charlie Kirk was, a political pawn. That's all they used him. A perfect setup. They knew exactly what, and by martyring him like they did, they just gave the whole validity to the whole damn thing. Gun control, extreme leftism, the transgender crap, because they're pushing that this shooter is transgender. This is the perfect. They're drooling at this opportunity here. It's called Hegelian dialect, problem, reaction, solution, brothers. This is what this Charlie Kirk thing is. I'm not kidding. I'm tired of people coming in here being so fucking stupid now. I mean, this is worse than 9/11. You know, there's a lot of evidence on 9/11. Though there's a lot of evidence on this too. I mean, just go look. Meaning people just buy into the narrative. What do they see on the television? Remember, Richard Nixon says Americans don't believe anything until they see it on television. Social media, so true today. Oh, my steak is yummy. Look at that. I put more steak sauce than barbecue, so it's kind of tangy instead of sweet. That's what I'm saying, Elsa. They've got this going in the algorithm. They're looking at all this. They're watching this right now in real time. Because they have AI, they have computers. They don't learn. They put all the algorithm and watch what everybody's doing, and it puts out, it outputs the, whatever's put in it. So they're watching this right now. I guarantee you. If nobody reacts to this, they're going to take the guns. I'm telling you. And I see how they're going to do this, though. And they'll do it again. They'll do it again. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, what I'm saying. I don't think people can wrap their brain around that there is millions of robots that are integrated through all 180 countries, throughout our countries, all of them. And you couldn't tell you work right next to fucking one. You don't know him, you don't know her, they're just integrated into society. We have the technology. Like I said, I don't mean to be extreme, but you ever seen a sex doll? They can make those little babies. For Christ's sake, they need to stop making those little fucking babies. Those things are terrorizing looking. They look so goddamn real. You know, see little babies people have, they buy babies, they want dude, that is sickening. I don't know why I don't like the idea of that. I don't know why those little baby dolls bother me so much, but I have just the weirdest feeling about those things. I don't like those things at all. But you can't tell. You see those things, they have all the skin is right. It's the texture. It's spot on, man. And so, remember, we went to the moon so we can send somebody to the moon so we can surely build a robot, right? So, whether people realize, I don't think people have any idea what's going on. That is the next false flag. 100%. I know it now. I'm not kidding. I know it is. I already talked to, they've already been dragging these robots up into the ISS and all that so they can drop them back down on top of everybody. Oh my God. There's aliens in the sky. Well, we've been putting that shit up there for how long? Reagan, Star Wars. They've been getting that shit up there already. That's what I'm saying, Elsa. You can't. There's no way. I guarantee you, there's probably like somebody works at an assembly factory. That motherfucker comes to work, does whatever. It's not that it responds to you and everything. That technology has been around for thousands of years. It has. This is just alchemy. A robot is just an alchemy with a computer in it, and computers have been around forever. So, and I'm telling you why. Elsa, why are they going to do a false flag with robots? What's the whole plan behind the robots with false flags, Elsa? Anybody can answer that too. Why are they going to do this whole robot tech thing? They're alive. Hint, hint. Robots are ushering crypto? Absolutely, because they're going to do the whole system. But what is the main? It is for their protection. So, it's for their protection. They're going to need people to protect them. If they can have those things guard them, then they don't need humans to protect them anymore. I know that sounds a little crazy. So the main agenda behind the robotics and the AI and the DARPA and the Boston Dynamics and all these Elon Musk having warehouses and is eugenics, population control. Watch. You're going to remember this, Elsa. How do you get rid of 200 million Americans? A fake alien invasion. They're alive. Aliens are alive too, you know that? And we live on a spinning ball planet too, right? I can see it, Elsa. I see it as plain as day. You know what I'm saying? Remember, a demon is a liar. No such thing as demons. Demons, we all been a demon, but they're working with they're working with Satan. They're working with the children of darkness. You know them by their fruit. Don't judge them by their cover. They might be dressed up in a suit. Doesn't mean they're not evil. So this whole program between this robotics program is all leading to population control. Police state, credit scoring, digital tracking, yep. But I'm telling you, how do you disappear 200 million Americans? Well, the robots did it. The robots killed them. Look, sister, they can do it as easy as, oh my God, some of these escaped out of the laboratory. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? They escaped out of a laboratory. There's a bad faction. Well, we got good factions that will go, and they'll do factions of robots. We'll have rock'em sock'em robot wars. Red and blue or whatever they decide to do. They'll do something. People don't think this is coming, but it's coming real quick, man. They're waiting for the lights out event to do this still. So, I see it. I know their order. They're going to do this. They're waiting for the sun to do whatever it's going to do. Remember, if they could have left here, they would have colonized the moon. If we were going to Mars, they would have, already probably left by now. And so if something with military in 20 plus states, which obviously it's here and something bigger is coming, they're not going to tell everybody, or that would incite panic, correct? If there was a larger event coming that they knew, well, look what they're doing. And they know this. That's why they're doing what they're doing. So you can't say there's not an event planned or coming, and they plan on writing. And I'm telling you what it is. It's the sun cycle. So if there was something coming, and we're this far in where we have military on 20 streets of America, and they could get out of here, they already would have left. I'm telling you, these elitists already would have left. We already saw this Branson going to the moon and the ladies and that. They're up there bringing more shit up there, bringing more payloads up there so they could do this event. All the satellite is this Project Blue Book, not beam. It will shoot down beam technology, directed energy technology or whatever, but Project Blue Book is part of the same faction of the 1945, alien given to, to Adolf technology, all that nonsense. It's leading up to this time. And I'm telling you, people don't see it, but they've been putting this in the dark web and the white papers for decades. And it's not hard to see for me. And it's going to be really hard to watch, but this is going to happen really fast to watch. Like the COVID, it's going to come really quick. You're going to turn overnight, and there already are police robots walking the streets in many countries right now. Not these sex toys walking around, basically, right? If you will, but actual robots, trash can looking R2D2 type stuff too, to just be slapping in their face. You know what I'm saying? So, well, that's what I'm saying. If they could already, if there was some event come, they already would have been gone. We already seen they suppose they can get out of here. I'm sure they were trying to get out of here still with those, with those, whatever they were doing, all those, whatever, going to the moon, going to space, they were going to our upper atmosphere. They weren't even going to space. If you looked at where space is at on the map that shows, our stratosphere, the mesosphere, the ionosphere, the heliosphere, all these different layers of our atmosphere, they only go into our upper atmosphere. Nobody goes to space. It's so funny. This world, I mean, if people would actually look for themselves and understood how the atmosphere worked, you realize nobody's ever gone to space. And that's not where the ISS is not sitting in space, So I see it. Because remember, all you have to do is convince people that a computer is alive or a robot is alive, and they'll believe it. And then they'll buy into that narrative, and they'll go, well, oh my God, the robots are killing people, honey. Look, oh my God, what are we going to do? Well, there's good ones, and they're here to save us. But there's these bad ones too. See? Terminator, here we go. They did it in the movies. Wall-E, number 5, alive, right? They put this in front of our faces over and over again on what they would eventually, this world would look at. You think they didn't put that in movies for no reason. You think they scripted these movies like Terminator, Wall-E, all these movies, Short Circuit, do you think they do that for no reason? No. They know exactly where this is headed. And they put it right in front of everybody's faces. So when this does happen, most people just think it's a movie. Seriously, it's predictive programming. It's softening them up. It makes them problem, reaction, solution, Hegelian dialect. They know what they're going to do ahead of time. And they know how the public will react, especially with all these algorithms, with all this advanced AI tech, or advanced, they call it advanced, artificial. There's no artificial intelligence. That's bullshit. You're an antichrist. It is what you are, but it's advanced intelligence, not artificial. Computers don't learn. But see, that's as hard as it is going to. I don't know why they haven't already done it. I'm 100% serious. I don't know why they haven't already made this event happen, but I know why. They're riding the celestial cycle. They're waiting for the sun to take down the technology, and then that's when it's going to happen. When the lights go out, they're going to light up all their satellites, and they're going to, they're going to project all this imagery above our heads. We are underneath a dome, okay? It doesn't matter. I'm not talking about shape. We have I already told you, we have a heliosphere, right, on the sun. Heliosphere on the sun, and in the magnetosphere on our rock. Insulated border. What the fuck are you talking about? Stop typing in capital letters. Stop screaming. Stop typing in capital letters. You'll be kicked out of here. Slow down. Come in here screaming like a little bitch, like a little dog, little baby pounding your hands or something. Insulated border. Border? Are you one of these dumb fucks that are talking about the border? Like aliens and borders? Illegal aliens? I don't think you know what you're talking about. So, a geometric order. Man, I've heard some stupid shit today, but I think we've found one of these people thinks they're spinning on some ball again. Geometry, block, ball, corkscrewing on a rock, block, ball, third rock from the sun, in the third dimension, corkscrewing and spinning through time and space. Is that what you are? We're spinning on a block, rock, ball, corkscrewing on third rock from the sun, corkscrewing and spinning through time and space. Well, then why the hell do you need to go to space? You're already in space. You don't know the heliocentric model, do you? Or the geocentric model. Space balls. Oh, there's another comet discovered, guys. I don't know if you saw that. They discovered another comet out of nowhere. It's got a green hue to it. So, more comets. Here we go. Starting to get cold in here, boys. Doesn't take long. The sun's still up and it's getting cold. The sun's still up and it's getting cold already, man. This cabin's already cooling off. This is not good. We are not in a good position here this winter, boys. We are going to be colder and all get out if we got to stay here. That is not going to be good for us. We'll be hurting for certain. Killed like a popsicle. Huh. I think this winter could turn out to be a pretty tough winter. I think it's going to beat some of these predicted models that are out there. And they're already predicting a cold winter, but for the East. But there we go. So I don't know. I got to figure something out in my life, man. You see how I'm getting torn. It's not like I'm getting torn in one place. I'm getting torn in all kinds of directions here. And knowing they're doing this lockdown, it's already in place. They already got 20 plus states with military in them. And people saying there's nothing happening. The president has already changed it to the Department of War. It was that before, but from Department of Defense outright telling people in America, war. But they're like, no, there's no war in America. Ay. And like I said, maybe if I had somebody here with me too, and I know Kevin will be all right, but like I said, he just hasn't shown a lot of potential like that, to grind in and become part of this team, become a part of what I'm doing out here. He's just kind of doing his own thing, and I'm totally okay with that. I have no ill will towards Kevin. He can keep doing his thing because he needs this place. His father, I think, brought him here for that. So I'll leave him alone. If he doesn't want to talk to me ever again, and he will. I'm not saying that, just he needs to decompress, but it's gonna be sucked to be stuck here by myself, man. Because I don't think before the end of the year that this country will be what it is. According to the Deagle maps, the Deagle maps, 200 million Americans are going to be disappearing. I'm telling you how they're going to do it. They're going to do it via robot. That's what this whole thing was. It was a test. Charlie Kirk himself. It's a test. It's a fucking test. And people don't see it. And I can't stand when I'm in front of this stuff like this and it's just plain as the nose on my face and people just don't want to look at it. You don't see it because you don't look down, but your nose is there whether you like it or not. You got a nose. It's there. You don't see it unless you look in a mirror. So you have to look down at your nose. It does, it's there. A lot of people don't realize that these things are right in front of you, but you're not looking because you're not looking down. You got your head up your ass or something. I don't know what it is about these people, but they don't want to see where this is all headed. But I think the Deagle maps are going to be right now. This is really starting to lean towards that, and that sucks. That's a lot of dead bodies. That's 200 million Americans. But shit, look what we did to Ukraine. Look how many bodies have been lost over there in Ukraine alone. Look at all this shit going on in the desert. Look how many millions of people this country has wasted with their population eugenics control by the governments, because people love the government. They send their kids off to war. And now they're going to draft American women. So I don't think that this population is going to fend very well. Not in America, they won't. Remember, we talked about this. So are they hiding the Deagle maps now? See, what the hell, man? This is something, brothers. I'm telling you, there's something to this. There's something to this. And if you look, Venezuela's population goes up and ours goes down by 200 million. So all these people are confident that I ain't even hearing anybody hardly talking about Venezuela anymore, because everybody's all worried about, the guy that was leaning a little bit to the right and then, it started leaning to the left, right? Distraction, mass distraction, weapons of mass distraction, WMDs, weapons of mass distraction. I never did find any weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, did they? Saddam Hussein. So it is what it is, but God is so brutal to me right now. I don't know why he won't unchain me and just let me fucking go, man. I don't want to be chained in here with these Americans. They're not very smart. There are some smart ones, but they're probably already away from people, not in cities trying to fight with people. Those are dumb fucking idiots. Anybody who lives in a city right now is just lost. I mean, if they can get out. There's some people who can't. I don't want to sit there and try to, there's some people who can't get out of the city, but God, there's people who ain't even trying. You know what I'm saying? They're not even trying. That's fucking stupid, man. They're not. So the cities aren't going to fend well. You look at all the movies, the cities are the wastelands. Why in the fuck would people live in the cities? Because it's convenience. It's the convenience they want. And that is, it is what it is. You're not going to change it. People have a nature to fall towards convenience. Love, it's fucking drive-through, man. Uber Eats, DoorDash. Now everybody wants that shit delivered to their fucking door. That's why I don't even want to sell anything on the internet anymore. Fucking Jew me down. I got stuff for $1,000. You're gonna Jew me down to $400 and then want me to deliver the motherfucking thing all the way across the state, not even pay me. I never ever saw that before the COVID, guys. Ever. I've been selling on the internet for 20 years. And if they did, they were willing to pay me. That wasn't until that DoorDash and Uber Eats, everybody expects everything on a silver platter brought right to their door. Amazon, DoorDash, Uber Eats. Yeah, they had that shit all set up before the COVID too. Like they knew what they were doing. Is it puppy time yet? Oh, almost. Oh, well. I put some live rosin on that one. Oh, man. Yeah, but that's, it is. It breeds that convenience, too. And a lot of it, they did it to people. When they make it to where you can't even do anything but have 2 fucking jobs to make your payments, you're going to hit the fucking drive-through. You're going to hit the bucket, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? They're going to hit the, they're going to hit that convenience. They don't have time to go home and cook a fucking meal. They don't even have food in the refrigerator. Hardly most people in America don't even have 2-3 days, let alone 2 weeks or 2 months or 2 years worth of food. You know what I'm saying? Idiots. Fucking lost, man. They're not going to fend well. And the government's depending on their stupidity and their ignorance. They got them all smart meters, so they're not very smart, obviously. They're food for Wi-Fi. They're just sitting in a tower, in a microwave soup towers, microwave radiation towers, 5G, oxygen absorption, depletion waves, all this stuff. It's just, people are frontal lobotomy. Go to work, get a job, pay taxes so I can kill Ukrainian women and children in other countries and just repeat, recycle, send money to Iran, Iraq, Israel. Come on. Get a job. These people are idiots. How many people go, get a job? Motherfucker, I'm retired, you dumb fuck. Get a job. Just lost. Lost. Can't help it. You can't turn a, goat into a sheep. Can't lead a person to think, right? Lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. You lead a person to knowledge, but you can't make him think. So people won't use their heads. That's what happens. They want control. Lead, follow, or get out of the way. Most people want to be led. They do. They want to be governed. They trust a government mind control to control their mind. It's government. It's called fucking government. I mean, could you be any more in their face? Nope. Yeah, they do. They got, seriously, it's like they got some kind of frontal genetically modified lobotomy of their brain skull is just stuck on dumb. Freedom, dum, dum, dum. As people get thrown in jail for fucking being poor or shipped out of the country if you resist. If you have a mental disability, well, I'm sure I'm on the list for mental disabilities. How many people come in here and tell me I'm fucking nuts, right? Like I said, I'm sure I'd be first on there. And people would want like me locked up. So fuck them dumbass Americans. See what I'm saying? I want somebody like me locked up because I'm a fucking constitutionalist that uses my First Amendment right. Oh, lock him up. He's fucking crazy. He's a homegrown terrorist. Ignorant as fuck, aren't they? So they use these things like this. Charlie Kirk himself to play the narrative on people, pin people left and right. They're, like I said, they're drooling in their pants right now, just drooling. Oh my God, look at this. They're just going, they bit. This is working better than we thought. So I don't mean to do this 2025 thing to be sensational, because remember, it's not even 2025 to begin with, but we'll use your lunar map, your lunar calendar, whatever you're on the wrong road there, buddy. But anyways, two ways, the broad way and the narrow way, man. That's what I'm saying. You can't help these people. This is past the time trying to help people. And I'm not saying to be charitable with people, with the agape, because you're supposed to be charitable with everybody, judge everybody with righteous judgment. Let him be the mouthpiece. Let him be the one who tells them, hey, this is what it says. You're in the broad way. Here's where it says, there's the narrow way. The only way to the Father is through the Son. That's the narrow way. So if they're not, like I said, if they're not trying right now, brothers and sisters, leave these people alone. We are way, way, way past trying to help people. I mean, in a sense, to bring them to the light, to oh my God, the president's a PDF file, and so is Biden. If they're picked a team, they're already sold out. They've already bit into the left-right paradigm, and they took a bite of that apple, and they're already been, their innocence is gone. You know what I'm saying? They're that NPC, non-player character. They do whatever sways, whatever the media says. They'll parrot it. Why do you think it's called Operation Mockingbird? So they will parrot whatever they're told. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, there are some, and I know there's bots, but you know what I'm saying? They've bitten people into this. They've got people pinned against it. Remember, I said Trump came out before his, shooter supposedly was even captured at 33 hours, and said it was an extreme leftist. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what they are. Parroting the mockingbird media, parroting the lamestream, just the same thing. They all are saying the same thing. See, people have gotten so used to trusting that that's the source they see, and they're going to parrot the narrative. Oh my God, look how many people come in here, Elsa. I think this Charlie Kirk thing it is worked better than anything I've ever seen on the internet. I've never seen so many people come in, and I think we're beating the algorithm a little bit too, a little bit, because we're nailing people when they come in here about it. But it's like it's almost too like else like people are like totally sincere. They're sincere. Oh my God, I feel so bad. R.I.P. Charlie, PDF file, supporter Kirk. That's that. You're right. They're not a bot. They are actually. See, they've bought into the narrative. This gets them to use him as a martyr, so he can be used for this political agenda, so he can be continuously, and actually anybody who gives any kind of validity to, oh, he was good a person or he was a bad person, you're buying into the narrative again. You know what I'm saying? Isn't it crazy about this? Because we've seen a lot of things. I mean, this has gone more freaking viral than the EpiPen Island boy, the Epstein crap. And that didn't last, did it? How long did that last? Well, see, this is a good distraction, because what did Charlie say? Well, we're just going to leave these Epstein things behind us and just trust the government knows what they're doing. That's what he said. That's what I said. He's an EpiPen Island boy himself. I'll bet you his ass went to frickin' EpiPen Island. I know he did. You look at that dude, and even if that was a bot, he's sold out. You know what I'm saying? And his wife too. I'm telling you, she's been there and she loves it. She's a kitty. I don't want to talk about her. I don't even like them playing. I hate doing this kind of research. This kind of research, I tell people, you got to look at the side you don't want. You can't just look at the victor that gets the spoils. That's writing the history. You got to look at the loser, and it's hard to find the loser's word when they get left out of history and they don't get written down. You have to go find that. So that's why you don't want to have this bias right out the gate. That's why I knew it was bullshit when Trump said, oh, there's an extreme leftist. I already knew right there. I already knew it to begin with. My gut feeling, I knew it, but no. No. See, they're pinning this when they do this, and when they do something like this, they build up in one of these Charlie Kirk characters. He's the perfect government bot, if you will. He's alive, but he, like I said, think about it. If you say you liked him, you know, does it matter? If you say you don't like him, does it really matter? See, even giving it that's why I'm kind of, now just shut it down. Even giving it the narrative is doing exactly what these people want it to do. That's why it is so viral, whether people realize it or not. It's because they're using this as this, it's a narrative. This is all being led down. Like I said, I really wish people would research more. His wife has been coming out, there was a video that he put out like 3 days before his death, and they were all walking in black. They were all walking in black. And his wife keeps pitching this narrative. He's still with us, and he's still, and it's just obvious. Tyler Hansen, you guys go see Tyler Hansen. He predicted, and I don't care about predictions. I think people can start doing predictions again and are going to nail it. It doesn't matter if they get it right or wrong, but things are getting pretty easy to predict. Tyler said that his vigil or whatever, his obituary, whatever they're going to do, his service would be on 9/16, brothers, sisters. And go look why, though. Go look what Tyler Hansen said. I mean, he nailed it. You know what I'm saying? He nailed it. Yeah, go look at Tyler put this video out that they were all walking in black, and they put out this narrative like a funeral. Like he was they planned. I'm telling you. Also, there's so much stuff that I've been looking at there. There was books out about him and his death, about the ring. There's a thing. Casey from Enter the Stars, anybody will say about the ring thing. Even before there's so much out before, kind of like we know that they had the event 201 before we ever saw the COVID, right? We saw the event 201. Oh, they don't like this. Look at, they're kicking everybody out of here. Good. But see what I'm saying? This is being used for a political agenda, and I don't like him, and I don't want to give an opinion on him. And if I do, then I'm buying into their narrative. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Hegelian dialect, problem, reaction, solution, predictive programming. It softens people up for the blow so they don't see it the first time, so they don't react. They were going to react like, crazy if they didn't see it in television and movies and the narrative. But once they've been beat with it a few times, like a chant or a mantra, it's in their subconscious. It happens, and they just let it go by. That's normalization. Same thing, right? Normalizing military in the streets. Nobody cares anymore. They got military in 20 plus states in America, and not a fucking person said you can't have military in the streets using them as a posse. No, they repealed posse comitatus, so they can do that, and nobody cares. Remember, draft the women. Nobody cares. They just keep marching this country further and further into war. And again, as they're not going to be a bomb falling in their backyard, they're not going to react. And I told you how this will go down too. This is easy as dropping not an atomic, which makes a pancake radioactive blast out zone. We have perfected the art of taking people, Afghanistan, not Osama bin Laden, he was an oil tycoon, but whatever, fighting people in caves, Al-Qaeda, Mujahideen, all the ISIS, these people are in caves. Afghanistan in the desert, right? They're not in the desert like that. They're in the hills, right? Very hilly country, mountainous country. So we have perfected the ability to go down in. That's what they used during the Iran thing, to get down into the bunkers. It's called a bunker buster, okay? And instead of pluming out on the surface, it sends that same energy down, and it's not atomic, it's hydrogen bombs. So yes, hydrogen. Yes, 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 yes. So, but it's going to still go kaboom and shoot up the big mushroom cloud, like these fucking lame ass men. Because this happens in every country, not just in America, and some more in other countries too. I have to say that, and a lot too in some of the Asian countries. And I ain't bad on Asian people, but watching a woman get the fuck kicked out of her by a man, and some man is filming that. He's not stopping in and getting involved, which I know people don't want, but watching a woman, filming a woman getting her ass kicked. That's insane. This happens every fucking day in this country, bro, sisters. It just drives me to just like, what is wrong with people? You're going to film a woman getting her ass I could never do that. I don't care. I would never, don't do it in front of me. And I don't care. I don't seek vengeance, but I have the right to protect. That's what I'm saying. If somebody's going to be violating somebody, a woman, and a man's beating the snot, but people will film it. So here's where I'm going. People film this mushroom plume and they say, oh my God, did you see it? That's it. This is no different than a Hurricane Katrina. They're moving everybody out of that area, putting you in a fucking Super Bowl. Okay. And then they're going through everybody's houses, brothers and sisters, and you ain't never returning back to that fucking area. And they're going to tell everybody it's radiated, and it's not. And it's not. They're going to get everybody out of there too in a fucking country minute. Oh my God, kaboom. There'll be a boom. You'll get your fucking mushroom cloud, America. You'll get your mushroom cloud like you've been wanting bombs in your fucking backyard before you react. But then everybody in your neighborhood and everybody within the 10 or 20 or 30 or 40 mile bullshit blast zone, they're going to say it's radiated. It doesn't matter if it even blasted. They're going to say that area is radiated and you're getting out and you're going to go work for the fucking government. And they're going to start relocating whole communities. I already got ahead of all this already with them putting American citizens, poor people, people with disability. Now it's whole communities with one hydrogen bomb. And they get everybody's possessions. Oh, look at this guy. He's got a massive hoard of gold. Oh, look at this person's got, a huge underground military facility that they want. Any resource. There's resources under this city that was built over. We don't want them there. We'll just drop an atomic bomb and we'll take them and we'll go put them in fucking work camps. We'll make them work for our government now. And we'll build megalithic cities. Are you tracking what I'm saying, Elsa? I warn of this. Executive Order 11004 allows them to relocate whole communities and put them into work camps. They're going to do this also because they did this before in history in America. They did this before in a history in America. They put American-born citizens into work camps and made them work for the government. It's not like this has not happened. I'm not making a prediction of something. Oh my God, guys, never before. I didn't say that. I don't do that with most things. If you know me, I'm a very cyclical guy. Pay attention. The devil is in the details, right? So you got to pay attention to the details to see the bigger picture. You got to be able to distinguish the forest from the trees. You can't get too close. You can't be too far away. Right side of history, left side of history. Reality falls between the lines. You got to be able to read between the lines or you're going to have a bias. Shut up, loser, right? Try finding that history. A lot harder to find. It's taken me 30 plus years of studying to come to where I'm at right now. Don't act like I sat there and just tickled my ear the whole time and listened to what I wanted to listen to. I had to listen to a lot of things. And that's why I'm really trying to get people to do with this Charlie Kirk thing is that you need to start looking outside. You're only looking at one side. Stop looking. And the same thing with this war now. People are just looking at one side because they only see war as bombs falling in their backyard. That's when they're going to react. That's when they're going to get off their ass. And when that happens, I'm telling you, they're going to get off their ass and they're going to be put in fucking camps, brothers, sisters. I think we are days away from this. I don't think they need the sun to do that at all. And if this goes as a World War II equals World War C, we should expect at least 2 of them in America. So you should expect 2 hydrogen bombs. I said this before. God damn it. Why do you make me do this? I said this before the Boston bombing, brothers, sisters. We hadn't had a bomb in America since the underwear bomber, and that was a big fucking patsy who got set up. But any major event before that was 9/11. People are like, dude, you are fucking crazy. We haven't had nothing since 9/11. What do you mean bombs in America? That's exactly what I said, and I didn't get it wrong. And I predicted to the fucking day. And Nicole is in here. She's seen Sister Nicole can come in here. She knew me back then. And knew that I predicted the Boston bombing. to the fucking day. Because I remember the Boston Marathon. It was I was seeing all this military and all this equipment being moved over there. I'm like, dude, I'm a fucking veteran. I know what they're about ready to do. There is a major event, and they didn't have military in 19 fucking states, brothers, sisters. They were just bringing them to one state, you know. So I could tell that, and I'm not making a prediction on a date, okay? But you watch my fucking what I'm saying. They will put you into work camps, America, and you will work. They're going to put every one of these motherfucking Americans in work camps. And I don't know. Yes, they will. I don't care what people think. They already did it. So guess what? Work camps, how did that start? World War II, sanctions. They sanctioned the fuck out of tariffs, you know, embargoes back then, you know, and strangled them out. They had no other option but to bomb Pearl Harbor. We already seen our fucking boat event. Donald Trump bombed a fucking boat in international waters. I don't care if it was a big destroyer. They still have how many destroyers sitting in all these oceans right now? That was a fucking Pearl Harbor event. Blowing up 11 fucking dudes in a boat in international waters with it you're not declared war with? Are you out of your minds? Do you know how illegal that is to police a fucking single entity, police somebody in international waters? That was the Pearl Harbor event, brothers and sisters, whether you understand that or not. So after Pearl Harbor came what? Do you understand? What came after Pearl Harbor, brothers and sisters? What two events came after Pearl Harbor? I did this with you last time. Last time it took me 20 minutes to get an answer, but they're going by World War II. You guys better see it. I'm telling you, this is the only YouTube channel doing this. All glory to Shiloh. But 923, 1945 equals 2025. 80 years later, the reserve currency, that's when we put all our money in the vaults. Okay? That's when they put all the money from the World War II and brought them over here from Hitler, remember? Bring all your money over here. We beat Hitler. We beat Russia. They're doing the same fucking thing again, brothers and sisters. You better wake the fuck up. You better wake up. They're doing it again. They're doing World War II equals World War III. Everything that Adolf did, Trump is doing. You can go make a fucking checklist to the T. So after what happened after, first thing, we sanctioned China, or excuse me, Japan. Massive, what we'd called embargoes back then. We call it a tariff now, but it's the same thing as an embargo, or you're cutting off them and choking out their supply chain. Okay? So they had no choice. Remember, it said the Chinese or the Japanese commander said, we can't go over to the mainland of America. There's an American behind a blade of grass, every blade of grass with a gun. So they bombed Pearl Harbor. So we've seen in tariffs and embargoes, when Trump came into office, the first 4 + 5, 9, right? His first selected presidency, his first seated, the washers went up $200. So we already saw the embargoes. He came in and he started embargoing everybody around the world. As soon as he came in, he tariffed everybody. Remember, he declared war on the world, because a tariff is a war. It is a sanction, a tariff. That is a war, a form of war, brothers and sisters. You might not know that, but when you cut people off their supply chains and do such thing as all these shutting off, like they did during the COVID, of all these ports and tariffs, that is a form of war, whether you understand it or not. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Dutch, this is your only place to go for earthquakes. There's nobody else who does. Dutch is actually the only one that's called that earthquake wasn't an 8.8. It was an 8.0. Dutch since has been doing this for a dozen years. Dutch is the farthest. I don't like his ball camp, but it's a model. Use the model. Just use the model. That's pretty crazy. If you've ever watched Dutch, I'll get back to what I'm saying in 1 second. Dutch is on to something. Not only does it's coming across the craton and he knows how this works, and it hits with his models between the two areas. He can tell you where these things are going to be at. There's nobody does it like Dutch. And so fuck you too, Bend Over Harley Davidson, because you fucking pricks come in here, and I know you're in here, and you take these writings of here and you do it on your goddamn channels. I see them. They do that. But anyways, Mr. fucking Bend Over Harley Davidson observer camp. I don't know what the hell they were observing at his ball camp. Where he's at now is ranch. Remember, because there was a ranch here before Ben had a ranch. Okay, but seriously, I think, remember, Suspicious Observer, now Space Weather News, was supposed to have an earthquake prediction map and some space weather map. And I think he was trying to cop Dutch's shit, guys. I seriously do. And that shit faded out. I don't think he has any of that space weather tracker anymore. He was really trying to buy people. Remember that too, guys. Never forget, at one point in time, Ben Davison was so fucking full of himself that he said you could pay to have hours worth of time with him. Now he's not doing that anymore. And whatever, people's time is worth money, brothers, sisters. But he was pretty full of himself at one point in time that he was literally saying, hey, my time's so valuable, you can book time with me. He was having people pay for fucking personal time with him. So I don't like Ben. I told you, I don't like the fact he sold out. I watched this channel like Dutch from the beginning, okay? Both of their channels from the very first bucket video they put out on YouTube. Remember, I have a channel that's 12 years old. I was doing this when a lot of these guys started their channels. I've done and collaborated with some of these other people before. I already told you this. This is not my first rodeo, okay? So, but Dutch is an amazing, if you watch something, then I'm going to move on with what I was saying. But Dutch, if you look, he shows something which is, it's kind of incredible that when obviously deep earthquakes lead to long, not always teaching, but how he can show that when there's something on the northern hemisphere, let's fuck the ball, but it rings out on the southern. Well, of course it's magnetic. And nobody's talking about that, right? If you dig all the way down, you get to China. Remember, but listen, who else, because you came in saying, cool, yeah, no worries. But if you watch Dutch, you brought it up, Ham, right? That if you watch Dutch long enough, when he says something hits here, do you notice it always hits on the other end of the globe? We'll call that. That's crazy. That's freaking insane. And I don't know. That is awesome. He is so amazing. He is by far the best, earthquake forecaster on this rock, brothers and sisters. And he's not wrong. He has gotten so many. He don't get it all right, but man, he is called so predicted to prediction. His prediction is far superior to anybody with his craton and the way this rings all the way around. He knows how exactly the way this works, but never seen anybody do the work that Dutch sends. Thanks for coming in and making because he's taking a lot of heat right now. Dutch has been taking heat for years. He actually went off for a while and came back on, and I got a notification just I think before he came on here. He came out with a video, but please go see Dutch. I don't care about his ball model. Stop talking about shapes. It works. The models work. Use the models that we got. You know what I'm saying? But I find that rather ironic that every time we have something, it hits on the opposite side of the magnetism. Okay, that's why it does it. I figured out eventually what it was. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. It rings along the ley line and then it hits the other side of the magnetism. You got it. You guys are smart. Father, thank you sending me I know Rum hasn't been here as long as some of the others, but thank you for sending me Rum Ham Solo in here. He's really, I need people that are paying attention with me around me. I can't be with people here at the ministry, but we can be here in this body. We really are all one here, one body at High Desert Faith and Truth. So I appreciate you. And we don't have to agree on everything, like I said, but on some of these theories and stuff. But some of this stuff is so, when you have people who've been doing it like Dutch, he doesn't get it wrong, man. That man should be and I don't mean like that, but a multi-millionaire. And he's just a dude. He still struggles to make ends meet. And I know he's got a pretty good following, and he probably doesn't hurt too much. He's been doing it for a long time. If they wouldn't have shadow banned Truth Viral Television, I would have one of the largest channels on YouTube. I know that. And I don't care. I don't want that largest channel on YouTube. I'm just saying that channel is, it's a channel where, again, that channel was driving a lot. I was doing a lot of stuff off and on the internet at that time. I was working to crush Obama and working with at that time, honestly, guys, and I have it. You can watch this shit on video. When I remember when I moved to Ontario, they were bringing Black Hawk helicopters over my house, flying them all the way from all different locations and literally pivoting. It could have been anywhere in the city. There was one other place they would go from my place and do a drop, but it would always, and I'd had it videoed over and over. I mean, literally them coming right over the top, and some of them had belly, on the belly, clear bellies, and I could see them up in. They were flying that close to my house because I was been doing a lot of work off and on this internet for a lot of times. I don't talk about everything that I do always. Sometimes I might disclose some of the things I do. Georgia Guidestones. Let's not talk about that. But there's a lot of things that I've been involved with that, you know, it's just, I'm not going to ever stop doing what I do. I'm going to do this until they throw me in the dirt. You know what I'm saying? Uh, and it's because I have such good other collaborators that I have, content creators that I've collaborated with before in the past that are still doing it, such as Dutch Sense, Dabu7. Even though I can't stand Jesse because he's fucking riding that Trump train again, and I want to subscribe to him, Jesse at BP Earthwatch, and I won't because he puts out good content. Some of these content creators that I've been there from the beginning. Like I said, some of these content creators are still crushing it to this day. And so thank you for bringing up Dutch, because guys, you're going to need that. And until this net goes down, he is going to be your best prediction for an earthquake in your area. I mean, he really is excellent at his forecasting, and he puts out a forecast, like monthly forecast, and he normally doesn't get it wrong. Ben does it too, but I think that's what I'm saying. I think Ben is stealing and copping Dutch's work. Other people cop Dutch's work and whatever. But thanks again, Rob, for bringing up Dutch, because he's a really good content creator. So we were talking about, oh my gosh, oh man, I don't lose. Hold on. Let me go back through my Rolodex. I got to get into one of my paper clips here. We were talking about people coming into this country, and we were talking about, America, and we were talking about, some of us kind of, when this thing came on, and again, guys, I have channels before Truth Viral. I have America Ever After. I've had channels have been taken down, that they've pulled down on my channel and stripped me down, and like I said, or stripped my channel out. So, and that's okay. Whatever Father wants, but I just want you to use these amazing study tools, as I keep telling you, the comment section, brothers and sisters, and I don't care about it. But listen, whether you realize it or not, this is one of those channels. Not like that. I don't want to have a channel that's got 250, and I could if they would just unban my channel, but I don't toe the line like some of these content creators do. I never have. I always put it out there. I don't care what these people think. I never care if I think they're going to come get me or if it's going to get me in trouble. I never have ever been concerned about my saying something, putting this out into the video log cloud wave net, to put it into their Utah system where it's captured. Some of us have been doing this for a while, and if you look at this, some of this, and even Ben at Suspicious Observers, he was one of the originals too from the beginning. And it's hard to see some of these people who are content creators sell out to promotions, or some get into doing content creation by advertising, and then you don't see them anymore. They make some money, they make money in advertising, and they don't care anymore. But then you have content creators that have, I watch some of these people that do economic, channels that I know that have a lot of money, and don't struggle. Like for example, I'm not saying that I'm anywhere compared to Brother Jim Brown, but I don't know. I haven't even looked. It's been a while. I don't know how many subscribers Jim Brown has on his channel. He may have more, he may have less. Jim Brown brings in $1 million every year. $1 million, that ministry it takes to run Grace and Truth Ministries. Remember, there's no money coming into this ministry. There's no ties from anybody saying, okay, hey, there's ties that come in every month, every week. People tithe out of their paycheck, because Brother Jim talks about tithing. It's being a monetary tithe. People, I've had people in the past say, dude, you are my pastor. I'm going to start tithing. I said, no, I don't want your money. Well, I am. And then I never say, and I don't want it, but I'm just saying his ministry brings in a large, a fund, but it takes a lot to create, that type of content now. And he needs that funding because he ships out, tens of thousands of CDs every year. He advertises on radio, television. I don't do that, so I don't need it. I'm just saying it's pretty amazing how much some of these content creators can make a living, a decent living, and do fine and don't struggle, and they have all the things they need. And I think if I would have done that from the beginning, and my channel wouldn't have been shadow banned through viral television. That's the channel that I would have run. That's the one where they really started attacking all my old channel or my older channels, and then that channel, and then any channel after. But I'm sure that channel would be at 1 million subscribers by now or something, and I could live comfortably just off av revenue, just doing like Dabu does or something. Dabu7 do 2 to 3 minute content videos and report. I used to be that kind of content creator where I just 2 to 3 or 5 or 10. I like doing longer videos. I don't care if people have the attention span or not. They either get the shit or not. They go back and rewatch it or not. It's maybe I have to watch it 2 or 3 times, and maybe you might slow it down or speed it up or whatever. But it's a study. So I want you guys to know, whether you realize it or not, this channel is that channel. It's one of those channels. This is one of the better channels, not greatest or anything like that, but this is one of the better channels on YouTube. We are the only one doing the 1923, or excuse me, the 923, 945, 11004, World War II, 7th king equals the 8th king, and showing you all these things that how to go with it, with the celestial star markers to boot, to go with it, and the gospel. This channel rocks, guys, and you are part of that. I'm just one dude in here, okay? Because remember, I've told you, the content that I have gathered through a lot of my studies have been through the comment section. So I don't want to think like that, okay? Because I don't care. I don't freaking care what this channel is. This channel is us. Everybody else can kick rocks. I swear, everybody can unsubscribe. We go down to just 100 of us. If there's just 100 of us, the other was, we just hit 22,000, right, or whatever. The other 21,900 could kick rocks, brothers and sisters. This channel ain't about numbers, okay? Just so you know, it truly is. Remember, not the HD for the quality of the what you see, but the content. The quality of the content. And you guys are that quality. So this channel rocks. It does. It's one of the best channels on YouTube for content. Not because it's great, because it's the biggest channel and it gets the most views, and it's because of what content that's being put out. So thank you, brothers and sisters, from my, the deepest, that you had to put up with a lot of my things. And I know that's what drags this channel down too a lot, is my personal business, but I don't care. There's still a tremendous amount of content being put in this channel that people could filter off what they don't like, chew up the meat and spit out the bones. How about that? That's all I can tell people. But I want you to know that we do have that channel. We, not me, we have that channel. We are one of those channels that people come in here for content. And even though it doesn't seem like there's as many, I know these numbers get messed with too, brothers and sisters. There's times when there's more people in here than the numbers are showing. It happens. I've seen it. I've watched it, and I remember when Elijah, he kind of brought me onto this too, that they're not being honest with your numbers in the channel. It's because of the shadow banning, pushes them in, pushes them out. People get constantly, moderators get unsubscribed. My own followers get unsubscribed. There's a lot of banning. This channel gets a lot of banning. There's so many people. How many people do we kick out of here, on a regular basis? So it is a very unique channel. I just want you to know that. And I appreciate you guys for being that, because I don't want to, think that we're the best channel. But I do think we have the best moderators, and it's the hardest channel to moderate for out of all the channels. But now that we're getting more moderators in here, it makes sense. Moderate them out of here. I don't want to see your Negro. No, thank you. I don't want to see your Negro. I don't want I don't want your pushing your meth on me. All these slime comments. It's unneeded anymore. We truly are. It's kind of waste for me to even talk about it anymore, isn't it? We know what they're doing. They're all the same. Bunch of drug pushers. They come in and say the same thing. Oh, something's wrong with you. Take drugs. Oh, just take drugs. It's just the same thing. So the more wrenches that we have in here now too, the easier it is for me not to address this stuff. We get to the good content too. So this channel is growing, not in numbers, and it is, and it will, but it's growing in quality, guys. You know what I'm saying? I should have done this a long time ago, but the channel grows organically. Father is the one who makes the channel grow, or keeps it up or going or down, or this channel should be already down, but it isn't. And we've gotten strikes for, but thank God, thank Father, Most High. Beautiful. I hope you do understand how unique this channel is, though. Okay. And don't pay attention to the numbers, have nothing to do with anything. Actually, my son that's where he showed me. He said, your numbers aren't right. By these numbers up here, and these, your analytics are showing something completely different. on my views, who's actually watching the content. And there's so many more people who come after these things are over, which is incredible. But we don't get the generation from the revenue or anything like that. And that's fine. That's part of the shadow banning. But no matter what, there's these channels like Dutch, like Dabu, like Casey at Enter the Stars, like, some of these channels have been around a long time, and they're good quality channels. You guys you got them. Adapt 2030, David Devine, some of these channels that you want to go to, because, man, I know there, I can go there and I can get some good source of information that I can put in my bag, stack of chips there, and I can add to my stack so I can eventually see the bigger picture. It's like having a puzzle that some people need 1,000 pieces, or 500 in 1,000-piece puzzle. Some people need 250, some people 100. Some of us, we get 30, 40, 50 pieces. We can kind of put the big picture of what's going on. Okay, I see there's a barn over here, and we can fill in the gaps. So I'm hoping that one word for channel. Nice. He used to be Enter the 5TARZ back in the day. Casey was, and he changed it back to Enter the Stars. So, Dabu77, guys, if you're not subscribed to Dabu77, you are really missing one of the best content creators on YouTube. Hands down. He is, the 3-minute videos. And I'm going to go ahead and say this, but I unsubscribed him for a little bit because I don't like the political things. When people get political, I will probably unsubscribe to them. I don't care if they're spiritual brothers, sisters. I don't think spiritual people are political at all. So if I am subscribed to a content creator and he's political, I will probably, he or she, unsubscribe to him. But if you'll go subscribe to Full Survival, Full Spectrum Survival, he calls himself the first prepper channel on YouTube, because he was one of those people that was out. If you guys remember the Hyper Report, I don't know where the Hyper Report went. There used to be, other channels that were out. Beat the Loop, that was another channel. That was a great channel. Beat the Loop, Dabu, Daboo, Dabu77. If you're not subscribed to Dabu, Elsa, what I'm saying is there used to be content or creators like me and others that we put out. It used to be the Hyper Report, and then Full Spectrum Survival. Normally, they were short videos, 2 to 3 minute videos that were just packed with a bunch of content of what was going on. Like, that's what I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but Full Spectrum Survival. He says, I do all the doom scrolling, so you don't have to. You just come here. I do all the doom scrolling for you. And Full Spectrum Survival. And he calls himself, one of the first prepper. Nice, outstanding. Dabu's great. See, you get him put out, and he puts out good content. Dabu needs that content. Thank you, Bones, for putting out content, because Dabu does that. It's his viewers. Now, Dabu's got boots on the ground. Dabu is probably one of the top 3 Dabu ever. He puts out music, okay, and he doesn't always, but Dabu goes there, guys. When they did like Ferguson and all these things, Dabu goes there, and he's a live streamer, and he films this stuff. He's been gassed, maced, beat down, tear dead, but he does this as a content creator to get you that boots on the ground type of content. And he needs content people like that Bones that's sending him, because he takes those, he can get his own. He's very smart. He's been doing it a long time. And but it's these people who send him. I've sent him tons too of information. And even when I was content creating America Ever After, Truth Viral, I've collaborated. I've done some, I've never actually collaborated with him, but sent him content. So but I have sent him stuff too. So when you send people like Dabu content, it's good, guys, like that. And his emails get full. I couldn't do it. I can't do that anymore. I'd have to stop live streaming to answer emails. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't do both. I couldn't. And he does both. He's awesome. But he also has, like I was telling you guys, he makes money off of it. I don't make any money. He probably brings in, every time he live stream, he probably makes $200 to $300, He does. And between his coffee, and he's deserving of and I don't like the word deserve, but he's deserving. His content is over the top. He's unbiased, and he just cranks out content after content. If you ever go watch his live stream, Dobby does a Sunday and Wednesday live. Probably one of the best live streams on YouTube. I don't like some of his stuff, the gin and some of the stuff he talks about, but just like anybody, he's a spiritual. He believes in the Father, the Most High, and his channel is awesome. So if you haven't seen Dabu, go subscribe to his channel, because he really does go out there on the ground and put boots on the ground, guys. You know what I'm saying? And goes out there to these events. And he holds he hasn't done one in a while, but he holds an event where he brings all his family. They have a meeting. He really is one of the best content collaborators and creators on YouTube. And if you like short 2-3 minute videos where you're not being bogged down, like my videos are normally long, 15, 20, 30 minute videos. I can't talk for 2 minutes. Shit, I'm just getting warmed up. You know what I'm saying? I'll talk for 16 hours or whatever. But his videos are short, to the sweet, to the point. And then two, please, if you have information, send it to Dabu, because he'll get it up. He'll get it up. That he's got enough followers. He's got enough content. And he don't want, anything from me. And I don't think he's giving anything either, but he is somebody where if you think you have good news, that is probably one of the best places in the whole wide world, because he does have a good following of people, and his lives are excellent. And you can get Dabu as yahoo.com. I think it's Dabu77@yahoo.com, and send him information, guys, because he gets it out there. I really wish one of these other content creators would pick up my fucking live stream. Or my apologize, it's probably my mouth, but I didn't. But the SWAT raid, because Dabu could crush that. You know how many people would, if that was seen by Dabu, how many people that this SWAT raid, if Dabu picked that up, if Brian from High Impact Flicks, if a Long Island Audit, if Chili, if anybody picked up the content just from this recent SWAT raid, I mean, somebody could create a channel right now, guys, and make a living. Seriously, remember I told you, I'm going to move on with this point, but a lot of people are making a living at this, brothers, sisters. Don't be mad at some of these content creators too, because they get fucking paid to do this. I've had people come in here and tell me I'm a grifter. Fuck, you guys, all I want to do is give. You know how many hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of hours I put on this thing with no pay for years and years and years. So, I did talk about that. Eventually, I'd like this channel to be able to use it as $400 to $500 a month by putting out content, not ministry content. I'm going to probably do a separate video, kind of like I've seen content creators like Canadian Prepper who used to. Now he just made a whole different video where he would put something with a certain label on it that was, maybe if I have content that's ministry focused, it's so hard for me to talk about anything without talking about, but I don't want to make money off the ministry. I would never have a problem making money off of my survival, just all the other content, my economic stuff, all this stuff, just all these other news type stuff that I used to do, minus the spiritual. I used to include a little bit, but it was more of that type of Dabu type stuff. And why can't I make $400 to $500 a month for being on here and going out and showing you me going down to Ecuador if I went down there, and and be able to make a living? $400 or $500 a month is all I try to make. I ain't trying to make no 1,000, 2,000. I think, like I said, I think you could take just the content of the SWAT raid in the 17 days and make a channel and probably make $2,000 to $3,000 a month within a month or two. I think the channel would blow the fuck up, because you could probably have, if you had other content people sending you audits, First Amendment audits, you would make $2,000 to $3,000 a month. $2,000 to $3,000 a month, guys. A month off of just my SWAT raid video. I'm telling you, I know it would. I've been on this thing long enough. This channel went from 300 to 18,000 in 3 months. The same thing with the TikTok channel till they were shadow banned. And we've sat when we just hit now 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4. We took almost 2 years to gain 5,000 subscribers. It took 2 months to get almost 18,000. That's shadow banning, So if they just unshadow ban this channel, it would be fine. And I think I can create that through, again, through another channel, or by taking this channel and not talking about spiritual stuff, leave that separately, and only monetize my channel content while I'm talking about moving in. Like, I think of example, if I just did like, oh, I'm down in Ecuador and this is where I'm at and I'm going down to this waterfall. People like that kind of stuff too. Just nonchalant content. You know what I'm saying? Like when I build things and build out here and stuff, I put the camera down. You know how much better I would do if I just put the camera down and took about 20 or 30 shots, little clips, and laced them together and turn it into a video. It takes time to do. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, I don't want any of that. Remember, she said, I don't want, but I eventually would hope maybe someday that I can. And that's why I'm trying to leave this open as a potential for this channel, is to go move to another area and go film what I'm doing there. You know what I'm saying? Outside the American content. Cut it. I'll get you guys hungry. I know you're hungry. So, because I want this channel to be a go-to until there is no more internet, so to speak, for all of us, guys. Okay. And so I appreciate that. I just want you to know that I appreciate everybody puts so much time in here, and are what people come in here and they're reading your, whether you realize that there's more people in this stream than the numbers are showing. I've seen that over and over again. So YouTube doesn't keep this channel, they're very sneaky. Like I said, I don't know how many times Lady in Red has been unsubscribed to the channel and had to resubscribe to the channel. Or people just get booted out. It just keeps booting people out. Even our own people. They didn't say anything. They just boot people out. Or their comments. I posted this 5 times. I have not been able to get it. Why? I'm not doing it. I'm not banning you. It's because you're on a shadow ban channel. So, again, anyways, take a look at this and, take a look how much time that you spent here, and then realize how much you are really an asset to one of the, I don't want to say better than, but one of these channels that in YouTube that people have gone to because we've been up here for years now and are coming in here and gleaning. I have people come in here that say I've been in here for years, never mentioned a comment, months, weeks, days, and say I've been watching and now I choose to come forward. So there's always somebody watching, brothers and sisters, in this channel. And if it's not them, it's the government. Right? Yes, the government watches this channel. This police watch it. I've shown you evidence right in front of your face that this channel is watched by the government and the police. That's part of the shadow banning. So if you're scared, go to church. Oh. So let me feed my puppies. Hold on. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Unsubscribe, alerts, no notifications. I can't even set up the channel anymore, guys. Like I can't set up a stream and have the live and pre-set. I can't do any of that. They've got me all restricted. All this is different. Everything is different on my, I don't know, whatever they did it one day, it switched and it never came on, back on. It's never been the same. This channel has never been the same. To see the numbers, the content, sometimes these numbers up here, I can see them now, but sometimes this will be like this, and then they're full shadow banning everything in the chat. Almost every time, if I see those numbers scrunched down, like if you remember for a little bit, they used to let me put a background behind me. I used to have a background behind me. I started showing you guys content. That only lasted about 2 weeks, and they took that away from me. Just showing you some of these other stuff. And I said, you can cop some of the stuff I pulled out of my archives, was showing you this extinction cycle map. That's what I shouldn't have shown, and I probably wouldn't have got that taken away. I showed you that extinction cycle map, and that's where they took me down after that. But that's okay. I don't care. Just keep rolling, guys. Just keep doing what you're doing in here. Please just don't give up. I know I get, a little slowed down at sometimes and feel like I want to give up, but I don't. I'm going to keep coming in here as long as I can, and until the internet goes off. I'm going to keep using this as a platform, because you guys have been a huge asset for me in the last 16 months. I think I'd have been crazy, had another stroke, a heart attack, and I've been checked into a hospital or be nothing, just be so depressed I wouldn't even be talking to anybody ever again. I'd shut this internet off and just never talk to me. I could go the rest of my life without talking to anybody. I have a relationship with Father, but I would never do that. I don't want to do that. I did it for 6 months. It's not fun not talking to anybody. I don't know the longest you've ever gone without talking to another person, but 6 months is the longest I think I've ever gone. That's a long time without any human contact. It does wear on you a little bit, so. I appreciate it. I'd be nuts, man. I'm telling you, I'd be out of my mind. Without you guys, I'd be lost. I'd be probably in jail. That's probably where I'd be. That would be no good for my puppies, huh? I wouldn't be with my puppies. Because I love my puppy dogs. I sure do. You're the bestest dogs that I ever did best on the single one times that you guys ever did have. All my single one boys, all the single one guys that I love, and my kitties. My kittens too. I love my kitties. My kitties are the best kitties I ever did best. That's gonna have to go put the chickens up. Go put the chickens up. Doggies first tonight for dinner. Tacos, then the biggest bone that I ever did. Biggest bone. That's my big guy. I love you, Buggy. You're my best guy I ever did have. All right, I'm gonna go put my ladies up, or put the birds up. Tomorrow, I'm gonna put that lid on that. We're supposed to be in this for 33 days. Girls are sitting out there. There's 60 kitten girls out there. She's so pretty girl. Man, it's getting chilly out there. Nights are getting cold. We're getting some 30-degree days coming here soon. I gotta get that that lid on those ladies, or those things are gonna have some hard times. I think we're getting in the 30s here overnight here, so these are cold mornings already. 41 or 40 this morning, so yeah, and it was rainy and wet, so it was like, kind of like bone chilling cold, and it's normally in the desert, so it's not like that. It's dry cold out here, but hasn't been like that. See, we get moisture, so let me tell you, it has been flipping a quick change out here, and I know over on the East Coast it's even colder out there. So, wow, winter, it changes fast out here, and I am definitely not ready for it. This body of mine didn't get prepared this summer. Normally I'm super prepared by this time. I'm like throwing logs in the fire and saying, all right, well, come on, winter, let's get to the spring here, right? And we'll just work through the winter time. But not this year. I didn't get anything that I wanted done. Too much of these logistical nonsense going on in my life. I'm trying to find my kids and got too much sidetracked. Not sidetracked, just too much dealing with that, all this stuff we got going. So too much ministry stuff. Too much logistical things going. Was that good dinner for my boys? Was that good dinner for the boys? Was that good dinner for the boys? My best guys? Here's my best guys. My boys. These guys love the dad. They love the dad. This is the best guys that ever did this. Oh, are you going to sneeze all over me? You going to sneeze all over the dad? Oh, you're the best, Bobo. You're the best Bo that ever did best. You sure are the best guy. You guys stay inside for a minute. You have to stay inside with Dad. With the mean old Dad. I'll stay inside with the mean old Dad. Yeah? You just love the dad no matter what. You always love the dad. I'm just looking at the dad. You're just putting your paws on the dad. Putting your paws on the dad. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? You're trying to get me? You're trying to get the dad? I love that boy. What a handsome guy. Hey, you're going to knock me over there. Go through there. Thank you. So today's the first time I've ever in 10 years missed my land payment. It's a sad day, but oh well. Things happen. I think I'm just going to let that land go because I don't think Elijah is going to come back here, and I don't think Adriana is either. So they'll probably, not her. I mean, they'd have to go back together, but it'll save me $245 a month, but I'll lose $10,000 that I have in it. It's not the end of the world. I got bigger fish to fry at this time. I still would have 25 acres. I just really wish somebody would have come out here and moved out onto that property, and such a beautiful property. But I got to get things centered here, you know. I think the best thing I can do is just worry about the dogs and myself for a little bit, and then when I can regroup, and I'll try to move forward from there. You know what I'm saying? It's not like I don't have, you know, I own these 25 acres. That's a lot of property. So if I didn't have, you know, well, I mean, I would walk somebody in it for what I was trying to do for like $5,000. I mean, I put 12. I actually did the math the other day. I think I have almost 12,000 in it because I bought it like 6 years ago or whatever on a contract where I bought this property from, and I paid 47 for this total with interest, and that one I think I paid 29 or something, and then if I paid interest, obviously it would cost more. And in the first, it's a 20-year note like this one where it's 8% interest, land sale, no early payoff penalty. It's anything you pay over your principal or amount every month that can go directly towards principal. They're really, I mean, it's legal. It's a way better way to buy something than it is to try to buy through a bank. There's no fees or anything like that. And it's just super minimal. I never had any problems. I purchased this 20, and I could buy another 40 or 50, 60 acres from this guy. He would probably sell me because I have good, good credit, good business with him. But so what I was thinking is somebody could, as I was saying, give me $5,000. You can walk right into my into that property, and you just take over my 10 years of payments. You'll just, you could already be that far into the contract. If you could pay it off early, of course you could have, you could do that at any time with this contract under this land sale contract if you want, without interest at any time on the contract. So what I just do is just transfer somebody's name over where my number sits and ask them for less than half that I paid into it, just because it's the property out here. It's just hard to find this kind of property on this end of the valley. And the reason that I've been hanging on to it is because I want it to be for my son and my daughter. That's the property they were moving here to, but I don't think I'm ever going to see my son ever again or daughter. So it's hurting me to hold on to it. And and now I need to put that money into tires because I'm having some issues with my vehicle. So I have a safe ring, and I don't. I really want to say, I know right now, if I just bust my ass and get myself out of a slump, in probably 3 weeks, I could build a cabin on that property that I could charge $600 a month for. And but I'm just on strike because I'm hurting inside and I'm torn up because I can't buy my son and I can't report him or my daughter, missing or murdered or whatever. And it just has me in a slump. I'm in this cabin that's been gassed and it's slowing me down. Otherwise, I think I already would have done it. I already would have I've been purchasing a lot of material for it. I mean, I bought and traded and have. And so if I could have another hand out here, but I just, Kevin's busy and he's doing him. And I really thought I'd have another hand out here to kind of help me too. And I shouldn't need anybody to make me motivated. I've been out here for 10 years and I'm my own boss. I don't need anybody, just somebody to work alongside or something, but that didn't happen. And I probably could have had it done, but I'm working on 3 cabins and then I have a $250,000 storm shelter that's almost complete. I just got so many products, fences, all the fences. I'm one dude. I spent a lot of time here in the ministry, but probably the best thing to do is just put a cabin on it and rent it out. You know what I'm saying? It would rent the same day. That's what I'm saying. If I moved out of here and went to Ecuador, I guarantee in 2 days I can have both of these cabins rented out like that. And if I'd have been more motivated this year, I'd have had the Rusty Butterfly done too, and that'd be 3 cabins pulling at least $500 to $600 a month. But I'd actually just rather rent them out as Skyview cabins or the Moonshine cabins for 1 or 2 nights at $150 a night, because I rented 4 nights a month. I don't need somebody in there trashing my property, bringing their animals in there and fucking my stuff up and being. Now I don't want to try to rent to a renter like that, but I'm going to try to find a retired couple building a house out here in their 50s, something still motivated like me and active and just, they're just in transition. So they're not going to try to move all their stuff in there. And if I have to, but honestly, I mean, somebody can make a fortune out here just renting out cabin rentals. I'm telling you, I can get people to come out here for $50 a night just to park and shit in their own camper. Well, if I can have a beautiful cabin like I just built out here with this Rusty Dragon, that thing can easily go. And if I put a skylight in it like I was planning, and a telescope and some hammocks outside, I bet you I might pull $200 a night on a dry camp, but they average $150. I know there's the Summer Lake cabins, that they're gorgeous cabins down there near the hot springs. There's the cabins over here by Cowboy Dinner Tree, and they always rent out. I actually have had people like, when are you going to get that done? Every time I want to go by Cowboy Dinner Tree, I'm so full, I don't want to drive all the way home. So I could get overflow from Cowboy Dinner Tree. There's another place now that's doing cabins. Yeah, like I said, and somebody come out and just sit under the stars. They're called Moonshine Cabin Rentals. And that's what I was really hoping, as I get more people out here doing this with me. Come out here, do this, and do someone on your property. That when I run out or something, or I got somebody I want to move, or you got a theme. See, I wanted to theme these out. Mine are old and rusty. They're like cowboy or like, you'd have to look through the content to see what I do. I repurpose it. It's like what you see behind me, kind of this type of, it's all repurposed material. There's no new material, but your content might be all like, oh dude, let's get 2 shipping containers and let's just fill them all with lights. Let's just make it a glass house. Awesome. That sounds great. Something you rent your style. I rent my style, and the person can make a comfortable living out here. And look, man, you put a composting toilet in there and you clean their poop and their pee. You dump it. It's not like it's Tango, wait, I'll let you out. And it's not that difficult. You spray everything down with a Clorox, then wipe it down and bring your own bedding. I ain't supplying no bedding. This ain't no Airbnb. I ain't bringing in no breakfast. There ain't no hand towels in there. You bring your own bedding and you bring your own beer or boo or buds or whatever you do. It's Moonshine Cabins. I don't supply alcohol so you can see the moon. It's the theme, but people can make it. People want to get away out here. We have the largest set of sand dunes. You could do a tour out here too. I mean, somebody could say, hey, come rent these cabins. We run a tour guide out here. If you'd like, we'll take you out to the Black Hills, Crack in the Ground, Table Rock, Fort Rock, Hole in the Ground, sand dunes. I mean, there's all this stuff right around here within a half an hour almost from this area, right in this valley, and it's historical. You could just do tours, What I wanted to do is put an outdoor track for people, because the largest set of sand dunes are out here, is have an ATV track where people, like a go-kart track, where they weren't speeding and they were so far apart they'd never catch each other, and you could make so much money out here and live a comfortable life. You know, I had everything out here up until the COVID, except for my handicap accessible side by side. I had 8 quads, or excuse me, well, no, I did, because I had one in the pack, 2 in the pack, or I did put them together, but 6 that were out of the package go, and then 2 that were still brand new that I had bought, and was going to do rabbit tracks is what I was going to call it. But see, there you go, sweat lodge. There's all kinds of ideas, Brian. That's what I'm saying. For somebody to come out here and live a good living and make a good living. So I don't know. Maybe one day, like I said, I'm going to get a vacation, try to go on vacation and come back here and just, you know, like I said, if I just had a little bit more motivation, I just don't have anybody to do with. And I have 5, 6, 8, 10 projects going at one time, and the ministry that I have to spend, you know, a day's worth of labor, at least a day, to feel like I've done something for the ministry. I don't have a lot of time left in the day to be building another 4th or 5th cabin, but in my brain, I have already started building that. I just built an outdoor garden, you know, above ground. I have a below ground garden. I'm supposed to have an underground house. You know, I have so many projects going, sometimes just one finger on another, and it's cool. I thought Kevin was going to come out here, maybe be that guy. It wasn't like I'm trying to work him to death, but he's just not doing that, and that's fine. I don't want to. I said I don't want to ask him anymore for anything, because I'm tired of thinking I might get some help, and it just doesn't come. So that way I'm not disappointed. I don't upset him, and he won't get. All right, I'll let you out. I'll let you out. I'll let you out. Yeah. But anyways, it'll happen all in God's time. I'm not. So I've thought, like I said, my idea is maybe to just let this property go and lose the money. And if I lose the money, I lose the money. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to, but I just don't think my son and daughter I'm gonna ever talk to them again. I can't even report them missing, let alone report their murdered bodies. How am I gonna ever? I don't know. And it's not the end of the world. I can buy more property. That is just probably the most premium property. It is so beautiful. It has just a great, you're not going to have neighbors. I know, because the what's next door to it, it's, you know, there's only one property on that 400 acres. That property sold for, that property's $300,000 every time. As a, you know, a farm, you know, on the grid. But this property has power on the grid. I don't have it hooked up, but it has power. That makes it worth way more too than almost all these. Well, I found property a little bit less than yours. Yeah, but it's way out in the middle of nowhere. It's 3 miles from power. There's power touching this property. There's roads on both sides of this, you know, both sides of this property. You can access, you know, good roads. A lot of these roads out here are pretty bad because it's out here in the desert, but this actually has some of the best roads in the county. So I don't know. Maybe if I just make the decision to stay here and quit telling myself, because I'm fighting my animal instinct to just want to try to take a vacation and set up the other ministry until whatever happens in this country blows over. I've done a ton of research. There's not a better place to be. I'd be there. I would be there. You know what I'm saying? And this is a place where you can go and start from the ground up, and nobody's going to mess with you. You know what I'm saying? I came out here in a tent, and I'm not the only one, but that's a lot of, you know, people start from the ground up out here. And that's what's so beautiful to look back when I drive out here. It's a big farm out here. This ain't a little farm. This is a big farm that you can see from the road. I'm like, holy crap, dude, how'd you do all that? You know? Yeah, it is. It is already. I mean, I'm Brian. It's not safe to be in a city anymore. Look at where all the chaos is happening right now. It's not like it won't eventually happen in the country, but man, it's going to be hard to come out to a country town when you smell like the city. You know, we can smell you city folk from a mile away, right? From a long way away. Plus, you don't blend in. You don't have the right verbiage. You got to start learning to live like country folks, because a lot of the times they won't even let you. In this town, it takes 3, 4, 5 years for somebody to be considered local in this town. They don't just let people come in here and be locals. You got to kind of be integrated in this community. It's hard. That's the kind of town I want to live in. I'm saying? I don't want to live in some easy little. So it to be harder for people to come out here. They're going to know because everybody knows each other. Or they know of you. You know what I'm saying? So people are going to have more storage, more food, more space, just way more prepared. People in the city, they don't have personal water filters. What the hell do I need a personal water filter? I got a tap water coming out my tap, right? They're not going to have these type of things. They're going to be very unprepared, So, and that too. People, a lot of the tips too. Hey, neighbor, you check out my back. Hey, you got somebody coming down the road there. We ain't seen him. Brian, nobody drives down my driveway. The driveway here, I mean, it's this town is growing a lot, but it's still just wide open. I might get somebody down the driveway every 3 to 5 months. One person, every 3 months. So it's 3 months, probably every 3 months. The lady back there, she probably never hardly come out, but there's, that's what you want. You want quiet. I don't have any neighbors. I can see, but they're miles away over here, and hundreds of acres. I can go out and scream for help right now, and nobody's going to come save me. So that's how you want to be, self-reliant. Make your own power, become your own power company, get wind, get water, get solar, own your power, own the power. Now, hey, shit, my power bill didn't go up at all this year. It ain't gone up in 5 years. Want to know why? Because I'm the power company. Christ. Ain't no brownouts in this, people in the city. Oh shit, they about to have a brownout in their pants when the power goes out. It does go out in the country because people are more used to that, so they don't panic. But if you live in the city, power goes, oh my God, it literally make people heart jump like they went on a roller coaster or something. That's not good. If your heart jump because the power goes out, you probably need to start figuring, and I remember I lived in the city. I've been like that before. Hell no. Nuh-uh. I am the power company. There ain't no rolling brownouts. You ain't going to raise my power bill. I am the power company, and that is empowering. When you could cut your cost for power, lamp, carry, electric, we got generators. I got multiple backup. I have a well drilling kit. I don't have my well drilled yet, but I have thousands of gallons of water storage on hand at all times. So if I have to shut my gates, I don't have to go to town for 5 years. That feels good. And I own this bitch and everything on it. Why these people chase bills, I don't know. Oh, I got to have a big old house on a little piece of land where if I fart, my neighbor can see me one and raise it one, or hear it, oh, damn, neighbor. What are you in? Sauerkraut over there? And bumping the old lady with the ugly gets SWAT team because she's screaming no, and she really means yeah. And he thinks he saw a gun, What is up with that? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? But that's what people want to do. Let them do it. But it doesn't make sense to me. I'd rather, you want to live on a, big old house and a little piece of property. I've got 4 houses now. I could build 4 more. Remember, I just told you about building another one on the 20-acre parcel. My idea on that property was to put 4 fourplexes to rent them out to the community because there's nothing to rent out here. That shit gets rented up in this little, hey, somebody got a rental, boom, it's gone, it's rented. They don't have to advertise a rental in this town. You know what I'm saying? If somebody want to come out this town right now, they could make a fortune. Not like that too, and I'm just saying they could. There's just it's supply and demand. There is no supply and there's way too much demand. If I could get a mobile mechanic out here right now, they could make a fortune. But they won't, because the farmers always pick them up. What the hell are you doing making $50 an hour? Or you make $300? How about $150 an hour? And you work inside this heated, covered barn on this Komatsu or this John Deere tractor or this, people always get picked up in this town every single time. Well, why would you want to lay on your back if most guys won't lay on their back when they've been on a shop, and I appreciate that. All right, time for a BH, I guess. We'll have to let the internet stop talking. It'll come back to my voice. It's the way she girds, boys. We got some live options. Oh, thank you, Father, for meds. Yeah, I know. It's what it is, man. I live in the country. I'm blessed to even have. Some people don't get internet out here at all. They get such laggy they can't even live stream or nothing. I mean, I could get Starlink or something, but I don't have none of that. I'm hooked up to a fucking piece of shit phone. That's it. Are we charging at all? Hey, we're charging. All right. Well, all right. So. Does death excite you? Are you excited to die, to go be with Father? Do you ever think about death? Not like the others. Don't get your head twisted here. You afraid to die? Maybe you haven't lived enough. What do you think about more than anything in your life? Death. So, it's exciting. It's going to be lighter than this. Tell you, this life is pretty heavy, man. It's pretty heavy, man. Hold on, get smoke a bong it, man, because it's heavy, man. It is, man. It's gravity, man. It's pretty heavy, man. Puff, puff, pass, says Sabrina. Oh. Puff, puff, yeah. I better get the lid on that. I better get the lid on that garden. You guys, I think it's going to get down into the lower 30s. And I don't think those plants are going to fend too well. They're just not. If I would have grown them, and grown them from seed, but these are clones. I don't think they'll fend very well in this colder weather. Clones don't do good in cold weather. I mean, they can if you harden them, and it's. I better get that lid on there. Tomorrow, or I'm gonna lose those plants. And those ladies are looking pretty good. They're getting a little light, and I don't know why. I don't care. I'm not gonna put nothing at them. I ain't giving them no chemicals or nothing. I ain't doing nothing. They're either gonna make it or they're not. God damn it, pull through, ladies. But they'll be fine. I just think they're cold and they're a little shocked out there, so they're starting to get a little limey color, and it could just be the strain. Sometimes I've had strains that do that too. It's been a lot of years since I've grown, but better get a cover over them, or it. I don't have any wood to put in that little wood stove, but oh well. I think I'll be all right. They'll be all right in there. That's all double insulated, all those are double pane glass windows in there. And, yeah, I wanted to get some more stuff started too. And grow through the next couple of months. If I end up having to stay here, if that's the plan. Hi, kids. Hi, boys and girls out there, my kittens. But I didn't that outdoor so long, but that was a pretty good project that I got done this summer. If I didn't get a ton of stuff done, I got a lot more done. All right. We got more interruptions. It's the sun. I can't believe I'm still here. And the sun is pushing out energy. And it hasn't whacked us yet. The sun is going to melt the cities. Wherever it hits, the city turn to dust. Ashes to ashes and dust to dust, like on the back of the dollar, it says, "In God we trust." We're still here. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Once again, what can I say? Is that chi, man? Motherfucking bug. Be on the tip for real. You know what I'm saying? Is that chi? Oh, look at my puppy dog. He loves me. All right. We're going to do the Chiba Chiba. Chiba Chiba. Sabrina's got that Chiba. Oh, she's always got it in her hand. So do me the right way. Oh. You listen to any Tone Loke? No, that's old school there, boy. That's, what's that, 80s? I love that song, Chiba. I think we sang some Chiba the other day, didn't we? A little bit of lyrics, some Chiba. I was singing this song, but I'm afraid I'd get me a music strike in here, huh? Nice. 83. Cool. So you're about on your board. All right. You're not a young little lady anymore, but you're a lady for sure. So just like I'm not a young man, but I don't think I'm old, and you know, so, but yeah, no, Tone Low Key did some awesome. I like that album that he did. He just, I didn't like Funky Cole Medina and I didn't like Wild Thing, but all those other songs on that album are really good. And that's probably my favorite song that he ever put out was Chiba. And a lot of people don't even never heard that song, but it's a good song. Yeah, I remember being in my 40s. You're like, well, shit, I'm not 30 anymore. Definitely not 20. 50's right there. Oh, damn. So yeah, that's a good age, man. 40s are really, that's a fun age. You know what I'm saying? I had a really difficult time in my 40s, but I really had a good time too. 50s, kind of the same thing, whatever. I ain't never going to get old. I don't get old like that. I was actually talking to somebody about that the other day. It was a couple weeks ago, and it's a guy I hadn't seen in a while, and he came over and he's like, "Damn, dude, you are freaking in shape, dude." I was like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "There's some," and he has the same physique as me. He's real in shape, and he's the same age as me. He's in his 50s. I said, if you look around, man, you'll find that there's a generation of us that we hit a certain point and we just quit aging. Kind of like not that we're still aging, but we don't. A lot of people age out. Like my brother's definitely looking a lot older than me. Their bodies are shot, overweight, and just different physique, a whole different physique, the whole different, just top to bottom. I don't have body fat, you know, and he said, like, he mentioned. I said, yeah, well, if you pay attention, I said, there's a generation of us. We just reach a certain point. We just quit aging at that point. And when we age, we keep aging, but the body just kind of stays. And he's like, dude, that's right, dude. Dude, you're so crazy. You come up with the craziest things, but you're right about so many things. I was like, yeah, because look at our bodies. We have the same. I mean, he's a little bit. He's about your age, maybe just a little bit older than you, but and he's hard on his body. God, he's so freaking hard on his. He reminds me when I was in my 20s. He just in my 40s, I was still really just crushing it in my 40s too. I mean, shit, I built the shelter in my 40s, I built a storm shelter. That's a $500,000 to 28 feet down from where we're at. And it's not 20 feet down, but it's 15 feet down, and 15 feet wide, but 50 feet, wide. Is big, massive feat to do in your 40s. I wasn't in my 20s. And so I still had a lot of, but I told him that. I said, if you look, I said, we're really blessed, Joe, you know. And I said, we're going to probably die looking just like this. And he goes, yeah, probably, huh? And I said, yeah, because look, you see older people now and they're fit, you know, and but they take good care of their bodies. And he goes, yeah, but we don't. And I said, yeah, but you better start. I don't. I neither, you know. I said, you need to stop pushing so damn hard, man. He tries so hard. He pushes hard, hard, hard. And for the right causes, too. He really is. He protests a lot. He does a lot of uh so you know what I'm saying? But some of us saying we'll never get old. And like I said, I told her I ain't never gonna get old. I ain't never gonna die. I'll never die like that. I'm already dead like that. I've already reached my. You're supposed to be like wine. You're supposed to get better with age and better with time. You're not supposed to degress. That's why people celebrate birthdays and they get older and older. And I don't celebrate nothing. I don't do none of that stuff. None of that. No, no, no. I don't do none of that. Get all that crap away from me. I don't like that. Then you want me to get me all party and drunk and eat and drink and more sugar and more, you know, all just to, you know what I'm saying? You don't understand what it means to be dead. You're dead. Oh, okay, whatever. Go along. You don't understand. I'm not some. Do you think you live on a planet? Let me ask you that. Do you think you live on a planet? Let's see if you know anything there, child. Come in here and try to act like an adult, but you're just a child. Dude, all right, get out of here. Your dialect is like a. I know it. Get out of here. Go along. Move along. Nothing to see here. Move along. Go. There's nothing in you're already you're swine. You stink. You're an American, aren't you? I'm an army veteran. You're an American, aren't you? Asserting your First Amendment right. See, that's what I'm saying, brothers. I tell you every single time the stupidest thing people say. They don't understand. You're supposed to die to self every single day to flesh. It's a spiritual death. Children, children, children. Yes, I don't die. I'm eternal. Why? How would I die if I'm eternal? The flesh, I might lose the flesh, but the Hokadesh, the spirit, the ghost, that's what Hokadesh is, doesn't die. Oh, you're loosen up, buddy. See, he's trying to get me to loosen up. He wants to stick something inside of me. I can tell you was coming. I know these people. I've been here too long. But anyways, what a good time to be here, and what a horrible time too at the same time. Isn't it this life just like this, like a double-edged sword? You're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't. You know? Uh-oh. Kitty's on the roof. We got the kitty on the roof. So, but if you look, like I said, if you look at some of us, we don't, you know, we don't let that time clock beat us like that. You know, I mean, totally like the mind starts slowing down. Obviously, you can't, when you're in your 50s, you're not going to say, oh, man, I'm in my 20s, but you can push hard like that, you know. But I'm telling you, as I've gotten older, that's the one thing that I've known is, you know, I can't tell my body to shut up. It's easy. Work, goddammit. Who's controlling who? No, the body doesn't control the mind. The mind controls the goddamn body. Get the fuck up and work. Work harder. Nobody cares. You know, and just that's how I'm a veteran. So I don't know I never knew there was anything such as rest or even really so much as pull to the rear or duck. I mean, all I knew was go. Winners never quit. Shit. Sleep, you get plenty of sleep when you die. Move out, draw a fire, soldier. Pain is just weakness trying to leave your body. Just had a different mindset. So I didn't know anything but charge, but it is good to take time, and Father did want us to rest, you know what I'm saying? So that's what I learned. Now our grandparents kept telling us, and parents told, you know, you're going to feel that later if you don't. Yeah, whatever, man. And even this, my son, he's the one who taught me, send it, you know, the send it generation, because I didn't know what that was called when I was young. That's what I would do. I try to tell people, if you think about jumping off there, you ain't going to jump. Seriously. I don't care, whatever in life. Just hear me out, because you should think about everything you do before you do it. But you should have some damn instincts where you perfect practice prevents piss poor performance before you just go jumping head first into something. But I didn't know that. And I've tried to tell you that in life. That's why I don't have anybody out here, because most people are chicken shits. They won't jump at all. And that's fine. There's most people won't, and that's a good thing too, because that can get you in a lot of damn trouble. I know, I've lived that whole life, but my son is that person who's taught me that. And I'm telling you, that really works like that. And this has a lot to do with instinct, listening to your gut, having a track record of having either a calm or, like I said, knowing when to pull back, when to duck, and when to move forward, when to say something, when less is more. Or, it takes experience, right? But if you think about something, you're gonna die in war. I'll tell you that, because thinking will get you killed. You got to be able to react, if that makes any sense at all. And so most people are afraid to send it, and that's in life. And if you really want to accomplish something, you could think about it all day, and a lot of people sit around and talk about it, but then there's people who are actually doing it. The Northern Lights are out where you're at? Did you say the Northern Lights are out, Sabrina? We've been getting some energy coming from the sun. You know what I'm saying? But that's the send it, you know, and you really need to start learning how to have instincts like that, where you're not going to stutter, and you're not going to stumble, and you're going to react, and you're going to react to the right way. You're going to react in a calm fashion. You're going to react I'm just in more of an adult fashion, when things are really rough, you got to know when to put your head down and duck so you don't take a bullet in the head, so you can live to fight another day, right? There is a time to go move forward, and there is a time to, you know, duck behind some cover if you need to, so you can keep moving forward. But I don't know. Everybody's a little bit different. I think that mentality with me, it's an age thing too. Like I'm saying, your mind is supposed to be able to control the body, or your mind is weak. As a veteran, I know that if you let your body tell you to stop, you'd never make it in the military. You'd never make it in war. You'd never make it in life, and a lot of people don't. And I'm not saying I have some perfect life, but I've had a pretty rough go at me. And that's how I sometimes remember when I got hit in the face with a grenade. I'm like, how did I keep going like that? Well, you had that on your mind. You had your son on your mind. You knew that these people were not going to be nice before they came there. You already had it in your mind how they were going to react to you. You told your son they will shoot you dead if you fucking don't listen to them, and don't want to say that to him, but making him very clear that you make one wrong move, they are going to shoot you. Remember, they shot him anyways, remember? But so you have to be able to respond in the right fashion, and I think we've lost our instinct like that. And it's a lot of people because they stall, if you know what I'm saying. They stall out, and they want to so bad, they do. But if they think about it, they're done. And it's not saying that you can't do that, but I'm just saying in the moment, if you want to go jump off a bridge, 50-foot bridge, you're not going to go up there and think about it. Most of the time, you need to get up there and jump, like I said, and you'll be much more bungee jumper. Sometimes you see people sit up there, they never do it because they get up there and, they just can't get up there, send it, and do it. Already have in your mind that you can do it, and actually, if you remember ever doing something like that in your life, you're like, oh shit, that wasn't that hard, and that was awesome. Damn, I missed out on all that time. I could have been doing that. I don't know about you, but me. And so I like that. Like I said, I like that people can move forward. And oh, I got some noise going on here. What do I got going? What is that? Oh my guys. Some kind of bird? Juniper. I seen the kitty come from over there. She must have been eating something over there. I just want to make sure it wasn't my birds. I'll make sure it wasn't my birds. Man, it's chilly out there. It's cold. Woo! Yeah, I don't know what that was. I must have I seen the kitty come from over there, so she must have been got her an owl or something. I don't know. That sounded more like an owl, like a screeching owl almost. So I had to go apologize. I had to check on my ladies, make sure they're all in their house where they're supposed to be. My good ladies doing what they're supposed to be doing. So. I'm not ready for a cold winter. I don't know about you, but I don't know. Cold winter. Don't want to have to get up in cold mornings, man. I've done that with the wood stove and it's still cold in the morning. So, but yeah, all the ladies were in there. I did a head count, so I think it was Juniper going after. She's a savage. She is a freaking amazing cat. She eats so much stuff out here. And she gets a lot of birds. She is a bird. Oh man, I feel sorry for any birds. They don't much stand a chance. If she sees a bird and wants it, she normally gets that thing, man. She doesn't miss too many birds. She'll wait and for the right time. She's just a savage, man. She just is so stealthy. Waits for that perfect time and then bam, she's on it. She doesn't hesitate. She got good instinct. So I'm thinking she must have had something up there. Yeah, I don't know what I'll do. I'll just figure it out. It's not gonna be the end of the world. I've had extreme mountaineering, Arctic training. I've had I trained on the Bolio Range in Alaska, one of the extremely cold mountaineering training, and stayed out there I think it was 2.5 weeks. Never got any warmer than -42. It's extreme, below zero, and yes, I could be put to the test. It's not that. I just we'll see. We'll see what comes. I don't want to make any plans. Yeah. Snow is when that same snow that falls on the ground is there 9 months later. That's snow. Okay. Right? As I tried to tell you. You ain't seen snow until that same snow that hits the ground is still there 9 months later. Now you know seen snow. Till then, you ain't seen no snow. That just. Still making that noise out there. She must be back on it. Just heard it doing it again. But so cold you can throw a cup of coffee in the air and it doesn't hit the ground. It just there's no moisture in the air like that because it's frozen. Any moisture freezes. You got to plug your car in kind of cold. If you drive, can't have your car. Car has to be plugged in if you want to drive it. Well, to unplug it to drive it has to stay. It keeps the battery. All the fluids need to have circulating or heaters on them. Oil pan and transmission and battery, and yeah, it's a whole different lifestyle living in extreme cold where you can die in a matter of hours if you don't. Hours, less than hours sometimes, though. It's good for you though. Makes you harden. When you have a death on your back the whole time, it makes you get up off your ass and be 100% motivated, and that puts a whole different kind of, you just pump different kind of chemical in your body then too, and not a fight or flight survival. When you don't like that, you have to learn that's not, you don't want to do that or you'll be screwed. So it's just different, extreme. Like I said, people live in all these extreme environments all over the rock, Siberia and Russia and all these, people forget, yeah, so people do it, they adapt and overcome, but my bones are old. Like I said, like that, I'm not that damn old, but why? My dad, he, as much as he explained to me, he said, I live in LA, son, because this is the land of opportunity. We do something different every day, and not never do the same thing. LA, Mexico's right here, and it's there's so many things we could do, but I have a back that's broken, and it's I should I shouldn't be walking, and he made it pretty clear, and I could see my dad was a living miracle, truly a miracle that somebody could walk, and even, but you know, um, again, he's one of those people. Again, it was kind of an inspiration to me growing up because he made pain seem like it was nothing. But he said, I live here because it's the constant sun, and I can't do the cold or the hot. He has steel pins and rods and needles, and this was this modern day. He broke his back in the 70s. I mean, he looked like a transformer machine going on in his back, because he literally bent in half like a taco. So he told us that he had lived there because the weather was stable there, LA, where it's sunny all year, right? And wasn't that on the local album? LA, where it's sunny all year, first city to bust the feel of gear. So, and I understood, and that makes sense, move to a climate where it's not gonna wreck you if you're cold. The cold does mess with you a lot more than the heat, obviously, and especially because my daddy had so much metal in him. Metal, not this polycarbonate and all these other things. This is a man who's put together like in the 70s. They literally took and cut open his hips and went in, and he'd bent in half and like a taco. You should sever your spinal cord and died, but somehow he didn't die, and they built him back open or whatever, and then had to replace the lower 8 vertebrae were just basically disintegrating in his back. I mean, it's is a wreck, and anyways, but they went in and cut open his hips and took made they didn't have all that back then. They made his vertebrae out of his hips, to replace and to put so there was a lot of rods and pins and screws and all these. It was really quite, remarkable for him to even ever. They told me he wouldn't walk, and he walked out of the hospital after 2 back surgeries, and just but he told me that, when I remember he was telling me that he lived um, in LA because he would get cold. Like we would go up to Mammoth or something, or Big Bear or whatever, travel up north to Northern California to go play in the snow or do the Angeles Forest, whatever. Remember my grandfather had, property in the Angeles Forest, whatever, but that cold would wreck him, I can remember it, but I remember why, because it was all metal. You imagine how all that metal inside your body, and it's cold, and that all gets cold. So that's why he lived, in the climate. And so I've asked people, why did how'd you go where you're at? Well, that's why my dad, obviously he grew, his parents had moved there, but he'd stayed in that climate because, he'd always told me, if you can go from here, you can go anywhere in the world. And this, every place wants to be like LA. And he would just grew up with a very left coast mentality. That's all I can tell you. West Coast mentality. It thought everything east of the border, California border, was the East Coast. So I was that damn ignorant at first when I was young. You know what I'm saying? Just, it's a West Coast thing. And I know it is. It's just an attitude, kind of a thing. So, but it made sense to me. And I'm kind of like that now in my time. I'm like, why should I spend my time in the cold? I didn't have nearly I've only had 2 vertebrae that are broken. He had 8 and they were gone, and mine are still there, but they're just messed up. And I had 2 discs that are gone, and they're just all welded together because our bodies will do that. We fused itself back together all on its own. A lot of years, but it did it. So a lot of pain, but here I am walking. So without fused, vertebrae, there's just, your body does it automatically. So that's in my time. I'm just like, man, I'm not fending the cold. And it's okay. And I'm like, whatever, man. My mind is not 20 anymore. It's not easy to tell my body to shut the fuck up and just do what it needs to do. So I know my mind's not as strong as it was, and I know I am strong because when I'm going through it, and even just to keep my sanity, I think it sometimes sucks to have people come in here and accuse me of having all these mental fucking disabilities, which doesn't make you less of a person. But come on, man. I've been through a lot of shit, and I think I'm doing all right and keeping my sanity for as much, just in the last 15 months, not to pull my hair out. I mean, currently, I can't report my son's dead or daughter's missing body, and I got to go on like this is okay, man. Everything's all right, man. Team America, everything's okay. It just gets a little hard to do. So, you know, whatever. It is what it is. Like I said, eventually, I'm sure Father, if he'll unchain me, I ain't gonna stay here. I'm gonna go to a warmer climate. I know it. I just fucking know it. I'm not gonna hang out in some cold climate when I don't have to. So I remember what my dad told me, and it makes sense. And I'm gonna hold on to that from my core. I was told that at a young age. So, um, but Father wants me to be stuck here, freezing my fucking ass off in the cold all winter. Remember, I got tens of $1,000 doing an attorney, ain't doing shit. That could have bought me firewood, everything I needed for the winter. But nope, he wants me to freeze my ass off. So here we are already, man. I'm so fucking long-winded. I don't even why people even want to be around me. And how do people even keep their fucking mind, their attention to what are you talking about, man? You were just talking about putting the roof on the top of the thing for the ladies, and you got talking about the winter, huh? Welcome to my house. Oh. Whatever. I'm not here to, be liked by the world. It is what it is. I got to be me. At least I went down being me. I wasn't being somebody fake. And I'm not a corporation. I only operate in a private capacity, not in commerce. And thank Father for good cannabis. So to take narcotics and stuff ruins me. Oh man, I'm so glad I don't do none of that. Oh. Nope, just some live rosin. It's live. It's not Memorex, it's live. It's not Polaroid. Remember the photomat? Remember photomats? Drive-through photomats where you take your your film and get it developed same day. How long did it take to the photomat? An hour or something? You had to come back. See, I'm going back in time here, trying to distract myself from the world. Do the Polaroid. Oh, hold on. That's my dance. The Polaroid, remember? Hold on. Here it comes. What the hell are you doing? I'm doing the Polaroid. Dude, I am so freaking stupid sometimes. I might be sane, but I'm still a little stupid. But that's all right. I'd rather that be that way than normal every single time. So let me ask you this. What is normal? Because I asked this the other day. Nobody had answered me. What is normal and what is reality? This is where I'm telling you, they're going to lock your fucking ass up. If you don't ask this question, you can't answer this question. That's you don't realize what's coming. Sometimes Father gets me ahead of things. I love the way Father does that to me. Prognosco. Did you hear what I said? Nobody ever answers it. All right. We'll just leave it be. I'll bring it up sometime again, huh? Normal and reality. Or how about mentally stable? Alrighty then. Back to life, back to reality. However do you want me? However do you need me? Now, yeah, see that? I love it. Isn't that insane? How far we've come from. Well, kind of, Brian. I mean, see, everybody's reality is a little different, right? See, that's something when I figured out when I was about this fucking big. I was real young. I was like, oh shit, my reality is not their reality. Their reality is not. Oh, I don't need. Please take me out of this place. I don't want to be here. This place is crazy. This is out of control. Normal, huh? Can you read between the lines? Um, can you distinguish the forest from the trees? So, you know, is reality what you create? Is reality, yeah, your ass gonna get locked up because you ain't normal. I don't want to fucking hear it. You're out of your mind. Whatever in your own reality. Get in the van. Yeah, huh? Careful. They like to play with your reality. Realize visual and verbal voodoo. They like to poke at you with their mantras and their chants. Oh yeah. Sabrina, what I call it is set apart. How about that? Set apart. Always different. Different, not in like extreme, stupid way. I hate how that took off because I am different. I am not fucking extreme. I've been extreme with being stupid and young and dumb and breaking bones and whatever, but they took that to an extreme. And I remember when that changed because watch, if we're old enough, watch, I'm going to bring you through history. This started with, remember? This started with the, do you remember well, no, well, let's try to bring light to the subject. How about this? How about the blue light special? How about the blue light special? Remember that? The blue light special. What's the blue light special? Let's see if we have anybody old enough in the room to remember or anywhere, because it could be different. Maybe. Okay, so the Kmart, right? So the blue light special. So we could shed a little light on the situation, okay, guys? Because there's, like I grew up in an extreme environment because I grew up in Los Angeles, California, death everywhere. Just it wasn't an easy childhood. It just is what it was. But there was some kind of normal, as hard as that is to believe, and there was some kind of reality back in time where we had somewhat what we would think normal and not so extreme. Like children were not supposed to see sex. Like even a man and a woman were not allowed to kiss in public without kind of getting a hard time. Like, dude, come on, fucking guys. PDA, man. Public display of affection. Get a room, guys. Get a fucking hotel. There's kids in the area. The kids aren't supposed to see. Are we tracking now? Because I'm trying to go to a time where you understand where we kind of had some kind of reality that I think that there was a reality, but that's been long gone, just so you know. I mean, because if you will, I'm saying, I mean, there is something now, but I don't know. Morals. Okay, Brian says morals. Okay, people are more. There we go. Oh, that's a good word. We'll just try not to overcomplicate the situation. But thank you, Brian, for that's an excellent way. There are a lot of morals and stuff going on, and there was a society that kind of fabricated around some kind of moralistic. So he's going right to the core. So this is where we went off, guys. Is because now watch. Look, guys, there was an innocence to having fun. Watch, I'm going to make it this easy for you. Smile, you're on candid camera. Remember that? Dude, I'm so fucking crazy, guys. I'm such a nutty motherfucker, remember? Whatever, people call me nuts. What is reality? What's normal? Okay, so remember? So that was a prank, right? A prank. Remember pranks, prank calls before star 69. Oh yeah, Kmart. Yeah, oh yeah, before star 69. Remember before they can call you back? Hey, this is your refrigerator running? You better go catch it. It's Prince Albert in a can. All that. Come on, guys. That was a pretty crazy time, but we weren't. We were headed towards that time, man. And I told you how this happened with the kids, because we started thinking it was all right for women to kiss women. Guys, we're like, that's not gay. No, come on, honey. For me, have a paper party. Have a scissor cutting party. You should have a paper. Ding dong ditch, egging houses before star 69. There we go. All right, cool. See, Brandon, that's what I'm saying. But it wasn't so extreme. And then we had the smile, you're on candid camera pranking people, and but then watch how fast this went, guys. And I'm telling you how this started. How I seen how fast society became so extreme. We lost a reality. And this is about 90s, guys. 80s into the 90s, man. This is right about that time. When we went from when we went from smile you're on candid camera to more of a jackass, because that's how I acted. I was a jackass. I was always breaking bones and being extreme, too extreme. But that's actually 100%. I'm not going to lie to you. That's how I could avoid about 25% of the fights that I didn't have to fight in, because people are like, dude, that dude's crazy. Just leave him alone, dude. He does the stupidest shit. He's always breaking bones. He's just, so being extreme was, I took it a little too far, but I'm trying to remember that's me. I was just a weirdo. I remember, and everybody else wasn't that stupid, and they would call me to do something and dare me or whatever it was, that I just do it because of whatever pride, or just nobody else would do it, or whatever it was. It was a little more extreme, because I remember that, because I'm not the jackass yet, because I'm trying to remember that's part of this too. I'm trying to bring you into the society where we've kind of lost the whole grip. Because if you know what jackass is, that's Johnny Knoxville and some of the others that are Steve-O and all that. It's really extreme, right? I'm not going that extreme yet, because we ain't even gone Girls Gone Wild yet, or none of that. You know what I'm saying? Where we ain't even got Girls Gone Wild and all this, club culture, and I'm not going to go through all of it and bore you to death, but I'm trying to show you how fast we went from something like smile you're on candid camera, and this is all from that stupid Polaroid. Whatever, my mind's crazy. But anyways, I'm not, whatever. I'm crazy, you're crazy. What's normal? You're normal, I'm not, you are. What's reality? What's normal? Who are you to say? So how do you know my name is Tracy? Were you there when my dad, and mom there, and the doctor slapped my ass, and my mom and dad were hippies, and I'm sure they did mushrooms. They probably came out and did something out in the parking lot. How do you know mine was Tracy? So I don't think you can prove that there was some drugs involved. So were you there? But okay, anyway, so and even too, remember, yeah, and yeah, like too, like children staying outside, and like, well, that's even it's yeah. So Brian's tracking then. So okay, so Brian, you see what I'm saying? We went from kind of a society in the 80s and the 90s to having a little bit of extremism, and it wasn't so. And I'm telling you, that Y2K thing just everybody up too. That just ruined everybody. The Y2K, I'm like, oh, you guys are the stupidest generation ever. But no, whatever. The clocks are going to turn to zero. The whole world's going to end. I'm like, dude, we have definitely reached the end of society. Like, dude, this is the end. People are stupid. They're never going to be any more stupid than that. You're going to see that the computers are going to not or turn to zero, and nothing's going to happen, and these people are going to get played like a fiddle. But anyways, so, but where I really want you to pay attention to, brothers and sisters, is the extremism where this really took off. Really, really, really took off, because this stuff's been here before in society. Brothers and sisters, don't think people haven't been homosexuals and dressed up in transgenderism. And this stuff is not the first time it's been around. This stuff is gone. But then society, because Brian nailed it with morals, with that one word, with morals. We had some morals as a society. Children weren't supposed to be seeing sex. And if you were extreme, that was done behind closed doors. So what if you wanted to be extreme? So what if you wanted to dress up like that? Do it. Go for it. But don't let the kids see it. And that's why I'm trying to yes, that's right. Yep. 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 So somebody's been studying. Good for you, Brian. A lot of studying out. There's a lot of good information. If you go back to World War II, they're doing it again. Thank you, Brian. They're doing it again. Thank you, Brian. People better pay attention to these cycles that I keep telling you about, because they're doing World War II. It is World War III. It equals the Seventh King, which was Adolf. He is being revealed. If you watch this channel, you know exactly what I'm talking about. That's Sphosty, the Massey of the Baphomet, Bel, the sun god in the middle of the winter, alien, not, it's all yeah. So anyways, if you look, brothers and sisters, we went from a time where people were not coming out of the closet yet. Remember? And this all started with the paper cutting parties, when you're like, hey, honey, will you have a scissor party with your friend? Because, honey, you're not you're not lesbian, you're not gay, little smoochy. And she's like, well, I'll tell you what, honey, if you eat some of that sausage, I might consider. You're like, honey, I don't eat pork. And then, but somehow it was okay that she could smoochy and have a paper cutting party, but you wouldn't eat the pork. And that went on for a while, for a little bit, if you remember, in society. I'm not wrong. I've done this on YouTube over and over. I should write a book about this. There should be a study or whatever, because I've seen this. I've watched the culture change and how fast this switch went. We said, honey, can I watch? Any ladies want to disagree? I mean, we're grown-ass adults. It's an adult stream here. We're not overboard, but anybody remember that time? I want to watch you cut paper and have a paper cutting party. And that's not gay, or you're not lesbian. And if he does it, though, right? You're like, oh, I don't eat sausage. I don't eat no sausage. I don't eat pork. Come on, guys. This is a pretty important time in history where things really started changing fast. I'm bringing this on fast and hard. This is where it happened. I'm telling you, this is where it happened in society. This is where we did it to ourselves, so to speak. A little bit with the rap music. There was there you go. That's what I'm saying. Where it was just like, it wasn't that surely internet, but just focus on what I'm saying, Brian, because you nailed that one too, from where we had morals, where it was like, well, honey, if you just have a paper cutting party and I just want to watch. Oh, I won't try to join and get in on that, but I just want to watch. But that action was not, it became acceptable for two females to have a sexual encounter, but it wasn't sexual. It was innocent. It was cute. And it was like, oh, honey, come on, just try it. We'll just, you guys remember any of that times? Because that's where I'm telling you, that's when people started coming out of the closet. Started advertising how many closets they had in their, house for sale. And like, dude, we don't need to know how many closets you have. To keep your closet advertisements to yourself, right? Because that's when we seen right about that time. And that's when we start seeing this, putting this in their faces with the triple, where they started doing this, allowing this to come out of the circus shows of the three dressed up as like some, three gendered God or whatever, what I'm saying? Baphomet, Baal, Jesus Christ, Satan, Apollyon. They want you to come on by to give it a try. All this one thing leads to that triple gender God Baphomet. And people don't see this either. And I see how this progressed. So it went from, oh, he's coming out of the closet to, oh, now that's okay too. And Girls Gone Wild and extremism. And then everything got freaking extreme. And then what is normal anymore? What is reality anymore? Obama makes, homosexual, and gay marriage legal across all 50 states. See how fast that went, brothers and sisters? And a lot of it went because a lot of this stuff, I don't think anybody's ever brought this to discovery before, and I have on this channel with adults, that we kind of did it to ourselves. It's not the lady's fault. Us guys were, oh, get her drunk or whatever, your wife. Even guys were asking their wives, because you even see Sabrina said something about that it was acceptable. Oh, she's not gay and that's not a les if she does that. That's where I'm telling you guys, that's where the trigger was right there. That's where our trigger was. I'm telling you, guilty. I had a couple of girls, whatever, and I was young. I was a kid. I was in the military. I was young, whatever, no, can I watch? I never joined in, whatever, but we're young. We do this, has been around before, but we're not supposed to accept this in society and let our kids see sex. Period. And that's where my problem is with this whole thing, guys. That's what you can't, and I have to bring it front and center. Children were never supposed to be sex, and this is how children were brought to bring sex right in front of their eyes. Now they got them reading to our kids in, libraries and stuff, and it's totally acceptable. Not only is it to be bought, but start taking Jill's button or Jill's pocket and sewing it on Jack, and Jack wants Jill's pocket. We're doing it to the kids now. bringing these kids and letting these kids see these at these parades. We're talking about dudes, nads hanging out of their damn pants. And there's children seeing this in their eyes, and it's totally acceptable in public too, in a public eye. So pretty extreme conversation to have, but I want you to show you how extreme and how you think extreme is now. Imagine the next culture shift, because the next culture shift coming is they don't need the kids. They don't need anybody here anymore. They need their robots, and they need to get rid of a bunch of people real quick, because when we blot the sun out and we come into the solar minimum, that's why they've been erasing history and knocking down relics and monoliths and doing all the cycles that they've done in the past. People ain't seen what's coming. Because remember, we had this first general conversation of freezing my fucking balls off out here in the winter, with these cycles. And these people are really good at writing these cycles too. So a lot of these things are something that they're very well skilled at. You know what I'm saying? There you go. I don't mean to be like that, Brian. I hate to think that's where we're headed, but that's where we're headed. If they thought a virus was alive and they were so stupid they couldn't get on a goddamn internet or whatever search engine that they were using to look and just see, okay, let's look at immunity. Let's look at virology. Let's look at, okay, I've been about an hour studying in this. And now, oh, wait a minute, a virus not alive, that could have been about 30 seconds. You could have debunked that whole scamdemic, and if they convince the whole world to stand on an X, flatten the curve, go inside, shut down your business, and a virus is alive, then it's not going to be hard to pull off that a robot that's programmed, that's got feelings and rights now is alive. Hey, there's the eugenics program. That's why the Deagle maps, that's why 200 million Americans, I'd almost guarantee now it just seems more and more every day more plausible. I didn't say it's going to happen. I ain't making a prediction. I said plausible. About 200 million Americans going to disappear before the end of 2025. Just because that's what the Deagle maps, they've been out since 2017. I'm starting to think it's going to happen. I look at Americans, how they act. I look at 4.5 million Venezuelans that said, all right, fucking let's do this. Older people, let's stand up for, there ain't nobody stand up. There ain't no two countries that are united. There ain't no, there are two states that are united. This ain't a country, it's a corporation. And so they're going to roll on with this, whether people like it or not. And they're going to bring it in with the lights out of it. A nuclear winter from the sun getting blotted out by the volcanism from the increasing of the solar radiation that keeps coming and pounding the magnetosphere as they tell everybody there's robots in the sky, and they keep bringing shit up with their rockets up there. They're going to drop it on there. Oh my God, there's robots, and they're aliens with. I was trying to tell people, you ever seen a sex doll? You ever seen these flipping babies? I wish they would ban those things, dude. Those might be one of the evilest things I think I've ever seen in my life. Those realistic little babies. I want them to, if I was president, I would outlaw those by executive order. No, I get the Congress to see if we can get a vote on it. But those things are freaking evil. Those things look more real than real babies. So don't tell me they can't have robots that already live amongst you, you stupid fucking idiots. Remember Charlie Kirk? He was a little far leaning to the right and then ended up leaning to the left. What do you think that was? Charlie's got us surrounded. We've talked about it in here. They're going to keep marching this program on, brothers and sisters. You see it in the television. You see it in animation. You see it in everything. It should be plain as the nose on your face where this country for sure is headed. And here's how I see it happening. Because I see you all working in work camps and robots fucking making you, guarding you. If not, they'll blow you the fuck up. You're going to work and do what you're told. And this country is an American. It ain't America anymore. It's a corporation, and you're working for it as a debt slave. They ain't afraid to put you to work. They've done it before during World War II, and they're rebranding World War II equals World War III. The seventh king is being revealed as the eighth king as you speak, because you just don't know the scripture, and you think that some antichrist is some physical. It has nothing to do with the physical, although they'll do the physical rituals. This is a spiritual testament and a spiritual antichrist. Neuter gender beast system that is being released already right in front of your face. It will eventually lead to a tokenized, digitally tracked and traced, credit scored, yes, digitally tracked and traced blockchain communism. You heard it here first. I try to be some kind of special, you know what I'm saying? Women being drafted. Thank you. I've been saying that, Brian. Nobody wants to listen to me. All those military bases coming home and being policed against America, starting this faction that I never watched the movie that Obama had about this whatever, north versus south. They're kind of already doing it with this federalization of the police. That's following what happened in World War II anyways, but we're seeing it. All these movies and shit people think those are coming to real life. I don't watch that shit. I hate it, but I watch blogs and stuff about it, and many I did in the 90s and 80s, and they did it to us 70s back then too. A lot of this stuff, I'll be back. It's coming. Wally, whatever. Number 5, alive. I'm standing here beside myself and sporting a very tremendous Woody. Not bad. I do a little TV too while we're on here. You know that. Or jingles with the commercial. I'm just trying to show you how fast we're going through time at breakneck speed. Remember, I thought we were all going to be flying around on cars in 2000, the Jetsons. Nope, but sure, eating that food printed by the mile now. Pretty much your 1,000-cal million slime burgers, or eat your kids eating food that the ants won't even eat, insects won't even eat, poison. You guys are a bunch of fucking drug addicts too. You guys just, everybody get the fuck out of here. You're all drug addicts. I'm tired of being around drug addicts. You all eat sugar, right? See, you're a bunch of drug addicts. So anyways, all right, you don't have to go anywhere, but hey, come on. We poison ourselves to death. What kind of sick society are we where the robot checks to make sure we're a human being? They used to fight over what? Gold and silver, generational wealth, kingdoms, serfdoms, land. Now they fight over IOUs, debt notes, and Nike tennis shoes. IOUs and tennis shoes. Are you sure we're going into the future, Tracy? Well, I don't know. Is that really my name? Remember? Anyway, so what you tell me what you see in the future. I see Americans enslaved by work camps and guarded by robots, and the presidents just laughing their asses, going, do that work. That was so easy. Remember, we were going back to the Georgia Guidestones, 500 million people, like in the 1700s. They want to take the populace back to the 1700s populace, brother, sister. Whether you realize it's already happening, that old stand on the line, line or flatten the curve or X, or hold on, let me put in just the tip, honey. Ladies, anybody want to testify? Remember the whole virology? We're going to put a little bit in you and your body will build up an immunity. You ever have a guy put in just the tip and say that ever work out? Did he ever really keep his promises? Has there ever been a guy in history that said he wanted to put, that's virology, I want to put in just the tip? Kind of like the little rocket they sent up with the 7 ladies to the moon, did a little cock rocket ritual with a little poop bound into the water. Okay, thanks, Ray. We've done it in here. I appreciate it. But it's just part of it. It shows you. People forget, this stuff gets played on them, like, they try to, all you got to do is take that little kibble, and that's it. They got you, guys. There's some things right now. That's why he said, do not partake with vipers. Do not sup with them and partake. And sup means break bread, have meal. You show them to the narrow way. If they're a viper, if they're a greatest of all time goat, no, don't sup with them. You're not supposed to be hanging out. So it's very important in these future world with what we see is coming. People are going to be very blurred between able to tell what's reality and what's not. And I'm telling you, if they can have those stupid, ugly those babies, and I don't know why those things irritate me and make me want to cringe. Just the thought of it. You can see I get really irritated when I just think about how those things, I don't know why people need to have little babies like that. Why the fuck would you have? And a lot of them are adults that own those things. Could I stop this conversation for a minute? Because it really is something. I gotta get over this. I don't know what this is. Why am I so offended by those babies? Why do those things look so real? What is those? What I know they serve is there a purpose for them? Like maybe a parent has lost a child and they need that as a comforting. I mean, this is kind of like, to me, I don't mean to go there. This like kind of leads into some kind of pedo thing to me. I mean, something about those babies I don't like. Would anybody like to make a comment? I don't mean to take a side, track here, but what do they bother you? Am I the only one? I mean, people think things can't look real. Those things are freaking real. Am I the only one? Maybe I'm the only one. I'm weird. Some things I'm one off. I know some things nobody else on this rock doesn't make me special. Makes me set apart. Am I the only one that thinks those things are like nightmarish? I know why, though. Why do we feel that way then, Sabrina? Why? What is it? I don't even really have anything other than what I just told you. Maybe some pedo, Pizzagate kind of stuff that could lead to something like that. It just don't. Here's the conversation. I want to move on with. I mean, we can see things that we don't think. If something like that could be so real, then you can't tell me they can't put a robot on that skin, you know what I'm saying, and make that thing walk around and you know, and you know, Charlie Kirk didn't Charlie Kirk himself. Giggity, giggity, you know. Oh no, I know, but there's got to be. It's like I said, there's got to be an explanation. I can't. That's right, my damn face. You know what I'm saying? Anybody else? There's 12 in the room. Anybody else other than Sabrina want to make a conversation? Appreciate it. Am I just getting? I might be getting shadow ban on my chat, so other might be saying, "See where we're at, chat filters." So, okay, Brian says something too. I missed that message. Okay, Brian. Okay, I got it again. Damn, YouTube. So, is in that am I wrong for that? Because I want to lead into this conversation. You guys you're not a bunch of freaking ghosts. You know, if you talk to you in 30 seconds, you just, huh? You can lead. You can see I have sometimes a long in the tooth in my conversation, but it leads to where we're going with this. You know, I can't see that if they have sex dolls and toys that are so freaking creepy, they make me want to just freaking, I don't know why those bother me, but they can put that right over a mechanical. Guys, these DARPA robots are doing the freaking Macarena. Remember 2 or 3 years ago, remember they used to leak this stuff out, 1 year at a time on the tech. iPhone 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now they're doing tech at like 50, 100, 500-year intervals, brothers, sisters. These robots, 2 or 3 years ago were on strings. Now they're riding bikes and doing backflips and doing sports and gladiator. Dana even, fuck Dana White, that stupid broke-ass woke prick. Dude, I ain't watching no more UFC. He had motherfucking robots, guys, at Rock'em Sock'em Robot. He's such a player in the game now. Somebody must have stuck something in his, he must have been trying some lightsabers in his eyesole, man. I used to actually think that UFC was something that was overdone, but did you guys see that? Robots. He had them right in front. They're putting the script right in front of everybody. Rock'em Sock'em Robots, brothers, sisters. I think they even had red and blue on them. I don't know where I saw just a clip. I didn't even see the whole thing. Father always just puts the right. That world, we got to like these shorts sometimes, brothers, sisters. Be very careful what short is real and what short is not now, too. See, they done blend the lines. Oh, the president said that, did he? Is that tweet real? Is that it? Come on, man. Seriously, think about what I'm telling you right now. This whole, Charlie Kirk didn't Charlie Kirk himself is we might have started that here. I don't know if anybody else said that. And if we did, cool. If not, we don't want any royalty, but it is just something that we need to look into. We need to discern this. You know what I'm saying? The fluoride stare. Dum da dum dum dum. So jacking my burger right in the Nissan trucks, right in the drive-through. No, all right. But anyways, you got to know that song. That's probably a 90s song. So absolutely, Brian. Absolutely. So if we can see a neoprene, a polypropylene, I don't know how many polymer plastic, what they do to make those babies look so freaking real. If you can order a sex doll that does the things that whatever, I don't even know how advanced, but I'm sure they're overly advanced. I haven't looked into it, but I bet you they've got more than I've ever even looked at now. Meaning, they have dogs that will lick you for companionship dogs now. I don't know if you've even seen some of these dogs that they have now, guys. You can't even tell if that's a real dog or not. And it will lick you because that's part of it, knows what, what? We have gone so far, and I think people just think that none of this is going on as, you got to remember there's a lot of things going on behind closed doors with these people at the top too, not just the advanced stuff, but okay, so all this together, that's where that whole baby thing, yeah, and I'm saying, what I'm saying? And so they have this ability to have this type of tech, so you can't tell me they can't take a squirting robot and put it on a rock hard or whatever, and put it on a frame. They're doing freaking backflips now, brothers, sisters. These robot technology is insane. Some of the stuff that you're seeing, and they've had this for hundreds of years, brothers and sisters. But anyways, seriously, it's crazy. But here's what I'm trying to show you. I might not be right about what I'm telling you, exactly, but a lot of the times I nail shit because I'm very discern a lot of things before I make my assumption. It's called discernment, as Brian just said, you know. Yes, and that's where I'm going with this, Brian. Giant fucking robots. Thank you, Brian. I love you, brother Brian, for that. Thank you. Giant fucking robots. Thank you, Father, for sending Brian. 30-foot motherfucking sex dolls, brothers and sisters. As in the days of Noah, he's got it. He's got it. He's got it. He's got it. 30-foot sex dolls, 40-foot sex dolls, moving motherfucking shit around with anti-gravitic tech. Oh my God, it's carrying it. Just bringing the tech back, brothers and sisters. It's going to go fast, man. They were blending people. The iron will not cleave with the watery clay. There, you sticky muskrat. I say that to Elon all the time. God, he's been trading lightsabers with the ice holes. So, Nephilim that's not a Nephilim. That's not what a Nephilim is. No, not as Nephilim. That's all bullshit. There's no fallen angels. There's nothing in the sky. You've been washed out. You're an idiot. Don't fucking run off. Be a little bitch. Nephilim means bully. Their giants are real. Aliens are not. Alien is a word. Nothing comes from the sky. You're locked in the firmament. You ain't going out of this fucking clock, okay? If you're one of those, just get out of here. This is an adult fucking conversation. Nobody in here is spinning on a planet that's never written in Scripture once. So stop adding to the text. Stop falling for these people. Keep telling lies to your vision. Oh, Universal Studios presents. So slow down. Nephilim means bully. If you open up your mouth and you tell a lie, you're a demon and a Nephilim because you're pushing your bullshit on other people. Fallen doesn't mean from the sky. No, it doesn't. Angels don't have wings. That white angel, evil. That red angel, evil. Kitty devil, leotarded Jesus. Okay? Grow up. So, that's fine. No, that's what I'm saying. Just have thick skin. You'll be totally fine. You know what I'm saying? We all got told it. It was the kids, you know. Oh, we went to the moon, get channeled and stung by the spelling bee and get schooled and go to public television, put your money and currency in the bank and go with the flow. And there we go. There we go. Brian's on it. There we go. See what I'm saying? Universal Studio. We saw this. Thanks for coming in. Good to see you again, Serendipity. We saw this before on television. They broadcast all this to it. Broadcast means to sow seeds, brothers and sisters. Hollywood, that's to orchestrate, that wood stick, that this has all been put in front of our eyes. Aliens. Alien is a word. Alien is a fucking word, okay? Grow up. It doesn't exist in a species or space or any physical form. It is a word. That's all it is. If you can't accept that, you got to go. You will not make it in here. You need to define the words that come out of your mouth. Nephilim is the word bully. It has nothing to do with the height of a man. I know Nephilim. I've been a Nephilim, bullying, pushing my bullshit. Oh, I can bring you to Jesus. Not I could, fishers of men. You know what I'm saying? So there you go. Operation Paperclip. Top ties, NASA scientists. Swasty scientists. NASA, not a space agency, not a straight answer. NASA, would you like to explain the occurrence of air bubbles in the lunar waves? Hey, this is a pretty nice wave. See those chicks that go with their cock rocket? The 7 ladies to the moon, they bounce back, and that was the ring. That was the dust ring. What was the other one? Was into the water, didn't even hiss or piss or, hotter than hell, and it's not even going to make even any steam. The one bounce in the ring, the door, it's a big fucking scam. ISS, that International Swim Station. Come on, man. Oh, maybe that explained the occurrence of air bubbles. Never mind. People are going to fall for this. You've been told this since you were a child. They told you we went to the moon, right? How come the boot doesn't match the footprint? It's all, come on. Let's ask Stanley Kubrick, right? He knows. Come on, there's plenty of research out there. So they're going to use this shit to make people think that aliens are fucking real because everybody thought a virus is real. This could be so easy to pull off. If you think a computer is alive, get the fuck out of here. Computers don't learn. Computer is a 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. Are you that fucking simple? There's no such thing as zero. It's just a placeholder. You don't know anything about gematria. There's no such thing as 1,000. No such thing as zero. You might want to go back. It's not 2025. You're out of your fucking mind. You're a lunatic. Go by this world and you'll see how this future tech comes and just loves you. It's here to love you. And they'll have factions here, red ones or blue ones, whatever. They might be red or they're going to be gold and fucking silver. How about that? Yeah, you heard it here first. Ought to be back. No, you didn't. C-3PO. I already know what they're going to do. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, they'll rebel after their robots. I don't know what the hell. I just know what they're doing. I know what they put on the dark web for the last 20, 30, whatever long the net's been out. Their white papers on the dark web. You ain't studied this. They know exactly what they're doing. They've had this. Remember, Tesla tech is tech that's been around for thousands of years. John G. Trump had the tech from Tesla that Donald John has right now. They never needed to fight one oil war. Every single oil death can be blamed on Donald Trump, and you know I'm fucking right. The man that dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes to bring us into the oil wars, right? Who do you think paid for all that baby oil in Hollywood? P. Diddy party. That's a big ass bed. I remember Hollywood. The stick they're waving at you, orchestrating all this, doing it by the script. Every jot and every tittle will come to pass for the final trump, the last trump, the 7th trump, the final shofar. But you don't know what Trump is, do you? You don't know what the Trump message is? Oh, he'll send his messengers, won't he? Angelos. Yeah, they will sound that horn, huh? You know, get the fuck up out of bed, dumbass. It's time to go to work. Anyways, no, Bush didn't bring down the towers, Brian. You don't understand. No, Donald Trump is responsible for dropping 3 steel buildings. Donald Bush is a fucking puppet. You've never been here, this ministry, to show you this is the 9/11 ritual of the 7th king being revealed as the 8th king. Let's show you here. Maybe you haven't seen this before. I'll give you this. This is the only channel anywhere on the internet doing this too, and I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks of what I do. My work is near nothing's perfect, but near fucking spotless, because I've been doing this. I'm fucking eternal. It's not the first time I've been born into flesh. You lose it after this life. You don't get it back until the little season. So you might go back and study your fucking records, and you should just stay in the slice of the gospel and get the fuck out of everything else. Do you know that? You ain't got shit. You ain't going nowhere. The only way to the Father is through the Son. Period. That's Shiloh, Hados, Aletheia, Harizo. You might want to learn how to speak a little Greek too. The 7th king is the king right here. This is the 7th king that will be revealed and is being revealed in Revelation, because we already are in the last pages, the last book of Revelation. So this is the 7th king of Revelation. This is what Donald Trump decorates his house with. They thought this was a goddess of heaven spinning the Big Dipper around the North Star. This isn't what people think. They're fucking complete idiots, and that's okay. Idiot means they don't know. Remember, this is Orion's belt, making up your pyramids. Okay? This is not complicated. This is the 1945. Oh, Hitler got fallen angel technology. Fuck off. You stupid fucking idiots. You just parrot everything like this Charlie Kirk bullshit. This is 623, the sun god. Baphomet, Baal, sun worship, sun, the sun. Remember, they thought the sun was dying, so they prayed to Saturn at the equinox to try to slow the sun. At 623:9. Listen to this. You'll remember this for the rest of your life if it sticks to you like a fucking the 923 executive orders where they're going to put you into work camps. 1223. That's the day my dad, not my father, died. So I've always been a Grinch. People fucking hate that I talk about this shit. 323. If you go out in the night sky in Israel and you look up at the night sky, this is where the handle and the cup are pointed on the Big Dipper. These people see the sign and freak out. This is how you know you're looking at somebody who's a complete fucking idiot and has no idea what they're talking about because they're offended by it. You were warned about what you see. Idolatry. Little things and statues, idols, and big old 58-story Babylonian towers. Okay? So, this is Baal. Baal is sun worship. Okay? Tree. Grove worship is Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is the sun god Satan. Here's your tree worship. Tree is Moloch. Tree is the worship of Moloch, the tree god, the tree, the worship of the tree. And that was Esau's brother Moloch, who he killed and stole his inheritance, Satan. So Donald Trump decorates his house with Satan. The seventh king that was locked up in the pit is the one that found the technology, right, given from the fallen angels. No, he wasn't given any. You're following the bullshit. Those weren't even Jews during 1945 because they were spiritual Jews over 2,600 years ago. So you might want to subscribe to the channel because there's nobody else doing this. The thing that's so important about this 923 is that the 923 is the Revelation 12 sign. That you see right here. Oh, hold on. That I've done on this. On 2017. Come on, phone. 9/23 of 2017, after 40 weeks in the belly of the Virgin, Melchizedek, or Jupiter, the king star, exited the Revelation 12 sign on 9/23 of 2017. The reason why the 9/23 is so important is because it's not the 9/23 itself. It is the executive order 11004 under Obama's administration, representing the ether. 11004, 923 executive orders allows them to put you into work camps. And that's going to happen to you. And I don't care what any of you fucking dumb fucks think or whatever. I'll call you that, but I'm just getting tired of this country. 1223, 323, 623, 923. Remember that number, because it's not the number like 9/11 date. It's already here. The seventh king is being revealed as the eighth king. The seventh king is the one that's locked up in the pit in Revelation 9:11. 4 plus 5 is 9. President 4 plus 5 is 9. Skip Joe Biden. President 4 plus 9 is 7. Or is 4 plus 7 is 11. That's where we're at. We're 9 months into this, right? So you can think whatever you want, but they're doing this all by the 1945 ritual. 1945 equals 2025. World War II equals World War III. Everything that happened during World War II is happening again. They're doing it by the book, the scripture. They have to get the king with the key to the pit. That's Christ, the Hamashiach, not Satan, the sun god, Jesus Christ, the one birthed on 12/25. Remember, they had an orgy from the 17th of December to the 24th, where they ate the king of the Yule wheel because they thought the sun was dying and they prayed to Saturn. You guys, come on. 9/23 is already here. We're already putting fucking American citizens and taking them off the streets of our country. So you better wake the fuck up. I told you this back at Truth Viral Television in 11 years ago, okay? I already sent out a message. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no wonder they watch my fucking channel. No shit, because I'm the only one doing this right now on the internet. I have the Revelation 12 sign. That sign you see up there, the birth of the Virgin, 9/23. There's that date. That date is so important to me that I've marked my body. I'm the only one with a red dragon eclipse. I have all these star markers on my arm that have been happening right in front of your face, down to back to the 2 and 3 BC. I don't claim to be somebody I'm not. Father made me who I am, brothers, sisters. You can't get rid of me, kill me. They already brought 25 men with guns out to my house and killed my son and daughter. And they won't even go look for him. I can't get anybody to look for him. But don't worry about my thing. You go back and look at that. I want you to see that this is why the 9/23 ritual is already here. If you look at what Donald Trump is doing, and fuck your left or right paradigm, I don't care about either. I'm two cheeks to the same hole. Remember, you knew I was a snake before you let me in, and then he let Joe Biden. I want to hear that bullshit. They are the same Donald Joe Biden. What is it? Vomit or whatever. They're all part of the same team. I don't care if they're red or blue. You're getting played, and they got you drinking the opium and slamming the Kool-Aid or slamming the opium and drinking the Kool-Aid. It don't matter. They got you punch drunk on the world. And you don't even see that this ritual here, right in front of you, that I showed you, is already here. They're already putting people into fucking work camps, brothers and sisters, pulling people off and putting them underground. You're just too stupid to figure out where they're going. Okay. This is the Revelation 12:13. This is the 9/23, 1945. You take everything that Donald Trump is doing right now, and you can check mark off what Adolf was doing. So I already told you, you would see these tariffs. That is 19. That's 4 + 5 is 9. That was his first, right? 4 + 5 is 9. That was his first go around. Washers went up over $200. That's what they did during World War II. Right? They sanctioned the living fuck. It was called an embargo out of Japan. They did nothing to do, but they bombed Pearl Harbor. Why do you think Donald Trump went out there in America, bombed those fucking people out in that boat? Do you realize how illegal that was? You can't bomb as an independent, or source. We are not even at war with Venezuela. And that's a bunch of bullshit anyways, because you're going to bomb a boat with 11 dudes in it, drug runners. I doubt that boat would make it to America. I know what those boats are, but every one of those 150-pound dudes is $150 million worth of dope, whatever. And Venezuela don't even send that much out of there. And you take on the cartel. You don't just take on Venezuela. You take on the tip of our fucking border to South America. That's not just the cartel. They opened up a can of worms that's never going to be put back in. You are not going to put the genie back in the bottle, what Trump did. You are never going to be able to undo this, brothers and sisters. They are following this. That's a bunch of bullshit. That you bullshit. Where are those guys from? Let me see them get in the boat. Let me see boat. No, you ain't going to see shit. You ain't going to show nothing. You ain't going to get a look at the evidence. Like you didn't see nobody go to jail over that E-Doge. Oh, Elon Musk came out and said Trump's a PDF file. See him going to jail? No, he's already got 34 felonies. He ain't going to jail. Shut up. Anyways, moving on. I'm tired of this. In his house, Donald Trump decorates his house with Satan, the sun god, who had a 58-story tower. The Babylonian tower in Manhattan, no, I did it on purpose. In Babylon was 58 stories. Why does Donald Trump have a 58-story tower decorated with Satan, the sun god? Jesus Christ. Whatever you want to call him, you're offended. There are many Christ, he said. Paul said another Jesus, another Christ. So remember Moloch killed his brother, right? Or Esau killed his brother Moloch. So if you want to trace this to the lineage, so you know who the hell I'm talking about. Moloch, Satan, the sun god. Esau killed his brother. He so loved Jacob. This isn't Jacob. Jacob was Israel. He loved Jacob. That's the 12 tribes. This is Esau, the one that was left out of the inheritance, Satan, the sun god. So they thought the sun was dying. They prayed to Saturn at the equinox, 9/23. This is their dark rituals, brothers and sisters, right? Excuse me, 9/23. I've got it reversed over here. My bad. This is your yin-yang symbol. These dark months, a little bit of darkness gets more and more dark. Same thing with the light. That's your yin-yang symbol. You're offended by your image and you don't know what the hell you're looking at. This is the Revelation 12 sign, rebirth. This is the Revelation 13 sign, rebirth, the birth of their sun god, because they need Christ to come back, who has the key to open up the pit. Satan locked up in the pit in Revelation 9:11. They have an angelos over them. I would suggest you turn your fucking internet off and TV off and live off the land. Hey, dumb fuck. I'm off the grid. I got so many goddamn fucking fresh eggs coming out these chickens' asses. I don't know what the fuck to do. I got more land than I know what the fuck to do with. I make my own power, dumb fuck. I'm not on the internet on anything other than a phone. Go fuck yourself. You're on a smart meter, aren't you? Eat microwave food and then that 5G whiz has gotten to your head. You think it's a little too much depletion of the oxygen in your hemoglobin. The white blood cells been spinning around. The fuck you spin around in circles? Don't come in here. I'll get you fucking spinning around in circles. Tell me to get the fuck off the internet. That's actually a good idea, guys. Thanks, man. That's a great idea. But I already live off the land, dumb fuck. I'm my own farmer, but you can share that with people. How many? That's a good advice, guys, that he gave you. You should just go out in the ether and turn off this fucking television and internet. This is a great place. There's nothing wrong in the middle of nowhere. He's not wrong. But fuck you, asshole. Don't tell me to, turning off the fucking internet. I don't have internet like you. And TV, I threw my TV away in fucking 1990 with my microwave. And I do live off the land. So some good advice, but I hope you're not talking to me. Fuck off. All right, I'm a pretty serious dude, so don't come in here with half-cocked advice. One truth and 99 lies is a lie, and 99 truths and a lie is still a lie. So anyways, thanks for coming in. Hey, whatever. You guys play fucking around and this shit's going on and they're going to put you in a work camp. They already interned American citizens during World War II. I don't care, Brian. Fuck off. That's what I said. You know, maybe we're talking to somebody else. I already said it's a good idea. A little slow to the trigger there. Thanks for your comment. Here we go, brothers and sisters. This is already happening. Whether you realize this, again, they sanctioned Japan during World War II or embargoed them. That caused them to bomb Pearl Harbor. We've already had our Pearl Harbor event. That was your boat out in an international water. I've never seen something so fucking illegal performed by America. You don't police a single entity in international waters, not in a country you're not in war with. But nobody understands the totality of what was just happening. So the next two things you should expect, what I already told everybody went over here, is 2 bombs, because they went one Nagasaki and one in Hiroshima. Now you're going to go to work, America. You're going to, when they do this event, you're going into goddamn work camps. And I don't give a fuck, because they already did this to American citizens, not people that were born outside this country. Remember, this ain't even being born from Mexico or Iran now. They're interning American citizens for being too fucking poor. And every one of you, I ain't got one Cash App, one PayPal, one, and I don't want your fucking money, but don't act like you're so rich that you could just throw money the fuck around. You're all one paycheck from the street. You're all a bunch of drug addicts. Remember, I said you eat sugar, so I want to hear your shit. Who in here doesn't eat sugar? Put a 1 in the chat if you don't eat. See, but fuck off, drug addicts. I'm just kidding, but that's for real. I mean, come on, think about what we're doing here. 21 of you in here, and I guarantee every one of you are one paycheck away from being in the streets. Many people are 3 meals away from starving, but hungry. This is really happening. It ain't about being fucking from some other country anymore. If you have a disability, I'm sure a lot of people would like to call me fucking crazy and do on a constant basis and try to get me to take drugs. Fuck you, you drug pusher. You sound like the government. Government pushes more drugs on anybody than anybody else. Okay? Don't project yourself upon me like that. Well, get your fucking dumbass out of here. I ain't projecting. You think this is personal between me and you? You can already fuck off, because you're taking it personal. Kick rocks, motherfucker. Pound sand. Hit the door. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. Goodbye. See ya. Was it Maria? Oh, we got that a little back row. I think you could take the other door that way if you don't like it. Exit. No, stay away from my back door there, buddy. Adios, muchacho. Idiot. Child, go away. Learn what the fuck's going on. You're going to go into a work camp. You got to be one of these Americans. Pal, what are you, fucking fake Native American? They ain't Native Americans. They were fucking Satanists. Went after pole gods, just like Christians and Catholics. Take that for some powwow. Have your little circle jerk somewhere else. Anyways, speaking of the circle jerk, are you enjoying yourself, brothers and sisters? I am. Not right to the last day. You're going to go down as a silent majority, and they're going to put you in a work camp. They already did it. World War II, they interned American citizens and put them into work camps. I didn't say somebody else, foreigners. Oh my God, there's foreigners here. Let's ship all these people know humanity. American citizens were put into work camps. So we saw our boat incident. And if they're doing World War II, the 7th king, who is Adolf and will be re-spirited, right? Right? Somebody you've seen in your, it has to be spirit. Oh, they'll play a physical on you. Okay, they'll play a physical on you. But that it's not. You're not under. You fall for this physical, brother, sister. You're going to fail this New Testament. I'm trying to help you. I'm serious. Wrestle not against flesh and blood, Paul said. We're not under that physical ritual. We're not under this. They're going to trick everybody. But that doesn't mean it's not real happening. Kind of like some of these, events like 9/11. There's another event. You tell me that it didn't happen, oh, wait, about Sandy Hoax. Oh, no, did that one? Come on. So that's right. Yale's got it. You already been enslaved by debt, but now they're going to make you literally fucking go to work. You're not working, and you're work for the government now. You understand? You already do, because you go work for a W-2 and you send your money to Ukraine. If you filled out a W-2, you're a murderer. And you might not think so, but you are a murderer. You murdered citizens in other countries that you might not think that you were involved in, but you did. You paid by going to work in America to kill Ukrainian citizens, men, women, children, Russians, Iranians, and Israelis. You don't realize, but you think your tax dollars go to roads? That's your gas tax. You're an idiot. They go overseas, and you pay for the death, and you have blood on your hands. And you should stop doing this and come out of this system, because this new system is already overtaking people that were born in America, but people in America are just too fucking stupid to figure it out. And you're one false flag, one domestic terrorist attack, one solar flare, one EMP away from this happening. I'm telling you, they're going to bring these robots, because Brian was in here and he's putting in some, pretty brilliant. There's some things that are paying attention. One of you guys might understand that this is going to happen whether you like this or not. One lights out event, and you're going to go to your 9/23 event where they can intern American citizens and put them into work camps. And don't tell me that they haven't, because they already did that with your stupid Walmart. Was the Waltons who were the one. Yep, the Waltons were the ones who intern American citizens. There are more Walmarts across the fucking U.S. It's everywhere. You guys are foolish. Dollar General's in on it. Remember, Walmart is a subsidized corporation, in cooperation with Department of Homeland Security. Remember Janet Napolitano, see something, say something? Yeah, they're they're the fucking government. They are a government subsidized corporation. They're the government. Just stop fooling yourself. And they're the ones who interned American citizens during World War II. So they're going to do it again, because everything that Trump is doing, and don't pull the left or right in here or you get kicked the fuck out of here, was happening that Adolf did. Remember how this went? Because, brother, the reason why I know that this is going to happen is because everybody around the world, I don't care where you're from. Oh, Adolf Hitler got fallen technology from aliens. Go fuck yourself. Get out of here. I need you to leave now. This is an adult-only conversation, because they're going to do that shit again. So you better remember, that's what I'm telling you. That's how they're going to bring their fucking reveal in. You're just not listening to me, and I'm okay with you not listening, because God, Father, gave you deaf ears and blind eyes. You have not had a revelation to lift the scales from your eyes. If it doesn't ring with you, you don't have to stay here. It's okay. You know what I'm saying? And in the small, bro is like the Anunnaki. Do you know what the fuck Anunnaki is? Do you know where the land of Anak is? Anak? Remember the Anak, David slayed Anunnaki, David slayed Anunnaki, not Skywalker, dumbass. Brandon, man, I would not want to have that name right now. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. That must have been a hard name to have for a while. I would have changed my name. I really would have. Two cheeks to the same hole, two wings to the same dragon. Remember? Donald, Braden, Biden, Joe, Trump, two cheeks to the same hole, two wings to the same dragon. So anyways, and I'm not your brother. Don't call people bro, So, yeah, the Waltons. So the Waltons were interned American citizens during World War II. For their parents were born in another country, but they were born right here. So this doesn't even matter about people in another country. Remember, if you're too poor, you're going into a fucking work camp now in America. They're already taking and cleaning up the streets. This is what, by executive order, they just put 19 fucking states plus this state that I live in now as well, in Chicago. It's not going to be long before there are Fallujah style fucking, literally Iraq, Kuwait, Afghanistan style checkpoints in this country. But you go stand by and people will just allow this to happen, and they already have. They're not stopping what they're doing now. We had a chance to stand up in this country, but it's far beyond this by now. That's why this ain't about no stupid fucking left or right bullshit in this chat. We will throw your ass out of here. If you're a donkey and act like an ass or an elephant, think you get the fuck out of here. You don't know what you're thinking. You don't remember shit what happened. A fucking elephant can remember that you dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. They touch kids still to this day, and you're still okay with that. So you have no fucking say in here until you help me return this constitutional republic from the corporation it is now back to the constitutional republic, and all money is in gold and silver. You can fuck off. Fuck you. You're a bootlicker. You're a government thug fucking lover. ISIS motherfucking loving Al-Qaeda, whatever you want to call it. These motherfuckers going down the streets, private contractors. I've worked in a prison, taking people and like Amazon, sticking them in fucking boxes and shipping them out, because Amazon don't give a fuck what's in the box. They just care about shipping it out. These are private contractors paid by the private prisons. Do you understand? Paid by the private prisons that are putting people, American fucking citizens, for being too poor in this. Yeah. And like I said, I ain't seen not one of you in here give me any money, and I don't want your money. I'm just trying to tell you, you need a place to stay. I own the fucking land I live. I have plenty of food, I have what I need. I'm trying to help people who are without. This is what my problem is. I can't share what I have. And so I have to at least share the knowledge. If I can't share the land and the abundance that I have, but I don't want to see people struggle. And I actually don't want to help anybody that doesn't want to help themselves. You can kiss my ass, fuck off, and don't try to help any brothers or sisters. That's, you help everybody to the narrow way with the word, and I shouldn't be cursing, but I don't care. This is not a time where they're putting fucking people already in work camps. They're already dragging people into underground facilities. You're just too stupid because you don't even know they're there, out of sight, out of mind. Remember, how many underground facilities does the government have? How many different kinds of, massive chasms were here before because of the sun cycles? And that's what they're riding. They're riding this cycle, and you're just letting them make you go to work all the way up. You're going to work right until this happens. I guarantee you, most of you are fucking debt slaves already. You're a slave to the system. 40% of the people in America work for the government, whether it's through private contractors, 180 countries. That's all of them with 1,000+ military bases. Holy shit, that's a lot of money going overseas. Yeah, and they're going to lock you up for being too fucking poor in America. Wait a minute, here something's not right. No, just fucking go to work, shut up, do what you're told. You're a murderer anyways, because you already murder people overseas with your tax dollars. You did, whether you realize it or not. It does not make you judge. That's to be judged. You will be the measure that you pour out. The measure will be poured back out on you. Do you understand? So, hear me out. World War II is being revealed as World War T. The seventh king is being revealed as the eighth king. The seventh king is Apollyon, the sun god. This is Adolf of World War II, but it's not physical. They are going to do a physical ritual. Brian was in here and nailed it on the head. It says it'd be as in the days of Noah. The Anunnaki, or the land of Anak, is Gaza, brothers and sisters. Study, please, study, study, study. David slayed an Anunnaki, not Skywalker. I don't want to hear that Anakin Skywalker had a triple or orgy or whatever you want to call a threesome with Chewbacca and had Wookiee with an Ewok, and now we got Big Feet walking around on this rock. You're being sensational. And that's what people have always done through time and memorial. God's in the sky. There's no God in the sky. Father has never been in the sky once, ever. Nothing is above your head. If you actually read, the scripture says it's going to be the Hopi that come below your feet. Oh, now we got ant people and digit people and lizard people. Shut the fuck up. You're not going to work in here if you do that. You better focus on what's being put right in front of you. You take an image that he warned about, idolatry and imagery, the serpent, Leviathan, the dragon, the serpent, Look, don't be an idiot. The word Nephilim is bully. I'll destroy every one of you dumb motherfuckers in here with you don't own a lexicon, you don't own any sort, and you don't know the fucking definition of what you're talking about. You're a translator. You miscorrect one fucking word in here, I'm going to correct you with every one of your blasphemous fucking teachings. I already did it in here. Nephilim is bully, not fucking giant. An Anunnaki is a giant. Fallen angels don't come from the sky. God's not. You're so twisted. Actually, I'm just going to, anybody who puts stupid bullshit in here, if you don't shut the fuck up and you speak an improper definition, I'm just going to throw you out of here. There are no such thing as aliens. There's no such thing as big feet. God's not in the sky. You're not getting the fuck out of there. The water's above and the water's below. If you're one of these people who think you're spinning on a planet, you need to leave now. There is no such fucking word as planet. Leave. Get the fuck out of this chat. You're not going to come in here with your stupidity by television, got stung by your eyes. I got poked at and television, visual and verbal voodoo. You're going to tell me then we went to the moon, right? Like Elon Musk said, we lost the fucking technology. You got to go. I want to finish this teaching. I want people come in here and try to twist, marry truth to a lie. Ahab married Jezebel. That is nothing. The sons of God are doing the will of the Father. Therefore, they can't be fallen. Your brothers and your sisters and your mother are those that do the will of the Father. Therefore, fallen from heaven doesn't mean above your head. Heaven is above your head. Earth's not below your feet. You don't live on a planet. It's not 2025. Hell's not below your feet. Hell is the word no knowledge. No knowledge. Revelation 9 and 11. The angel, right, of the abyss that we're talking about right here, where they thought the constellations were going under the great sea, the constellations, the Big Dipper. These people are fucking idiots. They were back then too, brothers and sisters. They thought that the sun was dying. Remember? The sun was dying. And they prayed to Saturn to try to slow the sun from dying at the equinox. Equinox, equal day, equal night, equal day. 323, 923. Oh, wow, look at that. They thought the sun was dying. That's the yin-yang symbol. A little bit of day, a little bit of night. Yeah. This is Christmas. This is Jesus Christ birthed in the middle of the winter, manger Jesus. The transgender Jesus with 3 genders. Baphomet. Sun worship, Baal. Tree worship, Grove. Esau killed his brother Nimrod. Grove. Moloch, throw your kids in the fire, eat your kids, have sex with kids. That's Santa. That's the wife of Satan, Samarius. Samarius. Easter, Ishtar, the star goddess. The star goddess, Semiramis. Remember? She married her son Tammuz and had sex with him like rabbits. This is Christmas. This is Easter. This is Lupercalia. This is All Hallows Eve. These are pagan holidays not in Scripture. Why are you celebrating this birth of the sun god in the middle of the winter? The phallic god, like this idiot right here in the room. Guaranteed he's an American. Bro, you have no clue. Once again, why are you calling people bro? Don't call me bro ever. You're not my brother. Remember, fallen angels, brothers, sisters, are not doing the will of the Father, right? And that doesn't mean from the sky. Your brothers and your sisters and your mother do the will of the Father. Are you doing the will of the Father? Listen to your stupid comment, man. I get some stupid one. Bro, you have no clue. If you only knew, you would know who's in front of you. Is that kind of some kind of fucking haiku or something, Robert? You trying to say some kind of new mystery psycho babble to me? Some lunatic? I tell you what, motherfucker, it ain't 2025. So let's see if you even know where the fuck you're at. I mean, in time. I surely would know. It's not 2025, right, Robert? Is that Bobbert or Robert? All right, you're a sick fuck. You know that, Arc7? You are. You're terrible. Seriously, you just come in here and just showing you your fruit there. So, yeah, the Gregorian calendar. You're a lunatic. You're celebrating the New Year's bang, 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 and the boss's wife, and more drunk driving, and more homicides, and more rape, and more domestic violence all this time of the year. Right here. A fake fucking holiday that's not even in the Scripture, that was outlawed in America. They would throw you in a fucking jail cell. They'd find you and throw you in jail. America was founded on this Satanist holiday. It was. They came here fleeing the Mass, the Catholic Mass, the sacrament. That's this orgy ritual of the sun god, Satan, Apollyon, the one that's locked in the pit. Anybody still tracking? You see, you don't think this is happening? The seventh king is this sun god right here, locked in the pit in Revelation 9:11, 1945. Fallen angels. Shut the hell up. You don't even know what an angel is. You know? Chicken nuggets. Oh, disgusting. Yeah, chickens don't have nuggets. Were they dinosaur shape? Eat your kids. You're probably eating your bleached kids. You know that? We don't do nuggets in here. Get out of here. Fuck off. Eat your kids. This guy was charged with 3 counts of rubbing it in the parking lot. Check his records. Get his IP address. Send the ISIS after him. He said, American. We're going after American citizens now. Poor American citizens. He's eating at McDonald's. He's eating off the value menu. Go get him. Again, 3 counts of rubbing it in the parking lot. Oh. Anyways, anybody have any questions so far? Do you understand? This is happening right in front of your face. So what are we going to see next? We're going to see 2 bombs. Because we already saw tariffs, 1945. 4 plus 5 equals 9. 4 plus 7 is 11 when you let Joe Biden or skip Joe Biden. Remember? President 9/11. The man that dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes so we can go into war for oil because his family has the Tesla tech. Fake, hint, hint, hint. Henry Ford, Tesla, homing pigeons, voice to skull technology, MK Ultra. But how do I learn with sick anger towards the desire to do so? I stumble, but not all anything but the lack of good teaching. But the anger is no easy to believe I wouldn't fall. Man, we got more poets in here. Focus, okay? Focus, guys. Okay, so 1945, that's when they put all the gold in the vault. Remember? What happened to auditing the fucking Fort Knox? What happening to auditing the Fed? Oh, instead he blew Pal's bubble, huh? What happened to building that greatest wall? You got the greatest jab, huh? Is that what's wrong with some of these people? Too many boosters, too many jabs, too many cheat tests, too many free tests. You know, we vaccinate. I'm a farmer out here. We vaccinate our cattle out here. 1, 2, 3. That's how you vaccinate a cattle, right? 4. This is how we vaccinate a sheep. 4, 5. All right. Anyway, so moving on. Listen, brothers, sisters. 1945 was the ritual that they're pulling now because in World War II, they tariffed, or what was called an embargoed, Japan. Japan had no option to bomb Pearl Harbor. We've seen the boat incident. The next incident where they're going to be able to put you into these work camps, as 11 years ago on this channel, under the channel Truth Viral Television. And it's so crazy, guys. You know how many people went over there and subscribed to that channel? And there's not going up. I love it. I love what they've done to that channel. No, it's okay. I mean, it's been like that forever. But if you go see Truth Viral Television, I did a video back then 10 or 11 years ago telling you that this was going to happen. And now we're here. So you can't know. That's why nobody else is getting this. There's nobody else. And I don't want anything from you other than good comments or I'll fire your ass right out of here. Okay? Seriously, this is happening now. You're not going to wait for something to happen. This is already in play. The 923 false flag event is here, and it will lead into fallen angel technology, which is a bunch of bullshit, and you're going to fall for it. So if you fell for a virus is alive, you're going to let them drop their fucking 30-foot, 40-foot sex dolls on you or whatever, little babies. They still look exactly like fucking... It's insane how this neoprene, polypropylene skin, robe... Oh, my God, it's alive! Shut the fuck up. You couldn't discern right now. Oh, Charlie's got us around us. Remember, never get out of the boat. That's a little apocalypse now. Did you see what he did to Cleveland, guys? And he sends meme coins. He sells tennis shoes, Bibles. Charlie was laying a little bit too far to the right, and he ended up leaving a little bit too far to the left, didn't he? Because Charlie Kirk himself. Okay? Tired of the stupidity. These people just allow this to happen as this ritual keeps being performed right in front of their face, idolizing that guy, making him a freaking icon in history, a little immortalizing him and pinning Mr. Warp Speed. At Warp Speed comes out even before they find the killer in 33 hours. It's all the 33 ritual. He's saying that they're far fucking left. They're setting this up for gun control. That's what you don't realize. They're going to set up an event where they can go into I'm going to show you how they're going to go into your fucking neighborhood and take everybody's gun and every fucking resource with one. Remember, this started with what? Tariffs, embargoes, World War II, Japan, World War II. Because remember, and that's why we're over there in Russia and Germany doing the same exact thing. It's an overlay. If you know your World War II history right now, you go, oh my God, this is really, he's right. This is doing the same thing. You can take a checklist of what Adolf did and a checklist what Trump is doing, and they check verbatim. That's why he took over DC, nationalizing it. This is verbatim what happened in World War II. You're just too ignorant to even know that they outlawed Christmas in America and would throw you in fucking jail if you celebrate it because it's an orgy. But no, I forgot my own American history. So I don't think you can remember what happened in World War II, okay? That it wasn't even that long ago. So you're going to have to pay attention, okay? If you don't want it, don't take it. Discern everything. He said, remember, at the return of the second coming of Christ, and I'm not saying he's coming back now, but we've seen these signs. He said, be sure no man deceive you. Bride put in here as the other sign was it'd be as in the days of Noah, right? they would be building and partying and married to come upon them like a thief in the night. You know what I'm saying? Right-wing conservatives are so frightened, such losers, they have to blame women and minorities for being failures. You know, this is a fucking loser right here, okay? This is somebody who's just lost, brothers, sisters. This is the person they love, this kind of fucking dumbass like this. What's this guy's name? Dan, the fucking like Kazakhstan, Dan, the Dans, all the stands, the Dan. Dumb fucker probably don't even know any biblical scripture. He's already sold out to the left or right. Two cheeks to the same hole. Get the fuck out of here, Dan, you stupid fucking leftist or rightist. Remember, he was a little leaning too far to the right and ended up leaning to the left. Get the fuck out of here. You've been sold out. You are not welcome here. Anybody who licks the fucking ass of this dragon with their taint fucking breath in here, dragon breath, get out of here. We don't do that left. This is far beyond left or right. There are two cheeks to the same hole, two wings of the same dragon. I'm warning you about these people, brothers, sisters. These people who play to the system, placate, oh, I'm left or I'm right. These children, look, even back in my day, they wasn't about red or blue. It wasn't about flying a fucking flag on your lawn. And I didn't take an oath to no flag. The children would, come on over, man. Grab the kids. It's the end of the day. Grab a bowl. You smoke pot. Or you want to grab a beer. What? I got a half rack over here. Get the kids. Come on. He was left. He's a little more left leaning, which means you don't even know what fucking liberal is anymore. Liberal meant more, these people were down. They need fucking help. If they qualify, not to stay on a program, more conservative. Okay. I was raised more conservative. My dad told me, don't let anybody give your fucking anybody your money. You work for that shit. But then I seen him be charitable. Hey, you want $5? No, I'll take you over to the Taco Bell. No, I want $5. Fuck off, fucking nigger. And they weren't even black because of the attitude they'd had. He would go buy him food, but if they wanted to go, take it and get a bottle of wine at the end of the day, because they were fucking, he wasn't going to pay for that. Fuck you, Dad. You know how hard it is to live on the streets. My dad ain't even in here anymore. I tell my dad, fuck you, man. Let that man get a bottle of wine at the end of the day. You know how hard it is to live on the streets right now of this fucking country? And so what? He gets a little fucking intoxicated at the end of the day. My dad probably would be a hell of a. He probably beat my ass, but he like 500 pounds. My dad was a lot bigger than me. My dad always told me, you know what, son, you whoop my ass when you're older than me, all right? But anyway, so moving on. Come on, guys. Think about how this is happening right now. They're taking American citizens off the streets. This is already happening. They placated this with this bringing everybody in with their Hegelian dialect. They empty these Venezuelan prisons, shipped these people, flew them into this country, gave them Visa gift cards, bought them housing, and then rug pulled and pulled it. That's fucked up, man. A lot of people just came here and never wanted anything to do. This ain't like being over there in Europe where they're not assimilating because they're Muslims. And I ain't even go there. That's just, they're not. Over here, it's different. People for 30, 40, 50, I'm in my 50s plus years. I've watched them. I grew right up on the border. Do you understand? Right up on the border, brothers, sisters. And I know that I had many of my friends were Latino, and they were good people. And I like Hispanic people a lot more than because of their family oriented. That's why I like the characteristic. Not all of them, but many of them came over here, paid taxes. They got the day here, got a job the first day, got a car, paid taxes on that, got a phone, paid tax on that, got a house, paid tax, or an apartment. Hey, motherfucking weak-ass Americans bitching about fucking Mexicans when a lot of them ain't coming from Mexico since the Obama administration, since the 44th regime. They were OTM, other than Mexicans. So a lot of people coming across this border are not even Mexicans anymore. They come here, get money, and ship it back home to Mima or to their familia, and you got a new fucking beta game or a new World of Warcraft or a new set of fucking titties for your wife or something, America. You're sick fucking people. You know that? You're sick. These people worked and put food on your tables for decades. There's a bad apple in every bunch. I don't do racist in here. I don't see color because I'm a veteran, just where I grew up. People are fucking people. There's good people, there's humans, and that's it. One race, the human race. If you believe in anything else, you need to get the fuck out of here, because believe it ain't even a thought in your head. It's an action word. You can take your action, get your ass right out of here. I'm not hearing this Chewbacca-head Wookiee with an Ewok. You could take your two big feet right the fuck out of here. What are you, turning ghosts all Yeti on me? I say get the fuck out of here, all Yeti. Oh, now we got an albino fucking Bigfoot walking around, right? I've been there. I've been to Disney. It don't matter to me. The Matterhorn is mind over matter. I don't mind. You don't fucking matter. You can get out of here. I remember the abominable snowman Take your fucking Yeti, Obama Smoke Man, 666, need Disney shit, fucking Pocahontas, and toss your ass out here. I want to hear it. Seriously, you guys, these people have been played by Disney, television, Operation Mockingbird, NASA. They got this whole world primed. I don't even see how they haven't even done this already, and I know what they're waiting for. They're waiting for the lights to go out. I want to explain to you, if you think these people could go to the fucking sky, the stars, the clock, because we're locked in the firmament, water's above and below, and there's this big event, I want you to think about what I'm telling you, because you say there's not war, then why is he called the Department of War? There's military on 20 plus fucking streets in this country right now. If they could get the fuck off this rock, don't you think they already would have colonized the moon? I mean, you can fart and smell it on the moon compared to how close it is to Mars. We're going to go to Mars. They already got the fuck out of here. They're all digging in, you dumb fucks. Got you all sidetracked on space balls. God's in the sky. You know, all this nonsense. A virus is alive. A computer's alive. You know, and now they're going to turn the computers that they programmed against you, and you're all going to go, oh my God, the computers. Oh, the aliens are killing people. There's no such thing as aliens, you dumb fucking idiot. Alien is a word. Nephilim is a bully. Fallen angels don't come from the sky. Heaven's not in the sky. Heaven's not above your head. Heavens are the ruling class. Father had pride. Remember, pride is a sin, not under this covenant, right? Yes, it is. We're not under our old covenant. You can't have sex with your sister, right? Be fruitful, multiply. It's not eye for an eye, is it? Father required war. Under this covenant, we are not to war outside our borders. How many military bases do we have outside our borders? We are an apostate nation. We have been violating every nation for how many years? 50 plus years, like mafia, forcing everybody like Gestapo. You pay. Yep. Remember, he came in office. Play or pay. Doing it there again. Now we've been forcing everybody. And now if you don't do business with us, since we've been strangling you for 50 fucking years, forcing everybody to pay. Remember the money changer tables? He did not like fees. Father was, remember he sent Shiloh, he whipped the people selling the doves, turned over the money changer tables. Remember, they had to be altar to sacrifice of the doves at the altar, circumcision of flesh. Remember, water dip. You might want to go back and research what the hell is going on, because they know this scripture better than all these stupid idiot religions combined. Remember, it's wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove, right? Wise as a serpent. Yeah, the scripture, the serpent, remember, he don't come like this little pokey Jesus, red leotarded Jesus you got over here, the devil, the red one. No, what's the only one that turns white and the sun turns red? Oh, you think this is a good angel? These are both devils. In case you ain't paid. If you see that halo, that's the serpent. Anytime you see an image, any word about idolatry, like this dumb fuck with this 1080p thing, it's not HD, is not for the quality of the content that you see. It's the quality of the content that you might, if you don't have a deaf ear, if you got the same taste in music as me, I don't know, maybe you're blind and you haven't had an apocalypse yet, lifting the scales from the eyes of the blind so they have an eye to see and an ear to hear. Most people are retarded, screwed down and throttled, just like any woman I get on her back, screwed, fucked. Pardon me, flip over, honey. Jerk a little bit. I want to see a wiggle, whatever, like a dog, they can flip over and they do it like the style, never mind. You're an idiot. You know what you're talking about. Don't worry about what you see. Worry about maybe what you see. No, about what you hear. If you're falling for your eyes, you've fallen for this testament, because I'm letting you know there's nothing under this covenant that's physical. Nope. We're not under any physical laws. Nope, absolutely not. Destination, destiny, chosen, already bought and paid, is not bound by the law of faith. Doesn't mean we're lawless. We just don't go by their fake. Like, remember, they have made their own laws. The halakha, the haggadah. That's what I'm saying. People are lost. You know what I'm saying? They're lost. They're just out of their mind. They're out of their mind. They don't understand. Christ stood up to the law, and they imprisoned him. So if nobody wants to throw you in jail, and you're probably not facing any current charges and for standing up to America and the corporation that should be gold and silver in a constitutional republic, it's not, you're probably not going to go to what you think heaven, because heaven's not above your head. You're going to hell. You're already in hell, just so you know. Oh, you're being so judgmental. You're damn right I'm being judgmental. I'm telling you what his book says. I get to judge under this covenant. Remember, I can't have sex with my sister. I know it's not eye for an eye. No more war. No, it says would judge with righteous. You might want to get a lexicon out and go study one word at a time. I think a lot of people come in here and they try to think because it's a ministry to tell me I'm not. They're idiot Christians. I already know are religious. God knows what's in my heart. It says the heart's continuously filled with wickedness. He said if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. You ain't making anybody come to Jesus. No, you can't accept Christ. You can't be saved. That's no saved. You have to die to be saved. You have to be picked up. Remember, chosen, once again, not bound by law or fate. Romans 8:29. I also did foreknow who I did predestine. Those he chose from the foundation of the world. Also, foreknow is a Greek word meaning prognosko. And that word means to have foreknowledge. So he already chose who's going to be his bride. You can't turn a goat into a sheep. It's not possible. The elect can have their name blotted out by self-will. God's in the sky. Here we go again, doing the same idolatry that he divorced his bride. He wrote about idolatry, things you see of the dirt, little things and big, capital statues, 58-story towers in Babylon or Manhattan. Same dick, same phallic, same towers. One's decorated with Satan, one was Satan's towers, right? And idolatry. Idolatry means, well, imagery and idolatry were the things you see of the dirt and the things you see. Oh, it might be those two witnesses it might be those two thieves right there that are hanging on that cross. Nobody hung from crosses. Nobody carried crosses. You want to go back and read this word. Remember crosses? Remember? They hung them on a tree. Oh, that was Baphomet, right? Oh, no, that was Jesus Christ, the sun god, Mithras, Satan, the one that Donald Trump has his house decorated with. I hope you don't celebrate the Mass A, Christ Mass. They still do it every Sunday. It's Sunday today, right? Mass A is the eating of human flesh. Had you define anything that's in that book? So you might start defining the words, and this will all come to life to you. So I'm going to show you this one more time, and then I'm going to take a break because I'm getting a little tired of teaching this. And thank you, Father, for even giving me the lesson. So I'm going to show you what's going to happen next. 923 executive orders is where they're going to intern you and put you into work camps because they already did this during World War II. It started in China with embargoes. Okay, that's what Trump did when he came in office. Don't make it political or you get kicked out of here. Okay. 923 executive orders under the 44th administration is going to allow them to FEMA under a national emergency. Trump came in and declared a national emergency day one. Day one, brothers and sisters. If you go back in my Truth Bible television video, you'll see that I was telling you that this was going to happen. This soft medical martial law. I even warned of the coming of Trump during the Obama administration. How did I do that? Come on, guys. I've been studying these white papers on the dark and on the web for 30 plus years. They have this stuff not completely mapped out, but they have they don't have to tell you that every time. They don't have to do, but most of the time they will put it out there into the ether or through public television, children's animation, Adult Swim, The Simpsons, put out massive amounts of, and they're not the one end all be all, but look how many things that these people have, shown you ahead of time through lots of visual, and you were warned, you know what I'm saying? You were warned about these things, but if you discern these things, you can discern. He said, you must be as esteemed as the potter's clay. You must return their works. See, upside down. See, they thought this, remember this God who was in the sky was painting this big dipper, and people see this image and they lose their mind. But this is the image of Jesus Christ, Satan's son God, who was birthed in the middle of the winter. Remember, that is the manger Jesus that these Catholics go after. That's the deadly head wound that was healed in Scripture. Satanism, paganism. Remember, they thought the sun was dying at the equinox, equal day, equal night, and so they prayed to the goddess and in Ishtar for the spring for a better harvest. This was paganism. Then remember, they prayed to Tammuz, the son of Satan, which was Christmas, Apollyon, Jesus Christ, right? The son of Satan, right? Then when Christmas or Satan died, she had sex with her son, the spring goddess, the fertility goddess, Ishtar, the star goddess, right? Look, let me show you something here too, why you might guys figure this out, why people can't figure out why Muslims, Catholics, and Donald Trump are so into dropping 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes so they can touch your kids. And it's all about the baby oil party, remember? Eat your kids, throw your kids on the fire. Ishtar is the star goddess or the lunar goddess. This is lunar worship. Lunar worship. Remember, this is your moon, your crescent moon. If you notice all these flags that have these countries, Muslim, okay, because Muslims, the Quran was written about by Catholics, are the ones who wrote the Quran. Nobody will study their history. Catholics are okay with touching kids, right? Priests are, oh, what? Hey, I'm just saying that it's what it is. We all know Catholics can't keep their hands off kids. I'm going to show you why. I want to show you exactly why. You may never know this, but the Catholics wrote the Quran. So Ishtar is that, remember Christmas, this is Catholics. Catholicism is Satanism, whether people understand what they're studying or not. This is all outlawed by the two pontiffs in the church. And we're not doing this wheel worship where the goddess of heaven is spinning the Big Dipper and they thought the sun was dying. They prayed to sin. This is all outlawed. Constantine thought he was going to lose his empire to these Gothic tribes to the north. They were the Vandals and the Gothics and the Visigoths, and all those tribes were worshiping this sun, Baal, in the grove. Grove is tree worship. Baal is sun worship. I'm showing you how they did this. They converted this whole calendar. It's not 2025. If one of you in here thinks it's 2025, you're celebrating this lunar worship, and we're not supposed to celebrate anything. Christ fulfilled all the rituals, all the celebration, all the laws. He fulfilled all the laws of customs, celebration, rituals. We're not to do any of these things because we're going to fall back to doing this. And everybody's doing it again. This was outlawed, brothers and sisters. They would throw you in jail for celebrating this. This is why Christopher Columbus came to America, fleeing the Catholic Church. Remember the Catholic Inquisitions who were going out and slaughtering. They didn't even care if you were a Christian. If you wouldn't go to their Mass well, remember on the 17th of December to the 24th, they would marinate a man, just a peasant, and they'd let him live like a king. Remember, this guy got to live like a king, and he got orgy marinated in sex and beast and wine and cheeses and women. It's like they did a pill draw or like a lottery. They had Rome remember, this is Rome. They loved their orgies at the time of Rome. That's how they went out, brothers and sisters. So Christmas is an orgy. And that's why it was outlawed by Washington, who was a Mason and said no foreign entanglements, but they would literally fine you and throw you into a jail for celebrating this because it was an orgy. And people are doing it again. And people, oh, it's okay. God knows it's in my heart. You're not supposed to be celebrating anything. It says the heart is continuously filled with wickedness, okay? I know all this information, not in this order. I'm mentioning it. Okay, cool. So, brothers and sisters, this goddess of the spring goddess, right? This is the Ishtar goddess, star goddess. So when you see this crescent moon with that flag with a star, you see the star and the moon. This is lunar worship, brothers and sisters. This is the goddess that had sex with her son. This is the Muslim, obviously, where you see this. This is what they're worshiping. They worship this lunar goddess. Remember, they thought the sun was dying. They prayed to the goddess of heaven, but they're actually praying to Ishtar, the Semiramis, the one when Christmas or Jesus Christ birthed in the middle of the winter. There's more than one Christ. People freak out because I use that word. Like they freak out when they see this symbol. Christ is not even ever written in the scripture. That's not even a word that's ever written in there. And he warns about adding words. Lord, devil, planet, Lucifer. I can go on and on about all these words that you guys say that are not in there. And he warns about even adding a jot. And that's like a period punctuation. And now you live on that damn jot. We must have NASA come in and blow it up. You know, NASA's the number one purchaser of helium, right? Blew that jot up into a planet. And now you're spinning at 1,040 miles an hour living on that, right? Get the fuck out of here. It's time for you to go. Don't need people in there that will not research anything. I will not sup with vipers. I will not. I don't care if Father says, do not cast your pearls, your treasure before swine. Get them out of here. We know that. So keep producing good fruit in here, and you're probably going to end up getting the wrench. And I don't have enough time to give them away because I'm trying to teach right now, but that's what we're doing in this channel. We are changed the whole channel. We've been up for years. If you can produce fruit in this channel, we will give you the wrench and kick anybody out here that's being an idiot. I don't want to see your Negro. I don't want you to push drugs on me. I want to talk about things that are real. They're turning American citizens right now in this country. This ain't about being some foreigner anymore. This is about being too fucking poor. We got 1,000 military bases, brothers and sisters, in 180 countries. We have a $1 trillion military budget. That's more than all the other countries combined. They are printing $1 trillion every 100 days. Well, no wonder the fuck that we're poor in this country, because they keep shipping all our money to fight everybody else overseas and forcing them to pay for. We get that these politicians just keep getting, there's more, Congress has more millionaires than in the populace, brothers and sisters. These rich, these elitists just keep getting richer, and the poor, you'll see the wealth gap just keep growing. And now they're kicking people. This ain't about being fucking foreign. This is about being poor or about being having a disability. I'm sure a lot of 42, one of you motherfuckers in here going, this dude is crazy, batshit crazy. Oh, now I'm going to get thrown in the fucking streets because I'm trying to, oh no, I'm going to get thrown in the goddamn ocean. Remember, they took those people from Sudan and they ended up washing up on fucking shore in Spain, handcuffed and shackled. So many of them, they were turning the transponders off or watching them. They're not even taking them to their destiny. They're taking them out into the ocean. Maybe they put some cement shoes on you so that you sink much quicker. All right, anyways, so this is what this worship is, brothers and sisters, of the lunar worship of the star goddess Semiramis, who had sex with her son when Christmas died. Christmas is, remember, Christmas is Moloch, the worship of the, right, tree god Moloch, this Esau. You can go in your lineage. The tree god killed, right, got killed, right, by his brother Esau, and he stole his inheritance. And everything we're doing right now is about an inheritance. Remember, it is the wedding, Feast of the Lambs is about having the crown. Revelation 3:11, I come quickly. He says, let no one take your crown, right? You see what I'm saying? I don't know if you see what I'm saying or not, but this king, remember this king? They ate his body after the 17th of December to the 24th, after marinating himself in sex and beast and wine and cheese, and then they ate his body. This is Christmas, whether you understand what you're celebrating or not. And this was all outlawed. Remember, Constantine thought he was going to lose his empire. He said, hey, we'll tolerate all those pagan gods in our church if you stop slaughtering Christians, like the church Catholics were slaughtering Christians. I'll stop slaughtering Christians. He wrote up what was known as the Edict of Toleration and said, I'll tolerate all your pagan gods in the church if you stop slaughtering. He thought he was going to lose his empire and die. So that's why you see all this Satanism in the church now, all of them. Calvinism, Christianity, Catholicism, Catholics, Presbyterians, Baptists, Mormons, all of them do this celebration of the sun god. And you're not even supposed to be celebrating one day, because what you're celebrating is the birth of the sun god. You think it's Jesus Christ. There's only two birth dates in all of Scripture. Two. One was Satan, the sun god, Jesus Christ, the one that Donald Trump has his house decorated with. Yeah, Trump has his house decorated with the same sun god. When he says God, he's not. Remember, Trump doesn't believe in the forgiveness of sin. That's why he's going to bring this whole nation and the whole world. I don't give a fuck what people say, under the Noahide laws, the Sabbath laws, like you have to celebrate again. We're not to do any of these things. And when he makes people celebrate again, like he brought money right back for 501c3, back money into the churches, being a heretic, just like he is, to do exactly what Christ went in the churches. You turned my father's house into a den of thieves. He brought money right back to the churches, but people are political and they got to play the left or right paradigm. You understand? They're too fucking stupid. Left, right, Democrat, Republican, they're sold out and they're not welcome here. You mix red and blue together, what do you get? Because you always get this, oh, there's 20 candidates, and then you get the selection of the donkey or the elephant, right? Red and blue. What do you do when you mix them together? You get what? Kitty fuckers. If you can't keep it in your pants, keep it in the family kind of people. Remember, that's Old Testament. That's sick fuck. Remember, touch your kids, eat your kids. Krampus. Remember, Krampus, Santa, ho ho ho. Krampus, Satan, one who ate his kids, right? This is all the same thing rebranded with a different name, brothers and sisters. So if you're celebrating anything, you're definitely a Satanist, because you're not supposed to celebrate a day. And the worst thing you can do is celebrate the birth of the sun god or the birth of oneself. That is idolatry. That's exactly why he divorced his bride, Israel. Idolatry. So don't celebrate anything anymore, or you are not doing what this scripture tells you to do. And if you go out and tell people that you're not supposed to, they're going to fucking hate you. You know that? Good. Now you're on the right path. Now you're on the right. To be nice means to be stupid. That's why I ain't in here being stupid with you, okay? That's what that word means, nice. He said, if you were loved by the world, you'd be hated by my Father. So I hope the world hates you. You're not here to make friends with the world. He said, be in it, but be not of it, because the whole world's doing this. Everybody you know thinks it's fucking 2025. It ain't 2025. Grow the fuck up. You better do some homework. You're going by these lunar laws and this lunar worship and this lunar Gregorian calendar where they blended this calendar. The New Year's does not start in the middle of the fucking winter. Do you know there's more death, suicide, homicides, drinking and driving, all this goes up during this time of year? And this is bullshit. And yet you're okay with doing this. You better get out there if you want to be a disciple and tell people you don't take up your cross, and nobody was hung from a cross as crucifixion. You got to be crucified and tell people. And they ain't going to like you when you tell you that. They are not going to like you. They are going to call you an outcast, and they're going to give you hell for that. Welcome to being in the narrow way. Oh, nope, I just want to keep my job, and I don't care. I'm going to bring something to the White Elephant Party, or I'm going to dress up this year. Or, nope, you're not a disciple. If you don't celebrate, or if you're celebrating, you're not supposed to celebrate. There's only 2 birth dates. Herod was trying to kill Christ, remember, because he knew the celestial firmament marker of the birth of the king, and Satan. So what the fuck are you doing celebrating birth dates? It's that simple. So you have a reason every fucking day, and I apologize for cursing, but I'm just fed up with this shit. They outlawed this in America. The whole country was founded off of this. They were fleeing like Mass A. Remember, they didn't care if you were Christian or not. They would take and impale you on a stake. You're going to better get ready for that when these people, these Trandela Awa, MS-13, these motherfuckers will put people on stake, hang people over bridges, cut your body parts, body in pieces, and send it to your family to watch them fucking grieve and then whack them too. You have no idea what Donald Trump just declared a war on when he declared a war on the cartel or on the bullshit. That is resources. And these people, they tried this shit in 2006, brother, sister. You better pay attention. If you're thinking about your enemy in Russia, he looks Russian, right? If your enemy is in China, he looks Chinese, right? He's Asian, right? If your enemy is in, Saudi Arabia, he looks Arabic, all right? Or Persian or whatever, right? Persian, yeah. How the fuck are you going to know who your enemy is in America? They rolled the Trojan horse right in you. You live in the melting pot. You're not going to know who your man is. You better start acting with some fucking humanity. Treating people like, ask yourself, what would Christ do? Seriously, I ain't playing. Ask yourself every single moment of the day, especially when things get shitty, what would Christ do? What would Jesus do right now? And act in that fashion, because we got a hominoid species. There ain't no aliens. There ain't no Bigfoot. There ain't no fallen angels. Fallen angels don't come from the sky. Ahab married Jezebel. That had nothing to do with fallen angels or nothing to do with giants. He married a woman that celebrated this Baphomet worship, and she taught that to the children. And Ahab yoked to he doesn't want us to yoke to somebody who is marrying truth to a lie. So you're lying to yourself. If you think you're going to what you think is heaven, dead people don't go to the sky. Heaven's not above your head. No, they don't. But you're going to go to hell. You're already in hell. Hell is the word no knowledge, period. ABYSS. This is the Revelation 9:11 sun god, the one that's locked in the pit, brothers, sisters. ABYSS. Abyss. Damn, my writing. This thing sucks. The A negates, it cancels. That's that cancel sign. No. Bis is the word knowledge. Knowledge. BYSS is the word knowledge. Hell is no knowledge. See, this was hell. They thought that the constellations were going under the sea. Tammuz, the son of Satan, who when Christmas died had sex with his mom. Catholics, Muslims. The Quran was written by Catholics. See why they can't keep their hands off the kitty touch much? Catholics, Muslims. See why? Jews, fake Jews. They do it too. Masons, the ones at the top. Who are the most evil? And remember, I don't do color, but we'll use these stupid names because nobody was ever white or ever black. Okay. Oh, white, you're innocent. We know you bent that lady over the altar before you put that white dress on her. Who you lying? Black, oh, you're automatically guilty. You already committed a crime because you're dark. Fuck you, you're guilty. He's black, he committed a crime. Isn't that what fucking Charlie Kirk said? Charlie Kirk didn't Charlie Kirk himself a little bit too far leaning to the right, and then he was found leaning to the left. Didn't he say that? Not qualified and flying an airplane. If they were black, I'd have to check their credentials and all that. Well, I'm just saying, you better start thinking about this black or white, because there's a hominoid species on this rock trying to whack us all. They're not aliens, but if you think who are the most wicked motherfuckers on this planet, creating more death and destruction on this rock right now, a bunch of old white dudes, and I'm right. There's one in the office too, so 4 plus 5 is 9. 4 plus 7 is 11. President 9/11. 9/11. President 9/11. 4 plus 5 is 9. You knew I was a snake before you let me in, and then he let Joe Biden skip Joe Biden. 4 plus 7 is 11. Oh, President 9/11, the man that dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes so they can still touch kids at your airports. Yep, his junk, his jewels, her slot. They're still doing it. It ain't right. Is that right? They never even had a child strapped with a bomb and flew into a building or an airplane or into a what? Oh no, still touching kids at the airport, and Americans are still just okay with it. So here's where you're headed. And I get a bit to wrap this up. It's a little long in the tooth. 1945, they interned American citizens and put them into work camps. Okay. Before that, it was embargoes. 4 plus 5 is 9. Trump sanctioned China. Washers went up $200. Here we are. 4 plus 7 is 11. We're here. It don't matter what you think. We already seen the boat incident because it started with embargoing during World War II, because we're in the 7th king being revealed as the 8th king. World War II equals World War III. That in World War II, that started with embargoes. And we're following the same script. That caused them where they had choked them out, supply chain. They had no option. The Japanese commander said, we cannot go over to the mainland in America. There is a American behind a blade of grass, every blade of grass with a gun. They went in and they bombed Pearl Harbor. We already saw the boat event when he bombed. That's such bullshit, but it is what it is. A boat out in the ocean, which we were not at war with Venezuela, saying that they are drug at. Where's the proof? Here you go. There's your Pearl Harbor. The next thing that is coming, and you mark my words, I'm not going to get it wrong. I don't care. I've got their paperwork. I've been doing this for 30 years. I'm the only one anywhere on the internet. There's no other channel anywhere on the internet doing this. And you don't have to believe me. That's fine. Find another link. Drop a fucking link. Tell me before you find somebody else doing this. Remember this date, 9/23 is the amount of executive orders that Obama put into whatever. It didn't matter if it was legal or not. Executive 11004, Executive Order 11004. Under a national emergency, Trump declared a national emergency day one when he got in office, allows them to relocate whole communities and put them into work camps. So pause that. Remember that, because that's already happening. We saw Nagasaki, Hiroshima, brothers and sisters, after World War II. So if they want to put you into work camps, all they have to do is have some fake event, some fake alien event, and that's coming. They got everybody thinking that a virus is alive. Now you got to think that robots are alive. 30-foot sex dolls, whatever you want to call them. They're neoprene. They're polypropylene. They're fucking oilskin. They look just like whatever you want them to look for. And they can make 30 and 40-foot robots. Elon Musk has warehouses full of fucking robots. Why do you think he does? You think he's the only one? DARPA, Boston Dynamics. Come on, guys. They are going to unleash these things, and they're going to come out. This is going to change so fast. This is the type of event. Or all they have to do, okay, all they have to do is say, hey, remember, in America, everybody is a narc. This is called the Sesame credit system that they did over in China, okay, where they started a system on your phone, and it was just a thing where you could call in and kind of, if somebody wasn't going along because it's communism over there, you would get a better credit score. They would up your credit score or lower your credit score. This is called Sesame credit, and they're doing this already, whether you realize this, but this turned into what is called communism over there. And again, if your credit score, let's say you had a 1100 credit score or something, and you're hanging out with me on YouTube and I'm on all the government's list, I know that. So I got to have maybe a 100 or something like that. Oh, I'm a loser. Well, that's going to pull your credit score down now, social credit score. And now you can't hang out with me because your credit score went down 200 points and now you only have 900. And now in the 900 class, you can't hang out with any of your friends that are in 1,000 or above. This started separating families in Japan, brothers and sisters, and they're going to do this in America. But watch, let me show you how this is going to be not very hard to do, because they're already taking this into this type of system, whether you realize it or not. It's already here. But first of all, World War II, we saw embargoes, right? Embargo. That's what they were called back then. Or now is they call it a tariff, right? A tariff. And this is exactly what we did. So I'm going to show you how World War II is taking place right now as World War III. Same thing. Same thing. Second came what? Pearl Harbor, right? We saw the boat incident, right? Pearl Harbor, right? They sank the boat, right? Then we saw, this is what's coming next, brothers, sisters, right? This is what's coming next. And you better pay attention to what I got going here, because I know they're going to do this because they keep doing the same thing by World War II. So you better feel blessed. Okay, at any time, guys, that you'd like to donate, I don't know how many in here. I have a PayPal, I have a Cash App. Don't be shy, and you don't have to give me a single dime. But if you'd like to support the ministry, I've got 30 plus years of studying these people. If it's not worth a dime to you, you don't have to give a dime. It's not cheap to live right now. $1 million every third home sold for in Bend, Oregon. $800,000 is the average price home. It's getting hard to live, guys. I don't want to take any from anybody, but there's links in the description if you want to. So anyways, Pearl Harbor, tariffs. Then we saw the Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Remember? We saw the mushroom cloud, right? The pancake. 2 of those times 2. Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Yeah, look at that. What do you know? So have we seen this in America? Put Nagasaki, or put bombs over Baghdad. Put anything, guys. Somebody recognize here. Do you see what they did? And in the meantime, then they interned American citizens and put them into work camps, right? Work camps. Americans went into work camps, enslaved American citizens, put them into work camps. Fallen angel technology. Fallen angel tech. Bunch of bullshit. Shut the fuck up. That tech's old. Thousands of years old. Okay, thank you, Sarah. So, thank you, Sarah. So, what this does is this bomb pancakes. This bomb pancakes. This is atomic. A-T-O-M-I-C, atomic. And it pancaked out this radiation. But now we have, because we've been fighting in the desert because of Donald Trump for so long, the man dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. We go into these hills and take out these men inside of these bunkers down in here, and instead of it pancaking out, all this energy goes down and plumes down into the land. This is how we took out all these, terrorists that they're calling for, that we do deals with, like the bin Ladens that the Bush has been doing deals with for over a decade. Osama bin Laden was an oil tycoon. He didn't do 9/11. Donald did. Go away from me. Get the fuck. 4 plus 5 is 9. 4 plus 7 is 11. Could you make it any more simple? Come on, guys. I keep going around and around. So, times 2. Now this is called a bunker buster. Oh, that's kind of like BB, huh? Like over there, like Donald's buddy. That remember, he's the Gentile Messiah. That's what they call Donald. The King of Israel. So, a bunker buster. And this is meant to go down into the ground, down into the hills to take out these people down in the bunker. And it doesn't. And this is hydrogen, water. It's hydrogen. This is hydrogen. This doesn't put out an atomic footprint. Pancake. But they're going to go in your city, because you're over here in this city over here, and maybe underneath your city, there's some gold, or there's some resources in your city that they want underneath the ground. Or maybe there's something above the ground. Maybe you're in here and you got a safe, and you got a big gold pile in here. You got a pile of gold. You seen the price of gold? Something like record highs, $3,600. You got big piles, stacks of gold in here, right? You got bars or whatever, and they want that. Hell, actually, they just want all the guns in this certain town. So all they have to do in your city is to put off hydrogen that's not going to pancake out, and you guys will all get it with your cameras, because like I was explaining earlier, it's so crazy to me that you guys got your cameras here and you'll film a woman getting the shit kicked out of her with your fucking cell phone, And as a guy, you're just going to watch another dude kicking the piss out of a woman, but you'll film it because you're a narc and you just get on camera. Well, all it's going to take is a couple visuals, brothers and sisters. Look how everybody's biting on this, Charlie Kirk didn't Charlie Kirk himself, right? Look how they're biting on that. So all I have to do is get 4 or 5 visuals of this on a camera phone over here with your big camera over here, right? You got your flash. Whoop, I got it. Look, I took a selfie. Oh, I took a picture of and they put this on television and tell everybody that's atomic, and they're moving everybody out of that city, relocating you. And when that happens in your neighborhood, you better get ready to go to work. I ain't taking fucking just sitting in some fucking cell. You're going to go to fucking work. You better listen to me. You are going to work, America. All of you are going to go to work. I don't care what any one of you say to me. Now, we are so far in this 923 ritual right now. It is happening. This is the next false flag event that is already happening, and it's going to lead to robots because, remember, Hitler got fallen technology from the angels. Okay. I'm going to leave it there, guys. Thank you for your time. Guys, it feels good to get it out. I hate having to hold this in. I'm the only one doing this on YouTube. I'm the only one doing this anywhere on the internet right now. And thank you, Father. I don't want no special treatment. And so hope you learn. You're going to go into work camps. You better fucking find your way out of these cities. And I don't even think you'll be safe in the country in the end, but they'll go ahead and not the end, but whenever they get with this. And by then they might even just move on. There could be anything you can do, but they're going to pick all this low-hanging fruit first, brothers and sisters. And so you better look for these 2 coming. They're going to do this. They're going to do this. And they're going to do this fallen angel technology too, because this is what happened during World War II. You guys got any questions I can answer for you? Thanks for those thumbs up. I don't really care who likes me or not, but I'm supposed to be doing stuff about my son and trying to find my son's body I know where he's at, my daughter, but I can't even get them. And look at what I'm doing, working for the damn ministry. Thank you, Father. It's what I do. So, you guys see where this is going? Any one of you in America, you think you could be able to get out of the way of this? You can even try. The best thing you can do is to not participate in this society. Get yourself out of the system. I know my quality of camera is garbage, but I live away from people. You understand? How about, like I said, how about 50-foot neoprene sex dolls running around telling you what the fuck to do, making you work? Or they're just smaller, they don't even have to. I think they're going to unleash the actual robot, the metallic, I told you, gold and silver. They want to get this C-3PO Terminator. They put this in movies already. So, gosh, 37 of you in here, and you guys ain't asking no damn questions. I hope you guys gained something from that. If you're in America, I hope you see you're already way deep into this now. This is too late to say, hey, they're not coming for me because I'm fucking special. No, it's poor people and disabled people. Disabled people, brothers and sisters, now that's it. And you don't take this help that they want to give you, they will ship you right the fuck out of this country. There's already been people that have washed up in Spain that were in handcuffs and shackles. They followed those planes out there. They didn't make it all the way to Sudan. And I actually have been following somebody, and this has been going on since the beginning. There's a lot of planes been taken out to the ocean, brothers and sisters. I apologize, John. I'm my shadow man chat. Maybe you can try to ask him again. That's the first time I've seen you say something, but it's hard to fathom, guys. I know this seems like it's unreal. This can't be happening, but all they're doing, brothers and sisters, I'm not making predictions here. This is not a prediction. I'm not a prophet. There's no prediction. They're following the World War II footprint or handprint, fingerprint, and redoing this. The seventh king, it says in Scripture, for years, I never gave up the seventh king. The seventh king is the one that's locked up in Revelation 9:11. And when it's revealed as a spiritual Antichrist. And it's already here. It's already being revealed. People are waiting for this event to happen. You know what I'm saying? Sources, what do you mean? What sources are you looking for? All of this is on the internet. Actually, none of this is hidden. All of it. 30 years of studying. What do you want? You know, all this information about Trump and him being his family having all this tech that's been out there forever, decades. I'm the only one doing this 923. You can just go overlook and see what Trump is doing and see what Hitler did and see that it's the same thing. Some of the stuff you're going to have to do your own homework on. I don't really do content anymore. I want to, but I need to get a studio and I need to get more things going on here in the ministry before I can do channel content again. I think I could, boy, that would be a whole lot easier to do with some visuals for you guys too. But Father beats the snot out of me a lot, so I have to deal with what hand he gives me. So kind of where I'm at. But well, 923 was the number of executive orders that Obama put out. It's the 923 is 923, 323, 623, 1223, 923, 623, 1223, 923, 623. That's the swastika. That's that ritual. So the 923 is not so much important, but that's their dark Samhain rituals too. Their dark Samhain rituals. They really like that apex date. They do everything on the equinox or on the line or everything, if you notice, has a date. Why did they do 9/11? Let's see if any of you have an understanding what 9/11 was about. What was 9/11 about? What was 9/11 about? I can explain to you. Nobody explains 9/11 like I do. That's fine. Don't want any, look, nobody fucking gave me any money. All these content creators get a shitload, make a lot of money off this fucking YouTube, man. And I just gave probably some of the best information ever put out on YouTube. Not, I'm great, not that. Come on, who else is putting this out? Nobody. I got the tattoos. I've got all the shit to go with it. Not saying, I'm just showing you. Look at the thousands of hours I've shown you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's what it was, right? But what was 9/11 about? Why 9/11? What is it about 9/11? I don't think you guys see. Maybe you just came in late, John, or something, but not getting on you. But what is it that's 9/11? What is 9/11? Of course, we wanted to go overseas. We didn't need to go overseas. We have technology. We didn't need to go overseas, right? Cool. Okay, cool. Thanks for coming in. And that is the right answer. But the reason what 9/11 is Satan is the revelation in Revelation locked up in the pit in Revelation 9 and 11. That is Satan. That is the one that Donald Trump decorates his house with, the sun god Apollyon, Mithra, Jesus Christ, birth on December 25th in the middle of the winter. Remember, Christ was born, the Hamashiach was born when the shepherds were in the field with the sheep in Israel. The rains, the sheep go up in the months of October, November, and December. That can't be possible. But 100% that we know that Satan was born on December 25th. All the deities were, that whatever you want, Mithra, Apollyon, it doesn't matter. It's the same deity. You know what I'm saying? A fun bedtime story. Old Mother Hubbard went to a cupboard, went to give her old dog a bone, and when she bent over, Rover took over and gave her a bone of his own. How about that? So, I don't know. Bedtime. Is it bedtime? It ain't that time yet, is it? No, it's not bedtime. We got another hour or two before we go to bed here. So, Poppies in Afghanistan was part of it. Obviously, the 7, Wesley Clark. Do you guys realize that we don't need oil? Does everybody in this chat realize we don't need oil? We don't need oil. We don't need oil. We have the ability to build these megalithic structures that John G. Trump, that Tesla was going back and figuring out all the whole currents, anti-gravitics, perpetual polarity, perpetual motion. They got Tesla at the Tesla Museum overseas. They got machines that are, perpetual motion from the 1800s that are still running. Through magnetics, gravitics. I don't do the gravity, but whatever. We'll use the term for conversation's sake. We never needed to fight any wars for oil. Donald Trump is 100% responsible for all Yeah, perpetual motion, anti-gravitics, electrogravitics, free energy, ether technology, pull whole current technology. He told him, what the fuck you guys building all these poles and shit on the top? I can take and transfer power right through the currents of the whole currents of our rock. They were heavily invested in copper and all this. Henry Ford, they already in business. J.P. Chase Morgan, the Morgans, and Henry Ford. This is all set into play. You know what I'm saying? So, do you see what I'm saying? We didn't need to kill anybody over oil, brothers and sisters. We could have free energy today. And I'm not talking about nuclear fusion. I'm talking about perpetual motion machines, also ether technology. That's what the ether said. I can grab energy right out of the air. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Thank you, Libby. This is old technology. This is old technology. Tartaria, Antiquitech. Thank you. Somebody's awake in here. This ain't the first time we had it. Did that car to go 1,000 miles on a single charge? On a single charge, brothers and sisters, 1,000 miles. This stinky muskrat can't even get a car to go, that rusty dustpan to go 1,000 miles, right? No, 500. You know what I'm saying? 500 miles, brothers and sisters. They're holding this tech. That's what Tesla is there to put in place. That's what Muskrat is in there, the whole thing. Mr. Stinky Iron Man, you know, is Baphomet people's champion. He wore the Satan Baphomet, you know, during Halloween. He ain't hiding. He's holding this technology back. You take a magnet and you wrap you don't think they had magnets back in history? You don't think they had copper back in history? Rome had compression, pneumatics, right? Air compression, doorways and stuff. These people have forgotten. They pulled all this away from us. You know what I'm saying? All of this away from us. Aren't the laws of no? You fucking see, that's the problem with you dumb fucking people. There are still goddamn machines running today, and you're gonna bring up this stupid fucking bullshit. There are goddamn machines that are still running from the 1800s, and you motherfuckers come in with your stupid ass dumb fucking models. You know Darwin renounced all his theories. Go on, get the fuck out of here. This is the problem that I have with society, bro. So it's like this Charlie Kirk thing. They look at one thing and they go, "Oh, that's it." You know, fucking go, get out of here. There are still fucking machines, and they didn't even have neodymium fucking type of magnets. Remember, if you take a copper magnet, circle magnet, right, or a magnet, you wrap it with copper, what's that do? It makes electricity. You don't think they have that? We've had electricity for fucking thousands of years. It's this kind of stupid fucking shit that people say, brothers and sisters, that are just it just shows the ignorance. They don't want to look at anything. They just want to look at one fucking side of something. They'll never look at both sides. And that's the problem with society today, is that a lot of the times people are right. People are right. They're both right, but because they won't listen to each other. But I'm not going to listen to bullshit fucking theories. And I have studied, obviously. They still have machines that are running today that were running in the 1800s, and people don't want even to go there to go to the fucking museum and look for yourself, you fucking idiots. Stop being so foolish. You know what I'm saying? And nobody's fucking mad, you dumb fucks. It's called passion. So if you're getting in here, moderate these fucking idiots in here that don't want to listen. Class is in session. You don't want to interrupt, fucking go out of here. Go somewhere else. Children are not meant to be seen or heard, so go the fuck outside and play with somebody else. This ain't no game, okay? There should have never been, I'm a fucking veteran, never should have been one oil death. There is one man that is 100% responsible, that I can in a fucking federal court show the discovery and evidence that he is 100% responsible for every oil fucking death. His family has the tech. John G. Trump, right? All these fucking patents, the 80 fucking chests that, shut up. You don't know anything. Fuck off, man. This is bullshit. We never should have fought any single oil wars ever. One war should have been fought over oil. Never. We have free technology, anti-gravitics, perpetual motion, perpetual polarity. You've never studied. This has been around. This technology has been around for thousands of years. You know what I'm saying? So we don't need to fight wars. This is because, remember, J.P. Chase, who bailed our fucking country out, was in cahoots with fucking Henry Ford. They were, I already told you, they were already invested in power poles and copper. And this old man, he didn't know shit. Remember, John Trump John G. Trump was a very revered man at the time, like a Nikola Tesla or an Einstein or Darwin or whatever. He was a very revered man. And when, you know, I'm not going to say what happened to Tesla. You do it. Remember his voice to skull technology, his messenger pigeons. He was messing with millimeter wave technology. What got Tesla whacked, brothers and sisters? I know Tesla's story. It's that he said he could build a death ray, okay? And that's what they thought. We were talking about some handheld Star Trek. He said I could build a ray over your city with millimeter waves that no military could penetrate. You've seen it in your fucking movies when the truck comes, it's an invisible goddamn wall. It's not a wall you can see. It's millimeter wave. And they already do this shit to you already. What do you think 5G is? It's a millimeter wave. It has nothing to do with internet. Zero. Nothing. It's a 60 gigahertz patent military grade weapon by the United States Navy. Grow the fuck up. 5G doesn't have anything to do with fucking internet. I'm so tired of this fucking people. They don't even, a virus isn't alive. Fuck off. Think of the whole world to think that a virus is alive. Now they're going to tell you a computer's alive and you're going to fall for a fucking computer that's been installed in a robot and they're going to come whack you in this eugenics program and take this fucking population right back to what they wanted on those Georgia Guidestones, the 500 million, and you ain't going to be a fucking thing about it. And you ain't going to defend yourself against no robot. So you better get right with God. You better get your spiritual house in order. You better take care of what the fuck you should be taking care of first. Stop worrying about this world. I'm not saying don't look at it, but if you can't see what's going on by now, you are missed the boat already. This shit's been out. Osama bin Laden was an oil tycoon. He did fucking deals with the Bushes for over a decade. Remember, or 9/11, they let his son out of the country. You better pay attention. The devil is in the details, okay? I'm not going to let this happen on my watch. I took an oath to this fucking people. I don't care if it was just when I take an oath to the Constitution is the right of the people, and anybody comes in this fucking land has rights under the Constitution. You don't have to have a piece of paper or citizenship. So I take a right to everybody. I can't stand what all these governments are doing, and there's somebody who's leading this shit right now. It's called the banks. You give a man a gun, he'll rob a bank. You give a man a bank, and he'll rob the world. Remember J.P. Chase Morgan bailed this country out? Brothers, sisters, Jekyll Island. This history on this is quite lengthy. It's not like this is something that's hard to find anymore. You do live in the age of Aquarius. You do live in the age of Revelation. You are in the last pages of Scripture, whether you like it or not. The celestial firmament declared it, and they're doing it by the book. And if they're going to get the pit to open up from Christ is the one with the key, they have to make every single jot exactly as it says in that book, and every tittle comes to pass. So if they have to do it over and over and over until they get it exactly right, they're going to keep doing it. And many of these things, they just repeat, rinse, and recycle. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And you motherfuckers don't get out of the way. And every single time they say, hey, dumbasses, we're going to push this snowball down the hill. You don't get the fuck out of the way. And they don't care because they told you. They told you. You know what I'm saying? Look at fucking Omar. You're a dumb fucking idiot. You are the problem with this world about idolatry and imaging. You know, bro, so that's the society you better look out for. People who are ill-prepared, unprepared people. The number one killer is going to be population density. Get the fuck out of the cities. You are going to burn to the ground in the cities. When this solar flare hits this fucking earth like it did, it's not earth, this rock like it did 166 years ago and the lights go out, you better be ready for this. They're going to do this during the lights out event. You are one domestic terrorist event away. You are one, tranny event like Omar, the fucking tranny event away. Remember, cocked his boyfriend? No, whatever. It could be some stupid fuck like this on the internet. Say something and, whatever, go out and do whatever. People are just, maybe it's a false flag event for ISIS. Going out and maybe it's some UFO landed, maybe it's a nuclear, but you're one event. You are literally living in a fucking a dynamite factory with 1,000 fuses coming out. It's going to take one stupid fuck like Omar to light the fuse. Seriously, but your world is going to blow your whole world up. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You're going to blow your whole world up. It's one little dumb fucking idiot like this, probably from America too. Father, please, why can't you just give me? I never ask you for shit. You put the crowns on there. Can't you give me these American flags so we can see the stupidest fucking people in the world are Americans? Well, they have the First Amendment right to speak up, so they say the stupidest shit. Not like people outside this country don't, but guarantee you, brothers and sisters, anytime you see people who are just fucking lost, they're Americans. Look at the goddamn food. There's 38 of you in here. You're a bunch of broke dick bobs and you're a bunch of drug addicts. Not one of you have donated a single dime to this ministry. I just gave you 30 years worth of work, and I don't want your money. But I don't want you to be on the streets. That's why I'm saying it to you. Okay? You seriously are. You're one paycheck away from being in the streets. None of you are. Not. Are you, some of you so fucking wealthy that you can help? You better be helping some people then. You better think about what the fuck you're doing. You know what I'm saying? This is happening, brothers and sisters. It's not like these are foreigners that they're kicking the fuck out of the people. These are people who are too poor or have a disability. Remember, somebody just came in here and fucking, I get 30 people a fucking hour sometimes tell me people I'm crazy. So now I need to get in the boat and go out in the ocean and get dipped and fucking die because of that? That's deserving of death. Did you hear what that fucking one announcer said from that main lamestream media program? That people need to die if they resist in America. He said that their public execution, they should die if they resist. This take, oh, you're too fucking poor, resist, that fucking just exterminate them. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the hell is going on? Why don't people care? You know what I'm saying? Why don't people care that their own countrymen are being victimized by men that are private contractors, not even the federal government? These are private prison guards that are out there kidnapping people now, brothers, sisters. And it terrorizes me that people think, well, they haven't been here for 20 years. This ain't about foreigners anymore, you assholes. This is about you, America. Fuck the foreigners. This is a melting pot anyways. A nation of immigrants trying to keep out all of the immigrants. I'll tell you, we have reached just stupidity levels that have never been seen before ever in history. Don't tell me not. You're all a bunch of fucking drug addicts. Like I told you, none of you made a comment about that. You're all on drugs. Everyone in here is a drug addict. Is that your problem? You spending too much drugs, money that you can't help a brother out like me? I don't want your money, but you're all eating sugar, right? Anyone in here not eat sugar at all? Don't eat any kind of sugar. Sugar is a drug. I'm just trying to show you guys. Careful what you put a fucking label on people, right? Act with humanity. Somebody's a viper. Get them the fuck out of there. Don't try to help people right now. Don't take that sugar daddy shit in here. I'm telling you. You can eat sugar. I'm not saying, but careful. Maybe because you ate fucking sugar is why they throw you in a fucking prison. In China, they already do that digital communism with the fucking sesame credit shit, and they're going to do it here. They already are. Digitally track and trace and tokenize everything you do. Yes, they do. And if you bought a pack of cigarettes, you're going to lose your health care. And if you hung out with me here in this fucking YouTube channel, I got the lowest fucking score of all. Like a credit score in YouTube, you just drug your credit score down, and now you can't hang out with all your ritzy buddies and all your fancy buddies with your high scores now. I would get the fuck out of this channel before you hang out here too long, because they're going to keep this list of you coming in here, and you're fucked because you hung out with me. Are you scared? Go to church. So it's going to happen, brothers, sisters. I see this as plain as day. If they can convince this whole world that a virus is a living organism, they're going to do these robot fake alien invasion because it's part of this 1942 Project Blue Book, not Beam. Although they'll use directed energy, Tesla technology. Yes, that's part of what he said. Now, remember, what got Tesla killed and why you guys don't see it, because I've done this for over a year now, and well over a year, is these work camps they're going to put you in are not going to have walls that you can see. This is exactly what Tesla was saying. They thought he was talking about a handheld Star Trek, beam me up Scotty type ray gun. He said death ray and what he was talking about. He even wrote the New York Times. You guys can go look at everything I've said. It's all out there. Okay, if you just go do your own goddamn homework. I don't do links. I don't have time to do that. I have a ministry to run, and you know what I'm saying? But this is in the paper, brothers, sisters. Tesla said, I'm not building a handheld thing. I could build a ray over your city that no military can penetrate. That's what got the old man whacked, brother, sister. It wasn't so much the free energy and the perpetual motion and all these. It's when he said, I could build this ray. That's a threat. They want to war, brother, sister. They were already invested in oil. They couldn't oil war then. You know what I'm saying? Shut the fuck up. It's in the New York fucking Times. Look at this as a fucking Nephilim. Point this dumb fucker out right here. Point this person out. King of the day. King of the day, you ever looked in the goddamn paper, you piece of shit, fucking Nephilim, lying, goddamn trash American? You're a fucking American. I stink like Americans, brother, sister. I can smell them a million fucking miles away. I'm serious. Have you even looked in the goddamn fucking paper, you dumb fucking idiot? Have you ever looked in the New York Times? Have you looked through the microfiche? Have you even looked at shit? No. So why would you open up your mouth and say something so stupid and look like an ass in here? Go ahead and open up your mouth again and show what kind of fucking, what fruit you're going to produce in here. No, oh guys, no, I'm just lying to you. There was no article in the Tesla fucking, never wrote the fucking New York Times saying, hey, you haven't read shit. Tell me anything about Tesla. I guarantee you, motherfucker, tell me anything about Tesla. Tell me about the pigeons. Let me know. You've studied always. So tell me about the pigeons. Tell me what you know about his pigeons. I'm listening. I'm all fucking ears for you now. Oh, I'm always willing to learn. I don't think you know shit from Shinola. I seriously don't think you know your ass from a hole in the ground. Come on, king for a day. You sound like a fucking pagan that they ate during the Roman, orgy, sex, biscuit, Jesus ritual. So go ahead, king for a day. Come on, motherfucker. Put your money where your mouth is. He said in Revelation 3:11, I come quickly, let no one take your crown. Come on, speak the fuck up. Tell everybody here about the pigeons. I ain't even asking about his fucking patents and his 80 cases and his millimeter wave. Hold on. You know so much fuck about Tesla. Tell everybody about millimeter wave. Fuck the pigeons. Tell everybody about millimeter wave. Tell them what that is. Explain to them exactly why John Trump and what John Trump was messing with. And exactly, too. Yep. Come on. Just put your fucking money in mouth, his asshole. You're step up to the mic, bitch. You ain't fucking said shit. You're a slow-ass dog. What, are you got a fucking broken leg or something? Come on. Spit it out. Tell them about this millimeter wave technology, because this is exactly what the fuck I'm talking. You would know the difference between Philip's a bootlicker. Lick the boot there, angry. You would know the difference between angry and passion. Fuck off. Get out of here, child. This is a grown-ass adult conversation here. He built towers around the world to give the world electricity. This is his fucking answer, guys, to the millimeter wave technology. You are a piece of shit, king, and you don't know nothing about Tesla. You don't know shit about Tesla. I asked you what the fuck. I asked you about the pigeons. You didn't fucking answer that. And then you're telling me you built towers. I'm asking about the millimeter waves. See, there's a problem with society. You know what I'm saying? That's a problem. They won't look at anything. Look at the papers, brothers, sisters. Go look at the paperwork, brothers, sisters. Go look at the news. Go look at the news. Go look and see. You can see it for yourself. Tesla actually wrote and said, you guys are fucking stupid. That's not what I said. I did not say I can build some hand fucking held weapon. Okay? I'm talking I can build a millimeter wave bowl over your city that no military can penetrate, and that's what got him whacked, and that's what Donald Trump is going to put every one of you dumb motherfuckers into one of these work camps, and I'm telling you, you're going to be in bubble trouble. You're going to wish you would have fucking listened to me. And you can do this by now by getting the fuck out of the cities. They can put these anywhere they want, but they're going to put these in the areas like most of these will be over the cities. 15-minute cities, smart cities. He's already talked about this, brothers and sisters, and you don't see it. And I know that it says that they did this during World War II. It put people into work camps and made them work for the government. Your job is gone. You're going to be separated from your family. You think you're going to be with your family? No, you're not. You better start making a family kind of out of the city with people who might be a little more self-sufficient. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not telling you to do it in a panic. You know what I'm saying? We're all going to be dead before this happens. This is the kind of dumb fucking idiot that's not going to try. King, you still in here, dumb fucking idiot, saying shit? You didn't say shit. He didn't get out nothing, did he? Look at this dumb fucking idiot from Colorado, a stupid fucking American. This is the kind of American, brother, sister. You better watch out for this slime ball right here from Colorado. Want to know why? Because he's already fallen into the left or right paradigm. Oh, now you're going to tell me to put the tinfoil. The guy that studied Tesla is bringing up tinfoil hats. I love it, Father. Thank you. Another CIA operative. CIA, conspiracy theorist. Conspiracy theorist is a coined term by the fucking CIA. Try to use those stupid fucking terms in here. You're going to get your ass fired out of here real quick. You better know the definitions of what the fuck you're speaking in here to begin with. So I'm serious. I don't play around. I'm a fucking veteran. I took an oath to the Constitution. It says defend this enemy country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And we got domestic enemies on the homeland. Okay? We have domestic enemies on the homeland. It's called all these stupid fucking Americans that don't give a fuck about these ISIS clowns, terrorist fucking paid fucking private contractor prison guards that are kidnapping people for being too fucking poor. When we ship all our money overseas, this is your enemy, brothers and sisters. The enemy is within your borders. It's people who don't give a fuck. Okay? Don't care about anything. They're not trying to. If you don't own a water filter, get the fuck out of my chat right now. Get the fuck out of here. You are a piece of shit sitting there. You're going to cut somebody's fucking head off to feed yourself. Seriously, you're so goddamn thirsty, you'll do anything. You won't even think with your head anymore. I know. I've been around this type of people. I'm a veteran. I'm a prior police officer. I know. I've seen people fucking act stupid and lose their head, and all they think with is their gut. They used to say people think with their stomach. This whole head, it's still attached, but they're not using it anymore. Fucking losers. See that? I make my own power. You couldn't say shit to me because you got a goddamn power bill and you got a Wi-Fi router, and I threw my microwave away in the 90s. Am I better than you? I'm just better prepared than you. Okay? So go ahead and laugh, but guess what? You're unprepared. You're fucking weak-ass Americans who didn't do shit about having your American women drafted. Pussy motherfuckers. Yeah, you are. You didn't speak the fuck up. Well, you got 9 lives. You had, fucking 1 life to do it, and you didn't say shit about it. Women being drafted in America. So speak up, American men. Speak the fuck up, American men. You want to challenge me? Hey, we had somebody come out here. You know, right? Go back to the live stream. You can see right where the fuck I live. I ain't afraid of you. Come dig some holes out here with me. I'll give you a challenge. We can cook some fucking dinner. Remember? No, it wasn't about threatening. Oh, this guy's got to kill me. Not one person, 3 years, ever come out here and dug one fucking hole. Don't worry, I already got holes dug for you. I need more holes for fences out here. I'm a farmer. You wouldn't make it one day on my farm out here, and I don't care how fucking young you are. So don't challenge me to a good time. I need fences dug out here. Yes, I do. Holes. I got lots of holes. I got more holes out here probably in this valley than anybody else. And I used to raise pigs. The guy that has pigs and holes, don't fuck with him, huh? No, we got rid of the pigs. Remember, it says at the front of the driveway, no pigs. No cops, no pigs. People in government. If you work for the government, get the fuck out of here too, you pig licker. Supporting the government. You can draft my wife. Okay, get the fuck out of here, Elon, you stupid idiot. I got hundreds of holes out here. I need fence holes. I got a, 28 fucking foot down from where I'm at right now, a 50-foot fucking storm shelter. $500,000 storm shelter. Try digging that by hand. See this old man? I dug the whole fucking thing by hand. 5-gallon buckets, 2 of them at a time, taking them out the hole. Got like a no. I don't fucking listen to the world. I don't care. I just build the ark, right? So, whatever. You guys fucking on the grid. I ain't on the grid. You don't own a water filter. You're fucked. 100,000 gallon water filter, but you got a Wi-Fi router, and I got fresh eggs, and I got, 5 ways to heat my home, and 5 ways to cook, and 5 ways to, seriously, are you just on power, on electric? You're pretty sad. You pay electric bill, and guess what? I don't like bills to go up. Bills, and I got a crude ass system, but guess what? This live stream right here is brought to you by the sun. Imagine that. These fucking people think I'm gonna they come against me. They live in a goddamn city on a smart meter. How fucking smart is that? I raise my fucking food. I carry my water. I have thousands of gallons of water capacity on hand at all fucking times. I could lock all you motherfuckers in my property right now, 45, and take care of all of you for probably 5 fucking years. You ain't gonna take care of who? Oh, honey, we got our survival for the end of the world. We got our top ramen and teepee, baby. That's the survival kit. You know what I'm saying? Top ramen and toilet paper, honey. We're gonna make it through the apocalypse. So, no, I don't smoke weed. Somebody said that I smoke weed. I don't smoke weed. is a derogatory term. I'm a cannabis farmer, and I use cannabis because it helps my issues with my nerve damage from smashing my vertebrae and fucking my back up really bad multiple times. Done a lot of things in my life to break a lot of bones, but believe in you, Sarah. So what, anybody else want to step up to the mic? Chem Dog or Sour Diesel? No, I don't. I mean, what happened to the Sour Diesel, huh? That was around for a long time, the old sour lemon diesel. And it kind of went away. I've got some oil. It's sour lemon diesel oil. It's more of a dab. It's not the live rosin. I mean, it's not pressed through any chemical or heat. So I only do cold press, period. That's it. What's your objective on this life? Hey, do you know where my son's at? My dead son's at, or my daughter at? He and my daughter, my son and dead daughter at. But I can't go get him. You want to help me? Seriously, go look at this thing. I can't even report my son dead or my daughter dead or murdered, or I can't. They won't take the report. So that's what this lie was about. But I can't stay on topic. I care more about the ministry and everybody else than my own. Not that I don't care about my son, but I can't stay on subject. I have to teach. That's what Father makes me do. I don't get paid for saying, look, I've been here for 7 fucking hours. Not a single person's contributed a dime, and I don't want your money. It's hilarious, you know. What people do with their time. This is what I do with mine, you know. What, buddy, boys? So I'm just hanging out with my dogs. We already did a pretty good lesson, and now we're done. So the cops killed him, or Marshal Radanich did, because they tried to arrest him and put him in prison when he'd already done his probation 2 times. And I have all the proof. I did it all here. I filmed the whole SWAT raid. I could be a millionaire right now. That's why I don't need your money. I got $50 million, $100 million lawsuit that I won't file. So I just want to find my kids. That's all. I just want to find my kids and be done with it. It's what it is, what it is. So go look. I don't want to get into it right now. So I'd rather just talk about survival. I can't. My son's dead or gone, so I can't do anything about it anymore. I've spent 16 fucking months, been thrown in jail, and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars trying to keep him out of jail. So, and it's not worked. It's got him killed. And I'm not feeling good about myself right now. I feel responsible for his death because he told me to leave with the money and the gold and the silver and go. And I didn't. Instead, he got, I stayed to help him. Just a dad, veteran, very outspoken, obviously. And I was trying to help him so he wouldn't be thrown in fucking jail because they're going after me. Remember, there's people already come, God damn, I'm sure the government's watching you. Yeah, they're watching me. I know they're fucking watching me. They've been watching me for how long? I don't care about the fucking government. I care about God. He's inside of me. Father's inside of me. He's watching what I'm doing. I don't give a fuck about eyes in the skies or Snowden, none of this shit. I care about what I'm doing here because of what Father makes me do. I have to stand up to the law because I was a pig. I was a police officer, SWAT officer, military police in the Army. I'm held to a little bit different measure than you are. Doesn't make me better, but because I know these things, I have to be held to that. So I stand up against perverted law, and I always have. I even did it in the fucking military. I would not let anybody tell me, I was a law enforcement. You can't tell me not to practice the law by the law. No. I don't want to hear it. So I was good in law enforcement, but I was also one of those people who will tell you, even in the military, I was a traffic crash, right? Outside SWAT, military, Reconstructionist, Highway Patrol Academy. My whole brain has been wired backwards and to not think like most people think. So when I did my investigation, I figured out where my son's at. I know exactly where it's at. The cops won't look for him, and I can't go get him or I'm going to get killed because he's involved, not him. He got somehow caught up in some illegal strip mine thing where Marshall, the guy who killed my son, with the police, and I cannot report his body. I've tried and tried and tried. I either get thrown in jail, more charges, or it just costs me more money, and so I can't do it anymore. So I apologize. I got to leave it alone. Just today, I broke down today because I never ever thought, I've been doing this for 16 months, that he might be alive and just be mad at me. But I think that's a complete impossibility because he was moving here with his wife. They were coming here. I have another 20-acre property up the road. I have another 5-acre boat. They wanted that one. Everything was set on go. We just needed to get this They said he didn't do his probation, and he did it twice. They're trying to throw him over jail over probation. He did it not only once, but he did it twice. They were still trying to throw him in jail. So that's it. The story's not that fucking complicated. It's actually insane that I am a veteran. I can't believe not one fucking GoFundMe has been started. You know, and I do serve the right of this fucking country. Whether they like me or not, I still serve your right. Whether you like me or not, I'm going to still serve your right. I don't serve a flag. I don't serve a country. I serve the constitutional right of this country, not the fucking people, but the right of the people. If they want to assert those rights, that's their fucking right. I really don't serve the people. I serve the right of the people. Most veterans don't forgotten what the fuck they took an oath to. I'll never forget until the day I fucking die. I don't care what they do to my body. I've already lost my son and daughter. Possibly. I can't even go get them. I can't report their body, so I'm not in a good mood. These people, what the fuck's wrong with them? Well, try to report your son dead or daughter missing or murdered or raped. These people in the world normally get to report their kids missing, and then they get somebody to go look for them. There's nobody looking for my son or daughter right now, and I know where the fuck they're at. And I told the cops that they won't go look for them. So that's my life. So are we born with the rights, or does the Constitution right? No, we're born with them. The Constitution protects the right of the people. It protects the right. We're not born. We're born with these rights. So the Constitution. The federal government was not there to make laws. The federal government there was to protect the inalienable, natural, organic law of the land, Black's law, color law, organic, constitutionally protected right of the people. You're born with it. They've always fucking been here. And that's why fuck this country until they return this to gold and silver and a constitutional republic. Fuck all you Americans. Fuck all police. I fucking hate cops. And until every one of them turn their goddamn badges in or return this country to a constitutional republic and return this to, any silver in here? Back to silver. I don't want to fucking hear it. I don't want to hear none of you. You're fucking laydowns. You're a bunch of fucking punk bitches that don't give a fuck about the people. They just keep taking our money and printing $1 trillion fucking dollars every 100 days. And I'm a veteran that doesn't even get fucking veterans benefits. None. I have an honorable discharge, and I never got a dime from the fucking military. I got a goddamn dime from Social Security. I paid Social Security since I had a job at 13 years old. I was paying taxes at 15. I joined the military at 17. I paid into the system. I've served this country. I've served everybody in this fucking country from fucking coast to coast. Whether they know it or not. I'm the only one that I know during the goddamn COVID that held a protest against the government. An actual official fucking protest against the government, against the sheriff's office. I held a protest across from the sheriff's office. Maybe that's what will get your son killed. When you protest the fucking sheriff, during the COVID. And you protest the fucking governor. And you protest Donald Trump. I protest every fucking one of them. Still to this day, I'm here. Oh, you're going to get self-thrown in Guantanamo Bay. This is a national emergency. You better stop, Tracy. This is the one where we know you like this town. No, fuck you. I'm not stopping. I took an oath to the right of the people. It says, serve this country, right? Defend it against all enemies, foreign and domestic. First general orders of veterans, do not quit your post until properly relieved. And I'm not relieved yet. I ain't seen anybody to have my back yet. Been out here 10 fucking years trying to get people out here to join me to live this goddamn American dream that I live every fucking day, and not one person joined me. So this is what I do. You don't like it? Go look at the SWAT rate. I shouldn't even fucking be here. I got grenaded to the face, and I'm still fucking standing. I don't know how. Only by God's way. He's a way maker. He can make a way when there's no way in hell, and he always does. So I don't know how this situation will work out for me, but maybe I'll come out smelling like a rose. Maybe I won't. I don't care what the fuck happens to me as long as I stand up, because I know after I die is when I receive my prize. You guys can have this earth. I don't give a fuck. Come here and take everything from me. I don't want it. I don't want to own anything. Fuck material. It's stupid. It's boring. It bores the fuck out of me. The only thing that excites me in this world is sharing the gospel. Everything else is just lame. And all if I have to do is get out of this country right now and take a vacation, and the cursing will shut right back off. Because I didn't curse 6 fucking channels, not one time, for thousands, tens of thousands of hours, until I was harassed, menaced, and my fucking son and daughter were taken from me by the state police, by the Lake County sheriffs. And you know what? I'm not mad at anybody. I'm only mad at God. This is just between me and him because nobody else is doing it. Father created all things. So why would I be mad at somebody who killed my son? What's that going to do? Bring him back? The best thing actually is if my son is fucking dead, at least he ain't looking over his shoulder with a fucking warrant for his arrest and he ain't suffering and having to witness what the fuck is going on right now. Charlie Kirk didn't Charlie Kirk himself. This is stupid, guys. It's getting old. It's getting hard for me to even just look at this country and to know with the system that I fucking serve this and watch people just let the rights be eroded and not even care about the other people in their own country. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. America, this ain't about foreigners anymore. You know, we have domestic enemies on the homeland, brothers and sisters. It's called our fucking government. In case you hadn't figured it out, it's these fucking clown cops out there. I've been one operating in commerce. The money is not gold and silver, and this is a corporation. And until they return it, you're part of the system, just so you know. And I try to get it every fucking way I can. Grow my food, have my system, my own system. So I'm my own system. So I'm not giving any money to the beast system and sending it over. I'm already liable enough as a fucking veteran, as a law enforcement officer, as a police officer. I have enough shit on my plate to be trying to pick up more, shit that I'm gonna have to answer for after I die. So, thanks for your time. I don't want your money. What I want you to do is stand the fuck up and use your right to, redress grievances. Okay, that's it. You don't have to agree with me. I don't care. I was told to shut the fuck up 30 years ago. I'm still here. The cops, 20 plus guys with guns came to kill me dead. And I'm still here because Father wants me here. So if you had a fucking problem with me, you need to take it up with Father, just like I do. I have no qualms against no man. I argue and fight with God every day, and I'm mad at him. And he's like, he tells me I'm a fool because he's always going to end up coming out in the end. I'm going to be okay. Even if I die, you understand? I'll be okay. My prize is after I die, brothers and sisters. There's nothing here on this rock that's so worth it. I don't love my son more than me. I don't love, my animals. Even though I try to, I love the word. So if you don't like me, this is probably not a good channel for you. And I don't need your subscription. I actually only want people here that are going to produce good quality content because, this is like a life hack. I've learned a lot of what I learned from people's mistakes. So I didn't have to make that same mistake as them. That's what we really try to do in this channel a lot too. We've changed the channel here in the last couple of weeks. You know what I'm saying? And I apologize, I didn't give out any wrenches, but normally I've been trying to give these wrenches out to people who are producing good content. Survival, preparedness, scriptural, just it can be political because I don't care about fucking politics, but don't sit there and pick a side. If you are on a side, you're not welcome here. We don't do this left or right paradigm. This is so beyond Democrat or Republican. This is not about the donkey or the elephant anymore, brothers and sisters. This is about acting with some fucking humanity. They kind of went out the door when, okay, we're not detaining people we flew in here for decades, but we're going to just start detaining people for being too poor. It's hard for me to get up every day knowing that I can't go look for my son and daughter in a nation that I serve for the people I think who killed him. And they say now they don't even have jurisdiction to go find him when they're the ones who shot him with his fucking hands were in the air. They grenaded my son and my daughter in their fucking sleep. That they have the jurisdiction to come out here and grenade me to the face, tear gas, but they don't have jurisdiction to take a police report. So I've kind of lost it a little bit. Not like that. Like I just don't have the patience for people anymore. Fuck you. We're going down this rabbit hole and it's not stopping. And I'm not trying to stop it. I just don't want to be around people who don't want to help themselves. I have helped this country for I joined the military at 17. I'm in my fucking 50s. How much longer do I need to serve it? Okay. If I want to go take a vacation too, I don't want these dumb fucking Americans say, I want the fuck out of here because this nation's sucking right now to tell me that they get the fuck out. Go make me a GoFundMe or something. Or and then when I leave, if I leave, they're going to call me a traitor. You're a traitor. Fuck those Americans. See what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? I can't stand this country anymore. There are good people here. That's why I'll never sell this ministry that I bought it and owned it. And it's all the ministries because this ministry is supposed to serve while I'm gone. I could die. And this ministry is not about me. It's about the service of the body of the ministry. So even if I leave this country, I'm not selling this ministry because this ministry is my proof that I'm never going to turn my back. Just because I hate the fucking country that it's become doesn't mean I hate the people who assert their rights. I can hate the country. You can hate. Father said it's okay to hate. You're not supposed to like sin. You can hate the sinner. No, you hate the sin they're committing, not the sin itself, right? Yes, the sin, not the sinner. People got this wrong. I don't hate anybody. Oh, you're so angry. I'm not mad. I'm frustrated. My heart's broken in pieces. I got a son and daughter that I can't even report dead or missing. And it's a country that I supposedly served. So it's not right. And if you don't like it, then don't say in here. It's okay. I apologize for my cursing. I have no regrets, and I'm not sorry about anything. I'm not. I made mistakes. If I'm upset about anything, it's that I should have taken the gold and silver that my son said, Dad, I have my own. Go, Dad, now. Go. Go. You have everything you need to do, everything you've ever wanted. And I didn't, and I stayed here to help him. It's my fault for servicing others. It's my fault that my son could be dead. If I had listened to him, if Marshall killed him over this fucking gold and silver, then it was my fault, right? I should have listened to him. I mean, it's not my fault legally, but I should have listened to him. I could have been out of here. Marshall may have killed him over this fucking gold that in silver because he has some debt with him. And I do think that when Marshall told me later, your son argued with me, I think my son said, give my dad that fucking gold and silver back. I owe you money, not him. You want to take the money he bailed me out, but give me my dad buy back his silver. Marshall told him, fuck you. You owe me this debt and you're paying it. And I'm telling you, guys, this is what they're going to find out in this case. I've been investigating it and I haven't gotten anything wrong in this case. Nothing. So I think I'm going to be over the target on this one. I mean, who knows the case better than me? I've been involved since day one. I tried to avoid the case from the beginning and whatever. So please don't think that I'm upset at anybody in here and that because you heard me throw a curse word out don't think that this is directed at you. If you want to address me directly. I will address you. But if you're in here and you hear something, I'm throwing something out, well, then you might have a guilty fucking conscience then, don't you? I'm not pointing my fingers at any one person. If it applies to you, put the fucking shoe on. If it doesn't, move on. Discern everything I say anyways. Take it with a grain of salt. Chew up the meat and spit out the bones. That's all I can tell you. Okay? Seriously. I'm just to the point anymore where I just can't do this, brothers and sisters. I can't even report my son or daughter missing. I'm not going to get up every day and act like this is okay anymore. Never one day until I fucking die, until I can at least see either this restored to a constitutional republic in gold and silver to say that this is okay. You say it's okay, but it's not okay to me. And I took an oath to the Constitution, you know what I'm saying, that, I have to honor that oath. If nobody else is going to defend this country, I'm going to continue to defend the right of the people without arms. I don't need to kill people or have a gun. That's not the fight that I fight. I fight to go around the system, become your own system, become your own, bank, become your own supply chain, become your own, power company. There's so many ways that you can take your power back, your time back, instead of punching a clock. You could be punching some new bricks or blocks or rock or a barger or building something of yours, the way you want to build it. Nope, we're just going to do the cookie cutter. We all got to look like there's 3 fucking house designs in this track home and we're all going to live in the city and whatever. Stay there. Love you. But I got no room for that anymore, brothers, sisters. Poor people are being kidnapped off our streets. And I know where it's headed. So love you. Appreciate it. But, I can't stop what I'm doing here. I know what's coming. And if I don't say something, I'm going to feel even worse when it does happen. And I told my son a long time ago, and I told him all these things that are happening now. And he went through my channels. He's like, Dad, your channels are so spot on. Everything you talked about is happening now. And I asked him, I said, what am I going to do when this event happens, son? Because I want to know. And there's going to be a lot of people disappear. And that's why I already told him he needed to be with me right now, no matter the situation. That's why I don't think he's alive, because he would be here by now. He really would be here by now. But I told him, I don't know how I'm going to deal with this, son, when this happens. And he said, and I miss him so much. He's such a good young man. He said, Dad, you're going to do this the same way you've always done this before. You know what I'm saying? You're just going to tell him it's going to happen. And you're not going to say, I told you so, because you'll do it before it happens. and then you'll do the same thing. Your heart will break. I know, I've been around you, done these things many times. I've been around you in the years, but Dad, you always move on. You'll be fine. I said, but this one's so much different. So there are going to be so many people that are gone. It's going to stink so fucking bad on this rock. People do not understand what it's going to be like. It is going to be a fucking absolute nightmare. It's going to be easier to die than it is to stay alive, son. He says, I know, Dad, but you're just going to have to keep doing what you've always done. Tell them what's going to happen, and then just tell them what's going to happen next. That's all you can do, Dad. That's all you can do. You've done it before, and you can, and I miss that about him, because it's here now, brothers and sisters. That thing that I'm talking about is going to get a lot worse every single day. Every single day. You might not realize the scope of what's going on here, but this is leading to they would not be putting military in 20 fucking states right now if there was not something massive coming. They wouldn't be digging all these deep underground military bases for decades, too, if they didn't understand the cycle. But if they knew something was coming and we were getting a lot closer, I think they'd start putting fucking military on the streets. They'd probably make another excuse, but if they knew there was an event coming to not cause panic within the, societies, they would make up excuses to get themselves ready. Deep underground military bases, continuity of government, building seed vaults, doing all these things, boring out the underscoring of this, you know what I'm saying? Rock. It's here. There's no event coming. It's here. It's already here. It's already here. That's what's hard, brothers and sisters. The problem I have with societies, they're not going to respond until they either lose all hope, because that's what this politics does. Oh, I'm going to vote for the donkey. And then no record, I'm going to pissed off of the donkey and I'm going to vote for the elephant, and that keeps that hope alive. And Americans as a whole, they don't do anything because of the way the system is designed. 4 years, 8 years, 4, 8. It goes back and forth, and nothing ever gets done. And honestly, until Americans lose, and this just isn't America, we saw it over in France and over there. Look, until they lose all hope, they're not going to do anything. I'm telling you, they're not. They'll already be doing it. See what I'm saying? People aren't going to come in and go, what's going on? What the fuck's happening? Oh my God, you don't fucking see what's happening already? Stay away from people like that, please. You know what I'm saying? There you go. That's what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Just be ready. That's what I'm saying. Get your spiritual house before anything, brothers and sisters. If you aren't spiritually right, you're not going to perform well. I'm telling you, as a veteran, I'm telling you that. You got to have a calm about you. You got to have faith like Daniel, lion's den faith. You know what I'm saying? Lion's den. That no matter what's going to happen, you're going to keep calm, and you're going to get your spiritual house, and then everything else will happen in order. It will fall in order. It might not be perfect. I've been preparing for 20 or 30 years, but I don't prepare in a panic. I take a bite off a little bit at a time. How do you think I have a 50-foot storm shelter? It's 28 feet down from where I'm at right now. It took years and years and years with digging with these hands. No tractor, no money. Well, I had money, but I'm saying, no money to do this. That's $250,000 to $500,000 shelter, and it took me a long time to do. I didn't listen to the world. I cut the world off. I said, whatever, I don't care what this world. I know Revelation 12 or 16 and 21 says that, there'll be hailstones the weight of a talent, and that is 130 pounds, even if they're 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. Do you have a hail plan? I said, I got this. This book is going to have, I think everything in this book, you know what I'm saying, is going to happen because it's already happening. I know I am Revelation, right? I know these books. He birthed me to be this apocalypse, to live this testament. Wait a second. I was painted, and then Honga Tonga, guys. Honga Tonga. There you go. There is your 130-pound hailstones that Scripture says. And I was studying this for decades. I put out multiple channels here with these videos showing you about these cycles. You know what I'm saying? So, anyways, but like I said, most people, they ain't going to get out of the way of this. They ain't doing nothing. They're not prepared. And more than anything, their spiritual house is completely off. You know what I'm saying? The Earth Age is coming sooner than later. You don't know what the Earth Age is. Why would you talk about that now, Bunny? I've talked about that hundreds of fucking times on this channel. Why don't you go do some fucking research before you open up your mouth, okay? Jay, go fucking read Revelation 3 and 9 and explain to everybody. Stop fucking repeating yourself. You sound like you're stuck on fucking dumb. I am Revelation. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. You don't even fucking know what revelation means. I don't doubt that you can even give me the definition of the word revelation, the exact fucking biblical term of the definition. So please don't push shit on people if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But seriously, and if you do, great, but explain yourself. You're just go, oh, read this. Fucking speak the fuck up. You just keep repeating yourself. Well, then fucking speak up. Teach the fuck in here, okay? Teach somebody. That's fine. I don't have any problem. Teach. Fucking, oh, people do all that. Why do you put in scripture? I know the fucking scripture. Put it in here so other people can fucking see it. You know what I'm saying? No, go fucking do some homework. It's not that very fucking hard to figure it out. So what the fuck do you care about that for? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? I mean, I'd be for these fucking thousands of hours of explaining. How about my dead son right now laying in Josephine County? Do you know anything about that? No, only you know what the fuck you read. You even looked into anything? No, I'm just going to do with the Charlie Kirk fucking, just do whatever the fuck I see. These people are lost. You know what I'm saying? Fucking people are gone. Anyways, I ain't tripping. It's all been put out on the internet. You're just too fucking, you just like all these dumb fucks that don't want to research shit. You just want it spoon fed to you so you can have it handed to you without even doing any kind of research. But it's okay, whatever. Just saying. I don't hide it. I never have. Never fucking have. So, but I don't know why the fuck you looked that up. What the fuck do you care about that? I got a son that could be fucking dead, and you're looking up something from what? Like you give a fuck. But that's okay. I'm just asking you to read. Goodbye, Jane. See, this is what I'm saying, brothers and sisters. People are fucking stuck on dumb, man. They don't want to fucking do anything for themselves. Bunny, fucking shut the fuck up, not saying anything, just not researching anything. Fucking Jay, I want you. Read, go back and do some homework. You might figure out what the fuck happened. You're just going to judge a book by its cover. You're not going to, figure it out. You're not going to see what's coming. You're not going to figure it out. You just see what's on the first. Oh, Charlie Kirk fucking Charlie Kirked himself. No, Charlie Kirk didn't Charlie Kirk himself. Shut the fuck up. You've been bought by the narrative and you have been sold out and you don't want to do any fucking homework for yourself. Do some homework. Do some homework. You'll see that's not, you know what I'm saying? You're not seeing what's happening. It's like this whole Charlie Kirk thing. This is an absolute, they are drooling. They are, if there was a G spot, shut the fuck up, Jordan. You don't know that. You're a piece of shit, Jordan. This is the kind of person I'm telling you, brothers, sisters. How does this person know? How the fuck does this person know? This is what I'm talking about. Jordan is the epitome of fucking what this whole thing is meant to do. It is meant to pick people fucking and just spit them. We know the motherfucker is got to be what? His wife said he's still here. He's still here. How the fuck do you know that wasn't a goddamn robot? Because that's what I've been bringing up just to throw the one variable to show you people don't even, there is fucking thousands and probably millions of robots walking this fucking rock right now integrated in your society. They got sex dolls that fucking, gee whiz and that get stiff, and they got baby dolls that creep me the fuck out that I wish they would ban and burn all of them. I don't know why I don't like them, but there's something wrong about those little dolls. So you can't tell me that those fucking dolls aren't walking around you right now. And you couldn't tell me that Charlie couldn't have been, Charlie, So, you know what I'm saying? It's stupid. They will not research anything. And if you look, there are books written before. This guy did out his wife and him did this 3 days before, walk in fucking black, and like they're all, there's so much information out there right now on this event, and it's meant to do that. because it's got the right and the left paradigm just warring against each other. These people are like, this is so fucking, look, I'll show you how fucking corrupt this shit is, and to show you that Donald Trump is in all of this with this fucking Kirk death, and this leads to fucking gun control and taking your guns. He said before they had ever found anybody, whether it was real or fucking not, that this was a leftist, an extreme leftist. So anybody comes in here pushing that dumb fucking shit, I am throwing your ass out of here so fucking fast. These dumb motherfuckers just take whatever the fuck they're given and run with it. Why they call it Operation Mockingbird? Because they just parrot whatever the fuck they're told. I'm telling you guys, Charlie Kirk didn't Charlie Kirk himself, okay? Whatever the fuck you want to say. But you got to do some homework, brothers and sisters. Are you telling me there's not millions of fucking robots integrated into our society already? Yes, there the fuck is. So if you can't wrap your brain around it, you don't need to stay in here. There already is millions of robots living amongst us right the fuck now. You think that this tech that we have, there was Tartaria, there's anti-gravitics, do you think this is the first time the internet's been around? You know what I'm saying? You're gone. You're lost. You're not going to see this. You're going to miss it. I'm just bringing this up as one variable. There's too many people who have already broke down all the frame by frame of this guy's ring is switching fucking places. Not that he's fumble fucking with it. It's literally changing when he's got his hand on the fucking microphone. There's too many variables. They throw all this shit in there like they did during 9/11. Donald did 9/11, but they did the pyrotechnics. Decided 7 to pull it before, they use these things. That's why they got these spotters over there. They're playing with you. They're fucking toying with these people. How come these guys haven't been brought into justice, doing these hand signals, spotter signals? They're toying with you. It's a setup, and everybody's buying in it. And when they do this, they turn somebody like this into a martyr, and they give this all this validity to get this, push this left versus right paradigm. And I'm telling you, mark my fucking words. I'm sticking all my goddamn reputation on this. 30 fucking years of studying that this will lead to gun control. 100%. The Charlie Kirk thing is a gun control. It's starting like this, but it's going to lead to the taking of all your guns in America. You're not going to see how, but you just watch. I'm not fucking going to be wrong about it. I already see where they're going with this. The transgender shooter, and look how many transgender shooters there's been in the last couple, 3 years, brothers and sisters. They've got a narrative that they're going in with this. You know what I'm saying? So it's just ridiculous that the people would even buy into it and not even look into anything. There were books written about this shit before it even happened. You know what I'm saying? So there really is. This is all a planned event, and then they do something like this, and then like I said, you make somebody like this, if you really have an opinion on him, buy into the situation. I don't give a fuck who this guy is. I've seen it before. He irritates me just because I get a vibe about people as much as those fucking little baby dolls. He's a fucking pawn. Somebody has built somebody like him up because of this wokeism, left-right paradigm. The system built Charlie Kirk to be who he was. Just the way society is. It builds up people like this. And I know he was in with either way. Just go look at his history. Go look at his fucking history. But they built this whole narrative up to get rid of this man, to control the next narrative, to take this into the next stage. You don't see how this is happening, but they create events like this. 9/11 got the Patriot Act, right? The most unpatriotic act ever. The Boston bombing, 9/11, that was the National Defense Authorization Act. A lot of the times when they have these events, this is going to help them to pass more robbing people of their rights. And like I said, when you give this validity like these people are, you're just taking this and spinning this in the system and giving it all the, like I said, this guy he's an icon for the rest of his life. And it doesn't matter whether you agree with the guy or not. They are picking him up and idolizing him. That's why I smash it in here without you even looking at anything. I don't want you even making a decision, oh, he's dead. How the fuck do you know that? It's like, how do we know that those 11 guys that were, supposedly from Venezuela were drug cartel. How the fuck do we know that? Do we see any evidence of these guys getting in the fucking boat? Do we see them putting drugs? We don't even see fucking drugs in the boat. You know, people will just take that they took that same narrative with that boat incident and ran with it. And I'm trying to tell you, you fucking even looking into anything? 150-pound dude is like, you know, a couple $100 million worth of drugs. You don't put 11 dudes in a boat. Those were fucking immigrants they blew up, brothers, sisters. That's fucking sickening. And the whole world bid on it too. Did they? Or is that another CGI? Is that some out of some fucking game? Call of Duty or World of War? Is it what? That's what I'm trying. I've been doing this a long time, brothers and sisters. And it sucks because us people who put out bloggers or things like this, we don't want to get the wrong information. You know, you can tell 99 truths and tell one lie, and the people won't fucking believe you anymore. You can make 99 predictions, get one wrong, and they won't believe you anymore. People are pretty hard. Look, you fucking do 99 good things and you commit one murder, nobody going to give a fuck about all that good shit you did, right? So I'd be careful about wrapping your brain around and saying, this is what it is. This is what it is. With anything you see, if they didn't want you to see it, you ain't going to see it. If they want you to see it, it's because they're pushing the narrative. You know, and most of the time you should do the opposite of whatever the hell they tell you. I fucking, hey, they tell you don't get fucking food, don't stock up the government. What are they doing? Building seed vaults, continuity government, deep underground military bases, stocking up on, you know, long-term food storage. Do the opposite. No, they're telling you to do the opposite, but look at what they're doing. Oh, we're going to go to the moon and we're going to go to Mars and there's aliens coming, yet they're fucking digging in. And I'm telling you right now, brothers and sisters, if you pay attention right now, if these people could leave this rock and there was something that we might be coming right now, let's just game theory. If there was an event that was coming to show some validity, and they put military on 19, 20 streets, maybe more by the time it gets here, if they could leave this rock, wouldn't they have already colonized the moon by now? If we were going to go to fucking Mars, you can fart and smell it on the moon. It's so close compared to Mars. And if they could leave, if they could get out of here, don't you think they already would have left by now? Brothers, sisters, they know it's coming. They know it's here. And that's what you don't realize is you're waiting for an event that is already happening. And you're going to wait for this Nagasaki, Hiroshima fucking bomb. You remember they took people and put them in did you see what they did in Hurricane Katrina, guys? Have you ever looked what the Federal Emergency Management Agency did during Hurricane Katrina? Remember, they went up in the hills where there were no water and went behind people's locked gates, rich, very wealthy people, and took their fucking guns from them, brothers, sisters, put them in Super Bowls. So you see what I'm saying? Put them in Super Bowls. Look at Hurricane Helene. Look at what they did there. Look what they did at Hurricane Helene. They weren't even letting fucking people. Guys, they were taking those supplies. They were taking those supplies that were supposed to be going to those victims, and they were giving them to the migrants. Not the people who were buried in the fucking dirt and barely living it. They were taking the fucking donations and giving them to fucking migrants. Now, I don't have any problem, but with migrants, that's not I don't have problems with migrants. I don't have fucking problem. I have problem with people who come here, migrate, commit murder, rape, and armed robbery. But most people come here don't commit any crime. By statistics, it's fucking stupid. So, think about it, brothers, sisters. You better start using your fucking head out there. What you think you see, what you think you hear. I mean, they have a lot of technology right now where, again, you can't tell me they couldn't put a robot. If they got a robot that can squirt, get hard, or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that sucks, Luis. I hate the fucking fact. For 50 fucking years since I lived in this country, most people assimilated just fine. There's a bad apple in every bunch. Fucking nigger. Fucking bunch of niggers. White niggers, black niggers, red niggers, brown niggers, yellow niggers. It's a fucking attitude. There's a bad apple in every bunch, right? I mean, come on, man. Act with some fucking humanity. You got to tell me somebody's been here for 20 years and didn't commit a fucking crime and they don't have a piece of paper that makes them a criminal? That ain't no different than you getting a fucking speeding ticket. You know what I'm saying? Let's see what this person. So you have a problem with all the colonists who came here and unalived people. No, I don't have any problems with all the colonists that came here and unalived people. They were fucking Satanist pagans that were living here. You dumb fucking idiot for opening your mouth. You should think about opening your mouth there, fucking dumb fuck. Seriously. What's your name? Pence? Oh, fucking Pence. That makes sense. Trump Pence. You're an idiot. You know that? You're a fucking idiot. They were Native Americans, my ass. They wandered from the fucking ice bridge from the north. Remember the Mayans that came from the south? The Chinese were here. I mean, they were here for some time, but natives, they were fucking Satanists. Father allowed the genocide, just like Christians and Catholics and Protestants and Presbyterians. You don't even know your fucking history there, Pence. Think about opening up your mouth before you ever open your mouth again. Hey, listen, Jordan, you're a fucking idiot. You keep pushing your dumb fucking... Look at... Don't moderate Jordan. Don't moderate Jordan. Jordan, you now have... I came off with your stupid fucking comment, went on for about 20 fucking minutes, and you're still in here now saying the same shit. Now, you are an ass. You are what the scripture calls an ass. Christ would call you a brute beast, a brutish in nature. Brutish in nature. You don't even learn. You can't be learned. I said, Charlie Kirk didn't Charlie Kirk himself, and you're still in here. He's dead. You don't fucking know that. You are the problem with this fucking society. You are definitely an American, because guess what? Nobody outside of America gives a fuck about Charlie Kirk. That's how lame you are. You know that, you lame-ass fucking American? You got people of your own goddamn citizens being kidnapped off the fucking streets. Not people that came from another country that you shouldn't be fucking with anyways. No victim, no crime. But you're dumbass fucking... Now you're scared. Well, go the fuck to church, but get the fuck out of here. Don't come back here ever again. You're an idiot. And I'm seriously. I'm proud to be an American, and pride is a sin, brothers, sisters. See? It's a brute beast. This is the problem with pride is a sin. Did you know that, Jordan? And free, what, you're free to fucking there's more people locked up in America than all the other countries combined. You see the problem with this country, brothers and sisters, why I hate this fucking country so much? It's not the people, the country I fucking hate. But look what it is. This person thinks they're free? How are you free if we're printing $1 trillion every 100 days? We have more of a military budget, $1 trillion, than all the other countries combined. Free? Then why the fuck did they shut all the businesses down during the COVID? Flatten the curve, stand on the X? You are the problem with the society, Jordan. You're a dumb fucking American that don't give a fuck about anything. Oh, Charlie Kirk's dead, and I'm proud to be... Brothers and sisters, these are the people in America. If you live in America, I don't know if it's too much fluoridation, they get stung by the spelling bee, public schools or whatever. The food, the poison, genetically modified, but they are just frontal fucking lobotomy. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Look, Jordan, you don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. You are the why this whole country, the whole fucking world looks around like people like you and wonder what the fuck's wrong with this country. You're the problem with this country, just so you know. All right, get him out of here. Seriously, the fuck out of here, you idiot. You don't know anything about this fucking U.S. history at all. I can tell that already. So don't come in here and be like Jordan and fucking say, oh, Captain Kirk is dead. Did you see his dead body? Did you look into any of this? The point that I'm making, brothers and sisters, is a lot of bloggers, and I've done it before in the past. I've been blogging for fucking 12 years on this platform. It's not my first channel, okay? I put out bad information before, brothers and sisters, by jumping the gun. And then I went back and corrected myself. But I'm trying to point you out. That's how easily gullible that these fucking people are. You know what I'm saying? Oh, okay. There we go. Hateful. You can hate, brothers, sisters. You can hate the sin that they're committing. Don't hate the sinner. Hate the sin. You know what I'm saying? Can I quick the quality of my camera? Yeah, when you kiss my ass, you dumb fucking idiot. Worry about how the quality of my camera when I live off the fucking grid from away from dumb motherfuckers like you. There you go again. There, you got, I'm not hateful. You're an idiot. I hate the sin that you commit, not you. You're an idiot. You don't know how do I know you live off grid? Father, are you just sending me a bunch of fucking retarded people in here now, Father? Is that what you're doing? You're just going to send me a bunch of fucking idiots? You know what I'm saying? This is hilarious. They don't want to research anything. Oh, hey, you're not off the grid because you're on the internet. That's the one I always get. You're not off the grid. You're on the internet. Really? Interesting. You're full of sin. Hater, grow up. Sin. Can you tell me what it means to sin, Tito? Can you define that to me at all? Tell me what that means. Tell me what that means. Come on, speak the fuck up. You're slow as Christmas here. Hello. Waiting for your answer. Oh, Team Jesus. Hey, listen here, Team Jesus. Let's take off of Team Jesus. Team Jesus, do you know there's no such thing as Jesus? That's not a word that's ever Team Jesus. Okay? And I don't fight over letters, okay? We're not going to do that here. This is an adult that don't make you look like a fucking child if you try to fight with me over a letter, okay? You'd have no idea what you're talking about. There's no Jesus, so you know. Just so you know, I have the scriptures right here. There is no J, and we're not going to fight over letters. I'm just going to see how fucking mature you are. There's no J. There was no J in Hebrew or Greek. So your name is quite, it shows how childish of you are in Christ, because he said don't add a jot. And now you've added a yod, well, the J that Mary sisters, you know what I'm saying? So there are multiple Jesuses from 080. Okay, you got to go 804. You're already Genesis 1, 2, 3. It's throughout waves and quantum waves moved across the surface of the water. Huh, interesting. So don't be an idiot in here, okay? Because I'll throw your ass right out of here, okay? If you don't know the words you're talking about, idiot actually is not an insult. Idiot means you don't know. The word idiotos, so you have to have the definition of the words, and I have the text right here, right fucking here. All of them, right here, all of them right here. See this? I have all these texts. So if you say anything that's out of these texts, this is the canonized 12th century book that they literally pulled in Word to find every single word out of. And this is the word I study. I study the concordance, the lexicon. I study with my eSword app. You don't know shit. And I'm not saying that there's something wrong with you. I was mistaken too for a lot of years. And it took me more than 10 years to unlearn and start relearning. So if you mess up anything that's in that book, I want to correct you, and I can do that. I can judge you with righteous judgment. How do you know when somebody's a fucking idiot? You're being judgmental. I know. That's what it says to do. You don't own a concordance, do you? You don't study one word at a time, do you? No. You believe some dude on fucking YouTube or some dude in a pulpit, but you don't own a lexicon. You don't use your eSword app. You don't own the concordance. Yeah, the interlinear text is recepted. There's only one accepted text. There's thousands of versions that are not accepted. They eliminated 22 books because they were not aligned with the definition. So if you don't speak definition, I'll throw your ass right out of here, just so you know. And I'll know if you're reading these books or not. And there's only one accepted text. There is no other accepted text. There's a rejected text. I have those too. And I don't talk about those. Why? They were rejected. They're not aligned with the gospel, or are they aligned with the definition? So you won't hold a candle to me, so you know. If you think I'm angry, you ain't read that word. You're a fucking idiot. This is called passion, okay? Passion. There's a difference. And if you're worried about what you see, you're already failing this testament. Idolatry and imagery, things you see of the dirt, little things, statues and big old statues and things you fucking see. It's probably those two thieves that he said that'll steal your crown. Remember he said in Revelation 3:11, because that's what you're running for. Let no one take your crown, okay? So if you don't speak the words that are in this book by every word taken out and defined using a lexicon, you probably don't know what the word halakha or haggad is. You ain't going to hold a candle. I have biblical scholars that come into this platform and try to stand, and they can't even speak the gospel. So I guarantee you, if I ask you to share and speak the gospel in here, you probably won't be able to do that. I share it for every day and have shared it for years. You can go back and study here. You can go back to Grace and Truth. So I'm done enough toying with you trolls and dangling that golden carrot, and you keep biting it, okay? Don't take the carrot. It's your fucking fault. If you're going to say something that's not aligned with this scripture, I'm going to correct you every single time, and so will my moderators, okay? Idiots say, okay, listen, now watch. Don't define this person. 04, this is how we're going to show you how we work in this ministry here. Define the word idiot. There's a difference between an idiom and an idiot, because I've already wanted your swine ass out of here already. Seriously, you just put nothing but swine in here. See, you can't answer my question, brother, sister. So this would be a brute beast. Define the word idiot. You're going to get one more. It says 2 times, and I'd get rid of your ass. I don't have to hang around vipers. He said, don't sup with vipers. Don't cast your pearls before swine. Low energy. Remember, he cast the unclean truths. The man said he was not demon. He said he was legion. That means many lies. And he cast him into the unclean, right? The unclean truths into the swine. And it wandered off to your watery judgment. So would you like to define the word idiot? Or you just want to make an ass of yourself? Remember, an ass is somebody who can't learn. A brute beast is what Christ would call you. If he was here, he would call you brutish in nature. So everybody's watching you, 04, because you've been pitching your swine the whole time. Just define the word. I want to ask you, I'm not judging you with righteous judgment. I'd sit there and let you just spew that snake the whole time. So define the word. You made it about me. This ain't about me or you anyway. Let's take this personal dude out of here. I don't give a fuck about none of you. I care about the word. That's all I care about. You want to serve the word and you want to be a disciple. You want to be a brother, sister, mother in Christ. That's one thing. But if you can't define one word in here, you're praying for me. David, define the word praying. Define the word David. Define the word pray. What does it mean to pray? Look, you guys are fucked in here. You know what I'm saying? You're fucked if you don't answer my question. Let's do the actual information. Christ is king. All right, I'm just going to moderate you. If you put anything stupid in here, I'm just going to moderate you. So you're moderated. You're moderated. I don't need your fucking subscription in here. Why bother believing in things that only happen in your head to begin with? All right, get out of here, slime ball. Put something in here worth the shit. I'll moderate every one of you out of here. I don't need you in here. I only need people to put in here that's shit. I'll give you a wrench if you put something in there that's worth the shit. Where are the people that have been in here for a little bit too? Because I need to give out some wrenches in here. There's a few guys have been here. I've been going for almost a full 8-hour day. You guys are a bunch of drug addict, broke dick bobs. Not a single fucking super chat. Not one single Cash App, PayPal. You're all one fucking paycheck from being away from the streets too, and you don't care, do you? I don't want your money. Go away. I'm not asking. I'm just showing you how poor you are. Oh, they're taking people off the streets of America for being poor, and you're a bunch of fucking drug addicts too. Okay? Oh, okay. So that's the definition that you had. That's the definition of idiot, brothers, sisters. This is the definition. He had a chance to put idiot. He had a chance to define it. Dave, define the word pray. I forgot about you, Dave. Dave's not here. Come on, Dave. Oh, man, it's just a bird, man. Come on, Dave, speak the fuck up. You're praying for me. What the fuck are you praying for? You don't even know what the word pray means. Yeah, we're going to throw your asses out of here, aren't we? This ain't some Christian channel. Fuck Christians. They're Satanists. Fuck Catholics. They're Satanists too. Because the Catholics are definitely Satanists and they follow the communion. Papa Pope. Yeah, they're Satanists too. So if you're a Christian, get out of here. I don't do religions. I hate organized religion. Absolutely. They're swine. They don't teach the gospel at all. None. Nowhere do I know anywhere. You can go to any church anywhere in the world. They're actually teaching the true gospel. And there's only one gospel. One. You change a jot, that's the other gospel Paul was speaking about. Hope you find some peace, brother. Look it, brothers, sisters. Watch this. Calling me his brother, he doesn't even know who the fuck I am. Those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon, the word is shalom, will come upon those who call out for peace and safety. Matthew 10:34-39. Do not think that I came to bring peace. Fuck you, you fucking idiot. You are an antichrist. You're doing exactly what the pig. You want peace. Those who say peace, it says sorrows, an intensification of pain and suffering. And this motherfucker's saying peace. You know when somebody's never read the scripture, brothers and sisters, because they're so fucking watered down. And I apologize. Give me a vacation. I need a month. If I could just find out if my son was dead or alive, if my daughter was dead or alive, I'm telling you, I won't curse no more. But I can't even report my son and daughter murdered in a country that I served. You know, I have an honorable fucking discharge in this country, and I can't even report my son and daughter murdered. So this is why I ain't gonna deal with your slime ball ass in here coming in here and fucking up this country even more than it already is. Okay. It's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. And so telling people peace is antichrist. It says, do not think that I came to bring peace. I came to bring a sword of division that will divide. So stop pushing your stupid watered down bullshit gospel on people. You don't define the words, then you don't know what the hell you're talking about. I would recommend not saying anything until you restudy, and you can't hide that light. As he said in a basket, don't boast because you know, but woe if you don't go out and spread that light, and that light is the gospel. If you can't share it, you better stop. One word at a time, study it, and I guarantee it'll be a whole lot. Seeking you shall find, asking you shall receive, knock. It's not talking about a new job. It's not talking about a car or a house or your wife to get bigger breath. It's talking about the words and the understanding. It's called the tree of life, your mother, your instruction that you get here, iron sharpens iron, or bis, knowledge that's in that book. That's what's knock and I will sup with you. That's why we don't sup with vipers. If you don't want to produce fruit in here and you're talking some other Jesus or some other gospel, which is one jot change to the gospel, you will get corrected. That's what we're supposed to do. Reproof the word with each other. But if you're religious, you don't know shit. I guarantee you. I'll test you. I had somebody 2 days ago come in here, all their whatever, all their degrees or whatever, biblical fucking scholar. He was out of here in 5 minutes. He didn't know his ass from a hole in the ground. He didn't know the gospel. And then we started one word at a time defining. He couldn't define anything either, could he? Oh, I got a goddamn biblical fucking degree and did all. He couldn't define anything. He spoke no Greek, no Hebrew at all. I don't speak fluent Hebrew. I don't speak fluent Greek, but I can teach the Hebrew, the gospel in Hebrew. I can teach the gospel in Greek. He said, call no man teacher. That's the word prophet. False teacher is a scorpizzo. That's the one that causes the sheep to scatter. Father is the divide. That is the word horizo. He didn't say I'm the light. He didn't say I'm the life. He said I am the horizo. I am the aletheia, which is the truth, and I am the hados. I am the hados. I am the aletheia. I am the horizo. Oh, he said I'm the light. He said, you read words that are not in that book, and you add words that are not in that book, and he said don't even add a single punctuation jot or thought. Pornea. If you do, you will receive all the written plagues that are in this book. If you take out even a letter, a yod, I will blot your name out of that book. Nothing has changed, right? Those who have a hearing ear. One sin of the Old Testament was death. Genesis, Leviticus, Exodus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy was the law, not a religion. 613 statutes, commandments. And one sin was death. If you change one letter, that is death. What has changed? Nothing has changed. Stop with your watered down bullshit gospel. You don't know the gospel. You don't share it. You don't have any understanding who Christ is. So I recommend you slow down and start studying one word at a time, and the book starts making sense. But if you pick up and think it's like some kind of love novel or a Western, that's not how this book reads. You need to read it one word at a time. So every word comes out of your mouth, okay? Comes out of your mouth. You know what words you're saying. Otherwise, you're translating. Most people speak in translation, not transliteration means you've changed no letters, jot, yod, tittle, no punctuation, no grammar, or the definition. It's the exact definition and no change to the letter. That's called transliteration. Transliteration and translation are two different things. 99% of what comes out of your mouth is translation. Are you wrong? Yeah, but fix it with the definition, and then you can fix your problems that you're having. That's the problems I had when I was studying for a decade or more too. It wasn't all going in properly. I had to unlearn and relearn one word so I knew what the hell I was saying. Hell is not below your feet. Hell is not, you don't die and go to hell. You don't know what the hell is. Hell is the word bis, bathos, or busos in the Greek. B-A-T-H-O-S, B-Y-S-S, or B-U-S-O-S. See, I know the definitions and the words in the Greek. It was an old Jewish book written in Greek. I study it in Greek. I study it in Hebrew. So nobody can come in here and say anything against this gospel. Bis is the word knowledge. My people shall perish for lack of bis. Yeah, where are you going to go gnashing teeth? In the abyss. You're going to spend the rest of your eternal. No, it's eternity is not what you're thinking either. You got this all wrong. You need to go back and read this book. One word. What about the little season? You think you're stuck in hell forever? No, you're not. Fucking grow up. The meek will inherit the earth. The earth is not below your feet. Hell's not below your feet. Heaven's not above your head. You don't live on a planet. That doesn't say planet anywhere in Scripture. The word Lucifer, I'll show you how much of an ignorant fucking society you live in. It's not just the people you think, it's everybody. Come on. There's no such thing as Lucifer. That word is never written in text. Never. Never, 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 never written in text. So there's no such thing as Lucifer. You have people that call themselves Luciferian. But it says, I have that star mark. I don't know if you know what a magi is, okay? These were the magi. There were more than 3, okay? They gave 3 gifts. This star marker, okay, on my body, I'll mark my body with these markers, was the morning star, was not Lucifer. The morning star is Venus. The fuck is your problem? It wasn't the star of Nazareth. It wasn't the star of Lucifer. It wasn't the Christmas star. He was from the house of David. Remember, Christ the Hamashiach, born of Bethlehem, not Nazareth. Nothing good could come of Nazareth, huh? So remember, it was the star of David because it was when the king's star, it gets its name, the king. Remember, there would be signs in the stars and in the sun and in the moon. Remember, when we saw the conjunction, this is what the magi, I'm a magi. If you don't know what a magi is, that's what he birthed me to do. Remember, he wasn't a baby. They gave 3 gifts. And he was almost 3 years old when they came into Bethlehem. That's the birth of Satan, baby Jesus. Yes, it is, in a manger. So the Magi were watching the king's star. Remember, it gets its name, the king, because it's out in the night sky. I'm not talking down to you. And it is the brightest. Okay? There's no such thing as Lucifer. It does not exist. It's never written in Scripture. It's only added way later, and it's only written once. What the fuck is wrong with people? It's not a word. It's as real as Anakin Skywalker. What the fuck, man? Why are you adding words to the word planet? He created the stars, the sun, and the moon. There would be signs in the stars. Where does it say the word planet? Where does it say planet? This is what he warned you not to do. And this is what the whole world is doing. And you're okay with this. It's not 2025, just so you know. It's not 2025. It's not 2025. No, the fuck it's not. The New Year's does not start in the middle of the winter. April Fools, you've been fooled. And you're doing what this whole world is doing. God is not in the sky. Heaven's not in the sky. Earth's not below your feet. You don't live on a planet. But this is what everybody else is doing. The whole world is doing this. Spinning on a fucking ball at 1,040 miles an hour on a planet, and there's no such thing as a planet. What the hell are you talking about? Oh, you're going to tell me Chewbacca? Oh, Anakin, right? Maybe it was a threesome. Anakin Skywalker and Chewbacca had Wookiee with an Ewok, and now we got big feet, right? Where does it say we got big feet? Okay, so no big feet, no planet. See, you get started. Alien is a word. Alien is a word. It's a word. It's not a being. It's not a species. It does not take up any physical mass. Alien is a word. No, there's aliens. Shut the... You see how easily people, you mess up one word in this scripture, brothers and sisters. That's the other gospel, just so you know. Add a jot, jot's a period, like a dot. Now they live on that dot and they're spinning at 1,040 miles an hour. You see how stupid this is? I know the models, and we're not going to talk about shapes, brothers and sisters. Hey, aliens are real. I got abducted by and raped. Get the fuck out of here, you stupid idiot. God, I can't stand people. So they don't want to define anything. So see why this ministry is not like any ministry you've ever been to? This ain't no church. Remember, it says where there are 2 or 3 gathered in my agape, in my aleth, ox, my leader, my authority. My Shem is what it says, not name. It says Shem. And that means all of the words of this new covenant, minus the ones he blotted out in the book of Colossians 2 and 14. You know what the ones those are? See, I wouldn't speak up. Honestly, if you don't know what the word halakha or haggadah is, never talk about Christ ever again. Never talk about Christ ever again. You do not know Christ. If you do not know those 2 words, halakha and haggadah, you need to slow down and start studying one word at a time. Like I told you, use your interlinear Textus Receptus, the only accepted text. This was the one at the Council of Nicaea that was canonized in the 12th century. I only read a 12th century book. There has been so many translations since that time. That was at the Council of Nicaea where they took 300 men and defined every single word with a lexicon. Lexicon. Get out of here, Guts. First you're raped by aliens and now you're raped by priests. Get this stupid fucking asshole out of here. Seriously, I don't have time for this shit. Go on. I'm not some kind of easy, nice guy, okay? Nice means to be stupid. Christ wasn't a nice man. If you covet another man's wife, that is adultery. These women are literally whoring themselves to feed themselves. You have not taken them back to that public place and nailed that bill of divorce. You entered into that contract with them, into a bill of marriage, and they cannot even be legally remarried. You have changed this law. That's Deuteronomy. You have thwarted my agape. Did you ever heard Christ speak like that? No, you don't. That's Christ. You don't know Christ. You don't know halakha. You don't know haggadah. You better learn what these books are telling you, because it's not, he didn't speak with marbles in his mouth. You understand? This book is full of idioms. There's a difference between an idiom and an idiot. An idiot is somebody who is unskilled, a lame man, a simple woman, untrained, unskilled, unlabored. That means they don't know. You can't hold something against somebody because they're an idiot. That means they don't know. They've never seen it or heard it in their life. That is the word idiotos. Remember, an idiom and an idiot is 2 different things. They're not even the same thing at all. Lot's wife was not turned to a pillar of salt. There was no sodium involved. Grow up. You take everything at face value, like this Charlie Kirk incident. You don't even read the words. If you don't know halakha and then you don't know haggadah, then you don't know Christ. And if nobody, I'll just give you a quick overview. Does anybody want to throw you in jail, kill you, literally stab you and bloodlet you like they're going to eat you like some kind of deer or something? Does anybody want to rip the beard out of your face? Put crown of thorns in you? Not these little baby TV. They're so thorns sick they went into his skull. Stripe you and hang you and put holes in you, then you're not Christ-like. Get the fuck out of my chat. Go the fuck away from me. The disciples of Christ will be condemned and crucified just as he was. That's what he said. Deny yourself daily. Matthew, Luke, take up your cross. Matthew, daily cross. Deny yourself daily and follow after me. So Matthew, how about Romans? Paul's writing Romans 8:20, and the ones he already bought and paid and chosen for. Prognosko. I also did foreknow who I did predestine to conform to the image of Christ, to be the firstborn of brethren. So if you're not acting like Christ, you are not Christ-like. Period. I don't care what you think. You're not Christ-like. If you are not, somebody wants to hang you from a tree, because guess what? Nobody hung from crosses. That's blasphemy. That's a bunch of bullshit. That nobody ever hung from crosses. That's the pagan unk, for Christ's sake. It is. It is. If nobody hung from crosses, nobody carried crosses. Nobody carried a cross. Get this watermelon dumbass out of here. Keeps fucking flipping everybody off. This is the society you have to live with, brothers, sisters. These are the people that are going to be coming to kill your fucking kids. Doesn't own a water filter. You don't have to act like Christ to be Christ. I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, get watermelon out of here. You're an idiot, man. All you do is flip the fucking bird. You know what this means? This means fuck you. And you don't even know about it. So I'm going to remove your dumb ass out of here so everybody else can learn except for you. Fucking idiot. Tell me, everybody, does anybody know what that means? Does anybody know what it means to fuck you means? Do you have any idea what historically that means at all? Flipping the bird? Anyone want to talk up about this? I don't mind giving you a lesson here. What time we got? Oh, damn, it's already 12 o'clock. Boy, man, I'm a good old time. Do you think Jesus would be talking like that while something? Get the fuck out of here, child. Go the fuck away. You don't know the word halakha or agata. You don't know Christ. But I do believe that Kirk was almost the fuck he's talking about Kirk. Fuck off. Believe is an action word. It's a verb. You can't believe in God. Christ said, go fuck yourself to the... No, get the fuck out of here, crazy. You've been in here too for a minute. Are you saying Christ wasn't hung on a cross? That's exactly what I'm saying. Nobody ever hung from crosses, Stefan. That's how ignorant society is. James is out of here. Stupid fucking question. He had kids. Was Jesus in a sexual relationship? I mean, come on, guys. Put something in that's here and worth this shit. I want to wrap this thing up, man. I don't want to sit there and talk about it with a bunch of fucking dumb Americans. God, Father, why won't you just put the American flags on these people so these other people can outside this country see that these people have a First Amendment right, but the stupidest fucking things ever come from Americans. Not that other people don't say stupid things in other countries. Yes, they do. But if you did it as a whole, you'd see the stupidest things are coming from Americans. They have the First Amendment right to speak up, and they use it, but they don't produce very much fruit with their thoughts or their thought, you'd think they'd think about what they'd say before they say it, right? No, because they got that First Amendment right. He wasn't hung from a cross because the spirits of one thieves next to him placed the soul. I believe, huh? Is this worth it? Bung. What the fucking idiot. All right, guys, no more content here. I'm going to wrap it up. Maybe we'll just talk about something else. I'm tired of talking about Scripture. You guys aren't obviously aligned with the text, and that's fine. Iron sharpens iron. You don't want to learn? Guess what? He said, call a man teacher. Snore about it. That's the word prophet. For those who have a hearing ear, you need to use an interlinear. I'll show you a picture if you want to take a screenshot. This is a 4-volume set. There's obviously... See this here? This is the Hendrickson volume. This is the Hebrew, okay? Old Testament. There's 53 books of the Old Testament, okay? 22 were not canonized. All this is written in Hebrew and below in the English. Here's the English over here. This is the book in the 12th century there. They pulled every word out, and it's coded with the Strong's Concordance by the number. It's the interlinear Textus Receptus. This means it's the only accepted text. That's what the Textus Receptus means. This is the accepted text, okay? where they canonized this in the 12th century. It's all coded by the number with your Strong's Concordance. So you can take out every word. There's a letter, or excuse me, a number above each one of these words, because I don't study it in sentences. I don't learn that way. I need to study the word, what I'm talking about. So there is the number above each one of these words. So if you want to study judgment, like dumbass Christians will come in here and say, oh, well, you're being judgmental. Well, no fucking shit, you dumb fuck. We're supposed to judge. Oh, you're not. That's Old Testament. You're trying to put me under the old laws of flesh. I'm not under the laws of Aaron, the Sabbatic laws. You're a dumb fuck. The way you can actually do that, brothers and sisters, okay, is slow down and study one word at a time. If you study the word judgment, that's what this book is for, right here. See this? This is called a concordance. And you can study the word by the number, because it has numbers, or Tango, stop. Tango, all done. All done. A, B, C, D, E, J, and go to judgment. First, you need to get your lexicon and study the word judgment in the Hebrew and in the Greek and see what it says about the definition. Now you're going to take that one judgment word. Oh, it's written 15 times. And here's what it's written 15 times in this book. This is so convenient and so lazy, and it's cheating, because now, Tango, stop. You can pull out that sentence and see the word judgment. This is how you know when somebody's never read the text, because they don't even read the words one word at a time. They read it like a book, and they ain't getting shit. They ain't understanding nothing. I know, because I did it for decades, and I just didn't get it. I mean, I was getting it, but I didn't. I needed to slow down and read the definitions, study one word at a time, so I know what the hell I'm saying. Hell is not below your feet. Hell is the word bis. You could look up abyss and find first the definition. The word hell is the word no knowledge. It's not anything else. That is the definition of what hell is. Revelation 9:11 says they have an angelos, or a king, a messenger over them. The definition of angelos, or angel, is messenger. Okay? Messenger. Okay? They have a king over them, the angel of the abyss. That's what you call hell. There's no such thing as hell. That's not a word. You use words that are not in the text. Okay? So, what it says is, it says the angelos of the abyss, the one that's locked in the pit, is abyss. Bis is the word knowledge. Bis, bathos, and busos all have the same meaning in the Greek. Remember, old Jewish book written in Greek. It's talking about in Revelation 9 and 11. Okay? Revelation 9. Moderators moderate anybody that's out, that's off the that's interrupting. If they're not talking about what I'm talking about, I don't give a fuck what they're talking about right now. Moderate them. Thank you. I don't want any interruptions. There are people who are listening right now, and I know that they're trying to hear this, and I don't want them clogged up with this chat. Okay? Abyss is Revelation 9:11. You wonder why this 9:11 is so important to them, because that's where Satan is locked up in the pit, is what you call the abyss. No, you call it hell. That is the word abyss. That word bis is the word bathos. That is bathos, bis, byss, or busos, busos. Bathos, bis, and busos all mean knowledge, knowledge. Hell isn't below your feet. You don't die and go to hell. That's not how you got this all incorrect. Hell is the word bis, bathos, or busos, and that is the word knowledge. The A in the Greek, A, is negates. It cancels. It cancels the word that follows. Okay? Jack, get the fuck out of here, you idiot. What? Sarah, please get rid of these people like this that are interrupting. It doesn't matter what this dumbass jack-off thinks what it is. I'm giving you the definition, brothers, sisters. I'm giving you, yeah, whatever. Fuck off, you idiot. Go fucking fight with your fucking Wi-Fi router. Go eat fucking microwave food. I live off the grid. I make my own food. Go fuck yourself. You couldn't carry yourself out of a paper bag. I carry all my own water. So, anyways. So, once again, you can see the swine in here, brothers, sisters. These people don't want this. You want this. You're listening. So watch. Abyss is the word knowledge. no knowledge. No knowledge. You're a fucking idiot too, Stat. I never said that. Where the hell would you get that? So jack off, get out of here, you're an idiot. All you do is sit there and be an idiot all day. So the word abyss, brothers and sisters, is the word hell. In Revelation 9:11, they have a king over them. That is the word, it says angelos. The angelos is the word messenger, the messenger of the abyss, and that's what you call hell. Hell is the word abyss. The A negates the word that follows in the Greek. Abyss, no knowledge. Hell isn't anything else. That is the definition of what hell is. If you make it anything else, you're making it something that's not. If you leave the definition, you leave the truth. So start studying this by definition, and this word will start coming to life. Because when you read in this concordance, you don't want to actually use this book. It's very small. I use it as a cheat code because I still don't know and been studying for 30 years where all the scripture. Jim Brown at Grace and Truth, he is a walking concordance. But if it's written 15 times, I pull it out. Maybe it's said in Genesis. So I'm going to pull it out of here, and I know where it's at. I'm going to find it in here, okay? Find it in here, you know what I'm saying? And then I'm going to go back and read not just the sentence, because this only has the sentence in it. All pulled out, very nice and easy. That's why it's coded by the number. By the number. See, you're studying by the number. Every word has a number. Now you're studying the definition of the word, how many times it's written, and who said it. Now, if you read it in here, you're just going to get the sentence. It's pulled out. It's a lazy way to study. But if you'll actually go back here, get the definition first. Now go back to where it's located. Now you know where it's at. Because you know where it's all at. I don't know where all these things are located. I'm still studying. I'm still learning. So, but now it's written here. Now read 2 or 3 passages before that sentence. You already have the definition. Read 2 or 3 passages out. Now you got the context. Now it's been said here. It's said in Kings, and here it's said in 2 Samuel. Here it's said in, it's said 15 times, and you've read it. You're like, holy crap, that context is not like I thought it was. Now that word is starting to come to life. You know the definition, and you know what the hell you're talking about because you actually know the definition of the word you're speaking. If you don't speak in definition, you are a translator, and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So don't talk about this book unless you define the words that are in it. Because I guarantee you, I have biblical scholars in here that come in here that don't study. I don't know why biblical scholars don't study this book. This is a 12th century book. They've just never been told about it. But remember, this is a 4-volume set, 53 in the Old Testament to make up the Old, and the 13 in the New. So it's 4 volumes. This is the only set that's accepted, brothers and sisters. What you're saying, could you expand on the story of Jesus on this version? What the hell are you talking about? There's no story of Jesus. The disciples, 13 apostles, they followed him around and wrote what do you mean? So anybody have any questions on how to study now? Why you won't come in here and teach me shit? I mean, you can, but you better teach me out of this book and refine me with this book. See? Nobody's going to come in here. I don't give a fuck if they're a biblical scholar, what church they come from, anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world. Bring your best teacher, preacher, pastor, deacon, reverend. Bring them here to High Desert Faith and Truth, and we'll show you they don't know the gospel. They don't know who Jesus Christ is. They know the other Christ. He said many Christs, many would come in my name. So there's a bunch of imitators, and there's only one book that was canonized in the 12th century. That's right. That's called an ass, Sean, right? An ass. Christ would call them brute beasts, brutish in nature. They have an unwillingness to learn. There's a difference between being an idiot, and an idiot or an idiom or ignoramus means you don't know. You're unskilled. You're unlabored. You don't know. You've never seen it or heard it. That's different. Somebody who can't learn, is unwilling to learn, would be brutish, or they would be called an ass, like a mule. They're stubborn. They have an unwillingness to learn. Christ would call them brutish in nature, and he gave them a deaf ear. Brothers, you could sit there until you're like blue in the face, like an Avatar or Papa Smurf or Smurfette, but you're not going to convince them of anything. Father gave them a deaf ear. Do you understand? A deaf ear. No, we don't do pedophiles in here, okay? Student, no pedophiles. I already taught earlier that's all pedophilia, and that's why Donald Trump likes dropping 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes so they can still touch your kids at the airport. Yeah, that's how it goes. So anybody have any questions? How you study? I'm going to take a break here, or maybe another half an hour. I'm going to get off here. I'm going to, whatever. I mean, it's cool. We got a few people in here, but I think there's a few ears. I don't care if just one of you hear this. So, you know, there's 62 of you and 61 of you can fuck off. I don't care if one of you hear it. Seriously, I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to share the word. Don't boast because you know, but woe if you don't go out and share this light, okay? There's no story of Jesus in the Bible. God damn, Stephen, you are an ignorant fuck. You know that? Ignorant means you don't know, so don't take it to credit. I didn't, you know what I'm saying? It means you don't know. Ignoramus and idiot means you don't know. I didn't say that. Why the hell were you saying that I said that? I said there's no J. The Hamashiach was hung from a tree, not a cross. Nobody hung from crosses. I never said that didn't exist. I really don't like when people put words in my mouth, and maybe you just didn't. And I don't think you're being facetious at all. I think you're trying to learn. So I didn't take it that you're being, you know, an ass. I think you want to learn. So I didn't say that. I didn't say that, okay? But the Bible talks about God, Jesus. Those words too, brothers and sisters, were never written in the scripture. This word Bible, see, this is a problem with people, you know what I'm saying? This word Bible, brothers and sisters, means book. This was never written on paper. So Zach's an idiot. This person should never talk about scripture. It doesn't say God in this book. There's no God. It doesn't say God. So he's using a term that's never been written in this text ever once. Like Lucifer, like devil, like Jesus, like planet. Okay? They just say whatever the hell they want. He said don't even add a jot, and they're adding to the book. Do you understand? No, his name is not Yahuwah. There is no fucking vowels in Hebrew. This is another Satanist, brother and sister, right here. This is a Nephilim Satanist demon right here. Yahuwah. I know what the fuck he's talking about too, but there's no vowels in Hebrew. You don't add vowels to the Hebrew name of the Hamashiach. Stop looking like you know what the fuck you're talking about. You are a fucking idiot and you are a devil, because the devil is a distributor. That's the name of the Father right there, Yahweh Bahim Hamashiach. Now, I'm not going to be a stickler, but that person, don't add. Those all have value. Actually, if you look at Yahushua, Yahuwah, I know all this. I've studied this for fucking decades. But you're adding and you're doing what he says not to do. You understand? You're doing what they said not to do. There's no vowels in Hebrew. I come in the Shem, the name of my Father, I am. Remember? He said before Abraham was I am. They asked him what his name was in flesh. He said, I am. So we know he is Yahweh, Bahim Hamashiach, the Messiah, the one who hung from a tree and born of Bethlehem from the house of David. It's no problem, Stephen. I don't have any issues with how you're acting, because you're not acting like an ass. You want to learn. You're not being facetious. And some people are just filthy swine. So I don't have any issues. You're more than welcome to stay in here. If you put words in my mouth and I correct you and okay, you just assume that I said that. That's okay. People say all day long, I say something and I can go back and record it and they said, no, that's not what he said. You hear what you want to hear, and that's fine. We all do it. Listen, that almost goes in a sense that you know, if you use the train, you ever done that train thing? I forget what they call it. If I whispered in your ear, Stephen, if I said, Stephen, I took the Beverly bus down to Beverly Boulevard to Barney's Beanery to buy a bowl of beans, and then you said that to Kanye, and Kanye said that to Deciphering or whatever, it's never going to come out. That's called translation. So you just heard something, and I understand that. We hear what we want to hear, okay? And I'm just correcting you. I don't like when I say something and people say something, but you just heard it in a certain way. And I know that's possible. because we hear what we want to hear. Does that make sense? Telephone game. Okay. Is there another version of the Bible from the 12th century? No. No, this is the canonization. What this Bible was done, and the Bible is not a Bible. This was not written on paper. There's no such thing as Bible, okay? What you know is Bible is the word book. Bible means book, okay? Bible means book. Listen to me. Bible means book, okay? Bible means book, okay? No, we're not studying the Ethiopian text. You'll be kicked out of here, stupid ass motherfucker, Michael. You're a dumb fuck, man. Get out of here, you fucking idiot. We're not talking about the Ethiopian text. We're not talking about the 1611 text. We're talking about one text where in the 12th century, they literally pulled out every word and defined it. This is called the Council of Nicaea. And at the Council of Nicaea, they took 150 Catholics. I rebuke Catholics. And they took 150 Christians. And I rebuked them too. But they took every word out and they defined the words that were in the book with the lexicon. Remember, old Jewish book written in Greek. You use your lexicon, and what they did, brothers and sisters, is they took out, and even in some of these words, as I told you, they could not transliterate because of the distance of the time that had been from the Hebrew Old Testament into their Targum or their Torah or their Targum or Mishnah, okay? Mishnah was they changed the, right? They went back and pulled, this was not written on paper. Brothers and sisters, this was written on tablets and stone. Tablets, not like your iPhone tablet or whatever. And I don't know what you're smoking. It was rolled scrolls, okay? Rolled scrolls. How to read people's aura to find them searching. The fuck is Kanye talking about? Get out of here, loser. So, okay, so no, I'm serious. I mean, get lost. Number 10 socket. I ain't calling it. It's don't talk about things that don't make no sense in here. In the 12th century, what they did is they took at the Council of Nicaea, they pulled out every one of these single words, you understand, and defined it. Now, they came to certain words because it had been such a distance in time, they could not get the transliteration, meaning they had to change the definition by translating it and change it. So this book does have some changes in it, but this is the closest thing. I don't care about your 1611. I don't care about your Ethiopian Bible. I've studied them. They weren't canonized. They were not canonized. This was the Council of Nicaea where Constantine took 150 Catholics, 150 Christians, and they pulled out every word and defined it. Some words they came to, they could not transliterate. Remember, transliteration means no change in the definition or iota, any letter. It's in the exact text without the definition change. Okay? So they came to certain words that they could not transliterate and they had to translate. So this book does have some issues because of the translation, but there are very few, oligos is the word few in Greek, O-L-I-G-O-S, in here. This is going to be the closest thing, because remember, before this, it wasn't written on paper. You'd have to come to somebody like me, would either be a Sadducee who could speak the Old Hebrew Testament. Pharisees, they couldn't speak the Old Testament, but I don't need Scripture to tell you all day long. I can teach, and he says call him a teacher, but I can teach you all day long without picking this book up, because I have over and over and over and over. When I'm not here, I study. And I study other, but I don't study the old text. Now listen, this wasn't written on paper. You'd have to ride, on horseback 4 or 5 hours to hear somebody like myself share it. And they give you some watered down gospel too. It's hilarious, or maybe all day long on foot with your family to go maybe once a month, maybe once every 6 months to even, and you didn't even own one of these brothers, sisters. Do you know what I'm saying? This was not written on paper. It was written on scrolls, like the 10 Commandments were inside the Ark of the Covenant on tablets, right? Stone tablets. This was not written on paper. You don't understand. This book was made book that you can hold around and carry. Otherwise, you had to come to somebody like me to get this word. And I'm telling you, back then, they were not giving out the correct word in a lot of ways. We are very blessed to even what I've given you right now is more than you're going to learn in a church in 10 years, brothers and sisters. I guarantee you, if you take these study tools, this is what is called, like I call like a life hack. I've taken and learned what other people's mistakes, and now I don't have to make those same mistakes. You are Father sent you, and you should give all glory to Shiloh, all glory to Christ Jesus, the Hamashiach, right? If we're going to use a translated name, right? Because he brought you here, not me. He made me study this, so I have no, I don't want any glory. We go all glory to Shiloh here. So, the Council of Nicaea itself is not false, but many things people say about it, that it is invented, Jesus, divinity, created, Bible, etc. What the fuck are you talking about? Nobody said that. So anyways, listen, if you pull out something false in here, there, what's your name? Shaz? I don't think you were, but brothers and sisters, once again, I'm going to teach on you this one more time. At the Council of Nicaea, okay, this is where the canonization process, where they took 150 Catholics and 150 Christians, 300 men, and defined the book and turned it into what is called a paper Bible, because it was written on paper. It was written on stone tablets and scrolls. They turned this into the book, and they rejected 22 of the books because they were not aligned with the definition or the gospel. It's nothing fucking else. I don't know what this person's talking about here. They might, that it was invented, Jesus, divinity, created, Bible. What the hell are you talking about there? I don't know, you're kind of wandering around there. Oh, here comes Bunny back in here once again. Bunny came back in to talk more shit. Get Easter Bunny out of here. Talk shit talker Betty Crocker over here. I don't want to hear a sugarcoated fucking peep out of here there, Bunny. You hear what I said there, Marshmallow? You get the fuck out of here. You just put in shit. That's all you do every time you come in here. I've seen you now and here. How many times you keep coming back, man? You hooked on me like phonics or something? Come on now. Go along. Run along, little child. So this book was not written on paper, okay? It was not on paper. It was written on tablets and stone, and they turned it into something you can actually hold in your hand, because for us, it didn't exist in this form, okay? That's it, okay? Study these books. There is no other accepted text. There's only one accepted text. These are the rejected texts. These are the accepted texts. And this is only for the eyes that are hearing it. So if you want to refute this, go somewhere else then. This channel is not for you. And there is no other text that's accepted other than this, period. You can read the other texts. He says Juicify was right on turn on the cross. I didn't say that, Stefan. You're going to get your ass thrown out of here if you can't fucking learn. I didn't say that. I said that's what you ever read the book of Acts? See, that's the problem with people. They never sit down and read the book. You got to read the book if you want to know what's in it. You're not going to ever get it on your heart. You're not going to be able to speak it like me. And I'm not saying I'm some great, perfect saint. I do serve. But unless you sit down and read it, you ain't going to know anything. He says, I didn't say that. The scripture says that. Stop saying that I said it. Stop putting words in my mouth. The book of Acts, cursed he who hangeth from a tree. When they took him down from a tree, nobody hung on crosses. Nobody ever carried crosses. He tells you to carry your cross. So what the fuck are you going to do about that? See, oh, he hung on a cross. No, you carry. You can't determine the difference between two. You ain't going to see. You better slow the fuck down. All of you. I was so wanted. I was so hungry for decades. Until I learned how to slow down, I didn't learn nothing. Confusing the hell out of myself, thinking I got it. Oh, I don't. Hey, I do. One word at a time. Slow the fuck down. Turbo. I'm serious. This is what I had to do before I started actually unlearning. Let me tell you this. You don't know shit. And you should stop thinking you do, and you should go back because you have horrible study habits. I gave my own. I learned from the wrong people. So the best thing you could do is go unlearn and then relearn. Relearn. one word at a time, and it starts coming in like, wow, this is starting to make sense. So, okay. So I'm going to give you one more gem, and then I'm going to get off here, guys. Grace. This is for anybody that really wants this word, because he said, if I didn't call out to the hearts to seek after me, not one of you'd be doing it. So you didn't come in here because God wanted you to. Yes, you did. God wanted you to. You're not coming to God because you want to. Father's making you do it. So Father sent you here. So all glory to Shiloh. All glory to Christ, the Hamashiach, born of Bethlehem. Okay? Yahushua Hamashiach. You can give his name in a bunch of different languages. I speak in 100 languages. Okay? But let me speak some basic English for you here, okay? You've got to study this word in the text it was written in. It's an old Jewish book written in Greek. You need to study the New Testament in Greek. Old Testament is written in Hebrew. You need to study it. And I told you these are the only texts that are accepted, okay? Shut the fuck up, Shadow. You're a dumb motherfucker. You are a brute beast, and I can't stand dumb motherfuckers like you. You're just an ass, man. You don't give a fuck about what I'm telling you. It wasn't written on paper, you fucking idiot. Nobody wrote it on paper. It wasn't until you're just going to dispute every fucking thing I said. Leave now. Go get the fuck out of here. I don't want you in here, you slime fucking swine. Get the fuck out of this ministry. You're not welcome here. I'm going to show these people in this chat what we don't do. We don't sup with vipers like you. You're a fucking piece of work. I already gave all the definition, and you're disputing goddamn history. It was not written on paper until the 12th century at the council, and you're sitting there disputing, well, they had paper before that. You know what? Go take a goddamn paper airplane and fly your fucking ass out of here, okay? I've heard enough of your dumb ass. Stop making comments in my chat, okay? Oh, now you're sitting there and saying false prophet. Guys, there's no such thing as prophets. This is how stupid this dumb fucking idiot is. There's not one prophet walking this rock. Not one. Prophecy was all fulfilled. Remember the last prophecy? Hello? Not a broken bone in his body, the unblemished sacrificial lamb. Fox don't know his ass from a hole in the ground. You want to sit there and argue about fucking paper. It was not written on paper. Well, obviously, right? Moses, he was given the law on the mount, right? And he was given that, and he wrote Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. A prophet meant teacher, okay? That's all a prophet is. You guys are idiots. You don't even know what the fuck prophet means. Prophet means teacher. Teacher. A false prophet is the word scorpizzo. Period. Don't change shit in this book, and that's why you need to start defining. He said, call no man teacher. There are no prophets. There are no prophets walking this. Prophets could speak in one language, and anybody could understand it in their tongue, dialect, glossa, language. Prophets could heal. You know anybody can heal people? No, there's no healing. We would need hospitals if there were healers. Hey, wasn't one of the biggest faith healers? He died from like a heart attack or something like that. Oh, you're healed. You're healed. You're healed. We wouldn't even hospitals. We just line up and $50 for a free healing, you know? There we go. So deciphering truth, what you're putting in text in here, just so you know, doesn't say what you're saying in here. You're adding words that doesn't say that in here, just so you know. I'm serious. The words you are using are not in this book. Once again, you call yourself truth, but that's the word aletheia, and you're not speaking any truth, just so you know. You're doing exactly what he said not to do in this book. Just so you know. Just so you know. We're not under slavery now, idiot. Get out of here, dumbass. Putting shit from Leviticus. We're not under the Old Testament. Get the fuck out of here, loser. See ya. I'm not under the laws of flesh. So, are you hearing me? Did you hear what I said? It doesn't say what you said in here. So you're doing exactly what the scripture tells you not to do. I mean, the scriptures you're in here, but the words that you're using are not in here. Okay? Because I don't even think you understand what it means by I come in my Father's Shem, is what it says, not name. It doesn't say name. So when you think that name, you think Jesus, God, Yeshua, Yahweh, Elohim. That's not what name is. Noah had 3 sons, Ham, Shem and Japheth. It says Shem in my book. Yes, absolutely. Mackie, you got it. You fucking disagree with the definition and you want to be an idolater and give me your own version. You're goddamn right. I'm number 10. Socket your ass right out of here. You're fucking damn right I will. Absolutely I will. Are you back in here again, Fox? Here he is again. Look at guys. Fox is back the fuck in here. Fox just leaves on out the fucking in here. Just go. I really don't even moderate. I won't. Just fucking leave. You put anything else, I will moderate you. I will moderate you. You're in here talking about paper again, guys. What are you smoking, man? No, listen, dumb fucking Ezekiel. That sucks that you have the name Ezekiel. You probably never read the book of Ezekiel, too. What an amazing book fucking Ezekiel is. Talk about prophecy. Oh, my God. These fucking people are lame, Father. Okay, listen. Ezekiel Mackey. So why have you a discussion if I'm always right? I'm not always right. You're a fucking idiot. If you want to give me the definition, the right definition, I'll talk to you. If you want to give me your own what he calls idolatry, which you're talking about, I don't want to fucking hear it. Get the fuck out of here. It ain't about being right or wrong. The definition is aletheia. You leave the definition truth, right? You leave the truth, you leave definition. So I don't want to hear your dumbass fucking version of whatever the hell you want. Yes, if you don't have the understanding of the lexicon definition, you can get the fuck out of here. You understand? And he puts backwoods. This is his answer, brother, sister. Smoking backwoods, I guess, huh? Wow, what an amazing time we live in, huh? Is there a chance that God's an alien? Shut the fuck up, real name. You're just fucking with me now. But okay, I'll take a couple more questions, guys, and then I'm going to wrap this up. Much Agape, guys. We've been doing 9 hours. I did a live stream earlier, so I think I put about 15 hours of work in today. 2 jobs, okay? Tomorrow I got to get something fucking done out here. I actually put the roof on those flowers so the cannabis plants are, and they're going to burn up. The cold. It's getting 30s out here, so I don't want to lose these ladies. They're really nice, plants, and I want to try to keep care of them as long as I can. How do we even know or understand? You got to define the definitions. No, it's not 2025. It's not 2025, guys. No, it's not 2025. It's not 2020. That's a lunar year. That's a calendar year that's done under the Gregorian calendar, and that's a Satanist calendar. It's an orgy calendar is what it is. It celebrates the orgy of the sex god. So it's quite simple, but it's all right. I know people are just, everybody's in the world, so it's like, oh my God, no, everybody says it's 2025. No, it's not. Stop it. You say it's 2025, but that's not the year. The New Year's does not start in the middle of the fucking winter. Are you that goddamn lame? You're giving all your oath and all your energy to a sun god and banging fucking goddamn pots and pans in the middle of the winter. What the hell? New Year's and new life starts when and pops up when? April Fools. So there we go. Truth did it. April Fools. So guys, don't worry about it. You'll figure it out on your own. I'm going to hand it all to you. It's right there in front of your face. You don't live in the age of, remember? Water, deception, that age is over. You are in the Revelation, book of Revelation. You live in the age of Aquarius. We are 100% in the last pages of Scripture. Period. No, I don't live in a palace. Does it look like a goddamn pallet? Those fucking boards are 6 and 8 fucking feet. I got boards like this. Pallet boards ain't like that. Nope. Look how big those fuckers are. You guys are all off, and that's okay. Okay, whatever you think there, Stefan, don't ever fucking come back here ever again. Go fuck yourself. I don't want you ever here. Thanks for just gleaning a bunch of fucking nothing. Fuck you, Stefan. Goodbye. Kiss my ass. I don't care. You think I'm fucking not doing it? Then go. Why the fuck would you even stay here then? Thanks for your opinion. Goodbye. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. Fuck off. Thanks for your time. I'm not here to be friends with you. You don't want to learn. You don't want to listen. You kept putting fucking words in my mouth, so I didn't want you here. You're taking words and twisting the shit I was saying. So goodbye there. You know what I'm saying? So, see ya. Guy, they're putting words in my mouth. She was putting words in my mouth. I was trying to be nice about it, but just define the words, guys. That's all it takes here. Just define the words that are in the book. It's not a fucking love novel. It's not some kind of romance or a Western. You need to read the words that are in it. If you want to know what it says, do you not understand that Father is the Word? He doesn't exist in flesh. He doesn't exist in flesh. He doesn't have flesh. He never did exist in flesh. He is the word Hulkadesh, or spirit. So that's what problem, this word that Ezekiel said is the word froward. I actually can tell you in the Greek, in the Hebrew, the words that you fucking speak, but you don't know the words in the Greek or the Hebrew, and I do. I don't know all of them, but I know the Greek. I can teach the Greek. I can teach the gospel in Greek. I can teach the Hebrew, right? I can teach the gospel. We didn't have the gospel in Hebrew, did we? But I can still teach the Old Testament in Hebrew. So remember that word to change, add, take away, which he tells us not to do, to even add a letter, to take away or add, that don't add a jot. If you do, you will receive all the written plagues in this book. If you take away even the smallest punctuation, tittle, jot, I will blot your name out of that book. Okay? No, I wish I could speak, man. I'm trying. I really am. I've been looking at it because I used to know a little bit of Korean. I dated a lady. It was an officer in the military. I wasn't supposed to be dating her, but she spoke Korean and she was trying to teach. She spoke a little bit of Mandarin, and she had good, man. She used to go order food, like people were like, whoa! But she spent a lot of time. She was an officer, so she spent a lot of time. But anyways, so I got to wrap it up, Bryce. The word froward, okay, just so you know, Froward means to add, or to twist, or to warp, or to take away. And he tells us not to do that. Don't add anything to his book. The Old Testament, one sin was death. And under this New Testament, if you add a jot, death. Nothing's changed. Don't add to his book or take away anything from his book. Froward, froward is it means to change, to add, twist, warp, or to change. We don't want to froward his word. That's what he said. When he was talking about the book of Deuteronomy, when he was standing there and the women were literally, having to sell their bodies and not be able to release from the contract, he said that. You frowarded my agape. You know what I'm saying? You frowarded my agape. He was talking about the Deuteronomy where they had not been released. He didn't take them back to a public place. You know what I'm saying? Speaking computer, bro, grow up. What the fuck are you talking about there, Ezekiel? So, but anyways, this is what he was saying to them. You have frowarded my agape. You've changed the law from the Deuteronomy. They not even, there was no physical act of adultery, and these women were actually kicked out of their houses and without half of what they were supposed to be given, half of the possessions, and not being able to be legally remarried because they had not been taken back to a public place as they were entered into that contract or that bill of marriage. They were not brought back and released into a bill of divorce and released from that contract so they could be legally remarried. So he said, you have frowarded my agape, is what he said. And what he was talking about is agape is his word. His Shem was his law. The agape was Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, which were 613 statutes, commandments. And they had made their own Targum, their Mishnah, their Halakha, and their Haggadah. What the fuck are you doing talking about alcohol in here now? So I think it's time for Ezekiel to go. So, okay, guys, appreciate your time. Thanks. That's probably 15 hours worth of work here today for the ministry. So we'll call that a day. If anybody, I said no pallets, and he's still talking about pallets. Monkey, you're a monkey fucker. Here's you. Just so you know, you're a fuck in the society. You monkey fucker, that's you. Here you go. Like a goddamn wind-up fucking toy. Still again, I say it's not pallets, and you're talking about pallets. Seriously, What's wrong with these people, brothers and sisters? Oh, it's pellets. No, it's not pellets. Some of these boards are 12 and never mind. People just see what they see. Remember, they just see what they see. You can't turn a goat into a sheep, brothers and sisters. It is not possible. If somebody has not had the scales removed from their eyes, it's like talking to the fucking wall. You'll sit there and talk until you're blue in the face, and you are not going to change a single thing about them. So don't try. Please do not try. You know what I'm saying? So, just listen to what I'm saying, guys. Please stop twisting my words, man. Please define the words that are coming out of your mouth. You won't have no issues here at all. Actually, that's what we want here. We need some truth. You know what I'm saying? We need some truth. It's hard to find truth anywhere in this world anymore. So once again, Father is the Word. This was all spoken into existence. Christ is the Word in flesh. In flesh. Christ is the Word in flesh. So I love the Word, guys. I love the Word. I don't care about no stupid book, no Bible, no temple made by hands. The most, this is why I tattoo my hands, so I can talk to people like you that don't want to go to church, that know he's not in a temple, that the Most High, right? I tattoo my hands with that. I never thought I would tattoo my hands. I mean, I have tattoos or whatever, but the Most High doesn't dwell in temples made by hands, brothers and sisters. He's here with us now, where there are 2 or 3 gathered in my agape, in my midst, in my shem, in my word, in my, not under law, under this New Testament, there I will be. So he is here with us right now. As a matter of fact, when you leave, he's never going to go anywhere. He destroyed all the physical rituals. He destroyed the physical temple. Christ in you, brothers and sisters, the kingdom of heaven is within. The problem is he's never going to leave you. And I don't want to hear this shit. Oh, I'm alone. Oh, you've always got God with you. Don't say that to somebody who doesn't have another warm body to be around them, please. Some of us know that. And I ain't trying to be, down on you, but some of us get isolated and separated. We're not talking about, we know Christ is in us for Christ's sake. We want to see another warm fucking body, be around another person breathing. I don't care if they stink, smell good. I just want to be around another human being. So stop telling people that, oh, you're never alone because Christ is always with you. Don't say that to people, please. They should know that already. They're probably talking about like another body, like a warm person, and I'm not saying you can't remind them, but at least, hey, I know you're alone and you don't have any other people with you and it sucks being alone. But Christ is inside you. So I know you don't have a warm body, but you're really not alone. And I know you want to be with somebody, like talk to somebody or a human or something, but please don't say that to people, brothers and sisters. When you learn that, it irritates the hell out of me when I see people say that, because it's true, but that person is actually, they should crave the word, but they know that, and maybe they don't. So you can tell them that, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? He's with you though, brothers and sisters. Do you understand? David, is that you, David? No way. Is that David? That's not David Wells. David, that's you. No way. That's David. Oh my God. David, your child is beautiful. You got a beautiful family, man. I hope that, stay in the word, brother. Nothing's changed. Nothing has changed. Elijah's gone. I think they killed Elijah, and I can't get anybody to help me find him out here. He got in some trouble, but he got it fixed. If you can help me at all, David, I can't get any help out here. I can't get anybody to find him. Him and his wife, they're both missing, and I can't get anybody to. I tried to help them, and they ended up coming and SWAT raiding the house, trying to. It's a big thing, but blessings, man. I'm so good to see. I know a lot's going on in your life. I can still every once in a while I see on Facebook, so I just see the, but all glory, man. I hope, stay in the word, man. This is an amazing time to be a witness. Apologize, guys. This is actually somebody I know, and I don't want to disclose too much, but I've been trying to locate him, and I can't get these cops to go out and look for him. And I don't know why his mom's not looking for him. He's got nobody looking for him, and he's a good young man. Elijah's a good young man. He got in trouble, but I'm just his dad trying to take care of him, and I got myself involved in it because they wanted to go after him. So I've been kind of in a bad way here. Just I just can't believe that him and his wife were supposed to move here, and now they just don't want to talk to me again. It just doesn't make sense. But Christ is doing it. Shiloh, Father, is in control of this. And if you can know anything, David, if I can just anybody in the family, if he's alive, that would be fine. If he's mad at me because his dad tried to help him out, that's fine too. I just need to find out if he's alive or not. I mean, even his mom won't even answer my calls or nothing, you know. Cool. That's awesome, David. If you've been in here before and you've seen me, I'm struggling a little bit, but I'm all right. I know Father created all things, and so there's nothing I can do. I mean, I've tried everything I can do for this young man. I mean, they're going to throw me in jail here, and I can't go to jail. I mean, I already have a couple times over this, but see, that's what I'm saying, David. He disappeared. See, he was online, and then he just disappeared. See, his wife's charges were dropped in September. Elijah was in the phone in court in October, but they said he went back in September. So there's something very wrong going on. And he has, both of Elijah and Adriana have a very large case, a lawsuit. What they did here was totally illegal. I don't know if you ever looked on the live stream and seen the SWAT raid, but they shot Elijah with his hands in the air. I mean, he was like this. I was watching him, and they just laid him, like 10 shots. I was like, oh my God, they just whacked him. And I'm sitting there still trying to talk to him. You know what I'm saying? So if you have anybody, brothers, sisters, because what I have done is I've not sued the county or the state, because I don't want these people in my county to have to pay for the criminal behavior of their law enforcement officers, community servant officers. I don't want to gain from this. As a matter of fact, I took the money and paid off the ministry instead of getting Elijah an attorney. Maybe he's upset about me about that, but I already cost is $130,000 bail. That's got a lot of money in this case. I mean, I got a couple $100,000 in this case now, pretty easily. I just spent another, whatever, tens of thousands of dollars to go get another attorney, and I haven't even heard from him in months. So I'm hoping he'll drop the charges, but that doesn't do anything for Elijah's charges. You know what I'm saying? I jumped Elijah's charges. You're not going to throw him in jail. He did all his probation. He couldn't have left here unless he did. And then you hit him up 3 years later and said he didn't do it. And then he put his head down and he did it again. His old lady was going to work with him and doing it. So she's working 5 days a week, and then 2 days a week. She's working 7 days a week. And then they threw her in jail. And that's not right. They didn't have a signed indictment or a warrant for her arrest. She could be very wealthy right now. That was a kidnapping. And then they woke them both up by grenading them. They were woken up with a grenade. That's excessive force. That's an illegal raid. See, if they were alive right now, they could file lawsuits. And I'm trying to hang on as a dad. And like I said, I just was instructed by the attorney, because I've already reported in Josephine County that they were in this county. And I didn't want to do it, but I had to call the cops on Elijah because I was afraid that Adriana was being raped by Marshall. And I called and I said, hey, my son's here. There's 40 pounds of silver. There's this gold, my passport. And they're like, hey, you have a no contact order with him. Quit calling us to do your dirty work. If we go out there and make a dual welfare check, you broke your non-contact, or we're going to come arrest you. I'm like, what the hell? This is what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm supposed to be reporting his body to Josephine County, and I actually located him, where I thought he was at. And then I reported him. They're like, no, we're not going to go. We're not going to do a report. We're going to come arrest you. I'm like, remember, I've already been in jail because I told the local cop, hey, you're not doing your job. My son is, it's been a whole year. You're a dad. I'm a dad. Do your job, man. You stinking pig. I'm serious. What the hell is your problem? I'm a dad. You're a dad. Go do your job. You are going on people's property, and you could be helping my son. Instead, you're harassing people. Josh, I'd known you before you were a cop. Now, what the hell? Go do your job. You're a tyrant pig, man. Do your job. What the hell is your problem? You're literally harassing people. I had people contacting me saying you're going on their property, and entering their property, and then he turns around and arrests me. and charges a retaliation charges against me, harassing the police for trying to report so I get thrown in jail for reporting Elijah missing. And then they came and took all my guns. They did. They filed a warrant and said, and I've talked to this attorney, and he said that's bogus what they did to you, but we'll have to go. I can't even protect my animals. I have a beautiful farm out here that I built out here in the desert. You know, Elijah was supposed to be moving out here, and his wife. They went and picked up. I've got 65 acres out here. I've been busting my ass out here for years, you know, and he was going to move on that 20 acres. So I ain't buying it that he doesn't want to talk to me and he hates me. You know, I can't. And then so I get hold of this attorney, guys. Like I said, this sucks, man. 10 years that I paid on all this land. I've never missed a land payment in 10 years. I've never missed a land payment. I missed my first land payment today. You know, it's $245. It's not like it's that much, but I just spent, you know, tens of thousands of dollars to get an attorney, you know, to try to help out. Again, remember, $4,000 bill, $130,000. This just keeps adding up. And I could only make so much freaking money. I don't get veterans benefits from the military. I don't get child support. Remember, I had custody of Elijah for a long time, and mom and dad, because Robin just wasn't ready to be a mom, I guess. It is what it is. I don't have any hard feelings against her. It is what it is. But I don't get anything. And you know, like I said, I missed the land payment, and it's frustrating me because I've been holding on to this land for Elijah. And now I want to sell it. I just don't want to hang on to it because I keep holding on to it. And I don't think he's going to come back. And I don't want to hold on to the fact that but I just was told by my attorney, you know, tens of thousands of dollars I've spent to give him. I thought this would get something rolling. He tells me to call the state police, which I told him, hey, I already called Josephine County. He said, but you need to call the state police to get the state police. I said, John, these are the people who came and shot him. These are people who grenaded me to the face. He said, just call them. You need to get the state looking for him statewide. I call the state police and they say, we can't take a report on his body. We don't have any jurisdiction. Now, wait a minute. They could come out here and shoot him, grenade me, grenade her, grenade him, my animals, but they have no jurisdiction to come out here or to take a report on his dead body. So now nobody's looking for him. Nobody's looking for him. And I tell you, I know where he's at. I know where he's at. He's up there in the gold mines where Marshall was at. That's where Josephine County said they saw him. So that's where I actually reported him. And then I go there and they won't do anything. They won't go there to see if he's okay. And I said, please don't go there and shoot my son. You know, the state police had already shot him, and I don't want you guys to shoot him. I have all the evidence. If you just look at the evidence, you could see this warrant is illegal. It's over some paper you know, not only did he do his probation once, he did it twice. So I have to be honest with you. It's me that's the fucking problem. It's me they hate, and they're taking it out on him. And I wish I could make it stop, but I can't. So I apologize. Good to hear from you, because, man, I haven't heard from anybody in the family that even is looking for him. It's crazy. I cannot believe that his wife's, you know, family is not looking for him. I can't believe his own mom doesn't even care to look for him. You know, I went to his mom's house, and he said that his mom, I went to Ashley's house, his stepdad, and he said his mom brought all this stuff over there from his house over to his house. So she don't want nothing to do with him, apparently. And when I called her, she said, I don't know what's going on with him. I let him talk to Phoenix, his brother, and he said he was playing games with him and he just disappeared online. Exactly what his cousin just said in here too, guys. He was playing a game and he disappeared. So I'm not very happy right now, and I apologize. I was doing okay. I was doing just fine living the American dream, and then my son needed some help. I don't have a criminal record. I'm a veteran. I don't have, you know, and I got all this taken care of. I thought, nope. They just came out here and SWAT raided the house. So Elijah has a massive lawsuit. They owe Elijah millions of dollars. Adriana, my daughter, they kidnapped her. That's his girlfriend of many years. We old-fashioned. That's his wife. They grenaded them both and woke them up with a grenade. They woke them up with a grenade, brothers and sisters. You don't wake somebody up with a grenade. That's excessive force. And then they grenaded me. 45 seconds. They weren't saying anything, nothing, no police, no nothing. I was not grabbing any weapons. I was not doing it. All I had asked, I opened up the door. Elijah, are you okay? Elijah, are you okay? Like, bam, just right in the fucking face, guys. And so I've lost it. I didn't curse, guys. I never cursed on this live stream. I have 6 channels on YouTube. I never once, not for 2 weeks. So they were menacing me, harassing me. Just, my daughter was freaking out, thinking that her husband was going to go get thrown in prison, and she did all the work with him too. Now, she not only, he did it once, but they did it again, and she did it with him. And they're still trying to throw him in jail. And he still had time to do all this stuff that they said he didn't do 3 more months. So it was totally illegal. And I really think if Elijah and Adriana were here, they would have already gone and filed a lawsuit. It's been a whole year since Elijah's last been seen. Adriana's charges were dropped in September. So they both went missing at this time. I don't know how nobody's looking for him. It blows my mind that we have such a small circle, that nobody in his family, mom's side, my dad's side, I don't have family like that. So my side, and they don't, even his own mom. I mean, that is insane. I called his mom after he didn't show up to the trial and said, hey, what's going on with our son? What do you mean? Well, he didn't show up to trial. Fuck, I don't know. Well, Robin, what the hell? He's been over there with you. He's not here with me. He had to go back over there. Well, I don't know where he's at. Well, what's going on with our daughter? What's going on with Adrian? I don't know. What? How do you not know? He's over there with you. I don't know. I just let him. The cops came looking for him, and I let him talk to his brother because he plays with them online. They talked to his brother. Yeah, he was online. He just disappeared playing a game. So I relocated him. I found him how many months later? I found where I thought he was at. Because actually, after talking to his mom and agreed, I said, hey, he hangs out with this other guy. I'm going to go call him. I called him, like I said, or I didn't call him. I went down there and I looked, and that's where I found my daughter's car. And he said he didn't talk to either of these, my son and daughter, that they were refusing his calls, and they were going to voicemail. So he said he never talked to neither of my kids. And then come to find out, I find both of my son's cars parked right where, or my daughter's car's parked right where my son's car's at. And he tells me that Elijah had bought the car from him, the little yellow truck that he had. He's going to go on the run on a 7-year fucking warrant from the police in a yellow car, in a truck. You see every yellow car that goes down the road. You might, the red ones look like, but the yellow ones stand out. I don't believe that shit. And then Marshall tells me, I'm like, why is my daughter's car here? Because I thought I'd found him. Like, oh my God, I found my kids. Oh my God, thank you, Father. And he says, no. She had to sell me that car. She needed to get an attorney. Her fucking charges were dropped. He shouldn't have had that car. Then when I asked, I went up to Pine Grove. It's Cottage Grove. He didn't even get the right name of the town that he supposedly picked it up. So I reported all of this to the police, and they threatened to arrest me. So I don't know what to do. I'm trying to do everything I can. And for 16 months that I've tried to help my son, and I've gotten nowhere but thrown in jail. I've spent $200,000 at least. I know I spent over $100,000 this year. And with this case, that's 5 years old. I got a couple $100,000 in this case. I just paid an attorney, tens of thousands of dollars. And this sucks because now I don't have firewood. I got a car that needs fixed. That I got a court date next week, and I'm not going to make it. Not on the wheels that I have. That it's an older vehicle. It's a 96, but I can't even pay my fucking payments now. This is crazy. I haven't missed a land payment in 10 fucking years, ever. I've never had a late land payment. So I'm a little frustrated. It's like, what the hell, man? I can't even locate my son. I just keep getting myself in more trouble, and nobody's looking for him. I know if somebody just took the SWAT raid video, you could make thousands of dollars a month on YouTube. I don't care about money. I'm told I don't want to own anything anymore. I just want to go on the road. All I do is I'm a pastor. That's all I do. That's all I do. I put 16 fucking hours today on the ministry. I work 16 hours here today, 2 jobs today, not one donation. And that's fine. I don't want them. I'm just saying it just, I need to forget about some of this stuff and start really focusing on me a little bit more. Like I said, I did. That's why instead of having myself thrown in jail and having a big stack of gold and silver, that's not going to do me any good. Sitting in jail, I went and, got counsel. I just thought when I got counsel that I would actually get, you know what I'm saying, some counsel. And I have a court date next week, guys, and I haven't heard from my attorney in like a month. The last time I talked to him, he told me to go report my son missing. Then I go report him, and they say, can't take the report. I call him back, and no call. So I don't know what the hell is going on. I really don't. I mean, I'm just a dad that loves my son. He's a good kid and stood up, and now I could be sent to jail, and he could be dead. I mean, they're gonna have a trial for me and not even have my son at, they wouldn't even have my son at my trial. How the hell? The whole case is about him. I just jumped his evidence basically. And they're going to have a trial for me and not even have my son or daughter? These are my fucking star witnesses. And nope, they're not. How does that make sense? So I don't know what to do. I've done everything I could do. I'm going to get myself thrown in jail. And I know where he's at. You know what I'm saying? I know where he's at. I know where his body's at. If he's alive or dead, I know where it's at. I mean, if he's dead, he's not suffering. I don't want to think that at all. This is my son. He's a good young man. And my daughter's a good young lady. And they don't deserve this at all. At all. They would both be very wealthy if I could just find them. They both have civil lawsuits immediately. Go look at the live stream. They both were grenaded, woken up from a fucking dead sleep with a grenade. No. I think the cops have covered up for what they've done to my son and daughter, and I am just beside myself. I don't know what to do because I was living the American dream. I had everything going. My son said, Dad, just take that money and go, man. Go. You've always wanted to do this. Go now. Go. That's enough to buy that double cab Tacoma. That's a lot of gold, Dad. Holy fuck. Where'd you get all that gold from? We don't buy gold, Dad. You told me to buy Bitcoin and I didn't do it. I thought I'd diversify. I thought I'd listen. Don't listen to you sometimes. I'm just being diverse. Oh, okay. That's so weird. You have gold, Dad. Gold? That's weird, Dad. We're silver bugs, Dad. We're not gold bugs. Elijah, diversity. All right. That's just so weird to see you have gold, Dad. That's a lot of gold. How'd you buy it? I bought them a little bit at a time, Elijah. I didn't buy them. Notice they're not big pieces. They're all smaller pieces and to make a lot of gold like that, right? That's so weird you have gold, Dad. I just never thought I'd see you buy gold. So he told me to take that money and I could have left. And I feel like such an asshole for not listening to him. Because what if I got him killed? Not by me personally, I held on to the money and that's what bailed him out of jail. And then Marshall got that. And that's why Marshall might have killed him because he owed Marshall money from his first case. He owed Marshall 10 grand. And I think actually because Marshall told me, hey, your son argued with me a year later. I never heard this from him the whole way home. I think Elijah told Marshall, hey, fuck you. Give my dad his money back. His silver. I owe you 10 grand. He don't owe you anything. And Marshall said, fuck you. Your dad's going to pay this shit. You're his fucking kid. Elijah might have said, hey, fuck you. And they could have got into it. And Marshall whacked him right there. And then when I went to finally get my dog, and because he wouldn't give me my dog back for fucking months, and I'm pleading, I'm begging him to get my dog back, and finally go down there and I say, hey, Marshall, one day this case is going to be over and I'm going to talk to my daughter. Now, you said you had this silver the whole time. I have it in my records that it was in the back of your trunk with my passport, and now you're saying she has it? One day this case is going to end, Marshall, and I'm going to talk to my daughter and I'm going to find out. She's going to tell me she had it or you had it. And I said, but I don't care, Marshall. I just want to get my dog. I'm getting in the truck and I'm leaving. And I left because I didn't want any confrontation with him. Unbeknown to me, I think that's what got my daughter killed as well. My stupid fucking ass opened up my mouth, not knowing what the hell I said to him like that. It's not my physical act, but I told him one day I'm going to hear from Adriana. And I think he had already spent that silver or gold or whatever he did. I don't know what he did, but that's why I believe he lured my daughter down to Josephine County. And that's where I found my daughter's car, because he said he never talked to either of them. And now both of their fucking cars are at his house? What the fuck? Or my son's car is missing, but that's where my daughter's car is at. And he said that, because I asked him, where's her car there? Where's Elijah's truck? Oh, he bought that truck for me. Now, wait a minute. I thought you didn't talk to him at all. And now he bought a truck from you? You didn't talk to my daughter at all? And now she sold her car to you? When she got her fucking charges dropped? So I think when I told Marshall, hey, I'm going to find out one day this case is going to end, Marshall, and you said you had the silver and gold, but now you're saying she has it. Whatever, I'm going to get my dog and go. And I think he said, oh, shit. When this fucking case gets open, I have this fucking gold and silver. Maybe he had already spent it with my passport and said, shit, I got to lure her ass down here to get her down here so I can kill her too because I already spent all the gold and silver. And if he ever talks to her and she says she doesn't have it, then it's going to link the silver back and gold to me. When I can 100% have all the emails and all the thing that said he had the gold and the silver. Because I told him to bail my son out. I didn't want to, and I told him, don't touch my silver, Marshall. Don't touch my silver. I already had 25 pounds taken. There's nearly 40 pounds of silver. Elijah's got some silver. I just sold a car for him for silver. He sold it, and don't touch my silver. Anything. Don't fucking touch my silver, Marshall. It's the only thing I have. I think he took all of it. I actually think when he went to go bail out Elijah that he had all the money and he kept all of it. He'd never seen that much silver in his life. He's like, damn. And then my son said, give my dad his silver back. And he said, no. And Elijah said, yes. And I think he shot Elijah. And I think Elijah's been dead sitting up on that fucking hill for a while now. Because he would contact me by now. I love my son. And there's very seldom time that I haven't talked to him. When he was up to 16 years old, I never missed a single day ever in his life. You'll never see a single day in his life that I did not call him. Even when he was with his mom, if I didn't have custody, I would just, hey, it's your dad. What's going on, buddy? Mind your mom. Do what you're supposed to be doing. I'll see you, and I'll see you next week, or I'll see you next, whatever. And I'd always call him. And I've never, ever in my life have been able to not think about my son. And within a couple days or a few days, he would call me. I actually tried this the other day with somebody that I thought, fuck, there's somebody that I might know that has him. I thought maybe somebody I would know that might have him, might know something about him. I mean, there's somebody Elijah known for a long time. He called me. Elijah didn't. I haven't heard from this guy in a long time. I mean, a long fucking time. And I said, I got to try this. I'm going to try thinking about this because I know if I think about Elijah, he'll call me. I've always been able to do this with him. Within 1 week, normally a couple of days, he'll call me. We have a connection like that. And I'm like, I want to try thinking about this and see if Elijah will call me because he might be with this. That guy called me. What's going on, man? I said, I was thinking about you. He said, I know. I said, well, and I started talking about Elijah. He's like, whoa, so this sucks, guys. And as a dad, I can't give up. If I think he's fucking alive, I'm not going to stop. I know where his body's at. I know where their bodies are at. And if I go up there in that illegal strip mine, because he said Elijah's, this guy said he could hide Elijah for me and my daughter until this all blew over. I said, no, fuck no. We're not running away from shit. He has all the evidence and I have it. And we're going to put this out and we're not going to run from shit. You do the crime, you do the time. And he knows that. That's the way I taught him. No, you're not going to take him and hide him in these gold mines, Marshall. No. So when I look on the Google Earth maps, there's some massive illegal strip mining operations going on up there. So I think that's what happened to Elijah. And it bugs me every single day to think that maybe not. Maybe he's up there. Maybe he's working off his debt. You know what I'm saying? But he's had plenty of time to work off his debt. If Marshall said he can make $300 a day and he owed Marshall 10 grand, he should already had that paid off. He had silver. Elijah had a lot of silver. I traded a Subaru car, a nice Subaru, was really nice too, for a couple boxes of silver. And he already had silver. And he just sold a car. So I don't think that, I really do think that because Marshall told me all of those months later, almost a year later, he never told me that to begin with, that Elijah argued with him the whole way home. So that's when he had the fucking silver. If he already had it, see, his story don't add up because if Marshall said he argued with me the whole way home, he had to go bail them the fuck out. He had to have bailed them out. And I don't think he went to the coin shop and took that silver and gold. I think he had enough cash. He was bullshit with me. And when he saw that stack of gold and silver, he shit his fucking pants. I mean, guys, I'm pretty good at collecting silver. That was a very diverse, and guys, I had a whole fucking bag of silver dimes. like 40 pounds of silver, not even include the gold. So I think he saw it, went, oh shit, fuck, I want that. Fuck it, he owes me money. I'm going to tell him, nope, your dad owes me money and I just bailed you out, so now you owe me. And Elijah said, fuck you, give my dad his silver back. You know, if you want to bail me out, my debt's between you. And Elijah said, fuck you. And Marshall shot him. I know Marshall. I don't know him that well, but I think Marshall shot him that day. I don't think Elijah's been around, because I haven't felt his body since then. I really don't. And I think that's why is his wife's parents not contacting anybody? Why haven't they filed a missing report? Why hasn't his fucking mom filed a missing report? She don't care about him, and I ain't trying to talk shit, but she just don't. Why would she bring all his shit to his stepdad's house? She's fucking scared. I guarantee the cops went over there and fucking intimidated her. She's a fucking cop lover. I ain't going to tell you about that, but she'll do whatever she can. I'm not trying to talk shit, but I guarantee if she thinks she's going to get in fucking trouble, she will snake the fuck out of it. So that explains to me now why she won't talk to me about this, never called me, and doesn't care about her own fucking son right now. Because I had asked her, you know, where the fuck is he at? Come on, lady, this is our kid. Let's put this, you know, we need to look for him. He's not my kid. He's not your kid. I don't care. He is our kid, and we need to find him. And she didn't want to do anything. And now she won't even look at my Facebook thing. It won't even, the messenger won't even come down. She is refusing to look at anything. Like she has been fucking intimidated by the cops. And that's what I thought. I think the cops showed up there when they were originally looking for him, you know, whatever they were doing. But that doesn't make any sense, brothers and sisters. My son has all the evidence to keep himself from going to prison. And they double timed his work. So he could literally sue the state of Oregon and Lake County and win. I mean, and my daughter too, they grenaded them both. That is illegal, 100% illegal. So if you want to see the SWAT raid, it's on the live stream. I wouldn't be here if I didn't film the SWAT raid, bros. They would have killed me that day. I'm certain that if any kind of outside agency looked at this case, they would say, yes, they 100% came here with the evidence. You have to go look at the local restaurants up there. We're going to have a firefight, a standoff, a firefight. They came here to shoot, to kill. We're going to have a firefight with this constitutionalist. He's got guns out there, and backed into a corner, he'd strike, and he said he would fight to the death to keep his son from going to prison. I said I wasn't using any arms. I was using my mouth. For 258 hours on live stream for 17 days straight, where they were watching me inside this house, inside this property, and watching it. So I do believe that my son and daughter have been eliminated because they don't want to pay these lawsuits. And it's shitty because Elijah is a good young man. He didn't fucking do anything. And my daughter's completely fucking innocent. That's why they dropped her charges, because they illegally arrested her and kidnapped her. You know, so there's a big, big cover up going on in this case. And as his dad, I don't know what else to do, because I can't report him missing. Normally you can report your kids or daughters missing, or you know what I'm saying? And he's a grown up adult, but these are my kids. And I can't, all you guys could, you have something, you go report your kid missing or daughter, they'll take a report for you. I can't. I've already been thrown in jail for trying to report him to Josephine County. Then when I buy the advice of my attorney, you need to contact the state police. They say they don't have jurisdiction to take a report for his body. So this is a sad day, man. I'm telling you what, every day I'm just torn in pieces. If he's alive, I want to go get him. I don't know, though. I can't get anybody to help me. I haven't. It's been 16 months and not one single person from his family, friends, not one single donation. And I've just put another, like I said, I just put another $20,000+ out. And so I don't even have money to take care of I don't have firewood. It's fucking cold right now in this cabin. It's getting fucking cold. And I'm going to freeze my ass off. So what? I'll bundle up. But this sucks, man. You know, like today, missed my goddamn land payment in 10 fucking years that I've never missed a land payment. Paid off 65 fucking acres of land, or 45. And now I don't, you know, and that's okay. I don't care about the money. It's like, God damn, man. Can you, just the basics, man. I can't even get by with the basics. I can't even put vehicle tires on my vehicle right now. And I got a court date in a week, and I'm not going to make it. That fucking tire is going to blow. I'm going to leave 2 or 3 hours early is what I'm going to do. If it blows out, it blows out. I'm going to hitchhike down there, hitchhike back. So that was the only option I got. I just don't have you know what I'm saying? But I don't have the option. So I apologize for getting boisterous with you guys. And I just got to stick to this, guys. There's nobody. If I give up on my son, there's nobody going to be looking for him. And that means he's either going to be extorted. My best options at this point are my son is dead, which I don't want him to be, which means he's not suffering, which is better than suffering. He's either being extorted by Marshall. And I think if my son's alive, my daughter's alive, and I think my daughter's dead, I think my son's dead. I really don't think that if one of them's gone, they're both gone. Or he hates me and never wants to talk to me ever again, which makes no sense because that's the complete opposite. He was supposed to move here. He was literally bringing stuff from his house. They were bringing things here. They were literally putting in their notice. So none of my options are good. All my options are absolutely horrible. And all of them would have been just 16 months or a waste. I just spent 16 months for nothing. If he hates me, he doesn't want to talk to me, or dead, or if you see that there's still that chance that he could be being extorted by Marshall and up there and alive, working his ass off. I don't know how the fuck he's doing, but I do know that they were both grenaded. They should have been brought to the emergency room and not to the jail cell like me. So they probably have had a concussion from day one. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what else to do. I keep getting thrown in jail, and I can't report him missing. They won't take a report. So there's nobody looking for their 2 bodies. And I know where they're at. I know exactly where they're at. If I go up there, though, I'm going to get killed. There's a massive illegal strip mining operation going on in Wolf Creek, Oregon, off Mount Creek. I'm not afraid to say. That's why I went back there, guys, where my son was at, potentially, and my daughter, and everything's gone. It's like a ghost town. And this is a big operation. It literally goes from highway to highway over this hilltop. It is a massive operation. And this guy said he can bring my son and daughter and hide them there. So I know he has them. I know he has them. Their cars were fucking there. I mean, I couldn't give you any more evidence and make it any more easier for these cops to, you know, so that's the only other option is he's working and hates me and doesn't want to talk to me ever again. Stole my silver, went with Marshall and said, fuck it. My dad got me in more trouble, but they don't need to work. They both are millionaires. And I don't give a fuck about money, and neither does my son or daughter. But if you look at the SWAT raid video here on YouTube, it's up on the playlist. They're both millionaires. Both of my son and daughter will be very wealthy if I can find their bodies. They immediately, just go look at the raid. Just look at it. Don't even have an opinion. You can't grenade somebody from a dead sleep. And they shot him with his hands were in the fucking air. I'm watching him walk towards the police, cooperating, and they just shoot him anyways. They were absolutely brutal. Assault, battery, attempted murder. They came and execute the warrant. They came to kill me. I'm telling you, if they would have killed me, Elijah would be out of jail right now. He'd be fine, and Adriana would be fine. They came here to kill me. I know they did. They came and grenaded me in the fucking face, and I didn't say anything to them. I wasn't communicating, and then they were watching me. They literally had the inside of this cabin. When I went live, they're watching. They're watching right now, just so you know. Fuck you, you cocksuckers. I want to fucking sue the living fucks out of you. I'm serious, brothers and sisters, and I don't want to. I have avoided for 16 months because I don't want the taxpayers in this state or this county to have to pay for the criminal negligence of their community of public servants. And that's my bad, but, you know, I'm going to have to now to hold them accountable. So, yeah, they hit me in the face with a grenade. That you can't do that. And all I was asking is, Elijah, are you okay? I'm not threatening them. If they had the, you know, if I was grabbing a gun or threatening them or something, that's understandable. But nobody was threatening anybody. Actually, they weren't even saying anything. No, nothing from them. No, nothing, because they came here to try to get me off my live stream. I seriously think they can come in here and sneak in here and get me. Because I told them they were coming. You guys are coming tonight. I know you're coming. I told them exactly when they were coming. I told Elijah they were coming too, not to resist them. And he didn't. And he still got shot. You know, it's unbelievable what they've done here. Grenaded my son and daughter, shot my son, grenaded me, grenaded my animals, and they've still gotten away with this for 16 months. So, yeah, they had a warrant, an illegal warrant, but it doesn't matter. Even if they execute the warrant, they have to execute it properly. So they didn't execute the warrant properly. So I know if my son and daughter were alive, they could both file lawsuits immediately. You don't wake somebody up from a dead sleep with a fucking grenade, okay? So all the information's on the thing. You just have to go look it up. So if anybody knows where Elijah Werner is at, will you please have him contact me? I don't think he's alive, but I need to at least make the attempt. That's why I come in here every fucking day, because I don't have anybody else, and do this every day. I've been doing this every fucking day almost for 16 months straight. I know it gets tired for some of you, but you don't have a son or daughter that's missing. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. I'm not worried about it. You know, I can't change anything that Father doesn't want for me. If my son and daughter were alive and cared about me, and they would probably contact me. If they're alive and don't, then they're not. But I don't think that has anything to do with, they don't need to be working. They don't need to be extorted. If my son and daughter went a year ago in September, they would have already been able to easily file the lawsuit. I know the lawsuit would be settled in a matter of days. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think they're alive. You know what I'm saying? Do they think I'm dangerous? I'm not fucking dangerous. I have no record. What the fuck are you talking about? I mean, I'm not worried about devil's advocate. I'm not dangerous. No, I didn't fucking threaten anybody. They're the one who brought guns here. They're the ones who shot my son. They're the ones who grenaded my son. So it's not I'm not dangerous. I didn't threaten anybody. I said if it backed into a corner, I would strike, because I have that right to, as a Fourth Amendment right. If they come here and fuck me up, I can protect myself. I was explaining to people that under the Title 18, but no threat. And I didn't. Remember, I had my fucking hands up too. So every one of us went with our hands in there, and everybody was assaulted, and even my animals. So what do? You know, let's deal with it. You know, that's all I can do. I suffered a hemorrhage, and my, 6 months I hemorrhaged blood in my skull, which I guarantee if I went to a doctor, they're going to say, you're fucked up, dude. You should have gotten that taken care of. And my lungs, look at me. I can't even fucking hardly breathe right now. You know what I'm saying? Did they really kidnap my daughter? No, they didn't kidnap my daughter. I'm just fucking lying to you. Fuck off, you stupid fucking idiot. Why the fuck would you ask something so stupid? Go kick fucking rocks, okay? No, the cops are... All right, I got to end this shit. You guys are starting to make shit up again, doing the same thing. I didn't say that. That's cool. I appreciate it. There's no problem with paying devil's advocate guys too, because I got to have some options, So it's okay. No worries. I have no qualms against anybody. I don't even, like I said, if Marshall killed my son, I ain't going to go fucking messing with him. What the fuck is that going to do for me? It could get me fucking put in jail. I don't want to go to fucking jail. I want to go on the road and share the gospel. That's it. Stop cursing and just go back to what it was that I was doing before this all happened. I was leading a perfectly normal life. I had plenty of retirement money. I had my land paid off. I was living the absolute dream. My son gets in trouble. They want to go after him. And like I said, it was 5 years ago this case happened. This case isn't just a year old. It's 5 years old. So it's an old case. And I'm not going to let him throw my son in jail without me, and they did it anyway. So you're a piece of shit, Matthew. You know that? You're a fucking piece of shit, just so you know. Is that what you wanted? You got your fucking, just jerk off, okay? Just get it all over your screen. Get your fucking rocks off. Have your happy ending. Is that all you ever think about is sex? You know what I'm saying? I have a missing son and daughter. You can come in here and talk about sex. My daughter could be being fucking raped, dude. And you're talking about OnlyFans. This is the kind of world, sister, where I can't be in this country anymore. I cannot wait to leave for a little while, get a vacation for these people. I defended the right of the Constitution, and These people say shit like this because they have a First Amendment right, you know. It is what it is. What can you do, man? People are just brutal. I've had people come in there and tell me they have my son. I'll give me $10,000. I'll say I'm raping your daughter. It ain't no different. You know what I'm saying? These people are just savages. So I expect it when I come in here, just so you know. People aren't nice to me. You know what I'm saying? People aren't nice to me, and I don't expect people to be nice. I'm just trying to find my son. So, what do? I'm going to go to bed here in an hour or two and wake up and go, what the fuck am I doing? You know what I'm saying? Sitting here, I've already reported my son and daughter murdered multiple times, and I can't get anybody to look for them. Nobody in his family, nobody, their friends. It's difficult. So you'll have to, I apologize. I'm not sorry for being a little bit, raw with these people, but I'm tired of being fucking doxxed and harassed, and you know what I'm saying? And people come out here and say, kick my ass and shit. It's getting old. I don't have any other apps, and I don't have any other options at this point. There's nobody else going to look for him. This is the only fucking option that I have to try to find my son. I don't have any other options. So I do apologize for you guys to have to sit here and listen to me. I can almost, guarantee if I can just get out of this country for a little bit, I plan on coming back. I'm not abandoning my brothers and sisters in America. I paid this land off, $47,000. Okay. So it will serve after I'm gone. Anything could happen to me. They can come out here and kill me. I can't even protect myself right now. I have no way to protect my animals. I have no way to protect myself. I just have to give it all to you. And I won't fucking fight for it because I don't care. I don't want dirt. I don't want to own anything to begin with. I'm tired. I never bought this land for me anyways. I don't want to own anything. I'm so over this fucking material world. I don't care about anything in the material anymore. It doesn't do anything for me. I don't care how big your fucking titties are or whatever car you got. You're not going to shake me. You're not going to shake what it is that I'm doing here. And so I got to get some closure here, but it's been 16 months and I've gotten not even one stitch iota. If my son and daughter are okay, and that's all I need from father, is he okay? If he's dead, he's dead. I can't change that, but if he's alive and he hates me, somebody please let me know. I don't care if he doesn't want to talk to me ever again. I'll leave him alone. That makes no fucking sense at all. No sense. You know what I'm saying? No sense at all. You know what I'm saying? So, Matthew, get the fuck out of here, slimeball. Seriously. So, please help me. If anybody can help me in any way, shape, or form by helping me find my son, I'd sure appreciate it. I'm telling you where he's at. He's located in Josephine County off of Mount Creek. He's in Wolf Creek, Oregon, and his dead body or his body's sitting up there being extorted. And I can't do anything. And I got to sit here every fucking day and know where he's at. So you people come in here and rude to me. You're getting back what you get. I'm not trying to be savage to you. Okay? I just don't want to hear it. I've been doxxed here on this fucking platform for now 12 fucking months. Had to have people tell me that, I'm saying that I've got your son and I'm raping your daughter. Send me a $10,000 Venmo and I'll send you back. People, I'm the fucking SWAT team. I'm going to come out to your house. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to fucking we're bringing a whole SWAT team. I've recorded it, guys. I called the cops. You got people saying they're your police department, and then come out and SWAT my house. Yeah, that's legal. It's legal to fucking impersonate a fucking police officer, let alone impersonate a whole cop, fucking a whole SWAT team. Yeah, that's legal. Okay. This case is out of control. Like I said, I know for sure that if I filed a lawsuit, I'm probably looking at $200, $300, $500 million in lawsuits, just in my case, not in theirs. I'm not playing around. Look what they did to me. You can't grenade me to the face. That's attempted murder. Attempted fucking murder. I know you don't take a projectile that's meant to be thrown into a room and fill the room with gas or concuss or smoke and hit somebody with it. So I would, I'm hoping again that this officer's not out of vengeance will be held accountable, because still to this day, they're out there, could be doing this to anybody in the state of Oregon. Anybody. And I guarantee you 99% of the people do not have the opportunity to live stream a SWAT raid, especially when they come in blasted. No announcing. They're here, no saying shit, just coming in with a fucking grenade and then grenading me 45 seconds later to the face is attempted murder. And I don't care what anybody says. If the federal government looks at this, or if a investigator or private sector, this would be one of the biggest cases in the state of Oregon ever to come out of the state of Oregon, because of the actual, like I said, they just, if somebody went through the discovery, just go back through the case. I've made all of this discovery. I'm a prior law enforcement officer. I know how to create discovery, right of suppression, or right of discovery and suppression of evidence. I've created all the evidence in this case. They just won't look at it. So I do feel comfortable, that I'm not wrong in this case, and I don't want to be right, because if I'm right, that means I've got a dead son and daughter, and the cops got the fuck away with it. And if they kill me, this case gets swept under the rug. No more case. And I've got a peed little life. I don't know nobody. I got no friends and no family. So if they want to come do it, they can do it tonight. I fucking every 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm up like everything, because they can come here and just fucking light me up and try to plant a gun in here. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I can't do anything about it, brothers and sisters. I've done everything I can do at this point. I'm not giving up on my son, but I'm going to get myself thrown in prison. You know what I'm saying? So maybe this attorney will get the charges dropped next week. I don't know. I don't even have fucking money to get down there. I got tens of thousands of dollars in this, and I ain't got a call. I don't even have the gas money. I don't have the tires or the firewood. This really fucked me bad. I'm going to spend this winter here and freeze my ass off. I still don't even have my goddamn windows replaced, guys. I mean, this is bullshit. And this is a country that gives a fuck about, you know what I'm saying? Please don't come in here, Sandra, and say that stupid fucking shit to me. I'm serious, man. You're a fucking cunt. Fuck you, you stupid fucking cunt. Don't tell me shit. Did you like that Charlie Kirk shit? Don't tell me something you don't fucking know. It's fucking cumbersome. You know what I'm saying? You're a stupid fucking idiot. Coming here and telling me my son's a fucking okay, and I gotta go to bed knowing that he could be fucking being literally just fucking beat the fuck every single day. His wife fucking raped, and he has to fucking watch. You don't fucking know, so don't say anything about my son, please. This is what I'm talking about, brothers, sisters. People are cruel, and that people a lot crueler than that, but come on. Somebody help me, please. If somebody knows where my son is at, please contact me. Contact John Caligo. If somebody knows where my daughter is at, Adriana Massey, Elijah Werner, please contact Elijah. Have him contact me. My attorney said he can contact me. I can contact him. Even though there's a no contact order, he said, Tracy, if you think your son is in his safety is in jeopardy, you can contact him. But I don't have anybody to contact, brothers and sisters. I don't know anybody to contact him. So that's why I'm here, trying to hear somebody on the internet's going to hear this. Somebody will be in Josephine County. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I have never given anything in 16 months about my son. 16 months I've been able to find out. Anything I've ever found out, I found out myself. But, since then, he's seen down here. Well, then why don't you go pick him up? No, they didn't. I don't believe that's true. I think he was already disappeared. So I don't want this to be true, because it hurts my heart to think that he's not here and I didn't get to him soon enough. And I spent $47,000 on this ministry instead of paying to get him an attorney or myself an attorney. That hurts my heart to think that I made that decision, but it is what it is. I can't go back on it. What do? I thought they were going to come kill me. I was seeking political, asylum out of this country. I was seeking to be put into witness protection, and they wouldn't do any of that. So I thought I was going to get shot and killed. I mean, they already came to try to kill me once, and I don't have any way to defend myself. I said, I better get this fucking ministry paid off. I'm going to die or potentially die, and this ministry can serve for decades, long after I'm gone. So this ministry isn't about me. And so maybe that's why Elijah's mad at me. Dad, you paid off the ministry instead of getting me an attorney. I did pay his fucking bail, $130,000 bail. I have shelled out so much fucking money in this case, and it's not about the money. It just frustrates me. I could have left and been retired, guys, and I already am, you know what I'm saying, and been helping people in another country. and come back here and been refreshed and been happy and like not care about a thing. Just keep doing what I do out here. I am living the American dream minus anybody to live it with me. I just can't find anybody to live it with me. And I'm okay with that. That's why I quit building and stuff out here. I can't keep going. You know what I'm saying? I can't keep going out here building up this big old, I got multiple buildings and fence line. There's nobody to share it with. So that was so exciting. My son was finally going to come out here. I was finally going to get my son. It's been a long time and we worked hard, and we're going to build a house together. And now he's just gone. He's the only person I have in my life. I don't have anybody else. I just don't. I'm a loner. You can call me a loser, whatever it is. I just get been better out from away from society in the country and raise my animals. And I still talk to people. I'm nice. I hold open doors for people. I let people in traffic, but I just kind of need to be away from society because I'm too outspoken. So please, if anybody can help me, start a GoFundMe. I don't give a fuck what you do. You don't have to do a single thing. I don't expect anything. I don't deserve anything. I just need help. And that's why I'm in here, because as a dad, I don't know what else to do. I want to think that he's okay, but that's probably not the case. And so if there's any chance that I think that he's alive, I just can't stop. I can't, just because nobody's looking for him. If I stop, that's it. There's it. His body's laying up there. He's suffering. Imagine if he's suffering right now. Imagine if my fucking daughter is being raped and he has to watch or something like that. I don't trust this Marshall guy at all. He's never really been very straight with this whole situation at all. He's definitely not to be trusted. He's not telling the truth at all. So can you help me by finding my son or talking to somebody who might know him? I don't want your money. I could use some money, but that's because I just spent tens of thousands of dollars, didn't get anywhere. But I don't care if I missed this land payment. I missed a goddamn land payment in 10 fucking years. And I paid off 45 acres of land. That's a lot of property to pay off without a fucking job, like you guys probably have. I work 16 hours today already. I'm going into 17 hours today. You know what I'm saying? You should interact with actual people more. You're all over the place. Well, guess what there, double fucker? Go fuck yourself. ×2. I don't fucking care what you think about me. Go fuck yourself. How about that for all over the place? Fuck yourself in the front, in the back, in the rear. I don't give a fuck. You don't know anything about this situation coming in here. You're an idiot. You don't know anything about my situation. I think you're fucking don't, your ass from a hole in the ground to even be opening up your fucking mouth and speaking anything about my case, anything about my situation. So take your fucking McDouble and go somewhere else there. Thanks for coming in. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, David. It's fine. David, I'm fine. David, it's been 10 fucking years. I never missed a land payment. I've never missed a land payment, ever. Remember, I paid off 45 acres of land. I only have this land because this was for him. So it's not a big deal. I don't give a fuck. I'm retired, man. I've been able to retire. I've worked my ass off. I don't work anymore. I work every day, but you know what I'm saying? I'm retired. So it ain't about that. And it'll all get taken care of. And I'd have the goddamn money, and I'm kind of pissed off because I sold that gold and silver. And when silver was $33, now it's 42. Gold is out on an all-time high, and nothing has happened. I'd have all the fucking money I needed right now. Like I said, I guarantee, I think I get Elijah's bill's $130,000. You know what I'm saying? I've shelled out a lot of money for this young man, and so what? Who cares? And like I said, I don't care if I miss a land payment. It's not going to be in the world. He's not going to take the land from me. It's just going to cost me 50 extra bucks. But it's just the point. It's just like, why the hell did I spend all this money on this attorney? And then he ain't even calling me. He ain't saying shit. I could deal with it. He's like, well, whatever. I just got an attorney. The money went towards that. It's not a big deal, So, but it's not about money. You know what I'm saying? That's why he on YouTube makes 100K. So, I'll get it figured out. Like I said, it's just a little stressing me because I don't struggle financially. I don't have a problem struggling financially. I own 45 acres of land. You know what I'm saying? I own everything I have. I own everything, and I worked 6 years ago. Everything was taken off this property and I wasn't retired. I had nothing 6 years ago and I retired in 6 fucking years. Yeah, I worked my ass off. Elijah's like, Dad, you didn't even come over. You won't even take a vacation. You've been out there 6 years and you will not take a vacation. No, son, I'm on a mission. I got to get this shit done. We only got so much time here before shit breaks down. I want to be ready for it. It's not the end of the world, but I want to be ready so we can cruise and not worry about it. So, you know what I'm saying? But anyways, thanks for coming in. It's good to see you, Dave, man. Love you, brother. It's good to hear from you. I hope that like I say, you got a beautiful family, and I know that you love Christ. Just stay in the word, man. Just please be careful. Don't get yourself in any trouble. I mean, they're just arresting people for being poor in this country now. That's my problem. I'm retired. I have land and I can't share it with anybody. That's my problem. I can't share what I have. I have abundance and I can't share. Some people are struggling to even make $1. I'm struggling because I can't share what I have. It bothers me every day that I'm here on all this property and I have nobody to share it with. It's really difficult. So it's kind of disappointing, again, that I thought Elijah was going to finally come out here after all these years and build a beautiful home. We picked out material and whatnot and talked about it. And he was going to put a dyno out here and tune cars. He's a really smart young man, very good mechanic too. So never, as I've always told everybody, brothers and sisters in this ministry, please don't give anything to this ministry. If you are short on funds and you send me $2 to $3 or $5 or $10, why? I mean, I would take it, but you could probably use that money. Don't send me money. I'm retired. If you have abundance, you could set $10,000 on your windowsill and just let it blow off into that's fine. But remember, I said the same thing when I was trying to have somebody help me pay this ministry off. I said, hey, maybe there'll be a donor that wants to be a part of this ministry. Don't send me money, $100 or that. I need thousands of dollars. I actually need somebody that's got so much money that it doesn't even affect them. Like, honey, come on. We've got that extra Range Rover in the driveway. We don't ever fucking drive it. We've been following this guy for years. Let's help him out. And nobody did. And guess what? I paid it off. $47,000 I paid this ministry off with. Okay. I had to sell some of my other land, but cars and whatnot, but this one was paid off. And the 5-acre parcel that I paid off too. So please, you're never, ever, 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 ever. There's nothing in this ministry that ever requires you to tithe money. When it's talking about in Scripture in Malachi, it says give 10% of your tithe, your earnings. Look, give me 10% of your time if you have it. You can't print time. You can try to make up time. Yeah, right. But you can't make time. You can go make money. You can, if you're good enough, like these money printers, the central banks, the counterfeiters, you can print it, but you can't make time or you can't print time. So your time is always going to be way more valuable than any dollar. Never, ever, ever, if I ever bring up money, feel any way obligated to give to this ministry. Actually, it hurts me to think that if somebody, because I have abundance, and I'm retired and whatever, I'm just in a financial pickle right now. We always get it that somebody sends me $10 or something that they needed. I'm going to be on the end of that judgment, brother, sister. You had a piece of property for sale, $39,000 piece of 5-acre, and you were asking for money, and that person was broke, and they felt bad for you, and they gave you $10, and they fucking starved or were hungry. I don't want to be on the end of that, brothers, sisters. Please don't send anything to this ministry. And always, like I said, if you don't have, a sizable donation, why are you sending it? You should keep that yourself. First, help yourself, or help the people that in your area, help the people that you can help locally in your area, the people that are closest to you. Okay. So never, ever, ever, if I bring up financial things in this, do you ever have to give? The only thing that I'm demanding here is that you come back and put good comments when you have the time. That's it. Never, ever, ever. And I normally don't talk about it until the end when I'm getting ready. And I got to get off here. It was probably 2:00 in the morning or something. Yep. Okay. But please don't give to this ministry unless you have an abundance. Because I have an abundance. I can't share what I have. I'm just in a weird situation. My credit card got taken and broken into this month. I didn't get the AdSense money that I get monthly. It's not much. I make $3 off the internet, off AdSense, but the rest of it was super chats from you guys. So, you know, I wouldn't even be having this issue. And if I ever bring up financial, don't feel any way obligated. You never have to pay anything. You could stay here till this ministry closed down for 10 years. I don't want your money. I'd actually rather you come out where I live, train you, teach you to do something like that. But that doesn't require money either. You know, I invited people to come out here for 10 years and I never wanted to dime for anybody. I don't want your money. I have building material here. I have plenty of stuff that you can build from the ground up. You move into that building, I'll help you finish it. It's almost done. It's halfway done. And see all that building material? That's your building. We're going to build another building right next to yours, put it on a skid. You want to move it around the property, take it to another. You take it when you leave, you know, kind of deal. I don't want to take anything from anybody. I don't need anything. I'm so over the material, man. And that's, you know what, guys, do the things that you need. Don't overdo it. You don't need to be gluttonous and stuff, but it's cool to own things. I own some weird oddball stuff, just really one-off stuff. I like old stuff, but if you need to have the material things, because it's okay to have ticky-tacky or whatever you want to call it, a collection or something, or just stuff, you know, whatever, that's fine. But I'm over it. I don't need to own anything. I don't care where I sleep at night as long as I'm fucking warm. And I don't care if it's, you know, is somewhere comfortable. I don't care. I don't need anything in life. I just don't. I'm over it. I've had a beautiful life. Father's blessed me. I've had a beautiful young man. I've been married once. You know, I've got to do all the things that I think a man would want to do. And then times two, I remember I live on the grid. I've been off grid for 10 years. I'm a farmer. You know, I've just had a blessed life. It's been a complete fucking nightmare too at the same time, just to let you know, it hasn't been easy, but I don't need anything in life. You know what I'm saying? Materium. So my focus in this last 50 plus, whatever, I'm in my 50s, is to just serve Father, serve the word, stop cussing and serve the word, and I'll be just fine. And I don't care. Like I said, I would wear these clothes because I could wash them and wash my butt, you know, when it gets dirty, a couple every other day or once a week. I wouldn't even have to change my clothes. I would wear these clothes for the rest of my life. I don't need clothes or vanity or anything like that. So I want you to know, if you've been subscribing to this channel and you hear me mention any kind of monetary tithe, it's just never required. Stay here as long as you'd like. The only actually thing you have to do is put some good comments. If you're going to comment, there are people who have been in this ministry for years that come forward. I've been watching you for a month, a year, you know, and I just decided to say something. And I love that, brothers and sisters, because there's people watching you too. Your comments are huge. You know what I'm saying? Yes, Tyson, you can. Absolutely. There's already an MX track, Tyson. I'll give you an idea of what I was already doing, and I'd love to have somebody come out here and help me. I have the business. Okay, listen, this is awesome, and I better go. I have a business, Tyson. I already have the logos and everything for it. I just didn't do. I sold all of my business before the COVID. I was going to open up a business called Rabbit Tracks. Okay, if you want to do a motocross, there already is a motocross track out here, and there's the sand dunes, the largest set of sand dunes. But listen, I was going to open up a quad track, but like a go-kart track, because I have lots of room where nobody would ever get close to each other. Nobody would even get close to each other. You know, I would throttle them all down so they wouldn't even go, wah, they wouldn't even get any tires. It'd be very subtle and they just get the experience. If they wanted to, I could sell them quads and they could go out to the dunes. But I actually had 8 quads. I had 2 that were not built that were in the boxes, and I had, 6 of them that I bought. The only reason I didn't open the business is I was wanting to buy a side-by-side to have people with disabilities come out here. I wanted to cater with people that had a handicap or a disability to put them in a wheelchair. So I was never able to, because that was probably as expensive as 4 quads. But I'm telling you, I already did the math on it. You can rent these things out for between 100, because there's go-kart tracks in Bend, Oregon, to $150. I mean, you could give them a better deal than that, 75 to $100, but you can rent these out all day long. I mean, and where I live, there are consistently amount of people coming out to the sand dunes. So what you can do is you give the experience. Let's say you got a family of 5 people. You live in a condo or an apartment. You don't have 5 quads, motorcycles, helmets, trailers, truck. You don't have that, but you want the experience to maybe I will buy some quads, but you need to kind of, it's like I did temporary tattoos, body art for years. And people were like, man, that's awesome. I decided I didn't want a tattoo there. I got one here. It kind of gives people an idea of how they're going to do it. And then like, if they wanted to, well, we could sell you this quad, undo the throttle, and you could take it out to the dunes. But the whole thing, you know what I'm saying? Behind the idea was to put people out here and never let them get close to each other. There's a distance. I have enough track space that nobody catches anybody. That way you're not running into anybody. Nobody's hurting each other. And then you get to have the experience of like what it's like to ride. And hey, wait, honey, we should buy those quads. That was fun. And just do the math on it. Do the math, you know what I'm saying? And you'll see that I'm providing a family fun park for people with disabilities, and children and adults can have a great experience out here and come out and experience something that they never get to experience with 5 quads. And I'm telling you, these quads aren't fast. They're not like that. These aren't people. Oh, no. This is more like a go-kart track. It's a family fun park. And actually, it was trying to find like, I was going to try to find one of those, the rockets. Remember the big rockets, guys, that you could get in the slides? Oh my gosh, I can't believe how expensive those things are. Even a merry-go-round, guys. Even a merry-go-round. Because I wanted to have a figure 8 park, so they can see if they can turn. And then some kids might not be able to ride. They just can't handle it. They get in an argument. They get out here and say, and you can't go on. And who knows? So I was also trying to have an old playground out here, monkey bars and the dough. And I was really trying to get, I couldn't believe too what it would cost for one of those merry-go-rounds, guys. A merry-go-round is like $8,000 to $10,000 for a merry-go-round. I'm like, wow. And those remember the big thing with the rocket? We're talking a lot of money. So, but I would eventually get it out here. That was the idea, was to have a family fun park for families. It would cater to families and disabilities and people who wanted to ride, but it was a family fun park called Rabbit Tracks. And if nobody's going that fast, it's not like these things are going to get torn up. And the whole idea was to sell them every 3 to 6 months, put them back out. If you could buy it and sell it at the dune and bring new ones in, constantly keeping the, constantly keeping the stock new, so it looks new. These are brand new quads. I bought 2 that were brand new. The other ones I bought used, but a lot of the times these quads, somebody rides, and their little daughter or something falls off, or son, and they don't want to ride it anymore. They're like brand new. So I had 8 of these. I'd had 8 of them out here. I was just waiting for the last one. And you do the math on it, guys, and you're talking about like 10 grand a month. Sometimes it's ridiculous amount of money that could be brought in on it. And then it's like you're always recycling. So if you had a mechanic, they're really not going to be doing that much work to them. You know what I'm saying? They're going to be pretty fresh, because you're not, you're just, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, use like new. There's a lot of the times, you guys, if you're ever looking for one of these little Eton or one of these quads, you can find them. Like, don't buy a new one. Find somebody who their kid rode it. They flipped it over one side. There's not even a scratch in it, and mom won't let them ride it anymore. Mom says, no more. Mama Bear says, no, And I picked up like 4 of those guys like that. They were like brand new quads, and I saved myself a lot of money. But it's a beautiful, guys, there's the largest set of sand dunes out here in the Northern Hemisphere. So there's plenty of people to come out this way to rent these tracks. And I guarantee you, most people wouldn't even come from the valley that I live in. They'd be coming from other states and other places to come out here. So that's just one thing. So guys, I was so close to having that. And then the COVID came. And the COVID came, guys, and I was like, oh crap, I don't know what's going to happen here. They might shut everything down. I've got all this money tied up into this. And I sold all the quads. And I really wish I would have held on to them, because I remember in the garage, I had all of it. It was beautiful. It was this big, imagine 8 quads. It was like, wow. God, I've gotten a long way of this, and I was trying to get stacking tires and, and just working on it. But there are so many businesses out here just like that, brothers, sisters. And I was going to have people sign waivers. So, like they sign waivers. They have to sign a waiver that says if they hurt themselves, they can't sue me. So not like I would make people sign waivers and stuff. So it's totally plausible to come out here like that and said I could have my cabin rentals. Guys, I can make hundreds of thousands of dollars out here a year sitting on my ass. Not like that, but I'm just saying rabbit tracks, moonshine cabin rentals, and a little food cart out here. I'd make $200,000-$300,000 a year take home every year out here. No problem. And I don't want that money. Remember, I don't want any money. I just want to share the gospel. That's it. I don't care about anything else. I'm over all this material. It doesn't do anything for me. And hey, that's what I'm saying, guys. I got lots of ideas though. If you're into the material, I got all kinds of ideas. I guarantee if you came out to Christmas Valley, Oregon right now and you set up fourplexes, they would be rented. If you set up any house, it will be rented within a day. There's nothing out here to rent. There's too many people coming out here. If you set up a Chinese restaurant out here in Christmas Valley and you serve 5 dishes, 4 dishes, you know what I'm saying? And didn't do, chow mein, sweet and sour pork. I mean, even with those air fryers now, you wouldn't even have a deep fryer. You could air fry like sweet and sour pork, the breaded. But I do 4 or 5 dishes. That's it. That's it. I'm not talking 10 or 12, 4 or 5 dishes of Chinese. I make insane Chinese food. I make some pretty good Chinese food. And I'm telling you, very simple Chinese food. You'll never close down. You would be here the rest of your life. You could, and the people in this town would love you. I'm telling you, when the business owners in here, the restaurant owners in this town, they get treated like they're fripping kings, guys, in this town. I'll tell you, people can hate you, absolutely hate you. But you want to know how to get into a man's, a woman's, you go through their stomach and they don't care anymore. When they're eating awesome food and they don't care anymore how much they don't like you. That's how amazing food can be, brothers, sisters. That's how amazing food can be. So something like that. Like I said, there's so many things that somebody come out here and open a food cart, a car wash. I got businesses coming out my, out here, and good businesses too. Like the cabin rentals, you only clean them after a couple of days. You just dump. I've got composting toilets, and the urine separator is separate. The urine and the pee don't stink after a couple of days. Dump them out, wipe everything down, and rent it back out again. $150 a night. And they'll rent. I just haven't put them up online. I get $50 a night for people to come sit in their own little motorhome and poop in their own little pooper. So if I have a nice building, I think I could get $125, $150 a night. I've already had people say I'll rent them as soon as they're open. So lots of ways in this town to just do really well. And if you're interested, get a hold of me. I got land for sale out here. I've got motorcycles for sale. Everything I own is for sale, except for the ministry. So, everything I own is for sale right now. So I've got 40 some things on the marketplace. I got a Honda Valkyrie. It's at least a $4,000 motorcycle. I'll sell it to you for $1,800 cash. I want to ride it, but I can't. It sucks. It's a V6 motorcycle. It's beautiful. It's one of the best motorcycles on the market. It has insane reviews on it, but I need to come up with some cash. Like I said, I need to get tires. I need to get firewood. I need to get my front CV joint axles replaced, and that's all the money I have. So that's why I'm selling it for $1,800. Anybody wants a Valkyrie? It's a Honda Valkyrie V6. It's got 8 hangers on it, a set of apes, front windshield, bags. Just a really nice bike. Rides just absolutely excellent. It's just look at the reviews on it. But anyways, don't want to grift anybody. Okay, so I have things for sale. If you want to help donate to the ministry, I'll accept a donation, but please don't donate if you don't have. There's CashApp, PayPal, Bitcoin, PayPal. I didn't know that. Actually, I was able to make my phone payment the other day and transfer. I couldn't get money off of PayPal. You can't pay Verizon phone bill with PayPal. That's weird. But anyways, there's links in the description. And but you don't feel obligated unless you have an abundance. But come back when you have some more time. Okay, I've spent 17 hours working here today. I think it's time for me to call it quits. Okay, I don't get paid. Remember, I made $0 today, 17 hours. But guess what? I'm okay. I'm okay with that. I just, I'm retired. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice that I don't need to oh my God, I don't want to live like that. That's why I probably want to get rid of this other piece of land that I have, because I don't even want to pay on it anymore. If my son and daughter are dead and they're never coming back, it's just going to hurt me to keep paying on that payment, because that's where they were going to live. That's where they were going to move. And that's the only reason I haven't already sold it, is because I'm just holding on it to it for them. But I don't think that's going to happen. So I think it's time for me to let the land go and let somebody else enjoy it. It's probably the nicest piece of property I own out here. Power touching the beautiful roads. It's just a really good property. So if you're coming back in and you see this in the back, and you're interested, please get a hold of me at Predestined for Light. If anybody knows where Elijah Werner's at, Adriana Massey is at, please contact me. Have them contact Elijah Werner, contact John if he doesn't want to contact me for some reason. Guys, I got to find out where my son and daughter is at. I want to sit here and tell you that I'm okay, but I'm not. I can't go. I'm telling you, I'm not going to go to bed for a couple more hours because I just cannot get my head straight. I lay down there and I think, where are these freaking kids? Okay, I know where they're at, but I can't go look for them. And it just drives me nuts to think that they're still alive. And I got just some kind of hope that they might want to see me or talk to me again someday. But it's not looking like that at all. At all. I wish I had something to go off of, but I just don't. So I need to move forward in my life, because I'm just going to keep pulling myself down and thinking, oh, I'm going to hold on to this, and and I keep paying it and paying it. Like I said, I paid it every month, and now it's the first month in 10 years I've missed a land payment. So maybe it's a sign to just let it go. I mean, that's $10,000 I'd be losing on that land, but tens of $1,000s on an attorney. And so the money doesn't mean anything to me. Okay. So, but what means everything to me in the world is the support that this ministry has given me. And you couldn't put a price on that, just so you know. No money could buy the support that people have been here. Not dox me, not treat me like crap, because I got emotional. I was crying earlier today. It was hard. My heart's broken. Okay, guys. I never thought that my son actually might be alive and just never wants to talk to me again. That's not a very good chance at that, but I just never considered it. It was really hard to think that, okay, it's been 16 months, man. He is alive and he just doesn't want to talk to you ever again. You just got to get over it, man. You just wasted 16 months of your life for nothing. Just move the fuck on, Tracy. You keep getting yourself deeper and deeper in this hole, and you keep digging yourself a bigger hole to try to help your son. You are making your life worse. I can't even leave right now. If I could get in my truck and leave tonight, I would go. Not out of fear. I already was going to go years ago until all this happened. So thanks for being there for me. HD fat. HD, not from the quality of the visuals, but the content of the live stream from what you hear. So faith and truth, go see Jim Brown at Grace and Truth Ministries. That's the best gift you. That's worth hundreds of millions of dollars, brothers and sisters. Grace and Truth Ministries. Go see Jim Brown, Pastor Jim Brown at Grace and Truth Ministries. Okay. Much agape and phileo. Thanks for your time, guys. I'll see you guys on the next broadcast, whenever that might be, Lord willing. If I don't see you again, I'll see you on the other side of this meat suit here. Okay. Stay in the word, brothers and sisters. Okay. That your only protection for what is going to be coming is the armor of God. No weapon formed against you will prosper. Yeah, don't be fighting. Let God fight all your battles for you. Seriously, this is not to be time. Wrestle not against flesh and blood. Okay, principalities, powers, the rulers of the darkness of this world, spiritual wickedness in high places. Okay, that is our battle. Don't be fighting your brother. That's why I have no vengeance towards anybody who did anything to my son, my daughter, or even me. Father will pour out a just measure. If they get away with this time, brothers and sisters, they're not going to get away with it after they die. So I don't need to be worried about condemning or seeking vengeance on these people. If they did get away with it in this lifetime, they're not going to get away with it after they die. Father will judge them. That's why I don't have to worry about hurting anybody or seeking vengeance. I'm so blessed to know that I have that. You know what I'm saying? I just feel so blessed that I have the ability to have some control. I'm not planning any attacks. This is Father doing this to me. And if he wanted it to be any different, it would. There's nothing that has happened to me here, my son, my daughter, that he didn't want it. And if he wanted it to be different, it would. I have that much faith and confidence in the word. And I love it that much that there's nothing that's going to shake that from me. As a matter of fact, I plan on the rest of my life being an absolute nightmare. Nothing get better, and it just getting worse and worse and worse. And if it gets better, then fine. But at least I'm trying to be real about what's going on in my life, because for the last 15 months, 16 months, that's all that's happened. It's just gotten worse and worse. And every time I try to help, I make it worse and worse and worse. And it just costs me more and more of my time and my money. And I think it's time I stop doing that. You know what I'm saying? Um, you know what I'm saying? I think it's time that for me to focus on me. I'm in trouble right now because I'm trying to help other people. It's always getting trouble stolen from by helping other people. So maybe it's time to just help myself here for a minute. And if my son wants to contact me, he will. But I'm telling you guys, it's just hard as a dad knowing that if he's still there, imagine if he's still suffering. I know my dad's not going to give up on me. I know my dad. I know him. He said he would fight to the death. He won't give up on me. If he's hurting right now, if he's suffering right now, how could I go to bed right now knowing he's fucking suffering, guys? And I've done everything I can to report him. I can't give up on him. I can't give up on Adriana. I don't look for him. Nobody else. They just sit there suffering. For how long? I can't, guys. I can't. I want, and now it's winter. It's different when it was summer. I thought it's getting fucking cold, guys. So I just thank you, because I want to tell myself I'm okay, but I'm not okay. I'm okay mentally, but I'm just not okay with my heart shattered. My mind is getting ripped to pieces, knowing that I want to look for them. And if I know that they're suffering, if it feels so, I can't imagine that my son and daughter are suffering and they're holding on to the fact that I'm not going to give up on them. I mean, there is a possibility that they're alive. It doesn't look like that, but there is. So how do I rest? How do I rest at night? I can't, guys. I can't. And I'm falling apart, guys. I mean, the body is starting to break down here a little bit. I'm just not getting, I need to get out of this. I need to get out of this cabin too. This cabin's still, lofting tear gas. 16 months later, I still have tear gas coming out of the cracks of the walls of this place. So I think that's what's been bothering me more than anything is I'm still just lofting this tear gas day after day, week after week, month after month, just staying in here. So I get it clean, it comes right back out the walls. So it pushes itself through the cracks. So I don't think I can get it all out of here, and that's what's really starting to wear on me is this day after day, week after week, month after month, breathing it over and over again. It's just beating me up. So I'm wondering where my energy's gone. I'm like, God, I get so much more. And you know what? It's all this back wall. It just was, I mean, this whole cabin was completely white. It looked like it fucking snowed in here. Imagine trying to clean that shit up. I mean, it fucked me up bad. I mean, I apologize. It shouldn't be, but it did. My lungs are hammered. Right now, I'm struggling right now. And I know you don't see it, but I'm struggling. I'm having an issue. I'm trying to lean a little bit, and it's just, so I better go. Pastor Revelation, again. Wow, 100, 100. Wow, I don't think you've ever had 100 likes. That's a lot of likes, man. Wow, that's a lot. I've been in there for 10 hours, so that's a long time. But blessings to you, brothers, sisters. Thank you for supporting me. Without you, I'm telling you, my mind would be just in shambles. And I'm glad that I have somebody to come and talk to, because I don't have anybody else. And I don't have any other means to try to find my son other than this platform. So if you know where he's at, will you please have him contact me, or have him contact John Caligo? Same thing with Adriana. And thank you for all your time. Blessings, and I'll see you again soon. Lord willing, Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Whoa.